Classic Audiobooks presents Curious, If True Strange Tales by Elizabeth Gaskell. If you enjoy this journey into the dark, please consider liking and subscribing. It truly helps our library grow. The Old Nurse's Story. You know, my dears, that your mother was an orphan and an only child, and I dare say you have heard that your grandfather was a clergyman up in Westmoreland, where I come from. I was just a girl in the village school, when one day your grandmother came in to ask the mistress if there was any scholar there who would do for a nursemaid. And mighty proud I was, I can tell ye, when the mistress called me up and spoke of me being a good girl at my needle, and a steady, honest girl, and one whose parents were very respectable, though they might be poor. I thought I should like nothing better than to serve the pretty young lady, who was blushing as deep as I was, as she spoke of the coming baby, and what I should have to do with it. However, I see you don't care so much for this part of my story, as for what you think is to come, so I'll tell you at once. I was engaged and settled at the parsonage before Miss Rosamond, that was the baby who is now your mother, was born. To be sure, I had little enough to do with her when she came, for she was never out of her mother's arms, and slept by her all night long, and proud enough was I sometimes when Mrs. trusted her to me. There never was such a baby before or since, though you've all of you been fine enough in your turns. But for sweet, winning ways, you've none of you come up to your mother. She took after her mother, who was a real lady-born, a Miss Furnivall, a granddaughter of Lord Furnivall's, in Northumberland. I believe she had neither brother nor sister, and had been brought up in my lord's family till she had married your grandfather, who was just a curate, son to a shopkeeper in Carlisle, but a clever, fine gentleman as ever was, and one who was a right-down hard worker in his parish, which was very wide, and scattered all abroad over the Westmoreland fells. When your mother, little Miss Rosamond, was about 4 or 5 years old, both her parents died in a fortnight, one after the other. Ah, that was a sad time. My pretty young mistress and me was looking for another baby, when my master came home from one of his long rides, wet and tired, and took the fever he died of. And then she never held up her head again, but just lived to see her dead baby, and have it laid on her breast, before she sighed away her life. My mistress had asked me on her deathbed never to leave Miss Rosamond, but if she had never spoken a word I would have gone with the little child to the end of the world. The next thing, and before we had well stilled our sobs, the executors and guardians came to settle the affairs. They were my poor young mistress's own cousin, Lord Furnivall, and Mr. Esthwaite, my master's brother, a shopkeeper in Manchester, not so well-to-do then as he was afterwards, and with a large family rising about him. Well, I don't know if it were their settling, or because of a letter my mistress wrote on her deathbed to her cousin my lord. But somehow it was settled that Miss Rosamond and me were to go to Furnivall Manor House in Northumberland, and my lord spoke as if it had been her mother's wish that she should live with his family, and as if he had no objections, for that 1 or 2 more or less could make no difference in so grand a household. So, though that was not the way in which I should have wished the coming of my bright and pretty pet to have been looked at, who was like a sunbeam in any family be it never so grand, I was well pleased that all the folks in the dale should stare and admire when they heard I was going to be young lady's maid at my Lord Furnivall's at Furnivall Manor. But I made a mistake in thinking we were to go and live where my lord did. It turned out that the family had left Furnivall Manor House 50 years or more. I could not hear that my poor young mistress had never been there, though she had been brought up in the family, and I was sorry for that, for I should have liked Miss Rosamond's youth to have passed where her mother's had been. My lord's gentleman, from whom I asked as many questions as I durst, said that the manor house was at the foot of the Cumberland Fells, and a very grand place. That an old Miss Furnivall, a great aunt of my lord's, lived there with only a few servants, but that it was a very healthy place, and my lord had thought that it would suit Miss Rosamond very well for a few years, and that her being there might perhaps amuse his old aunt. I was bidden by my lord to have Miss Rosamond's things ready by a certain day. He was a stern, proud man, as they say all the Lords Furnivall were, and he never spoke a word more than was necessary. Folk did say he had loved my young mistress, but that, because she knew that his father would object, she would never listen to him, and married Mr. Esthwaite. but I don't know. He never married, at any rate. But he never took much notice of Miss Rosamond, which I thought he might have done if he had cared for her dead mother. He sent his gentleman with us to the manor house, telling him to join him at Newcastle that same evening. So there was no great length of time for him to make us known to all the strangers before he too shook us off. And we were left, two lonely young things, I was not 18, in the great old manor house. It seems like yesterday that we drove there. We had left our own dear parsonage very early, and we had both cried as if our hearts would break, though we were travelling in my lord's carriage, which I thought so much of once. And now it was long past noon on a September day, and we stopped to change horses for the last time at a little smoky town, all full of colliers and miners. Miss Rosamond had fallen asleep, but Mr. Henry told me to waken her, that she might see the park and the manor house as we drove up. I thought it rather a pity, but I did what he bade me, for fear he should complain of me to my lord. We had left all signs of a town, or even a village, and were then inside the gates of a large wild park, not like the parks here in the south, but with rocks and the noise of running water, and gnarled thorn trees and old oaks, all white and peeled with age. The road went up about 2 miles, and then we saw a great and stately house with many trees close around it, so close that in some places their branches dragged against the walls when the wind blew, and some hung broken down, for no one seemed to take much charge of the place, to lop the wood, or to keep the moss-covered carriageway in order. Only in front of the house all was clear. The great oval drive was without a weed, and neither tree nor creeper was allowed to grow over the long, many-windowed front, at both sides of which a wing protected, which were each the ends of other side fronts. For the house, although it was so desolate, was even grander than I expected. Behind it rose the fells, which seemed unenclosed and bare enough, and on the left hand of the house, as you stood facing it, was a little old-fashioned flower garden, as I found out afterwards. A door opened out upon it from the west front. It had been scooped out of the thick, dark wood for some old Lady Furnival, but the branches of the great forest trees had grown and overshadowed it again, and there were very few flowers that would live there at that time. When we drove up to the great front entrance and went into the hall, I thought we would be lost. It was so large and vast and grand. There was a chandelier all of bronze, hung down from the middle of the ceiling, and I had never seen one before, and looked at it all in amaze. Then, at one end of the hall, was a great fireplace, as large as the sides of the houses in my country, with massy andirons and dogs to hold the wood, and by it were heavy, old-fashioned sofas. At the opposite end of the hall, to the left as you went in, on the western side, was an organ built into the wall, and so large that it filled up the best part of that end. Beyond it, on the same side, was a door, and opposite, on each side of the fireplace, were also doors leading to the east front. But those I never went through as long as I stayed in the house, so I can't tell you what lay beyond. The afternoon was closing in, and the hall, which had no fire lighted in it, looked dark and gloomy, but we did not stay there a moment. The old servant, who had opened the door for us, bowed to Mr. Henry, and took us in through the door at the further side of the great organ, and led us through several smaller halls and passages into the west drawing-room, where he said that Miss Furnival was sitting. Poor little Miss Rosamond held very tight to me, as if she was scared and lost in that great place. And as for myself, I was not much better. The west drawing-room was very cheerful-looking, with a warm fire in it, and plenty of good, comfortable furniture about. Miss Furnival was an old lady not far from 80, I should think, but I do not know. She was thin and tall, and had a face as full of fine wrinkles as if they had been drawn all over it with a needle's point. Her eyes were very watchful, to make up, I suppose, for her being so deaf as to be obliged to use a trumpet. Sitting with her, working at the same great piece of tapestry, was Mrs. Stark, her maid and companion, and almost as old as she was. She had lived with Miss Furnival ever since they both were young, and now she seemed more like a friend than a servant. She looked so cold and grey and stony, as if she had never loved or cared for anyone. And I don't suppose she did care for anyone, except her mistress, and owing to the great deafness of the latter, Mrs. Stark treated her very much as if she were a child. "Mr. Henry gave some message from my lord, and then he bowed goodbye to us all, taking no notice of my sweet little Miss Rosamond's outstretched hand, and left us standing there, being looked at by the two old ladies through their spectacles. I was right glad when they rung for the old footman who had shown us in at first, and told him to take us to our rooms. So we went out of that great drawing-room and into another sitting-room, and out of that, and then up a great flight of stairs, and along a broad gallery, which was something like a library, having books all down one side, and windows and writing tables all down the other, till we came to our rooms, which I was not sorry to hear were just over the kitchens, for I began to think I should be lost in that wilderness of a house. There was an old nursery that had been used for all the little lords and ladies long ago, with a pleasant fire burning in the grate, and the kettle boiling on the hob, and tea-things spread out on the table. And out of that room was the night nursery, with a little crib for Miss Rosamond close to my bed. And old James called up Dorothy, his wife, to bid us welcome, and both he and she were so hospitable and kind that by and by Miss Rosamond and me felt quite at home. And by the time tea was over, she was sitting on Dorothy's knee and chattering away as fast as her little tongue could go. I soon found out that Dorothy was from Westmoreland, and that bound her and me together, as it were. And I would never wish to meet with kinder people than were old James and his wife. James had lived pretty nearly all his life in my lord's family, and thought there was no one so grand as they. He even looked down a little on his wife, because till he had married her, she had never lived in any but a farmer's household. But he was very fond of her, as well he might be. They had one servant under them, to do all the rough work. Agnes, they called her, and she and me, and James and Dorothy, with Miss Furnivall and Mrs. Stark, made up the family, always remembering my sweet little Miss Rosamond. I used to wonder what they had done before she came. They thought so much of her now. Kitchen and drawing-room, it was all the same. The hard, sad Miss Furnivall and the cold Mrs. Stark looked pleased when she came fluttering in like a bird, playing and pranking hither and thither with a continual murmur and pretty prattle of gladness. I am sure they were sorry many a time when she flitted away into the kitchen, though they were too proud to ask her to stay with them, and were a little surprised at her taste, though to be sure, as Mrs. Stark said, it was not to be wondered at, remembering what stock her father had come of. The great old rambling house was a famous place for little Miss Rosamond. She made expeditions all over it, with me at her heels, all except the east wing, which was never opened and whither we never thought of going. But in the western and northern part was many a pleasant room, full of things that were curiosities to us, though they might not have been to people who had seen more. The windows were darkened by the sweeping boughs of the trees and the ivy which had overgrown them, but in the green gloom we could manage to see old china jars and carved ivory boxes and great heavy books, and above all, the old pictures. Once, I remember, my darling would have Dorothy go with us to tell us who they all were, for they were all portraits of some of my lord's family, though Dorothy could not tell us the names of everyone. We had gone through most of the rooms when we came to the old state drawing-room over the hall, and there was a picture of Miss Furnivall, or as she was called in those days, Miss Grace, for she was the younger sister. Such a beauty she must have been, but with such a set, proud look, and such scorn looking out of her handsome eyes, with her eyebrows just a little raised, as if she wondered how anyone could have the impertinence to look at her, and her lip curled at us, as we stood there gazing. She had a dress on, the like of which I had never seen before, but it was all the fashion when she was young, a hat of some soft white stuff like beaver, pulled a little over her brows, and a beautiful plume of feathers sweeping round it on one side, and her gown of blue satin was open in front to a quilted white stomacher. "Well, to be sure," said I, when I had gazed my fill. "Flesh is grass, they do say, but who would have thought that Miss Furnivall had been such an out-and-out beauty to see her now?" "Yes," said Dorothy, "folks change sadly. But if what my master's father used to say was true, Miss Furnivall, the elder sister, was handsomer than Miss Grace. Her picture is here somewhere, but if I show it you, you must never let on, even to James, that you have seen it." "Can the little lady hold her tongue, think you?" asked she. I was not so sure, for she was such a little sweet, bold, open-spoken child. So I set her to hide herself. And then I helped Dorothy to turn a great picture that leaned with its face towards the wall and was not hung up as the others were. To be sure, it beat Miss Grace for beauty, and I think for scornful pride too, though in that matter it might be hard to choose. I could have looked at it an hour, but Dorothy seemed half frightened at having shown it to me, and hurried it back again, and bade me run and find Miss Rosamond, for that there were some ugly places about the house, where she should like ill for the child to go. I was a brave, high-spirited girl, and thought little of what the old woman said, for I liked hide-and-seek as well as any child in the parish. So off I ran to find my little one. As winter drew on, and the days grew shorter, I was sometimes almost certain that I heard a noise, as if someone was playing on the great organ in the hall. I did not hear it every evening, but certainly I did very often, usually when I was sitting with Miss Rosamond after I had put her to bed, and keeping quite still and silent in the bedroom. Then I used to hear it booming and swelling away in the distance. The first night, when I went down to my supper, I asked Dorothy who had been playing music, and James said very shortly that I was a gowk to take the wind soughing among the trees for music. But I saw Dorothy look at him very fearfully, and Bessie, the kitchen maid, said something beneath her breath, and went quite white. I saw they did not like my question, so I held my peace till I was with Dorothy alone, when I knew I could get a good deal out of her. So the next day I watched my time, and I coaxed and asked her who it was that played the organ, for I knew that it was the organ and not the wind well enough, for all I had kept silence before James. But Dorothy had had her lesson, I'll warrant, and never a word could I get from her. So then I tried Bessie, though I had always held my head rather above her, as I was even to James and Dorothy, and she was little better than their servant. So she said I must never, never tell. And if ever I told, I was never to say she had told me. But it was a very strange noise, and she had heard it many a time, but most of all on winter nights and before storms. And folks did say it was the old lord playing on the great organ in the hall, just as he used to do when he was alive. But who the old lord was, or why he played, and why he played on stormy winter evenings in particular, she either could not or would not tell me. Well, I told you I had a brave heart, and I thought it was rather pleasant to have that grand music rolling about the house, let who would be the player, for now it rose above the great gusts of wind, and wailed and triumphed, just like a living creature, and then it fell to a softness most complete. Only it was always music and tunes, so it was nonsense to call it the wind. I thought at first that it might be Miss Furnivall who played, unknown to Bessie. But one day when I was in the hall by myself, I opened the organ and peeped all about it and around it, as I had done to the organ in Crosthwaite Church once before, and I saw it was all broken and destroyed inside, though it looked so brave and fine. And then, though it was noonday, my flesh began to creep a little, and I shut it up and run away pretty quickly to my own bright nursery. And I did. Not like hearing the music for some time after that, any more than James and Dorothy did. All this time Miss Rosamond was making herself more and more beloved. The old ladies liked her to dine with them at their early dinner. James stood behind Miss Furnivall's chair, and I behind Miss Rosamond's, all in state, and after dinner she would play about in a corner of the great drawing-room as still as any mouse while Miss Furnivall slept, and I had my dinner in the kitchen. But she was glad enough to come to me in the nursery afterwards, for as she said, Miss Furnivall was so sad, and Mrs. Stark so dull. But she and I were merry enough, and by I got not to care for that weird rolling music, which did one no harm, if we did not know where it came from. That winter was very cold. In the middle of October the frosts began and lasted many, many weeks. I remember one day at dinner, Miss Furnivall lifted up her sad, heavy eyes and said to Mrs. Stark, "I'm afraid we shall have a terrible winter," in a strange kind of meaning way. But Mrs. Stark pretended not to hear, and talked very loud of something else. My little lady and I did not care for the frost, not we. As long as it was dry, we climbed up the steep brows behind the house, and went up on the fells, which were bleak and bare enough, and there we ran races in the fresh, sharp air, And once we came down by a new path that took us past the 2 old gnarled holly trees, which grew about halfway down by the east side of the house. But the days grew shorter and shorter, and the old lord, if it was he, played away, more and more stormily and sadly, on the great organ. One Sunday afternoon, it must have been towards the end of November, I asked Dorothy to take charge of little Missy when she came out of the drawing room, after Miss Furnivall had had her nap, for it was too cold to take her with me to church, and yet I wanted to go. And Dorothy was glad enough to promise, and was so fond of the child that all seemed well. And Bessie and I set off very briskly, though the sky hung heavy and black over the white earth, as if the night had never fully gone away, and the air, though still, was very biting and keen. "We shall have a fall of snow," said Bessie to me. And sure enough, even while we were in church, it came down thick, in great large flakes, so thick it almost darkened the windows. It had stopped snowing before we came out, but it lay soft, thick and deep beneath our feet as we tramped home. Before we got to the hall, the moon rose, and I think it was lighter then, what with the moon and what with the white dazzling snow, than it had been when we went to church between 2 and 3 o'clock. I have not told you that Miss Furnivall and Mrs. Stark never went to church. They used to read the prayers together in their quiet, gloomy way. They seemed to feel the Sunday very long without their tapestry work to be busy at. So when I went to Dorothy in the kitchen to fetch Miss Rosamond and take her upstairs with me, I did not much wonder when the old woman told me that the ladies had kept the child with them, and that she had never come to the kitchen, as I had bidden her, when she was tired of behaving pretty in the drawing-room. So I took off my things and went to find her and bring her to her supper in the nursery. But when I went into the best drawing-room, there sat the 2 old ladies, very still and quiet, dropping out a word now and then, but looking as if nothing so bright and merry as Miss Rosamond had ever been near them. Still I thought she might be hiding from me. It was one of her pretty ways, and that she had persuaded them to look as if they knew nothing about her. So I went softly, peeping under this sofa and behind that chair, making believe I was sadly frightened at not finding her. "What's the matter, Hester?" said Mrs. Stark sharply. I don't know if Miss Furnivall had seen me, for, as I told you, she was very deaf, and she sat quite still, idly staring into the fire, with her hopeless face. "I'm only looking for my little Rosy Posy," replied I, still thinking that the child was there, and near me, though I could not see her. "Miss Rosamond is not here," said Mrs. Stark. "She went away more than an hour ago to find Dorothy." And she too turned and went on looking into the fire. My heart sank at this, and I began to wish I had never left my darling. I went back to Dorothy and told her. James was gone out for the day, but she and me and Bessie took lights and went up into the nursery first, and then we roamed over the great large house, calling and entreating Miss Rosamond to come out of her hiding place and not frighten us to death in that way. But there was no answer, no sound. "Oh," said I at last, "can she have got into the east wing and hidden there?" But Dorothy said it was not possible, for that she herself had never been in there, that the doors were always locked, and my Lord Steward had the keys, she believed. At any rate, neither she nor James had ever seen them. So I said I would go back and see if, after all, she was not hidden in the drawing-room, unknown to the old ladies, and if I found her there, I said, I would whip her well for the fright. She had given me, but I never meant to do it. Well, I went back to the west drawing-room, and I told Mrs. Stark we could not find her anywhere, and asked for leave to look all about the furniture there, for I thought now that she might have fallen asleep in some warm, hidden corner. But no, we looked. Miss Furnivall got up and looked, trembling all over, and she was nowhere there. Then we set off again, everyone in the house, and looked in all the places we had searched before, but we could not find her. Miss Furnivall shivered and shook so much that Mrs. Stark took her back into the warm drawing-room, but not before they had made me promise to bring her to them when she was found. Well a day. I began to think she never would be found, when I bethought me to look into the great front court, all covered with snow. I was upstairs when I looked out, but it was such clear moonlight, I could see, quite plain, 2 little footprints, which might be traced from the hall door and round the corner of the east wing. I don't know how I got down, but I tugged open the great stiff hall door, and throwing the skirt of my gown over my head for a cloak, I ran out. I turned the east corner, and there a black shadow fell on the snow. But when I came again into the moonlight, there were the little footmarks going up to the fells. It was bitter cold, so cold that the air almost took the skin off my face as I ran, but I ran on crying to think how my poor little darling must be perished and frightened. I was within sight of the holly trees when I saw a shepherd coming down the hill, bearing something in his arms wrapped in his maud. He shouted to me and asked me if I had lost a bairn, and when I could not speak for crying, he bore towards me, and I saw my wee bairnie, lying still and white and stiff in his arms, as if she had been dead. He told me he had been up the fells to gather in his sheep before the deep cold of night came on, and that under the holly trees, black marks on the hillside, where no other bush was for miles around, he had found my little lady, my lamb, my queen, my darling, stiff and cold in the terrible sleep which is frost begotten. Oh, the joy and the tears of having her in my arms once again, for I would not let him carry her, but took her, Maud and all, into my own arms, and held her near my own warm neck and heart, and felt the life stealing slowly back again into her little gentle limbs. But she was still insensible when we reached the hall, and I had no breath for speech. We went in by the kitchen door. "Bring me the warming pan," said I, and I carried her upstairs and began undressing her by the nursery fire which Bessie had kept up. I called my little lammie all the sweet and playful names I could think of, even while my eyes were blinded by my tears, and at last, at length she opened her large blue eyes. Then I put her into her warm bed, and sent Dorothy down to tell Miss Furnivall that all was well, and I made up my mind to sit by my darling's bedside the livelong night. She fell away into a soft sleep as soon as her pretty head had touched the pillow, and I watched by her till morning light, when she wakened up bright and clear, or so I thought at first, and my dears, so I think now. She said that she had fancied that she should like to go to Dorothy, for that both the old ladies were asleep, and it was very dull in the drawing-room, and that, as she was going through the west lobby, she saw the snow through the high window falling, soft and steady. But she wanted to see it lying pretty and white on the ground, so she made her way into the great hall, and then, going to the window, she saw it bright and soft upon the drive. But while she stood there, she saw a little girl, not so old as she was, but so pretty, said my darling, and this little girl beckoned to me to come out, and oh, she was so pretty and so sweet I could not choose but go. And then this other little girl had taken her by the hand, and side by side the two had gone round the east corner. "Now you are a naughty little girl, and telling stories," said I. "What would your good mamma, that is in heaven, and never told a story in her life, say to her little Rosamond, if she heard her, and I dare say she does, telling stories?" "Indeed, Hester," sobbed out my child, "I'm telling you true. Indeed I am." "Don't tell me," said I, very stern. "I tracked you by your footmarks through the snow. There were only yours to be seen. And if you had had a little girl to go hand in hand with you up the hill, don't you think the footprints would have gone along with yours?" "I can't help it, dear, dear Hester," said she, crying. "If they did not." I never looked at her feet, but she held my hand fast and tight in her little one, and it was very, very cold. She took me up the fell path, up to the holly trees, and there I saw a lady weeping and crying. But when she saw me, she hushed her weeping, and smiled very proud and grand, and took me on her knee, and began to lull me to sleep. And that's all, Hester. But that is true, and my dear mamma knows it is, said she, crying. So I thought the child was in a fever and pretended to believe her as she went over her story, over and over again and always the same. At last, Dorothy knocked at the door with Miss Rosamond's breakfast, and she told me the old ladies were down in the eating parlour and that they wanted to speak to me. They had both been into the night nursery the evening before, but it was after Miss Rosamond was asleep, so they had only looked at her, not asked me any questions. I shall catch it, thought I to myself, as I went along the north gallery. And yet, I thought, taking courage, it was in their charge I left her, and it's they that's to blame for letting her steal away, unknown and unwatched. So I went in boldly and told my story. I told it all to Miss Furnivall, shouting it close to her ear. But when I came to the mention of the other little girl out in the snow, coaxing and tempting her out, and willing her up to the grand and beautiful lady by the holly tree, she threw her arms up, her old and withered arms, and cried aloud, "Oh, heaven forgive! Have mercy!" Mrs. Stark took hold of her. Roughly enough, I thought. But she was past Mrs. Stark's management, and spoke to me in a kind of wild warning and authority. "Hester, keep her from that child. It will lure her to her death, that evil child. Tell her it is a wicked, naughty child." Then Mrs. Stark hurried me out of the room, where indeed I was glad enough to go. But Miss Furnivall kept shrieking out, "Oh, have mercy! Wilt thou never forgive? It is many a long year ago." I was very uneasy in my mind after that. I durst never leave Miss Rosamond night or day, for fear lest she might slip off again after some fancy or other, and all the more because I thought I could make out that Miss Furnivall was crazy from their odd ways about her, and I was afraid lest something of the same kind, which might be in the family, you know, hung over my darling. And the great frost never ceased all this time, and whenever it was a more stormy night than usual, between the gusts and through the wind, we heard the old lord playing on the great organ. But old lord or not, wherever Miss Rosamond went, there I followed. For my love for her, pretty, helpless orphan, was stronger than my fear for the grand and terrible sound. Besides, it rested with me to keep her cheerful and merry, as beseemed her age. So we played together and wandered together here and there and everywhere, for I never dared to lose sight of her again in that large and rambling house. And so it happened that one afternoon, not long before Christmas Day, we were playing together on the billiard table in the great hall. Not that we knew the right way of playing, but she liked to roll the smooth ivory balls with her pretty hands, and I liked to do whatever she did. And by, without our noticing it, it grew dusk indoors, though it was still light in the open air, and I was thinking of taking her back into the nursery, when, all of a sudden, she cried out, "Look, Hester! Look! There is my poor little girl out in the snow." I turned towards the long, narrow windows, and there, sure enough, I saw a little girl, less than my Miss Rosamond, dressed all unfit to be out of doors such a bitter night, crying and beating against the window panes, as if she wanted to be let in. She seemed to sob and wail, till Miss Rosamond could bear it no longer, and was flying to the door to open it, when, all of a sudden, and close upon us, the great organ pealed out so loud and thundering, it fairly made me tremble. And all the more, when I remembered me that, even in the stillness of that dead cold weather, I had heard no sound of little battering hands upon the window glass, although the phantom child had seemed to put forth all its force, and although I had seen it wail and cry, no faintest touch of sound had fallen upon my ears. Whether I remembered all this at the very moment, I do not know. The great organ sound had so stunned me into terror. But this I know, I caught up Miss Rosamond before she got the hall door opened, and clutched her, and carried her away, kicking and screaming, into the large, bright kitchen, where Dorothy and Agnes were busy with their mince pies. "What is the matter with my sweet one?" cried Dorothy, as I bore in Miss Rosamond, who was sobbing as if her heart would break. "She won't let me open the door for my little girl to come in, and she'll die if she is out on the fells all night. Cruel, naughty Hester," she said, slapping me. But she might have struck harder, for I had seen a look of ghastly terror on Dorothy's face, which made my very blood run cold. "Shut the back kitchen door fast, and bolt it well," said she to Agnes. She said no more. She gave me raisins and almonds to quiet Miss Rosamond, but she sobbed about the little girl in the snow, and would not touch any of the good things. I was thankful when she cried herself to sleep in bed. Then I stole down to the kitchen, and told Dorothy I had made up my mind. I would carry my darling back to my father's house in Applethwaite, where, if we lived humbly, we lived at peace. I said I had been frightened enough with the old lord's organ playing, But now that I had seen for myself this little moaning child, all decked out as no child in the neighborhood could be, beating and battering to get in, yet always without any sound or noise, with the dark wound on its right shoulder, and that Miss Rosamond had known it again for the phantom that had nearly lured her to her death, which Dorothy knew was true. I would stand it no longer. I saw Dorothy change color once or twice. When I had done, she told me she did not think I could take Miss Rosamond with me, for that she was my lord's ward, and I had no right over her. And she asked me would I leave the child that I was so fond of just for sounds and sights that could do me no harm, and that they had all had to get used to in their turns. I was all in a hot, trembling passion, and I said it was very well for her to talk. That knew what these sights and noises betokened, and that had perhaps had something to do with the spectre child while it was alive. And I taunted her so that she told me all she knew at last, and then I wished I had never been told, for it only made me more afraid than ever. She said she had heard the tale from old neighbors that were alive when she was first married, when folks used to come to the hall sometimes, before it had got such a bad name on the countryside. It might not be true, or it might, what she had been told. The old lord was Miss Furnivall's father, Miss Grace, as Dorothy called her, for Miss Maud was the elder, and Miss Furnivall by rights. The old lord was eaten up with pride. Such a proud man was never seen or heard of, and his daughters were like him. No one was good enough to wed them, although they had choice enough, for they were the great beauties of their day, as I had seen by their portraits, where they hung in the state drawing-room. But as the old saying is, pride will have a fall, and these two haughty beauties fell in love with the same man, and he no better than a foreign musician, whom their father had down from London to play music with him at the manor house. For above all things, next to his pride, the old lord loved music. He could play on nearly every instrument that ever was heard of, and it was a strange thing it did not soften him. But he was a fierce, dour old man, and had broken his poor wife's heart with his cruelty, they said. He was mad after music, and would pay any money for it. So he got this foreigner to come, who made such beautiful music that they said the very birds on the trees stopped their singing to listen. And by degrees, this foreign gentleman got such a hold over the old lord that nothing would serve him but that he must come every year, and it was he that had the great organ brought from Holland and built up in the hall, where it stood now. He taught the old lord to play on it, but many and many a time, when Lord Furnivall was thinking of nothing but his fine organ and his finer music, the dark foreigner was walking abroad in the woods with one of the young ladies, now Miss Maud, and then Miss Grace. Miss Maud won the day and carried off the prize, such as it was, and he and she were married, all unknown to anyone. And before he made his next yearly visit, she had been confined of a little girl at a farmhouse on the moors, while her father and Miss Grace thought she was away at Doncaster races. But though she was a wife and a mother, she was not a bit softened, but as haughty and as passionate as ever, and perhaps more so, for she was jealous of Miss Grace, to whom her foreign husband paid a deal of court, by way of blinding her, as he told his wife. But Miss Grace triumphed over Miss Maud, and Miss Maud grew fiercer and fiercer, both with her husband and with her sister, and the former, who could easily shake off what was disagreeable and hide himself in foreign countries, went away a month before his usual time that summer, and half threatened that he would never come back again. Meanwhile, the little girl was left at the farmhouse, and her mother used to have her horse saddled and gallop wildly over the hills to see her once every week at the very least, for where she loved, and where she hated. And the old lord went on playing on his organ, and the servants thought the sweet music he made had soothed down his awful temper, of which, Dorothy said, some terrible tales could be told. He grew infirm too, and had to walk with a crutch, and his son, that was the present Lord Furnivall's father, was with the army in America, and the other son at sea. So Miss Maud had it pretty much her own way, and she and Miss Grace grew colder and bitterer to each other every day, till at last they hardly ever spoke, except when the old lord was by. The foreign musician came again the next summer, but it was for the last time, for they led him such a life with their jealousy and their passions that he grew weary and went away, and never was heard of again. And Miss Maud, who had always meant to have her marriage acknowledged when her father should be dead, was left now a deserted wife, whom nobody knew to have been married, with a child that she dared not own, although she loved it to distraction, living with a father whom she feared, and a sister whom she hated. When the next summer passed over, and the dark foreigner never came, both Miss Maud and Miss Grace grew gloomy and sad. They had a haggard look about them, though they looked handsome as ever. But by and by Maud brightened, for her father grew more and more infirm, and more than ever carried away by his music, and she and Miss Grace lived almost entirely apart, having separate rooms, the one on the west side, Miss Maud on the east, those very rooms which were now shut up. So she thought she might have her little girl with her, and no one need ever know except those who dared not speak about it, and were bound to believe that it was, as she said, a cottager's child she had taken a fancy to. All this, Dorothy said, was pretty well known. But what came afterwards no one knew, except Miss Grace and Mrs. Stark, who was even then her maid, and much more of a friend to her than ever her sister had been. But the servants supposed, from words that were dropped, that Miss Maud had triumphed over Miss Grace, and told her that all the time the dark foreigner had been mocking her with pretended love. He was her own husband. The colour left Miss Grace's cheek and lips that very day forever, and she was heard to say many a time that sooner or later she would have her revenge. And Mrs. Stark was forever spying about the east rooms. One fearful night, just after the new year had come in, when the snow was lying thick and deep, and the flakes were still falling, fast enough to blind anyone who might be out and abroad, there was a great and violent noise heard, and the old lord's voice above all, cursing and swearing awfully, and the cries of a little child, and the proud defiance of a fierce woman, and the sound of a blow, and a dead stillness, and moans and wailings dying away on the hillside. Then the old lord summoned all his servants, and told them with terrible oaths, and words more terrible, that his daughter had disgraced herself, and that he had turned her out of doors, her and her child, and that if ever they gave her help, or food, or shelter, he prayed that they might never enter heaven. And all the while, Miss Grace stood by him, white and still as any stone. And when he had ended, she heaved a great sigh, as much as to say her work was done, and her end was accomplished. But the old lord never touched his organ again, and died within the year, and no wonder. For on the morrow of that wild and fearful night, the shepherds, coming down the fell side, found Miss Maud sitting, all crazy and smiling, under the holly trees, nursing a dead child, with a terrible mark on its right shoulder. But that was not what killed it, said Dorothy. It was the frost and the cold. Every wild creature was in its hole and every beast in its fold, while the child and its mother were turned out to wander on the fells. And now you know all, and I wonder if you are less frightened now. I was more frightened than ever, but I said I was not. I wished Miss Rosamond and myself well out of that dreadful house forever, but I would not leave her, and I dared not take her away. But oh, how I watched her and guarded her. We bolted the doors and shut the window shutters fast, an hour or more before dark, rather than leave them open 5 minutes too late. But my little lady still heard the weird child crying and mourning, and not all we could do or say could keep her from wanting to go to her and let her in from the cruel wind and the snow. All this time I kept away from Miss Furnivall and Mrs. Stark as much as ever I could, for I feared them. I knew no good could be about them, with their grey, hard faces and their dreamy eyes, looking back into the ghastly years that were gone. But even in my fear, I had a kind of pity for Miss Furnivall at least. Those gone down to the pit can hardly have a more hopeless look than that which was ever on her face. At last, I even got so sorry for her, who never said a word, but what was quite forced from her, that I prayed for her. And I taught Miss Rosamond to pray for one who had done a deadly sin, but often when she came to those words, she would listen and start up from her knees and say, "I hear my little girl plaining and crying, very sad. Oh, let her in, or she will die." One night, just after New Year's Day had come at last, and the long winter had taken a turn, as I hoped. I heard the west drawing-room bell ring 3 times, which was the signal for me. I would not leave Miss Rosamond alone, for all she was asleep, for the old lord had been playing wilder than ever, and I feared lest my darling should waken to hear the spectre child. See her, I knew she could not. I had fastened the windows too well for that. So I took her out of her bed, and wrapped her up in such outer clothes as were most handy, and carried her down to the drawing-room, where the old ladies sat at their tapestry work as usual. They looked up when I came in, and Mrs. Stark asked, quite astounded, "Why did I bring Miss Rosamond there, out of her warm bed?" I had begun to whisper, because I was afraid of her being tempted out while I was away, by the wild child in the snow, when she stopped me short, with a glance at Miss Furnivall, and said Miss Furnivall wanted me to undo some work she had done wrong, and which neither of them could see to unpick. So I laid my pretty dear on the sofa, and sat down on a stool by them, and hardened my heart against them, as I heard the wind rising and howling. Miss Rosamond slept on sound, for all the wind blew, so Miss Furnivall said never a word, nor looked round when the gusts shook the windows. All at once she started up to her full height, and put up one hand, as if to bid us to listen. "I hear voices," said she. "I hear terrible screams. I hear my father's voice." Just at that moment my darling wakened with a sudden start. "My little girl is crying. Oh, how she is crying." And she tried to get up and go to her, but she got her feet entangled in the blanket, and I caught her up, for my flesh had begun to creep at these noises, which they heard while we could catch no sound. In a minute or two the noises came and gathered fast and filled our ears. We too heard voices and screams, and no longer heard the winter's wind that raged abroad. Mrs. Stark looked at me, and I at her, but we dared not speak. Suddenly Miss Furnivall went towards the door, out into the anteroom, through the west lobby, and opened the door into the great hall. Mrs. Stark followed, and I durst not be left, though my heart almost stopped beating for fear. I wrapped my darling tight in my arms and went out with them. In the hall the screams were louder than ever. They seemed to come from the east wing, nearer and nearer, close on the other side of the locked-up doors, close behind them. Then I noticed that the great bronze chandelier seemed all alight, though the hall was dim, and that a fire was blazing in the vast hearth-place, though it gave no heat, and I shuddered up with terror, and folded my darling closer to me. But as I did so, the east door shook, and she, suddenly struggling to get free from me, cried, "Hester, I must go! My little girl is there! I hear her, she is coming! Hester, I must go!" I held her tight with all my strength. With a set will I held her. If I had died, my hands would have grasped her still. I was so resolved in my mind. Miss Furnivall stood listening and paid no regard to my darling, who had got down to the ground, and whom I, upon my knees now, was holding with both my arms clasped round her neck, she still striving and crying to get free. All at once the east door gave way with a thundering crash as if torn open in a violent passion, and there came into that broad and mysterious light the figure of a tall old man, with grey hair and gleaming eyes. He drove before him, with many a relentless gesture of abhorrence, a stern and beautiful woman, with a little child clinging to her dress. "Oh, Hester, Hester!" cried Miss Rosamond. "It's the lady below the holly trees, and my little girl is with her. Hester, Hester, let me go to her. They are drawing me to them. I feel them. I feel them. I must go." Again she was almost convulsed by her efforts to get away, but I held her tighter and tighter, till I feared I should do her a hurt, but rather that than let her go towards those terrible phantoms. They passed along towards the great hall door, where the winds howled and ravened for their prey. But before they reached that, the lady turned, and I could see that she defied the old man with a fierce and proud defiance. But then she quailed, and then she threw up her arms wildly and piteously to save her child, her little child, from a blow from his uplifted crutch. And Miss Rosamond was torn as by a power stronger than mine, and writhed in my arms, and sobbed, for by this time the poor darling was growing faint. They want me to go with them onto the fells. They are drawing me to them. Oh, my little girl, I would come, but cruel, wicked Hester holds me very tight. But when she saw the uplifted crutch, she swooned away, and I thanked God for it. Just at this moment, when the tall old man, his hair streaming as in the blast of a furnace, was going to strike the little shrinking child, Miss Furnivall, the old woman by my side, cried out, "Oh, father, father, spare the little innocent child." But just then we all saw, another phantom shape itself, and grow clear out of the blue and misty light that filled the hall. We had not seen her till now, for it was another lady who stood by the old man, with a look of relentless hate and triumphant scorn. That figure was very beautiful to look upon, with a soft white hat drawn down over the proud brows and a red and curling lip. It was dressed in an open robe of blue satin. I had seen that figure before. It was the likeness of Miss Furnivall in her youth, and the terrible phantoms moved on, regardless of old Miss Furnivall's wild entreaty, and the uplifted crutch fell on the right shoulder of the little child, and the younger sister looked on, stony and deadly serene. But at that moment the dim lights, and the fire that gave no heat, went out of themselves, and Miss Furnivall lay at our feet, stricken down by the palsy, death-stricken. Yes, she was carried to her bed that night never to rise again. She lay with her face to the wall, muttering low, but muttering always, "Alas, alas, what is done in youth can never be undone in age. What is done in youth can never be undone in age." The Poor Clare. Chapter 1. December 12th, 1747. My life has been strangely bound up with extraordinary incidents, some of which occurred before I had any connection with the principal actors in them, or indeed before I even knew of their existence. I suppose most old men are, like me, more given to looking back upon their own career with a kind of fond interest and affectionate remembrance than to watching the events, though these may have far more interest for the multitude immediately passing before their eyes. If this should be the case with the generality of old people, how much more so with me? If I am to enter upon that strange story connected with poor Lucy, I must begin a long way back. I myself only came to the knowledge of her family history after I knew her. But, to make the tale clear to anyone else, I must arrange events in the order in which they occurred, not that in which I became acquainted with them. There is a great old hall in the northeast of Lancashire, in a part they call the Trough of Bolland, adjoining that other district named Craven. Starkey Manor House is rather like a number of rooms clustered round a grey, massive old keep than a regularly built hall. Indeed, I suppose that the house only consisted of the great tower in the centre, in the days when the Scots made their raids terrible as far south as this, and that after the Stuarts came in, and there was a little more security of property in those parts, the Starkeys of that time added the lower building, which runs 2 stories high, all round the base of the keep. There has been a grand garden laid out in my days on the southern slope near the house. But when I first knew the place, the kitchen garden at the farm was the only piece of cultivated ground belonging to it. The deer used to come within sight of the drawing-room windows and might have browsed quite close up to the house if they had not been too wild and shy. Starkey Manor House itself stood on a projection or peninsula of high land, jutting out from the abrupt hills that form the sides of the Trough of Bolland. These hills were rocky and bleak enough towards their summit. Lower down they were clothed with tangled copsewood and green depths of fern, out of which a grey giant of an ancient forest tree would tower here and there, throwing up its ghastly white branches, as if in imprecation, to the sky. These trees, they told me, were the remnants of that forest which existed in the days of the Heptarchy, and were even then noted as landmarks. No wonder that their upper and more exposed branches were leafless, and that the dead bark had peeled away from sapless old age. Not far from the house there were a few cottages, apparently of the same date as the keep, probably built for some retainers of the family, who sought shelter, they and their families and their small flocks and herds, at the hands of their feudal lord. Some of them had pretty much fallen to decay. They were built in a strange fashion. Strong beams had been sunk firm in the ground at the requisite distance, and their other ends had been fastened together, 2 and 2, so as to form the shape of one of those rounded wagon-headed gypsy tents, only very much larger. The spaces between were filled with mud, stones, osiers, rubbish, mortar, anything to keep out the weather. The fires were made in the center of these rude dwellings, a hole in the roof forming the only chimney. No Highland hut or Irish cabin could be of rougher construction. The owner of this property, at the beginning of the present century, was a Mr. Patrick Byrne Starkey. His family had kept to the old faith, and were staunch Roman Catholics, esteeming it even a sin to marry anyone of Protestant descent, however willing he or she might have been to embrace the Romish religion. Mr. Patrick Starkey's father had been a follower of James II, and during the disastrous Irish campaign of that monarch, he had fallen in love with an Irish beauty, a Miss Byrne, as zealous for her religion and for the Stuarts as himself. He had returned to Ireland after his escape to France and married her, bearing her back to the court at Saint-Germain. But some license on the part of the disorderly gentlemen who surrounded King James in his exile had insulted his beautiful wife and disgusted him. So he removed from Saint-Germain to Antwerp, whence in a few years' time he quietly returned to Starkey Manor House, some of his Lancashire neighbours having lent their good offices to reconcile him to the powers that were. He was as firm a Roman Catholic as ever, and as staunch an advocate for the Stuarts and the divine right of kings, but his religion almost amounted to asceticism, and the conduct of those with whom he had been brought in such close contact at Saint-Germain would little bear the inspection of a stern moralist. So he gave his allegiance where he could not give his esteem, and learned to respect sincerely the upright and moral character of one whom he yet regarded as an usurper. King William's government had little need to fear such a one. So he returned, as I have said, with a sobered heart and impoverished fortunes, to his ancestral house, which had fallen sadly to ruin, while the owner had been a courtier, a soldier, and an exile. The roads into the trough of Bolland were little more than cart ruts. Indeed, the way up to the house lay along a ploughed field before you came to the deer park. Madam, as the country folk used to call Mrs. Starkey, rode on a pillion behind her husband, holding on to him with a light hand by his leather riding belt. Little Master, he that was afterwards Squire Patrick Byrne Starkey, was held onto his pony by a serving man. A woman past middle age walked, with a firm and strong step, by the cart that held much of the baggage, and high up on the mails and boxes sat a girl of dazzling beauty, perched lightly on the topmost trunk, and swaying herself fearlessly to and fro, as the cart rocked and shook in the heavy roads of late autumn. The girl wore the Antwerp faïel, or black Spanish mantle, over her head, and altogether her appearance was such that the old cottager, who described the procession to me many years after, said that all the country folk took her for a foreigner. Some dogs, and the boy who held them in charge, made up the company. They rode silently along, looking with grave, serious eyes at the people, who came out of the scattered cottages to bow or curtsy to the real squire. Come back at last, and gazed after the little procession with gaping wonder, not deadened by the sound of the foreign language in which the few necessary words that passed among them were spoken. One lad, called from his staring by the squire to come and help about the cart, accompanied them to the manor house. He said that when the lady had descended from her pillion, the middle-aged woman whom I have described as walking while the others rode, stepped quickly forward, and taking Madam Starkey, who was of a slight and delicate figure, in her arms, she lifted her over the threshold and set her down in her husband's house, at the same time uttering a passionate and outlandish blessing. The squire stood by, smiling gravely at first, but when the words of blessing were pronounced, he took off his fine feathered hat and bent his head. The girl with the black mantle stepped onward into the shadow of the dark hall and kissed the lady's hand. And that was all the lad could tell to the group that gathered round him on his return, eager to hear everything, and to know how much the squire had given him for his services. From all I could gather, the manor house, at the time of the squire's return, was in the most dilapidated state. The stout grey walls remained firm and entire, but the inner chambers had been used for all kinds of purposes. The great withdrawing room had been a barn, the state tapestry chamber had held wool, and so on. But by and by they were cleared out, and if the squire had no money to spend on new furniture, he and his wife had the knack of making the best of the old. He was no despicable joiner. She had a kind of grace in whatever she did, and imparted an air of elegant picturesqueness to whatever she touched. Besides, they had brought many rare things from the continent. Perhaps I should rather say, things that were rare in that part of England. Carvings and crosses and beautiful pictures. And then again, wood was plentiful in the trough of Bolland, and great log fires danced and glittered in all the dark old rooms and gave a look of home and comfort to everything. Why do I tell you all this? I have little to do with the squire and Madame Starkey, and yet I dwell upon them, as if I were unwilling to come to the real people with whom my life was so strangely mixed up. Madame had been nursed in Ireland by the very woman who lifted her in her arms and welcomed her to her husband's home in Lancashire. Excepting for the short period of her own married life, Bridget Fitzgerald had never left her nursling. Her marriage, to one above her in rank, had been unhappy. Her husband had died and left her in even greater poverty than that in which she was when he had first met with her. She had one child, the beautiful daughter who came riding on the wagon-load of furniture that was brought to the manor house. Madame Starkey had taken her again into her service when she became a widow. She and her daughter had followed the mistress in all her fortunes. They had lived at St. Germain's and at Antwerp, and were now come to her home in Lancashire. As soon as Bridget had arrived there, the squire gave her a cottage of her own, and took more pains in furnishing it for her than he did in anything else out of his own house. It was only nominally her residence. She was constantly up at the great house. Indeed, it was but a short cut across the woods from her own home to the home of her nursling. Her daughter Mary, in like manner, moved from one house to the other at her own will. Madame loved both mother and child dearly. They had great influence over her, and through her, over her husband. Whatever Bridget or Mary willed was sure to come to pass. They were not disliked, for though wild and passionate, they were also generous by nature. But the other servants were afraid of them, as being in secret the ruling spirits of the household. The squire had lost his interest in all secular things. Madame was gentle, affectionate, and yielding. Both husband and wife were tenderly attached to each other and to their boy, but they grew more and more to shun the trouble of decision on any point. And hence it was that Bridget could exert such despotic power. But if everyone else yielded to her magic of a superior mind, her daughter not unfrequently rebelled. She and her mother were too much alike to agree. There were wild quarrels between them, and wilder reconciliations. There were times when, in the heat of passion, they could have stabbed each other. At all other times they both, Bridget especially, would have willingly laid down their lives for one another. Bridget's love for her child lay very deep, deeper than that daughter ever knew. Or I should think she would never have wearied of home as she did, and prayed her mistress to obtain for her some situation, as waiting maid, beyond the seas, in that more cheerful continental life, among the scenes of which so many of her happiest years had been spent. She thought, as youth thinks, that life would last forever, and that 2 or 3 years were but a small portion of it, to pass away from her mother, whose only child she was. Bridget thought differently, but was too proud ever to show what she felt. If her child wished to leave her, why, she should go. But people said Bridget became 10 years older in the course of 2 months at this time. She took it that Mary wanted to leave her. The truth was that Mary wanted for a time to leave the place and to seek some change, and would thankfully have taken her mother with her. Indeed, when Madame Starkey had gotten her a situation with some grand lady abroad, and the time drew near for her to go, it was Mary who clung to her mother with passionate embrace, and, with floods of tears, declared that she would never leave her, and it was Bridget who at last loosened her arms, and grave and tearless herself, bade her keep her word and go forth into the wide world. Sobbing aloud, and looking back continually, Mary went away. Bridget was still as death, scarcely drawing her breath, or closing her stony eyes. Till at last she turned back into her cottage and heaved a ponderous old settle against the door. There she sat, motionless, over the grey ashes of her extinguished fire, deaf to Madame's sweet voice, as she begged leave to enter and comfort her nurse. Deaf, stony, and motionless, she sat for more than 20 hours, till, for the third time, Madame came across the snowy path from the great house, carrying with her a young spaniel, which had been Mary's pet up at the Hall, and which had not ceased all night long to seek for its absent mistress, and to whine and moan after her. With tears, Madame told this story, through the closed door, tears excited by the terrible look of anguish, so steady, so immovable, so the same today as it was yesterday, on her nurse's face. The little creature in her arms began to utter its piteous cry, as it shivered with the cold. Bridget stirred. She moved. She listened. Again that long whine. She thought it was for her daughter, and what she had denied to her nursling and mistress, she granted to the dumb creature that Mary had cherished. She opened the door and took the dog from Madame's arms. Then Madame came in and kissed and comforted the old woman, who took but little notice of her or anything. And sending up Master Patrick to the hall for fire and food, the sweet young lady never left her nurse all that night. Next day, the squire himself came down, carrying a beautiful foreign picture. Our Lady of the Holy Heart, the Papists call it. It is a picture of the Virgin, her heart pierced with arrows, each arrow representing one of her great woes. That picture hung in Bridget's cottage when I first saw her. I have that picture now. Years went on. Mary was still abroad. Bridget was still and stern instead of active and passionate. The little dog, Mignon, was indeed her darling. I have heard that she talked to it continually, although to most people she was so silent. The squire and Madame treated her with the greatest consideration, and well they might, for to them she was as devoted and faithful as ever. Mary wrote pretty often and seemed satisfied with her life, but at length the letters ceased. I hardly know whether before or after a great and terrible sorrow came upon the house of the Starkeys. The squire sickened of a putrid fever, and Madame caught it in nursing him, and died. You may be sure Bridget let no other woman tend her but herself, and in the very arms that had received her at her birth, that sweet young woman laid her head down and gave up her breath. The squire recovered, in a fashion. He was never strong, he had never the heart to smile again. He fasted and prayed more than ever, and people did say that he tried to cut off the entail and leave all the property away to found a monastery abroad, of which he prayed that some day little Squire Patrick might be the Reverend Father. But he could not do this, for the strictness of the entail and the laws against the Papists. So he could only appoint gentlemen of his own faith as guardians to his son, with many charges about the lad's soul, and a few about the land, and the way it was to be held while he was a minor. Of course, Bridget was not forgotten. He sent for her as he lay on his deathbed, and asked her if she would rather have a sum down or have a small annuity settled upon her. She said at once she would have a sum down, for she thought of her daughter, and how she could bequeath the money to her, whereas an annuity would have died with her. So the squire left her cottage for life, and a fair sum of money, and then he died with as ready and willing a heart as, I suppose, ever any gentleman took out of this world with him. The young squire was carried off by his guardians, and Bridget was left alone. I have said that she had not heard from Mary for some time. In her last letter, she had told of travelling about with her mistress, who was the English wife of some great foreign officer, and had spoken of her chances of making a good marriage, without naming the gentleman's name, keeping it rather back as a pleasant surprise to her mother, his station and fortune being, as I had afterwards reason to know, far superior to anything she had a right to expect. Then came a long silence, and Madame was dead, and the squire was dead, and Bridget's heart was gnawed by anxiety, and she knew not whom to ask for news of her child. She could not write, and the squire had managed her communication with her daughter. She walked off to Hurst, and got a good priest there, one whom she had known at Antwerp, to write for her. But no answer came. It was like crying into the awful stillness of night. One day, Bridget was missed by those neighbors who had been accustomed to mark her goings out and comings in. She had never been sociable with any of them, but the sight of her had become a part of their daily lives, and slow wonder arose in their minds as morning after morning came, and her house door remained closed, her window dead from any glitter or light of fire within. At length, someone tried the door. It was locked. 2 or 3 laid their heads together before daring to look in through the blank, unshuttered window. But at last they summoned up courage, and then saw that Bridget's absence from their little world was not the result of accident or death, but of premeditation. Such small articles of furniture as could be secured from the effects of time and damp by being packed up were stowed away in boxes. The picture of the Madonna was taken down and gone. In a word, Bridget had stolen away from her home and left no trace whither she was departed. I knew afterwards that she and her little dog had wandered off on the long search for her lost daughter. She was too illiterate to have faith in letters, even had she had the means of writing and sending many. But she had faith in her own strong love, and believed that her passionate instinct would guide her to her child. Besides, foreign travel was no new thing to her, and she could speak enough of French to explain the object of her journey, and had moreover the advantage of being, from her faith, a welcome object of charitable hospitality at many a distant convent. But the country people round Starkey Manor House knew nothing of all this. They wondered what had become of her, in a torpid, lazy fashion, and then left off thinking of her altogether. Several years passed. Both manor house and cottage were deserted. The young squire lived far away under the direction of his guardians. There were inroads of wool and corn into the sitting rooms of the hall, and there was some low talk from time to time among the hinds and country people whether it would not be as well to break into old Bridget's cottage and save such of her goods as were left from the moth and rust, which must be making sad havoc. But this idea was always quenched by the recollection of her strong character and passionate anger, and tales of her masterful spirit and vehement force of will were whispered about, till the very thought of offending her, by touching any article of hers, became invested with a kind of horror. It was believed that, dead or alive, she would not fail to avenge it. Suddenly she came home, with as little noise or note of preparation as she had departed. One day, someone noticed a thin blue curl of smoke ascending from her chimney. Her door stood open to the noonday sun, and ere many hours had elapsed, someone had seen an old, travel and sorrow-stained woman dipping her pitcher in the well, and said that the dark, solemn eyes that looked up at him were more like Bridget Fitzgerald's than anyone else's in this world. And yet, if it were she looked as if she had been scorched in the flames of hell. So brown and scared and fierce a creature did she seem. By and by many saw her, and those who met her eye once cared not to be caught looking at her again. She had got into the habit of perpetually talking to herself, nay more, answering herself, and varying her tones according to the side she took at the moment. It was no wonder that those who dared to listen outside her door at night believed that she held converse with some spirit. In short, she was unconsciously earning for herself the dreadful reputation of a witch. Her little dog, which had wandered half over the continent with her, was her only companion, a dumb remembrancer of happier days. Once he was ill, and she carried him more than 3 miles to ask about his management from one who had been groom to the last squire, and had then been noted for his skill in all diseases of animals. Whatever this man did, the dog recovered. And they who heard her thanks, intermingled with blessings that were rather promises of good fortune than prayers, looked grave at his good luck, when next year his ewes twinned, and his meadow grass was heavy and thick. Now it so happened that, about the year 1711, one of the guardians of the young squire, a certain Sir Philip Tempest, bethought him of the good shooting there must be on his ward's property, and in consequence he brought down 4 or 5 gentlemen of his friends to stay for a week or 2 at the hall. From all accounts, they roistered and spent pretty freely. I never heard any of their names but one, and that was Squire Gisborne's. He was hardly a middle-aged man then. He had been much abroad, and there, I believe, he had known Sir Philip Tempest, and done him some service. He was a daring and dissolute fellow in those days, careless and fearless, and one who would rather be in a quarrel than out of it. He had his fits of ill temper beside, when he would spare neither man nor beast. Otherwise, those who knew him well used to say he had a good heart, when he was neither drunk, nor angry, nor in any way vexed. He had altered much when I came to know him. One day, the gentlemen had all been out shooting, and with but little success, I believe. Anyhow, Mr. Gisborne had had none, and was in a black humor accordingly. He was coming home, having his gun loaded, sportsmanlike, when little Mignon crossed his path, just as he turned out of the wood by Bridget's cottage. Partly for wantonness, partly to vent his spleen upon some living creature, Mr. Gisborne took his gun and fired. He had better have never fired gun again than aimed that unlucky shot. He hit Mignon, and at the creature's sudden cry, Bridget came out and saw at a glance what had been done. She took Mignon up in her arms and looked hard at the wound. The poor dog looked at her with his glazing eyes and tried to wag his tail and lick her hand, all covered with blood. Mr. Gisborne spoke in a kind of sullen penitence. You should have kept the dog out of my way, a little poaching varmint. At this very moment, Mignon stretched out his legs and stiffened in her arms, her lost Mary's dog, who had wandered and sorrowed with her for years. She walked right into Mr. Gisborne's path and fixed his unwilling, sullen look with her dark and terrible eye. Those never throve that did me harm, said she. I'm alone in the world and helpless. The more do the saints in heaven hear my prayers. Hear me, ye blessed ones. Hear me while I ask for sorrow on this bad, cruel man. He has killed the only creature that loved me, the dumb beast that I loved. Bring down heavy sorrow on his head for it, O ye saints. He thought that I was helpless because he saw me lonely and poor. But are not the armies of heaven for the like of me? Come, come, said he, half remorseful, but not one whit afraid. Here's a crown to buy thee another dog. Take it and leave off cursing. I care none for thy threats. Don't you? Said she, coming a step closer, and changing her imprecatory cry for a whisper which made the gamekeeper's lad, following Mr. Gisborne, creep all over. You shall live to see the creature you love best, and who alone loves you, I, a human creature, but as innocent and fond as my poor dead darling. You shall see this creature, for whom death would be too happy, become a terror and a loathing to all, for this blood's sake. Hear me, O holy saints, who never fail them, that have no other help. She threw up her right hand, filled with poor Mignon's life drops. They spurted, one or two of them, on his shooting dress, an ominous sight to the follower. But the master only laughed a little, forced, scornful laugh, and went on to the hall. Before he got there, however, he took out a gold piece and bade the boy carry it to the old woman on his return to the village. The lad was afeard, as he told me in after years. He came to the cottage and hovered about, not daring to enter. He peeped through the window at last, and by the flickering wood flame, he saw Bridget kneeling before the picture of Our Lady of the Holy Heart, with dead Mignon lying between her and the Madonna. She was praying wildly, as her outstretched arms betokened. The lad shrank away in redoubled terror, and contented himself with slipping the gold piece under the ill-fitting door. The next day it was thrown out upon the midden, and there it lay, no one daring to touch it. Meanwhile Mr. Gisborne, half curious, half uneasy, thought to lessen his uncomfortable feelings by asking Sir Philip who Bridget was. He could only describe her. He did not know her name. Sir Philip was equally at a loss. But an old servant of the Starkeys, who had resumed his livery at the hall on this occasion, a scoundrel whom Bridget had saved from dismissal more than once during her palmy days, said, "It will be the old witch that his worship means. She needs a ducking, if ever woman did, does that Bridget Fitzgerald." "Fitzgerald," said both the gentlemen at once. But Sir Philip was the first to continue. "I must have no talk of ducking her, Dickon."
"Why, she must be the very woman poor Starkey bade me have a care of. But when I came here last she was gone, no one knew where. I'll go and see her tomorrow." But mind you, sirrah, if any harm comes to her, or any more talk of her being a witch, I've a pack of hounds at home who can follow the scent of a lying knave as well as ever they followed a dog-fox. So take care how you talk about ducking a faithful old servant of your dead master's."
"Had she ever a daughter?" asked Mr. Gisborne after a while. "I don't know. Yes, I've a notion she had, a kind of waiting woman to Madam Starkey." "Please your worship," said humble Dickon. "Mistress Bridget had a daughter, one Mistress Mary, who went abroad, and has never been heard on since, and folk do say that has crazed her mother." Mr. Gisborne shaded his eyes with his hand. "I could wish she had not cursed me," he muttered. "She may have power. No one else could." After a while he said aloud, no one understanding rightly what he meant, "Tush! It's impossible!" and called for claret, and he and the other gentlemen set to a drinking bout. Chapter 2. I now come to the time in which I myself was mixed up with the people that I have been writing about. And to make you understand how I became connected with them, I must give you some little account of myself. My father was the younger son of a Devonshire gentleman of moderate property. My eldest uncle succeeded to the estate of his forefathers. My second became an eminent attorney in London, and my father took orders. Like most poor clergymen, he had a large family, and I have no doubt was glad enough when my London uncle, who was a bachelor, offered to take charge of me and bring me up to be his successor in business. In this way, I came to live in London, in my uncle's house not far from Gray's Inn, and to be treated and esteemed as his son, and to labor with him in his office. I was very fond of the old gentleman. He was the confidential agent of many country squires, and had attained to his present position as much by knowledge of human nature as by knowledge of law, though he was learned enough in the latter. He used to say his business was law, his pleasure heraldry. From his intimate acquaintance with family history, and all the tragic courses of life therein involved, to hear him talk, at leisure times, about any coat of arms that came across his path, was as good as a play or a romance. Many cases of disputed property, dependent on a love of genealogy, were brought to him, as to a great authority on such points. If the lawyer who came to consult him was young, he would take no fee, only give him a long lecture on the importance of attending to heraldry. If the lawyer was of mature age and good standing, he would mulct him pretty well and abuse him to me afterwards as negligent of one great branch of the profession. His house was in a stately new street called Ormond Street, and in it he had a handsome library, but all the books treated of things that were past. None of them planned or looked forward into the future. I worked away, partly for the sake of my family at home, partly because my uncle had really taught me to enjoy the kind of practice in which he himself took such delight. I suspect I worked too hard. At any rate, in 1718 I was far from well, and my good uncle was disturbed by my ill looks. One day, he rang the bell twice into the clerk's room at the dingy office in Gray's Inn Lane. It was the summons for me, and I went into his private room just as a gentleman, whom I knew well enough by sight as an Irish lawyer of more reputation than he deserved, was leaving. My uncle was slowly rubbing his hands together and considering. I was there 2 or 3 minutes before he spoke. Then he told me that I must pack up my portmanteau that very afternoon and start that night by post-horse for Westchester. I should get there, if all went well, at the end of 5 days' time, and must then wait for a packet to cross over to Dublin. From thence, I must proceed to a certain town named Kildoon, and in that neighbourhood I was to remain, making certain inquiries as to the existence of any descendants of the younger branch of a family, to whom some valuable estates had descended in the female line. The Irish lawyer whom I had seen was weary of the case, and would willingly have given up the property without further ado to a man who appeared to claim them. But on laying his tables and trees before my uncle, the latter had foreseen so many possible prior claimants that the lawyer had begged him to undertake the management of the whole business. In his youth, my uncle would have liked nothing better than going over to Ireland himself and ferreting out every scrap of paper or parchment and every word of tradition respecting the family. As it was, old and gouty, he deputed me. Accordingly, I went to Kildoon. I suspect I had something of my uncle's delight in following up a genealogical scent, for I very soon found out, when on the spot, that Mr. Rooney, the Irish lawyer, would have got both himself and the first claimant into a terrible scrape if he had pronounced his opinion that the estates ought to be given up to him. There were 3 poor Irish fellows, each nearer of kin to the last possessor. But a generation before, there was a still nearer relation, who had never been accounted for, nor his existence ever discovered by the lawyers, I venture to think, till I routed him out from the memory of some of the old dependents of the family. What had become of him? I travelled backwards and forwards. I crossed over to France, and came back again with a slight clue, which ended in my discovering that, wild and dissipated himself, he had left one child, a son, of yet worse character than his father. That this same Hugh Fitzgerald had married a very beautiful serving woman of the Burns, a person below him in hereditary rank, but above him in character. That he had died soon after his marriage, leaving one child, whether a boy or a girl I could not learn, and that the mother had returned to live in the family of the Burns. Now, the chief of this latter family was serving in the Duke of Berwick's regiment, and it was long before I could hear from him. It was more than a year before I got a short, haughty letter. I fancy he had a soldier's contempt for a civilian, an Irishman's hatred for an Englishman, an exiled Jacobite's jealousy of one who prospered and lived tranquilly under the government he looked upon as an usurpation. Bridget Fitzgerald, he said, had been faithful to the fortunes of his sister, had followed her abroad, and to England when Mrs. Starkey had thought fit to return. Both her sister and her husband were dead. He knew nothing of Bridget Fitzgerald at the present time. Probably Sir Philip Tempest, his nephew's guardian, might be able to give me some information. I have not given the little contemptuous terms, the way in which faithful service was meant to imply more than it said, all that has nothing to do with my story. Sir Philip, when applied to, told me that he paid an annuity regularly to an old woman named Fitzgerald, living at Coldholm, the village near Starkey Manor House. Whether she had any descendants, he could not say. One bleak March evening, I came in sight of the places described at the beginning of my story. I could hardly understand the rude dialect in which the direction to old Bridget's house was given. You see yon ferlits, all run together, gave me no idea that I was to guide myself by the distant lights that shone in the windows of the hall, occupied for the time by a farmer who held the post of steward, while the squire, now 4 or 5 and 20, was making the grand tour. However, at last, I reached Bridget's cottage, a low, moss-grown place. The palings that had once surrounded it were broken and gone, and the underwood of the forest came up to the walls and must have darkened the windows. It was about 7 o'clock, not late to my London notions, but after knocking for some time at the door and receiving no reply, I was driven to conjecture that the occupant of the house was gone to bed. So I betook myself to the nearest church I had seen, 3 miles back on the road I had come, sure that close to that I should find an inn of some kind, and early the next morning I set off back to Coldholm, by a field path which my host assured me I should find a shorter cut than the road I had taken the night before. It was a cold, sharp morning. My feet left prints in the sprinkling of hoarfrost that covered the ground. Nevertheless, I saw an old woman, whom I instinctively suspected to be the object of my search, in a sheltered covert on one side of my path. I lingered and watched her. She must have been considerably above the middle size in her prime, for when she raised herself from the stooping position in which I first saw her, there was something fine and commanding in the erectness of her figure. She drooped again in a minute or two, and seemed looking for something on the ground, as with bent head, she turned off from the spot where I gazed upon her, and was lost to my sight. I fancy I missed my way, and made a round in spite of the landlord's directions. For by the time I had reached Bridget's cottage, she was there, with no semblance of hurried walk or discomposure of any kind. The door was slightly ajar. I knocked, and the majestic figure stood before me, silently awaiting the explanation of my errand. Her teeth were all gone, so the nose and chin were brought near together. The grey eyebrows were straight, and almost hung over her deep, cavernous eyes, and the thick white hair, lay in silvery masses over the low, wide, wrinkled forehead. For a moment, I stood uncertain how to shape my answer to the solemn questioning of her silence. "Your name is Bridget Fitzgerald, I believe." She bowed her head in assent. "I have something to say to you. May I come in? I am unwilling to keep you standing." "You cannot tire me," she said, and at first she seemed inclined to deny me the shelter of her roof. But the next moment, she had searched the very soul in me with her eyes. During that instant, she led me in and dropped the shadowing hood of her gray, draping cloak, which had previously hid part of the character of her countenance. The cottage was rude and bare enough, but before that picture of the Virgin, of which I have made mention, there stood a little cup filled with fresh primroses. While she paid her reverence to the Madonna, I understood why she had been out seeking through the clumps of green in the sheltered copse. Then she turned round and bade me be seated. The expression of her face, which all this time I was studying, was not bad, as the stories of my last night's landlord had led me to expect. It was a wild, stern, fierce, indomitable countenance, seamed and scarred by agonies of solitary weeping, but it was neither cunning nor malignant. "My name is Bridget Fitzgerald," said she by way of opening our conversation. "And your husband was Hugh Fitzgerald of Knockmahan near Kildune in Ireland." A faint light came into the dark gloom of her eyes. "He was." "May I ask if you had any children by him?" The light in her eyes grew quick and red. She tried to speak, I could see, but something rose in her throat and choked her, and until she could speak calmly, she would fain not speak at all before a stranger. In a minute or so she said, "I had a daughter, one Mary Fitzgerald." Then her strong nature mastered her strong will, and she cried out with a trembling, wailing cry, "Oh, man, what of her? What of her?" She rose from her seat and came and clutched at my arm and looked in my eyes. There she read, as I suppose, my utter ignorance of what had become of her child, for she went blindly back to her chair and sat rocking herself and softly moaning, as if I were not there, I not daring to speak to the lone and awful woman. After a little pause, she knelt down before the picture of Our Lady of the Holy Heart and spoke to her by all the fanciful and poetic names of the litany. "O Rose of Sharon, O Tower of David, O Star of the Sea, have you no comfort for my sore heart? Am I forever to hope? Grant me at least despair." And so on she went, heedless of my presence. Her prayers grew wilder and wilder, till they seemed to me to touch on the borders of madness and blasphemy. Almost involuntarily, I spoke as if to stop her. "Have you any reason to think that your daughter is dead?" She rose from her knees and came and stood before me. "Mary Fitzgerald is dead," said she. "I shall never see her again in the flesh. No tongue ever told me. But I know she is dead. I have yearned so to see her, and my heart's will is fearful and strong. It would have drawn her to me before now, if she had been a wanderer on the other side of the world. I wonder often it has not drawn her out of the grave to come and stand before me, and hear me tell her how I loved her. For, sir, we parted unfriends. And I knew nothing but the dry particulars needed for my lawyer's quest, but I could not help feeling for the desolate woman, and she must have read the unusual sympathy with her wistful eyes. "Yes, sir, we did. She never knew how I loved her, and we parted unfriends, and I fear me that I wished her voyage might not turn out well, only meaning, oh, blessed Virgin, you know I only meant that she should come home to her mother's arms as to the happiest place on earth. But my wishes are terrible, their power goes beyond my thought, and there is no hope for me, if my words brought Mary harm. But, I said, you do not know that she is dead. Even now, you hoped she might be alive. Listen to me." And I told her the tale I have already told you, giving it all in the driest manner. For I wanted to recall the clear sense that I felt almost sure she had possessed in her younger days, and by keeping up her attention to details, restrain the vague wildness of her grief. She listened with deep attention, putting from time to time such questions as convinced me I had to do with no common intelligence, however dimmed and shorn by solitude and mysterious sorrow. Then she took up her tale, and in few brief words told me of her wanderings abroad in vain search after her daughter, sometimes in the wake of armies, sometimes in camp, sometimes in city. The lady, whose waiting woman Mary had gone to be, had died soon after the date of her last letter home. Her husband, the foreign officer, had been serving in Hungary, whither Bridget had followed him, but too late to find him. Vague rumors reached her that Mary had made a great marriage, and this sting of doubt was added, whether the mother might not be close to her child under her new name, and even hearing of her every day, and yet never recognizing the lost one under the appellation she then bore. At length the thought took possession of her, that it was possible that all this time Mary might be at home at Coldholm, in the Trough of Bolland, in Lancashire, in England, and home came Bridget, in that vain hope, to her desolate hearth and empty cottage. Here she had thought it safest to remain. If Mary was in life, it was here she would seek for her mother. I noted down one or two particulars out of Bridget's narrative that I thought might be of use to me, for I was stimulated to further search in a strange and extraordinary manner. It seemed as if it were impressed upon me that I must take up the quest where Bridget had laid it down, and this for no reason that had previously influenced me, such as my uncle's anxiety on the subject, my own reputation as a lawyer, and so on, but from some strange power which had taken possession of my will only that very morning, and which forced it in the direction it chose. "I will go," said I. "I will spare nothing in the search. Trust to me. I will learn all that can be learnt. You shall know all that money, or pains, or wit can discover. It is true she may be long dead, but she may have left a child." "A child!" she cried, as if for the first time this idea had struck her mind. "Hear him, blessed Virgin. He says she may have left a child, and you have never told me, though I have prayed so for a sign, waking or sleeping." "Nay," said I know nothing but what you tell me. You say you heard of her marriage." But she caught nothing of what I said. She was praying to the Virgin in a kind of ecstasy which seemed to render her unconscious of my very presence. From Coldholm I went to Sir Philip Tempest's. The wife of the foreign officer had been a cousin of his father's, and from him I thought I might gain some particulars as to the existence of the Count de la Tour d'Auvergne, and where I could find him. For I knew questions de vive voix aid the flagging recollection, and I was determined to lose no chance for want of trouble. But Sir Philip had gone abroad, and it would be some time before I could receive an answer. So I followed my uncle's advice, to whom I had mentioned how wearied I felt, both in body and mind, by my will-o'-the-wisp search. He immediately told me to go to Harrogate, there to await Sir Philip's reply. I should be near to one of the places connected with my search, Coldholm, not far from Sir Philip Tempest in case he returned, and I wished to ask him any further questions, and in conclusion my uncle bade me try to forget all about my business for a time. This was far easier said than done. I have seen a child on a common, blown along by a high wind, without power of standing still and resisting the tempestuous force. I was somewhat in the same predicament as regarded my mental state. Something resistless seemed to urge my thoughts on, through every possible course by which there was a chance of attaining to my object. I did not see the sweeping moors when I walked out. When I held a book in my hand and read the words, their sense did not penetrate to my brain. If I slept, I went on with the same ideas, always flowing in the same direction. This could not last long without having a bad effect on the body. I had an illness, which, although I was racked with pain, was a positive relief to me, as it compelled me to live in the present suffering and not in the visionary researches I had been continually making before. My kind uncle came to nurse me, and after the immediate danger was over, my life seemed to slip away in delicious languor for 2 or 3 months. I did not ask, so much did I dread falling into the old channel of thought, whether any reply had been received to my letter to Sir Philip. I turned my whole imagination right away from all that subject. My uncle remained with me until nigh summer, and then returned to his business in London, leaving me perfectly well, although not completely strong. I was to follow him in a fortnight, when, as he said, we would look over letters and talk about several things. I knew what this little speech alluded to, and shrank from the train of thought it suggested, which was so intimately connected with my first feelings of illness. However, I had a fortnight more to roam on those invigorating Yorkshire moors. In those days, there was one large rambling inn at Harrogate, close to the medicinal spring, but it was already becoming too small for the accommodation of the influx of visitors, and many lodged round about in the farmhouses of the district. It was so early in the season that I had the inn pretty much to myself, and indeed felt rather like a visitor in a private house, so intimate had the landlord and landlady become with me during my long illness. She would chide me for being out so late on the moors, or for having been too long without food, quite in a motherly way, while he consulted me about vintages and wines, and taught me many a Yorkshire wrinkle about horses. In my walks I met other strangers from time to time. Even before my uncle had left me, I had noticed, with half-torpid curiosity, a young lady of very striking appearance, who went about always accompanied by an elderly companion, hardly a gentlewoman, but with something in her look that prepossessed me in her favor. The younger lady always put her veil down when anyone approached, so it had been only once or twice, when I had come upon her at a sudden turn in the path, that I had even had a glimpse of her face. I am not sure if it was beautiful, though in afterlife I grew to think it so. But it was at this time overshadowed by a sadness that never varied, a pale, quiet, resigned look of intense suffering that irresistibly attracted me, not with love, but with a sense of infinite compassion for one so young yet so hopelessly unhappy. The companion wore something of the same look, quiet, melancholy, hopeless yet resigned. I asked my landlord who they were. He said they were called Clark, and wished to be considered as mother and daughter, but that, for his part, he did not believe that to be their right name, or that there was any such relationship between them. They had been in the neighborhood of Harrogate for some time, lodging in a remote farmhouse. The people there would tell nothing about them, saying that they paid handsomely and never did any harm. So why should they be speaking of any strange things that might happen? That, as the landlord shrewdly observed, showed there was something out of the common way. He had heard that the elderly woman was a cousin of the farmers where they lodged, and so the regard existing between relations might help to keep them quiet. What did he think, then, was the reason for their extreme seclusion? Asked I. Nay, he could not tell, not he. He had heard that the young lady, for all as quiet as she seemed, played strange pranks at times. He shook his head when I asked him for more particulars, and refused to give them, which made me doubt if he knew any, for he was in general a talkative and communicative man. In default of other interests, after my uncle left, I set myself to watch these two people. I hovered about their walks, drawn towards them with a strange fascination, which was not diminished by their evident annoyance at so frequently meeting me. One day, I had the sudden good fortune to be at hand, when they were alarmed by the attack of a bull, which, in those unenclosed grazing districts, was a particularly dangerous occurrence. I have other and more important things to relate than to tell of the accident which gave me an opportunity of rescuing them. It is enough to say that this event was the beginning of an acquaintance, reluctantly acquiesced in by them, but eagerly prosecuted by me. I can hardly tell when intense curiosity became merged in love, but in less than 10 days after my uncle's departure, I was passionately enamored of Mrs. Lucy, as her attendant called her, carefully, for this I noted well, avoiding any address which appeared as if there was an equality of station between them. I noticed also that Mrs. Clark, the elderly woman, after her first reluctance to allow me to pay them any attentions had been overcome, was cheered by my evident attachment to the young girl. It seemed to lighten her heavy burden of care, and she evidently favored my visits to the farmhouse where they lodged. It was not so with Lucy. A more attractive person I never saw, in spite of her depression of manner and shrinking avoidance of me. I felt sure at once that whatever was the source of her grief, it rose from no fault of her own. It was difficult to draw her into conversation, but when at times, for a moment or two, I beguiled her into talk, I could see a rare intelligence in her face, and a grave, trusting look in the soft grey eyes that were raised for a minute to mine.
I made every excuse I possibly could for going there. I sought wild flowers for Lucy's sake. I planned walks for Lucy's sake. I watched the heavens by night, in hopes that some unusual beauty of sky would justify me in tempting Mrs. Clark and Lucy forth upon the moors to gaze at the great purple dome above.
It seemed to me that Lucy was aware of my love, but that, for some motive which I could not guess, she would fain have repelled me. But then again I saw, or fancied I saw, that her heart spoke in my favor, and that there was a struggle going on in her mind, which at times I loved so dearly I could have begged her to spare herself, even though the happiness of my whole life should have been the sacrifice. For her complexion grew paler, her aspect of sorrow more hopeless, her delicate frame yet slighter. During this period I had written, I should say, to my uncle, to beg to be allowed to prolong my stay at Harrogate, not giving any reason. But such was his tenderness towards me, that in a few days I heard from him, giving me a willing permission, and only charging me to take care of myself, and not use too much exertion during the hot weather. One sultry evening, I drew near the farm. The windows of their parlour were open, and I heard voices when I turned the corner of the house. As I passed the first window, there were 2 windows in their little ground-floor room. I saw Lucy distinctly, but when I had knocked at their door, the house door stood always ajar. She was gone, and I saw only Mrs. Clark, turning over the work things lying on the table in a nervous and purposeless manner. I felt by instinct that a conversation of some importance was coming on, in which I should be expected to say what was my object in paying these frequent visits. I was glad of the opportunity. My uncle had several times alluded to the pleasant possibility of my bringing home a young wife to cheer and adorn the old house in Ormond Street. He was rich, and I was to succeed him, and had, as I knew, a fair reputation for so young a lawyer. So on my side I saw no obstacle. It was true that Lucy was shrouded in mystery. Her name, I was convinced it was not Clark. Birth, parentage, and previous life were unknown to me. But I was sure of her goodness and sweet innocence, and although I knew that there must be something painful to be told, to account for her mournful sadness, yet I was willing to bear my share in her grief, whatever it might be. Mrs. Clark began, as if it was a relief to her to plunge into the subject. "We have thought, sir, at least I have thought, that you know very little of us, nor we of you indeed, not enough to warrant the intimate acquaintance we have fallen into. I beg your pardon, sir," she went on nervously. "I am but a plain kind of woman, and I mean to use no rudeness, but I must say straight out that we think it would be better for you not to come so often to see us. She is very unprotected, and why should I not come to see you, dear madam?" asked I eagerly, glad of the opportunity of explaining myself. "I come, I own, because I have learnt to love Mistress Lucy, and wish to teach her to love me." Mistress Clark shook her head and sighed. "Don't, sir. Neither love her, nor, for the sake of all you hold sacred, teach her to love you. If I am too late, and you love her already, forget her. Forget these last few weeks." "Oh, I should never have allowed you to come," she went on passionately. "But what am I to do? We are forsaken by all except the great God, and even He permits a strange and evil power to afflict us. What am I to do? Where is it to end?" She wrung her hands in her distress. Then she turned to me. "Go away, sir. Go away before you learn to care any more for her. I ask it for your own sake, I implore. You have been good and kind to us, and we shall always recollect you with gratitude. But go away now, and never come back to cross our fatal path." "Indeed, madam," said I shall do no such thing. You urge it for my own sake. I have no fear, so urged, nor wish, except to hear more all. I cannot have seen Mistress Lucy in all the intimacy of this last fortnight, without acknowledging her goodness and innocence, and without seeing, pardon me, madam, that for some reason you are 2 very lonely women, in some mysterious sorrow and distress. Now, though I am not powerful myself, yet I have friends who are so wise and kind, that they may be said to possess power. Tell me some particulars. Why are you in grief? What is your secret? Why are you here?" "I declare solemnly that nothing you have said has daunted me in my wish to become Lucy's husband. Nor will I shrink from any difficulty that, as such an aspirant, I may have to encounter. You say you are friendless. Why cast away an honest friend? I will tell you of people to whom you may write, and who will answer any questions as to my character and prospects. I do not shun inquiry." She shook her head again. "You had better go away, sir. You know nothing about us." "I know your names," said I, "and I have heard you allude to the part of the country from which you came, which I happen to know as a wild and lonely place. There are so few people living in it that, if I chose to go there, I could easily ascertain all about you. But I would rather hear it from yourself. You see, I wanted to pique her into telling me something definite." "You do not know our true names, sir," said she hastily. "Well, I may have conjectured as much. But tell me then, I conjure you. Give me your reasons for distrusting my willingness to stand by what I have said with regard to Mistress Lucy." "Oh, what can I do?" exclaimed she. "If I am turning away a true friend, as he says, stay." Coming to a sudden decision. "I will tell you something. I cannot tell you all. You would not believe it. But perhaps I can tell you enough to prevent your going on in your hopeless attachment. I am not Lucy's mother." "So I conjectured," I said. "Go on." "I do not even know whether she is the legitimate or illegitimate child of her father. But he is cruelly turned against her, and her mother is long dead, and for a terrible reason she has no other creature to keep constant to her but me. She, only 2 years ago, such a darling, and such a pride in her father's house. Why, sir, there is a mystery that might happen in connection with her any moment, and then you would go away like all the rest, and when you next heard her name, you would loathe her. Others who have loved her longer have done so before now. My poor child whom neither God nor man has mercy upon, or surely she would die." The good woman was stopped by her crying. I confess, I was a little stunned by her last words, but only for a moment. At any rate, till I knew definitely what was this mysterious stain upon one so simple and pure as Lucy seemed, I would not desert her, and so I said, and she made answer. "If you are daring in your heart to think harm of my child, sir, after knowing her as you have done, you are no good man yourself. But I am so foolish and helpless in my great sorrow that I would fain hope to find a friend in you. I cannot help trusting that, although you may no longer feel towards her as a lover, you will have pity upon us, and perhaps by your learning you can tell us where to go for aid. I implore you to tell me what this mystery is," I cried, almost maddened by this suspense. "I cannot," said she solemnly. "I am under a deep vow of secrecy. If you are to be told, it must be by her." She left the room, and I remained to ponder over this strange interview. I mechanically turned over the few books, and with eyes that saw nothing at the time, examined the tokens of Lucy's frequent presence in that room. When I got home at night, I remembered how all these trifles spoke of a pure and tender heart and innocent life. Mistress Clark returned. She had been crying sadly. "Yes," said she, "it is as I feared. She loves you so much that she is willing to run the fearful risk of telling you all herself. She acknowledges it is but a poor chance, but your sympathy will be a balm if you give it. Tomorrow, come here at 10 in the morning, and as you hope for pity in your hour of agony, repress all show of fear or repugnance you may feel towards one so grievously afflicted." I half smiled. "Have no fear," I said. It seemed too absurd to imagine my feeling dislike to Lucy. "Her father loved her well," said she gravely, "yet he drove her out like some monstrous thing." Just at this moment came a peal of ringing laughter from the garden. It was Lucy's voice. It sounded as if she were standing just on one side of the open casement, and as though she were suddenly stirred to merriment verging on boisterousness, by the doings or sayings of some other person. I can scarcely say why, but the sound jarred on me inexpressibly. She knew the subject of our conversation, and must have been at least aware of the state of agitation her friend was in, she herself usually so gentle and quiet. I half rose to go to the window and satisfy my instinctive curiosity as to what had provoked this burst of ill-timed laughter. But Mrs. Clark threw her whole weight and power upon the hand with which she pressed and kept me down. "For God's sake," she said, white and trembling all over, "sit still. Be quiet. Oh, be patient. Tomorrow you will know all. Leave us, for we are all sorely afflicted. Do not seek to know more about us." Again that laugh, so musical in sound, yet so discordant to my heart. She held me tight, tighter. Without positive violence, I could not have risen. I was sitting with my back to the window, but I felt a shadow pass between the sun's warmth and me, and a strange shudder ran through my frame. In a minute or two, she released me. "Go," repeated she. "Be warned, I ask you once more. I do not think you can stand this knowledge that you seek. If I had had my own way, Lucy should never have yielded and promised to tell you all. Who knows what may come of it? I am firm in my wish to know all. I return at 10 tomorrow morning, and then expect to see Mistress Lucy herself." I turned away, having my own suspicions, I confess, as to Mistress Clark's sanity. Conjectures as to the meaning of her hints and uncomfortable thoughts connected with that strange laughter filled my mind. I could hardly sleep. I rose early, and long before the hour I had appointed, I was on the path over the common that led to the old farmhouse where they lodged. I suppose that Lucy had passed no better a night than I, for there she was also, slowly pacing with her even step, her eyes bent down, her whole look most saintly and pure. She started when I came close to her, and grew paler as I reminded her of my appointment, and spoke with something of the impatience of obstacles that, seeing her once more, had called up afresh in my mind. All strange and terrible hints and giddy merriment were forgotten. My heart gave forth words of fire, and my tongue uttered them. Her colour went and came as she listened, but when I had ended my passionate speeches, she lifted her soft eyes to me and said, "But you know that you have something to learn about me yet. I only want to say this. I shall not think less of you, less well of you, I mean, if you too fall away from me when you know all." "Stop," said she, as if fearing another burst of mad words. "Listen to me. My father is a man of great wealth. I never knew my mother. She must have died when I was very young. When first I remember anything, I was living in a great lonely house with my dear and faithful Mistress Clark. My father even was not there. He is, a soldier, and his duties lie abroad. But he came from time to time, and every time I think he loved me more and more. He brought me rarities from foreign lands, which prove to me now how much he must have thought of me during his absences. I can sit down and measure the depth of his lost love now, by such standards as these. I never thought whether he loved me or not then. It was so natural that it was like the air I breathed. Yet he was an angry man at times, even then, but never with me. He was very reckless too, and once or twice I heard a whisper among the servants that a doom was over him, and that he knew it, and tried to drown his knowledge in wild activity, and even sometimes, sir, in wine. So I grew up in this grand mansion, in that lonely place. Everything around me seemed at my disposal, and I think everyone loved me. I am sure loved them. Till about 2 years ago, I remember it well, my father had come to England, to us, and he seemed so proud and so pleased with me and all I had done. And one day his tongue seemed loosened with wine, and he told me much that I had not known till then, how dearly he had loved my mother, yet how his willful usage had caused her death. And then he went on to say how he loved me better than any creature on earth, and how, some day, he hoped to take me to foreign places, for that he could hardly bear these long absences from his only child. Then he seemed to change suddenly, and said in a strange, wild way that I was not to believe what he said, that there was many a thing he loved better, his horse, his dog, I know not what. And 'twas only the next morning that, when I came into his room to ask his blessing as was my wont, he received me with fierce and angry words. Why had I, so he asked, been delighting myself in such wanton mischief? dancing over the tender plants in the flower beds, all set with the famous Dutch bulbs he had brought from Holland. I had never been out of doors that morning, sir, and I could not conceive what he meant, and so I said, and then he swore at me for a liar, and said I was of no true blood, for he had seen me doing all that mischief himself, with his own eyes. What could I say? He would not listen to me, and even my tears seemed only to irritate him. That day was the beginning of my great sorrows. Not long after, he reproached me for my undue familiarity, all unbecoming a gentlewoman, with his grooms. I had been in the stable-yard laughing and talking, he said. Now, sir, I am something of a coward by nature, and I had always dreaded horses. Besides that, my father's servants, those whom he brought with him from foreign parts, were wild fellows, whom I had always avoided, and to whom I had never spoken, except as a lady must needs from time to time speak to her father's people. Yet my father called me by names of which I hardly know the meaning, but my heart told me they were such as shame any modest woman, and from that day he turned quite against me. Nay, sir, not many weeks after that he came in with a riding whip in his hand, and accusing me harshly of evil doings, of which I knew no more than you, sir, he was about to strike me, and I, all in bewildering tears, was ready to take his stripes as great kindness compared to his harder words, when suddenly he stopped his arm midway, gasped and staggered, crying out, "The curse! The curse!" I looked up in terror. In the great mirror opposite I saw myself, and right behind, another wicked, fearful self, so like me that my soul seemed to quiver within me, as though not knowing to which similitude of body it belonged. My father saw my double at the same moment, either in its dreadful reality, whatever that might be, or in the scarcely less terrible reflection in the mirror. But what came of it at that moment I cannot say, for I suddenly swooned away. And when I came to myself, I was lying in my bed, and my faithful clerk sitting by me. I was in my bed for days, and even while I lay there my double was seen by all, flitting about the house and gardens, always about some mischievous or detestable work. What wonder that everyone shrank from me in dread, that my father drove me forth at length, when the disgrace of which I was the cause was past his patience to bear. Mistress Clark came with me, and here we try to live such a life of piety and prayer as may in time set me free from the curse. All the time she had been speaking, I had been weighing her story in my mind. I had hitherto put cases of witchcraft on one side, as mere superstitions, and my uncle and I had had many an argument, he supporting himself by the opinion of his good friend Sir Matthew Hale. Yet this sounded like the tale of one bewitched, or was it merely the effect of a life of extreme seclusion, telling on the nerves of a sensitive girl? My skepticism inclined me to the latter belief, and when she paused I said, "I fancy that some physician could have disabused your father of his belief in visions." Just at that instant, standing as I was opposite to her in the full and perfect morning light, I saw behind her another figure, a ghastly resemblance, complete in likeness, so far as form and feature and minutest touch of dress could go, but with a loathsome demon soul looking out of the grey eyes that were in turns mocking and voluptuous. My heart stood still within me, every hair rose up erect, my flesh crept with horror. I could not see the grave and tender Lucy. My eyes were fascinated by the creature beyond. I know not why, but I put out my hand to clutch it. I grasped nothing but empty air, and my whole blood curdled to ice. For a moment I could not see. Then my sight came back, and I saw Lucy standing before me, alone, deathly pale, and I could have fancied almost shrunk in size. "It has been near me," she said, as if asking a question. The sound seemed taken out of her voice. It was husky as the notes on an old harpsichord when the strings have ceased to vibrate. She read her answer in my face, I suppose, for I could not speak. Her look was one of intense fear, but that died away into an aspect of most humble patience. At length she seemed to force herself to face behind and around her. She saw the purple moors, the blue distant hills, quivering in the sunlight, but nothing else. "Will you take me home?" she said meekly. I took her by the hand and led her silently through the budding heather. We dared not speak, for we could not tell but that the dread creature was listening, although unseen, but that it might appear and push us asunder. I never loved her more fondly than now when, and that was the unspeakable misery, the idea of her was becoming so inextricably blended with the shuddering thought of it. She seemed to understand what I must be feeling. She let go my hand, which she had kept clasped until then, when we reached the garden gate, and went forwards to meet her anxious friend, who was standing by the window looking for her. I could not enter the house. I needed silence, society, leisure, change, I knew not what, to shake off the sensation of that creature's presence. Yet I lingered about the garden, I hardly know why. I partly suppose because I feared to encounter the resemblance again on the solitary common, where it had vanished, and partly from a feeling of inexpressible compassion for Lucy. In a few minutes, Mistress Clark came forth and joined me. We walked some paces in silence. "You know all now," said she, solemnly. "I saw it," said I, below my breath. "And you shrink from us now," she said, with a hopelessness which stirred up all that was brave or good in me. "Not a whit," said I. "Human flesh shrinks from encounter with the powers of darkness, and for some reason unknown to me, the pure and holy Lucy is their victim. The sins of the fathers shall be visited upon the children," she said. "Who is her father?" asked I. "Knowing as much as I do, I may surely know more, know all. Tell me, I entreat you, madam, all that you can conjecture respecting this demoniac persecution of one so good." "I will, but not now. I must go to Lucy now. Come this afternoon, I will see you alone. And oh, sir, I will trust that you may yet find some way to help us in our sore trouble." I was miserably exhausted by the swooning affright which had taken possession of me. When I reached the inn, I staggered in like one overcome by wine. I went to my own private room. It was some time before I saw that the weekly post had come in and brought me my letters. There was one from my uncle, one from my home in Devonshire, and one redirected over the first address, sealed with a great coat of arms. It was from Sir Philip Tempest. My letter of inquiry respecting Mary Fitzgerald had reached him at Liège, where it so happened that the Count de la Tour d'Auvergne was quartered at the very time. He remembered his wife's beautiful attendant. She had had high words with the deceased countess, respecting her intercourse with an English gentleman of good standing, who was also in the foreign service. The countess augured evil of his intentions, while Mary, proud and vehement, asserted that he would soon marry her, and resented her mistress's warnings as an insult. The consequence was that she had left Madame de la Tour d'Auvergne's service, and, as the Count believed, had gone to live with the Englishman. Whether he had married her or not, he could not say. "But," added Sir Philip Tempest, "you may easily hear what particulars you wish to know respecting Mary Fitzgerald from the Englishman himself, if, as I suspect, he is no other than my neighbour and former acquaintance Mr. Gisborne, of Skipford Hall, in the West Riding. I am led to the belief that he is no other by several small particulars, none of which are in themselves conclusive, but which, taken together, make a mass of presumptive evidence." As far as I could make out from the Count's foreign pronunciation, Gisborne was the name of the Englishman. I know that Gisborne of Skipford was abroad and in the foreign service at that time. He was a likely fellow enough for such an exploit, and above all, certain expressions recur to my mind, which he used in reference to old Bridget Fitzgerald, of Coldholm, whom he once encountered while staying with me at Starkey Manor House. I remember that the meeting seemed to have produced some extraordinary effect upon his mind, as though he had suddenly discovered some connection which she might have had with his previous life. I beg you to let me know if I can be of any further service to you. Your uncle once rendered me a good turn, and I will gladly repay it, so far as in me lies, to his nephew. I was now apparently close on the discovery which I had striven so many months to attain. But success had lost its zest. I put my letters down, and seemed to forget them all in thinking of the morning I had passed that very day. Nothing was real but the unreal presence, which had come like an evil blast across my bodily eyes and burnt itself down upon my brain. Dinner came and went away untouched. Early in the afternoon I walked to the farmhouse. I found Mistress Clark alone, and I was glad and relieved. She was evidently prepared to tell me all I might wish to hear. "You asked me for Mistress Lucy's true name. It is Gisborne," she began. "Not Gisborne of Skipford," I exclaimed, breathless with anticipation. "The same," said she quietly, not regarding my manner. "Her father is a man of note, although being a Roman Catholic he cannot take that rank in this country to which his station entitles him. The consequence is that he lives much abroad, has been a soldier, I am told." "And Lucy's mother?" I asked. She shook her head. "I never knew her," said she. "Lucy was about 3 years old when I was engaged to take charge of her. Her mother was dead." "But you know her name. You can tell if it was Mary Fitzgerald?" She looked astonished. "That was her name. But, sir, how came you to be so well acquainted with it?" "It was a mystery to the whole household at Skipford Court. She was some beautiful young woman whom he lured away from her protectors while he was abroad. I have heard said he practiced some terrible deceit upon her, and when she came to know it, she was neither to have nor to hold, but rushed off from his very arms, and threw herself into a rapid stream and was drowned. It stung him deep with remorse, but I used to think the remembrance of the mother's cruel death made him love the child, yet dearer. I told her, as briefly as might be, of my researches after the descendant and heir of the Fitzgeralds of Kildoon, and added, something of my old lawyer spirit returning into me for the moment, that I had no doubt but that we should prove Lucy to be by right possessed of large estates in Ireland. No flush came over her grey face, no light into her eyes. "And what is all the wealth in the whole world to that poor girl?" she said. "It will not free her from the ghastly bewitchment which persecutes her. As for money, what a pitiful thing it is. It cannot touch her. No more can the evil creature harm her," I said. "Her holy nature dwells apart, and cannot be defiled or stained by all the devilish arts in the whole world." "True, but it is a cruel fate to know that all shrink from her sooner or later, as from one possessed, accursed." "How came it to pass?" I asked. "Nay, I know not. Old rumours there are, that were bruited through the household at Skipford." "Tell me," I demanded. "They came from servants, who would fain account for everything. They say that, many years ago, Mr. Gisborne killed a dog belonging to an old witch at Coldholm. That she cursed, with a dreadful and mysterious curse, the creature, whatever it might be, that he should love best. And that it struck so deeply into his heart, that for years he kept himself aloof from any temptation to love aught. But who could help loving Lucy?" "You never heard the witch's name?" I gasped. "Yes, they called her Bridget. They said he would never go near the spot again for terror of her. Yet he was a brave man." "Listen," said I, taking hold of her arm, the better to arrest her full attention. "If what I suspect holds true, that man stole Bridget's only child, the very Mary Fitzgerald who was Lucy's mother. If so, Bridget cursed him in ignorance of the deeper wrong he had done her. To this hour she yearns after her lost child, and questions the saints whether she be living or not. The roots of that curse lie deeper than she knows. She unwittingly banned him for a deeper guilt than that of killing a dumb beast. The sins of the fathers are indeed visited upon the children." "But," said Mistress Clark, eagerly, "she would never let evil rest on her own grandchild. Surely, sir, if what you say be true, there are hopes for Lucy. Let us go. Go at once, and tell this fearful woman all that you suspect, and beseech her to take off the spell she has put upon her innocent grandchild." It seemed to me, indeed, that something like this was the best course we could pursue. But first it was necessary to ascertain more than what mere rumour or careless hearsay could tell. My thoughts turned to my uncle. He could advise me wisely. He ought to know all. I resolved to go to him without delay, but I did not choose to tell Mistress Clark of all the visionary plans that flitted through my mind. I simply declared my intention of proceeding straight to London on Lucy's affairs. I bade her believe that my interest on the young lady's behalf was greater than ever, and that my whole time should be given up to her cause. I saw that Mistress Clark distrusted me, because my mind was too full of thoughts for my words to flow freely. She sighed and shook her head and said, "Well, it is all right," in such a tone that it was an implied reproach. But I was firm and constant in my heart, and I took confidence from that. I rode to London. I rode long days drawn out into the lovely summer nights. I could not rest. I reached London. I told my uncle all, though in the stir of the great city, the horror had faded away, and I could hardly imagine that he would believe the account I gave him of the fearful double of Lucy, which I had seen on the lonely moorside. But my uncle had lived many years, and learnt many things, and in the deep secrets of family history that had been confided to him, he had heard of cases of innocent people bewitched and taken possession of by evil spirits, yet more fearful than Lucy's. For, as he said, to judge from all I told him, that resemblance had no power over her. She was too pure and good to be tainted by its evil, haunting presence. It had, in all probability, so my uncle conceived, tried to suggest wicked thoughts and to tempt to wicked actions. But she, in her saintly maidenhood, had passed on undefiled by evil thought or deed. It could not touch her soul, but true, it set her apart from all sweet love or common human intercourse. My uncle threw himself with an energy more like 26 than 60 into the consideration of the whole case. He undertook the proving Lucy's descent and volunteered to go and find out Mr. Gisborne and obtain, firstly, the legal proofs of her descent from the Fitzgeralds of Kildoon, and secondly, to try and hear all that he could respecting the working of the curse and whether any and what means had been taken to exorcise that terrible appearance. For he told me of instances where, by prayers and long fasting, the evil possessor had been driven forth with howling and many cries from the body which it had come to inhabit. He spoke of those strange New England cases which had happened not so long before, of Mr. Defoe, who had written a book, wherein he had named many modes of subduing apparitions and sending them back whence they came. And lastly, he spoke low of dreadful ways of compelling witches to undo their witchcraft. But I could not endure to hear of those tortures and burnings. I said that Bridget was rather a wild and savage woman than a malignant witch, and above all that Lucy was of her kith and kin, and that in putting her to the trial by water or by fire we should be torturing, it might be to the death, the ancestress of her we sought to redeem. My uncle thought a while, and then said that in this last matter I was right. At any rate, it should not be tried with his consent, till all other modes of remedy had failed, and he assented to my proposal that I should go myself and see Bridget, and tell her all. In accordance with this, I went down once more to the wayside inn near Coldholm. It was late at night when I arrived there, and while I supped, I inquired of the landlord more particulars as to Bridget's ways. Solitary and savage had been her life for many years. Wild and despotic were her words and manner to those few people who came across her path. The country folk did her imperious bidding, because they feared to disobey. If they pleased her, they prospered. If, on the contrary, they neglected or traversed her behests, misfortune, small or great, fell on them and theirs. It was not detestation, so much as an indefinable terror that she excited. In the morning, I went to see her. She was standing on the green outside her cottage, and received me with the sullen grandeur of a throneless queen. I read in her face that she recognized me, and that I was not unwelcome, but she stood silent till I had opened my errand. "I have news of your daughter," said I, resolved to speak straight to all that I knew she felt of love, and not to spare her. "She is dead." The stern figure scarcely trembled, but her hand sought the support of the doorpost. "I knew that she was dead," said she, deep and low, and then was silent for an instant. My tears that should have flowed for her were burnt up long years ago. "Young man, tell me about her." "Not yet," said I, having a strange power given me of confronting one, whom, nevertheless, in my secret soul, I dreaded. "You had once a little dog," I continued. the words called out in her more show of emotion than the intelligence of her daughter's death. She broke in upon my speech. It was hers, the last thing I had of hers, and it was shot for wantonness. It died in my arms. The man who killed that dog rues it to this day. For that dumb beast's blood, his best beloved stands accursed. Her eyes distended, as if she were in a trance and saw the working of her curse. Again I spoke. "O woman," I said, "that best beloved, standing accursed before men, is your dead daughter's child." The life, the energy, the passion came back to the eyes with which she pierced through me to see if I spoke truth. Then, without another question or word, she threw herself on the ground with fearful vehemence and clutched at the innocent daisies with convulsed hands. "Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, have I cursed thee, and art thou accursed?" So she moaned as she lay prostrate in her great agony. I stood aghast at my own work. She did not hear my broken sentences. She asked no more, but the dumb confirmation which my sad looks had given that one fact, that her curse rested on her own daughter's child. The fear grew on me lest she should die in her strife of body and soul. And then might not Lucy remain under the spell as long as she lived? Even at this moment, I saw Lucy coming through the woodland path that led to Bridget's cottage. Mistress Clark was with her. I felt at my heart that it was she, by the balmy peace which the look of her sent over me as she slowly advanced, a glad surprise shining out of her soft, quiet eyes. That was as her gaze met mine. As her looks fell on the woman lying stiff, convulsed on the earth, they became full of tender pity, and she came forward to try and lift her up. Seating herself on the turf, she took Bridget's head into her lap, and with gentle touches, she arranged the disheveled grey hair streaming thick and wild from beneath her mutch. "God help her," murmured Lucy. "How she suffers." At her desire we sought for water, but when we returned, Bridget had recovered her wandering senses and was kneeling with clasped hands before Lucy, gazing at that sweet, sad face as though her troubled nature drank in health and peace from every moment's contemplation. A faint tinge on Lucy's pale cheeks showed me that she was aware of our return. Otherwise it appeared as if she was conscious of her influence for good over the passionate and troubled woman kneeling before her, and would not willingly avert her grave and loving eyes from that wrinkled and careworn countenance. Suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, the creature appeared, there, behind Lucy. Fearfully the same as to outward semblance, but kneeling exactly as Bridget knelt, and clasping her hands in jesting mimicry as Bridget clasped hers in her ecstasy that was deepening into a prayer. Mistress Clark cried out. Bridget arose slowly, her gaze fixed on the creature beyond, drawing her breath with a hissing sound, never moving her terrible eyes that were steady as stone. She made a dart at the phantom and caught, as I had done, a mere handful of empty air. We saw no more of the creature. It vanished as suddenly as it came, but Bridget looked slowly on, as if watching some receding form. Lucy sat still, white, trembling, drooping. I think she would have swooned if I had not been there to uphold her. While I was attending to her, Bridget passed us, without a word to anyone, and entering her cottage, she barred herself in and left us without. All our endeavours were now directed to get Lucy back to the house where she had tarried the night before. Mistress Clark told me that, not hearing from me, some letter must have miscarried, she had grown impatient and despairing, and had urged Lucy to the enterprise of coming to seek her grandmother, not telling her indeed of the dread reputation she possessed, or how we suspected her of having so fearfully blighted that innocent girl, but at the same time hoping much from the mysterious stirring of blood which Mistress Clark trusted in for the removal of the curse. They had come, by a different route from that which I had taken, to a village inn not far from Coldholm, only the night before. This was the first interview between ancestress and descendant. All through the sultry noon, I wandered along the tangled wood paths of the old neglected forest, thinking where to turn for remedy in a matter so complicated and mysterious. Meeting a countryman, I asked my way to the nearest clergyman, and went, hoping to obtain some counsel from him. But he proved to be a coarse and common-minded man, giving no time or attention to the intricacies of a case, but dashing out a strong opinion involving immediate action. For instance, as soon as I named Bridget Fitzgerald, he exclaimed, "The Coldholm witch, the Irish papist. I'd have had her ducked long since but for that other papist, Sir Philip Tempest. He has had to threaten honest folk about here over and over again, or they'd have had her up before the justices for her black doings. And it's the law of the land that witches should be burnt. Aye, and of Scripture too, sir. Yet you see a papist, if he's a rich squire, can overrule both law and Scripture. I'd carry a faggot myself to rid the country of her." Such a one could give me no help. I rather drew back what I had already said, and tried to make the parson forget it by treating him to several pots of beer in the village inn, to which we had adjourned for our conference at his suggestion. I left him as soon as I could, and returned to Coldholm, shaping my way past deserted Starkey Manor House, and coming upon it by the back. At that side were the oblong remains of the old moat, the waters of which lay placid and motionless under the crimson rays of the setting sun. With the forest trees lying straight along each side, and their deep green foliage mirrored to blackness in the burnished surface of the moat below, and the broken sundial at the end nearest the hall, and the heron, standing on one leg at the water's edge, lazily looking down for fish. The lonely and desolate house scarce needed the broken windows, the weeds on the door-sill, the broken shutter softly flapping to and fro in the twilight breeze, to fill up the picture of desertion and decay. I lingered about the place until the growing darkness warned me on, and then I passed along the path, cut by the orders of the last lady of Starkey Manor House, that led me to Bridget's cottage. I resolved at once to see her, and in spite of closed doors, it might be of resolved will, she should see me. So I knocked at her door, gently, loudly, fiercely. I shook it so vehemently that at length the old hinges gave way, and with a crash it fell inwards, leaving me suddenly face to face with Bridget. I, red, heated, agitated with my so long baffled efforts, she, stiff as any stone, standing right facing me, her eyes dilated with terror, her ashen lips trembling, but her body motionless. In her hands she held her crucifix, as if by that holy symbol she sought to oppose my entrance. At sight of me, her whole frame relaxed, and she sank back upon a chair. Some mighty tension had given way. Still her eyes looked fearfully into the gloom of the outer air, made more opaque by the glimmer of the lamp inside, which she had placed before the picture of the Virgin. "Is she there?" asked Bridget hoarsely. "No. Who? I am alone. You remember me?" "Yes," replied she, still terror-stricken. "But she, that creature, has been looking in upon me through that window all day long." I closed it up with my shawl, and then I saw her feet below the door, as long as it was light, and I knew she heard my very breathing, nay worse, my very prayers, and I could not pray, for her listening choked the words ere they rose to my lip. "Tell me, who is she? What means that double girl I saw this morning? One had a look of my dead Mary, but the other curdled my blood, and yet it was the same." She had taken hold of my arm, as if to secure herself some human companionship. She shook all over with the slight, never-ceasing tremor of intense terror. I told her my tale, as I have told it you, sparing none of the details. How Mistress Clark had informed me that the resemblance had driven Lucy forth from her father's house. How I had disbelieved, until with mine own eyes I had seen another Lucy standing behind my Lucy, the same in form and feature, but with the demon soul looking out of the eyes. I told her all, I say, believing that she, whose curse was working so upon the life of her innocent grandchild, was the only person who could find the remedy and the redemption. When I had done, she sat silent for many minutes. "You love Mary's child?" she asked. "I do, in spite of the fearful working of the curse. I love her. Yet I shrink from her ever since that day on the moorside. And men must shrink from one so accompanied. Friends and lovers must stand afar off. "Oh, Bridget Fitzgerald, loosen the curse, set her free." "Where is she?" I eagerly caught at the idea that her presence was needed, in order that, by some strange prayer or exorcism, the spell might be reversed. "I will go and bring her to you," I exclaimed, but Bridget tightened her hold upon my arm. "Not so," said she in a low, hoarse voice. "It would kill me to see her again as I saw her this morning, and I must live till I have worked my work." "Leave me," said she suddenly, and again taking up the cross. "I defy the demon I have called up. Leave me to wrestle with it." She stood up, as if in an ecstasy of inspiration from which all fear was banished. I lingered, why I can hardly tell, until once more she bade me be gone. As I went along the forest way, I looked back and saw her planting the cross in the empty threshold where the door had been. The next morning, Lucy and I went to seek her, to bid her join her prayers with ours. The cottage stood open and wide to our gaze. No human being was there. The cross remained on the threshold, but Bridget was gone. Chapter 3. What was to be done next? Was the question that I asked myself. As for Lucy, she would fain have submitted to the doom that lay upon her. Her gentleness and piety, under the pressure of so horrible a life, seemed overpassive to me. She never complained. Mrs. Clark complained more than ever. As for me, I was more in love with the real Lucy than ever. But I shrunk from the false similitude with an intensity proportioned to my love. I found out by instinct that Mrs. Clark had occasional temptations to leave Lucy. The good lady's nerves were shaken, and from what she said, I could almost have concluded that the object of the double was to drive away from Lucy this last and almost earliest friend. At times I could scarcely bear to own it, but I myself felt inclined to turn recreant, and I would accuse Lucy of being too patient, too resigned. One after another, she won the little children of Coldholm. Mrs. Clark and she had resolved to stay there, for was it not as good a place as any other to such as they? And did not all our faint hopes rest on Bridget, never seen or heard of now, but still we trusted to come back or give some token? So, as I say, one after another, the little children came about my Lucy, won by her soft tones and her gentle smiles and kind actions. Alas, one after another they fell away and shrunk from her path with blanching terror, and we too surely guessed the reason why. It was the last drop. I could bear it no longer. I resolved no more to linger around the spot, but to go back to my uncle, and among the learned divines of the city of London, seek for some power whereby to annul the curse. My uncle, meanwhile, had obtained all the requisite testimonials relating to Lucy's descent and birth, from the Irish lawyers and from Mr. Gisborne. The latter gentleman had written from abroad. He was again serving in the Austrian army. A letter alternately passionately self-reproachful and stoically repellent. It was evident that when he thought of Mary, her short life, how he had wronged her, and of her violent death, he could hardly find words severe enough for his own conduct. And from this point of view, the curse that Bridget had laid upon him and his was regarded by him as a prophetic doom, to the utterance of which she was moved by a higher power, working for the fulfillment of a deeper vengeance than for the death of the poor dog. But then again, when he came to speak of his daughter, the repugnance which the conduct of the demoniac creature had produced in his mind was but ill disguised under a show of profound indifference as to Lucy's fate. One almost felt as if he would have been as content to put her out of existence as he would have been to destroy some disgusting reptile that had invaded his chamber or his couch. The great Fitzgerald property was Lucy's, and that was all, was nothing. My uncle and I sat in the gloom of a London November evening in our house in Ormond Street. I was out of health, and felt as if I were in an inextricable coil of misery. Lucy and I wrote to each other, but that was little, and we dared not see each other for dread of the fearful third, who had more than once taken her place at our meetings. My uncle had, on the day I speak of, bidden prayers to be put up, on the ensuing Sabbath, in many a church and meeting-house in London, for one grievously tormented by an evil spirit. He had faith in prayers. I had none. I was fast losing faith in all things. So we sat, he trying to interest me in the old talk of other days, I oppressed by one thought, when our old servant Anthony opened the door and, without speaking, showed in a very gentlemanly and prepossessing man who had something remarkable about his dress, betraying his profession to be that of the Roman Catholic priesthood. He glanced at my uncle first, then at me. It was to me he bowed. "I did not give my name," said he, "because you would hardly have recognized it, unless, sir, when in the north you heard of Father Bernard, the chaplain at Stonyhurst." I remembered afterwards that I had heard of him, but at the time I had utterly forgotten it. So I professed myself a complete stranger to him, while my ever-hospitable uncle, although hating a papist as much as it was in his nature to hate anything, placed a chair for the visitor and bade Anthony bring glasses and a fresh jug of claret. Father Bernard received this courtesy with the graceful ease and pleasant acknowledgment which belongs to the man of the world. Then he turned to scan me with his keen glance. After some slight conversation, entered into on his part, I am certain, with an intention of discovering on what terms of confidence I stood with my uncle, he paused and said gravely, "I am sent here with a message to you, sir, from a woman to whom you have shown kindness and who is one of my penitents in Antwerp, one Bridget Fitzgerald." "Bridget Fitzgerald," exclaimed I. "In Antwerp? Tell me, sir, all that you can about her." "There is much to be said," he replied. "But may I inquire if this gentleman, if your uncle is acquainted with the particulars of which you and I stand informed?" "All that I know, he knows," said I, eagerly laying my hand on my uncle's arm, as he made a motion as if to quit the room. "Then I have to speak before two gentlemen who, however they may differ from me in faith, are yet fully impressed with the fact that there are evil powers going about continually to take cognizance of our evil thoughts, and if their master gives them power, to bring them into overt action. Such is my theory of the nature of that sin, of which I dare not disbelieve, as some skeptics would have us do, the sin of witchcraft. Of this deadly sin, you and I are aware Bridget Fitzgerald has been guilty. Since you saw her last, many prayers have been offered in our churches, many masses sung, many penances undergone, in order that, if God and the holy saints so willed it, her sin might be blotted out. But it has not been so willed." "Explain to me," said I, "who you are, and how you come connected with Bridget. Why is she at Antwerp? I pray you, sir, tell me more. If I am impatient, excuse me, I am ill and feverish, and in consequence bewildered." There was something to me inexpressibly soothing in the tone of voice with which he began to narrate, as it were from the beginning, his acquaintance with Bridget. "I had known Mr. and Mrs. Starkey during their residence abroad, and so it fell out naturally that, when I came as chaplain to the Sherburns at Stonyhurst, our acquaintance was renewed, and thus I became the confessor of the whole family, isolated as they were from the offices of the church, Sherburn being their nearest neighbor who professed the true faith. Of course, you are aware that facts revealed in confession are sealed as in the grave, but I learnt enough of Bridget's character to be convinced that I had to do with no common woman, one powerful for good as for evil. I believe that I was able to give her spiritual assistance from time to time, and that she looked upon me as a servant of that holy church, which has such wonderful power of moving men's hearts and relieving them of the burden of their sins. I have known her cross the moors on the wildest nights of storm, to confess and be absolved, and then she would return, calmed and subdued, to her daily work about her mistress, no one witting where she had been during the hours that most passed in sleep upon their beds. After her daughter's departure, after Mary's mysterious disappearance, I had to impose many a long penance, in order to wash away the sin of impatient repining that was fast leading her into the deeper guilt of blasphemy. She set out on that long journey of which you have possibly heard, that fruitless journey in search of Mary, and during her absence, my superiors ordered my return to my former duties at Antwerp, and for many years I heard no more of Bridget. Not many months ago, as I was passing homewards in the evening, along one of the streets near Saint-Jacques, leading into the Mere Strait, I saw a woman sitting crouched up under the shrine of the Holy Mother of Sorrows. Her hood was drawn over her head, so that the shadow caused by the light of the lamp above fell deep over her face. Her hands were clasped round her knees. It was evident that she was someone in hopeless trouble, and as such, it was my duty to stop and speak. I naturally addressed her first in Flemish, believing her to be one of the lower class of inhabitants. She shook her head, but did not look up. Then I tried French, and she replied in that language, but speaking it so indifferently that I was sure she was either English or Irish, and consequently spoke to her in my own native tongue. She recognized my voice, and starting up, caught at my robes, dragging me before the blessed shrine and throwing herself down, and forcing me, as much by her evident desire as by her action, to kneel beside her, she exclaimed, "O Holy Virgin, you will never hearken to me again, but hear him, for you know him of old, that he does your bidding, and strives to heal broken hearts. Hear him." She turned to me. "She will hear you, if you will only pray." "She never hears me. She and all the saints in heaven cannot hear my prayers, for the evil one carries them off, as he carried that first away. Oh, Father Bernard, pray for me." I prayed for one in sore distress, of what nature I could not say, but the Holy Virgin would know. Bridget held me fast, gasping with eagerness at the sound of my words. When I had ended, I rose, and making the sign of the cross over her, I was going to bless her in the name of the Holy Church, when she shrank away like some terrified creature and said, "I am guilty of deadly sin, and am not shriven." "Arise, my daughter," said I, "and come with me." And I led the way into one of the confessionals of Saint-Jacques. She knelt. I listened. No words came. The evil powers had stricken her dumb, as I heard afterwards they had many a time before, when she approached confession. She was too poor to pay for the necessary forms of exorcism, and hitherto those priests to whom she had addressed herself were either so ignorant of the meaning of her broken French or her Irish English, or else esteemed her to be one crazed, as indeed her wild and excited manner might easily have led anyone to think, that they had neglected the sole means of loosening her tongue so that she might confess her deadly sin, and after due penance, obtain absolution. But I knew Bridget of old, and felt that she was a penitent sent to me. I went through those holy offices appointed by our church for the relief of such a case. I was the more bound to do this, as I found that she had come to Antwerp for the sole purpose of discovering me and making confession to me. Of the nature of that fearful confession I am forbidden to speak. Much of it you know, possibly all. It now remains for her to free herself from mortal guilt, and to set others free from the consequences thereof. No prayer, no masses, will ever do it, although they may strengthen her with that strength by which alone acts of deepest love and purest self-devotion may be performed. Her words of passion and cries for revenge, her unholy prayers could never reach the ears of the holy saints. Other powers intercepted them and wrought so that the curses thrown up to heaven have fallen on her own flesh and blood, and so through her very strength of love have bruised and crushed her heart. Henceforward her former self must be buried, yea, buried quick if need be, but never more to make sign or utter cry on earth. She has become a poor Clare, in order that, by perpetual penance and constant service of others, she may at length so act as to obtain final absolution and rest for her soul. Until then, the innocent must suffer. It is to plead for the innocent that I come to you, not in the name of the witch, Bridget Fitzgerald, but of the penitent and servant of all men, the poor Clare, Sister Magdalene. "Sir," said I listen to your request with respect. Only I may tell you it is not needed to urge me to do all that I can on behalf of one, love for whom is part of my very life. If for a time I have absented myself from her, it is to think and work for her redemption. I, a member of the English Church, my uncle, a Puritan, pray morning and night for her by name. The congregations of London on the next Sabbath will pray for one unknown, that she may be set free from the powers of darkness. Moreover, I must tell you, sir, that those evil ones touch not the great calm of her soul. She lives her own pure and loving life, unharmed and untainted, though all men fall off from her. I would I could have her faith." My uncle now spoke. "Nephew," said he, "it seems to me that this gentleman, although professing what I consider an erroneous creed, has touched upon the right point in exhorting Bridget to acts of love and mercy, whereby to wipe out her sin of hate and vengeance. Let us strive after our fashion, by alms-giving and visiting of the needy and fatherless, to make our prayers acceptable. Meanwhile, I myself will go down into the north and take charge of the maiden. I am too old to be daunted by man or demon. I will bring her to this house as to a home, and let the double come if it will. A company of godly divines shall give it the meeting, and we will try issue." The kindly, brave old man. But Father Bernard sat on musing. "All hate," said he, "cannot be quenched in her heart. All Christian forgiveness cannot have entered into her soul, or the demon would have lost its power. You said, I think, that her grandchild was still tormented." "Still tormented," I replied sadly, thinking of Mistress Clark's last letter. He rose to go. We afterwards heard that the occasion of his coming to London was a secret political mission on behalf of the Jacobites. Nevertheless, he was a good and a wise man. Months and months passed away without any change. Lucy entreated my uncle to leave her where she was, dreading, as I learnt, lest if she came with her fearful companion to dwell in the same house with me, that my love could not stand the repeated shocks to which I should be doomed. And this she thought from no distrust of the strength of my affection, but from a kind of pitying sympathy for the terror to the nerves which she observed that the demoniac visitation caused in all. I was restless and miserable. I devoted myself to good works, but I performed them from no spirit of love, but solely from the hope of reward and payment, and so the reward was never granted. At length, I asked my uncle's leave to travel, and I went forth, a wanderer, with no distincter end than that of many another wanderer, to get away from myself. A strange impulse led me to Antwerp, in spite of the wars and commotions then raging in the Low Countries, or rather, perhaps, the very craving to become interested in something external led me into the thick of the struggle then going on with the Austrians. The cities of Flanders were all full at that time of civil disturbances and rebellions, only kept down by force, and the presence of an Austrian garrison in every place. I arrived in Antwerp, and made inquiry for Father Bernard. He was away in the country for a day or two. Then I asked my way to the convent of Poor Clare's, but being healthy and prosperous, I could only see the dim, pent-up, grey walls, shut closely in by narrow streets in the lowest part of the town. My landlord told me that had I been stricken by some loathsome disease, or in desperate case of any kind, the Poor Clares would have taken me and tended me. He spoke of them as an order of mercy of the strictest kind, dressing scantily in the coarsest materials, going barefoot, living on what the inhabitants of Antwerp chose to bestow, and sharing even those fragments and crumbs with the poor and helpless that swarmed all around, receiving no letters or communication with the outer world, utterly dead to everything but the alleviation of suffering. He smiled at my inquiring whether I could get speech of one of them, and told me that they were even forbidden to speak for the purposes of begging their daily food, while yet they lived and fed others upon what was given in charity. "But," exclaimed I, "supposing all men forgot them, would they quietly lie down and die without making sign of their extremity? If such were their rule, the Poor Clares would willingly do it, but their founder appointed a remedy for such extreme case as you suggest. They have a bell, 'tis but a small one, as I have heard, and has yet never been rung in the memory of man. When the Poor Clares have been without food for 24 hours, they may ring this bell, and then trust to our good people of Antwerp for rushing to the rescue of the Poor Clares, who have taken such blessed care of us in all our straits." It seemed to me that such rescue would be late in the day, but I did not say what I thought. I rather turned the conversation by asking my landlord if he knew, or had ever heard, anything of a certain Sister Magdalene. "Yes," said he, rather under his breath. "News will creep out, even from a convent of Poor Clares. Sister Magdalene is either a great sinner or a great saint. She does more, as I have heard, than all the other nuns put together. Yet when last month they would fain have made her Mother Superior, she begged rather that they would place her below all the rest, and make her the meanest servant of all. "You never saw her?" asked I. "Never," he replied. I was weary of waiting for Father Bernard, and yet I lingered in Antwerp. The political state of things became worse than ever, increased to its height by the scarcity of food consequent on many deficient harvests. I saw groups of fierce, squalid men at every corner of the street, glaring out with wolfish eyes at my sleek skin and handsome clothes. At last, Father Bernard returned. We had a long conversation, in which he told me that, curiously enough, Mr. Gisborne, Lucy's father, was serving in one of the Austrian regiments, then in garrison at Antwerp. I asked Father Bernard if he would make us acquainted, which he consented to do. But a day or two afterwards he told me that on hearing my name, Mr. Gisborne had declined responding to any advances on my part, saying he had abjured his country and hated his countrymen. Probably he recollected my name in connection with that of his daughter Lucy. Anyhow, it was clear enough that I had no chance of making his acquaintance. Father Bernard confirmed me in my suspicions of the hidden fermentation, for some coming evil, working among the blouses of Antwerp, and he would fain have had me depart from out the city, but I rather craved the excitement of danger, and stubbornly refused to leave. One day, when I was walking with him in the Place Verte, he bowed to an Austrian officer who was crossing towards the cathedral. "That is Mr. Gisborne," said he, as soon as the gentleman was past. I turned to look at the tall, slight figure of the officer. He carried himself in a stately manner, although he was past middle age, and from his years might have had some excuse for a slight stoop. As I looked at the man, he turned round, his eyes met mine, and I saw his face. Deeply lined, sallow, and scathed was that countenance, scarred by passion as well as by the fortunes of war. 'Twas but a moment our eyes met. We each turned round and went on our separate way. But his whole appearance was not one to be easily forgotten. The thorough appointment of the dress and evident thought bestowed on it made but an incongruous whole with the dark, gloomy expression of his countenance. Because he was Lucy's father, I sought instinctively to meet him everywhere. At last, he must have become aware of my pertinacity, for he gave me a haughty scowl whenever I passed him. In one of these encounters, however, I chanced to be of some service to him. He was turning the corner of a street, and came suddenly on one of the groups of discontented Flemings of whom I have spoken. Some words were exchanged, when my gentleman out with his sword, and with a slight but skilful cut, drew blood from one of those who had insulted him as he fancied, though I was too far off to hear the words. They would all have fallen upon him had I not rushed forwards, and raised the cry, then well known in Antwerp, of rally, to the Austrian soldiers who were perpetually patrolling the streets, and who came in numbers to the rescue. I think that neither Mr. Gisborne nor the mutinous group of plebeians owed me much gratitude for my interference. He had planted himself against a wall, in a skilful attitude of fence, ready with his bright glancing rapier to do battle with all the heavy, fierce, unarmed men, some 6 or 7 in number. But when his own soldiers came up, he sheathed his sword, and giving some careless word of command, sent them away again, and continued his saunter all alone down the street, the workmen snarling in his rear, and more than half inclined to fall on me for my cry for rescue. I cared not if they did. My life seemed so dreary a burden just then, and perhaps it was this daring loitering among them that prevented their attacking me. Instead, they suffered me to fall into conversation with them, and I heard some of their grievances. Sore and heavy to be borne were they, and no wonder the sufferers were savage and desperate. The man whom Gisborne had wounded across his face would fain have got out of me the name of his aggressor, but I refused to tell it. Another of the group heard his inquiry and made answer, "I know the man. He is one Gisborne, aide-de-camp to the General Commandant. I know him well." He began to tell some story in connection with Gisborne in a low and muttering voice, and while he was relating a tale, which I saw excited their evil blood, and which they evidently wished me not to hear, I sauntered away and back to my lodgings. That night, Antwerp was in open revolt. The inhabitants rose in rebellion against their Austrian masters. The Austrians, holding the gates of the city, remained at first pretty quiet in the citadel. Only from time to time, the boom of a great cannon swept sullenly over the town. But if they expected the disturbance to die away and spend itself in a few hours' fury, they were mistaken. In a day or two, the rioters held possession of the principal municipal buildings. Then the Austrians poured forth in bright, flaming array, calm and smiling, as they marched to the posts assigned, as if the fierce mob were no more to them than the swarms of buzzing summer flies. Their practiced maneuvers, their well-aimed shot, told with terrible effect. But in the place of one slain rioter, 3 sprang up of his blood to avenge his loss. But a deadly foe, a ghastly ally of the Austrians, was at work. Food, scarce and dear for months, was now hardly to be obtained at any price. Desperate efforts were being made to bring provisions into the city, for the rioters had friends without. Close to the city port nearest to the Scheldt, a great struggle took place. I was there, helping the rioters, whose cause I had adopted. We had a savage encounter with the Austrians. Numbers fell on both sides. I saw them lie bleeding for a moment. Then a volley of smoke obscured them, and when it cleared away, they were dead, trampled upon or smothered, pressed down and hidden by the freshly wounded whom those last guns had brought low. And then a grey-robed and grey-veiled figure came right across the flashing guns and stooped over someone, whose lifeblood was ebbing away. Sometimes it was to give him drink from cans which they carried slung at their sides. Sometimes I saw the cross held above a dying man, and rapid prayers were being uttered, unheard by men in that hellish din and clangor, but listened to by one above. I saw all this as in a dream. The reality of that stern time was battle and carnage. But I knew that these grey figures, their bare feet all wet with blood, and their faces hidden by their veils, were the poor Clares, sent forth now because dire agony was abroad and imminent danger at hand. Therefore they left their cloistered shelter and came into that thick and evil melee. Close to me, driven past me by the struggle of many fighters, came the Antwerp Burgess with the scarce-healed scar upon his face, and in an instant more he was thrown by the press upon the Austrian officer Gisborne, and ere either had recovered the shock, the Burgess had recognized his opponent. "Ha! The Englishman Gisborne!" he cried, and threw himself upon him with redoubled fury. He had struck him hard. The Englishman was down, when out of the smoke came a dark grey figure, and threw herself right under the uplifted flashing sword. The Burgess's arm stood arrested. Neither Austrians nor Anversois willingly harmed the poor Clares. "Leave him to me," said a low, stern voice. "He is mine enemy, mine for many years." Those words were the last I heard. I myself was struck down by a bullet. I remember nothing more for days. When I came to myself, I was at the extremity of weakness, and was craving for food to recruit my strength. My landlord sat watching me. He too looked pinched and shrunken. He had heard of my wounded state, and sought me out. Yes, the struggle still continued, but the famine was sore, and some, he had heard, had died for lack of food. The tears stood in his eyes as he spoke, but soon he shook off his weakness, and his natural cheerfulness returned. Father Bernard had been to see me. No one else. Who should, indeed. Father Bernard would come back that afternoon. He had promised. But Father Bernard never came, although I was up and dressed and looking eagerly for him. My landlord brought me a meal which he had cooked himself. Of what it was composed he would not say, but it was most excellent, and with every mouthful I seemed to gain strength. The good man sat looking at my evident enjoyment with a happy smile of sympathy. But, as my appetite became satisfied, I began to detect a certain wistfulness in his eyes, as if craving for the food I had so nearly devoured. For indeed, at that time I was hardly aware of the extent of the famine. Suddenly, There was a sound of many rushing feet past our window. My landlord opened one of the sides of it, the better to learn what was going on. Then we heard a faint, cracked, tinkling bell, coming shrill upon clear and distinct from all other sounds. "Holy Mother!" exclaimed my landlord. "The poor Clares!" He snatched up the fragments of my meal and crammed them into my hands, bidding me follow. Downstairs he ran, clutching at more food, as the women of his house eagerly held it out to him. And in a moment we were in the street, moving along with the great current, all tending towards the convent of the poor Clares. And still, as if piercing our ears with its inarticulate cry, came the shrill tinkle of the bell. In that strange crowd were old men trembling and sobbing as they carried their little pittance of food, women with the tears running down their cheeks who had snatched up what provisions they had in the vessels in which they stood, so that the burden of these was in many cases much greater than that which they contained. Children, with flushed faces, grasping tight the morsel of bitten cake or bread, in their eagerness to carry it safe to the help of the poor Clares. Strong men, yea, both, Anversois and Austrians, pressing onwards with set teeth and no word spoken. And over all, and through all, came that sharp tinkle, that cry for help in extremity. We met the first torrent of people returning with blanched and piteous faces. They were issuing out of the convent to make way for the offerings of others. "Haste! Haste!" said they. "A poor Clare is dying. A poor Clare is dead for hunger. God forgive us, and our city." We pressed on. The stream bore us along where it would. We were carried through refectories, bare and crumbless, into cells over whose doors the conventual name of the occupant was written. Thus it was that I, with others, was forced into Sister Magdalen's cell. On her couch lay Gisborne, pale unto death, but not dead. By his side was a cup of water and a small morsel of mouldy bread, which he had pushed out of his reach and could not move to obtain. Over against his bed were these words, copied in the English version: "Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him; if he thirst, give him drink." Some of us gave him of our food, and left him eating greedily, like some famished wild animal. For now it was no longer the sharp tinkle, but that one solemn toll, which in all Christian countries tells of the passing of the spirit out of earthly life into eternity. And again a murmur gathered and grew, as of many people speaking with awed breath. "A poor Clare is dying. A poor Clare is dead." Borne along once more by the motion of the crowd, we were carried into the chapel belonging to the poor Clares. On a bier before the high altar lay a woman, lay Sister Magdalen, lay Bridget Fitzgerald. By her side stood Father Bernard in his robes of office, and holding the crucifix on high while he pronounced the solemn absolution of the church, as to one who had newly confessed herself of deadly sin. I pushed on with passionate force till I stood close to the dying woman, as she received extreme unction amid the breathless and awed hush of the multitude around. Her eyes were glazing, her limbs were stiffening. But when the rite was over and finished, she raised her gaunt figure slowly up, and her eyes brightened to a strange intensity of joy, as, with the gesture of her finger and the trance-like gleam of her eye, she seemed like one who watched the disappearance of some loathed and fearful creature. "She is freed from the curse," said she, as she fell back dead. Now, of all our party who had first listened to my Lady Ludlow, Mr. Preston was the only one who had not told us something, either of information, tradition, history, or legend. We naturally turned to him, but we did not like asking him directly for his contribution, for he was a grave, reserved, and silent man. He understood us, however, and rousing himself as it were, he said, "I know you wish me to tell you in my turn of something which I have learnt or heard during my life. I could tell you something of my own life, and of a life dearer still to my memory. But I have shrunk from narrating anything so purely personal. Yet, shrink as I will, no other but those sad recollections will present themselves to my mind. I call them sad when I think of the end of it all. However, I am not going to moralize. If my dear brother's life and death does not speak for itself, no words of mine will teach you what may be learnt from it. Lois the Witch. Chapter 1. In the year 1691, Lois Berkeley stood on a little wooden pier, steadying herself on the stable land, in much the same manner as 8 or 9 weeks ago she had tried to steady herself on the deck of the rocking ship, which had carried her across from Old to New England. It seemed as strange now to be on solid earth as it had been, not long ago, to be rocked by the sea, both by day and by night, and the aspect of the land was equally strange. The forests which showed in the distance all round, and which, in truth, were not very far from the wooden houses forming the town of Boston, were of different shades of green, and different, too, in shape of outline to those which Lois Berkeley knew well in her old home in Warwickshire. Her heart sank a little as she stood alone, waiting for the captain of the good ship Redemption, the kind, rough old sailor, who was her only known friend in this unknown continent. Captain Holdernesse was busy, however, as she saw, and it would probably be some time before he would be ready to attend to her. So Lois sat down on one of the casks that lay about, and wrapped her gray duffel cloak tight around her, and sheltered herself under her hood, as well as might be from the piercing wind, which seemed to follow those whom it had tyrannized over at sea, with a dogged wish of still tormenting them on land. Very patiently did Lois sit there, although she was weary and shivering with cold. For the day was severe for May, and the Redemption, with store of necessaries and comforts for the Puritan colonists of New England, was the earliest ship that had ventured across the seas. How could Lois help thinking of the past and speculating on the future as she sat on Boston Pier at this breathing time of her life? In the dim sea mist which she gazed upon with aching eyes, filled against her will with tears from time to time, there rose the little village church of Barford, not 3 miles from Warwick, you may see it yet, where her father had preached ever since 1661, long before she was born. He and her mother both lay dead in Barford churchyard, and the old low grey church could hardly come before her vision without her seeing the old parsonage too, the cottage covered with Austrian roses and yellow jessamine where she had been born, sole child of parents already long past the prime of youth. She saw the path, not 100 yards long, from the parsonage to the vestry door, that path which her father trod daily. For the vestry was his study, and the sanctum, where he pored over the ponderous tomes of the Father and compared their precepts with those of the authorities of the Anglican Church of that day, the day of the later Stuarts. For Barford parsonage at that time scarcely exceeded in size and dignity the cottages by which it was surrounded. It only contained 3 rooms on a floor and was but 2 stories high. On the first, or ground floor, were the parlour, kitchen and back or working kitchen. Upstairs, Mr. and Mrs. Berkeley's room, that belonging to Lois, and the maid servant's room. If a guest came, Lois left her own chamber and shared old Clemency's bed. But those days were over. Never more should Lois see father or mother on earth. They slept calm and still in Barford churchyard, careless of what became of their orphan child, as far as earthly manifestations of care or love went. And Clemence lay there too, bound down in her grassy bed by withes of the briar rose, which Lois had trained over those 3 precious graves before leaving England forever. There were some who would fain have kept her there. One who swore in his heart a great oath unto the Lord that he would seek her sooner or later if she was still upon the earth. But he was the rich heir and only son of the miller Lucy, whose mill stood by the Avonside in the grassy Barford meadows. And his father looked higher for him than the penniless daughter of Parson Berkeley. So low were clergymen esteemed in those days. And the very suspicion of Hugh Lucy's attachment to Lois Berkeley made his parents think it more prudent not to offer the orphan a home, although none other of the parishioners had the means, even if they had the will, to do so. So Lois swallowed her tears down till the time came for crying, and acted upon her mother's words. "Lois, thy father is dead of this terrible fever, and I am dying. Nay, it is so, though I am easier from pain for these few hours, the Lord be praised. The cruel men of the Commonwealth have left thee very friendless. Thy father's only brother was shot down at Edgehill. I, too, have a brother, though thou hast never heard me speak of him, for he was a schismatic, and thy father and he had words, and he left for that new country beyond the seas without ever saying farewell to us. But Ralph was a kind lad until he took up these new-fangled notions, and for the old days' sake he will take thee in, and love thee as a child, and place thee among his children. Blood is thicker than water. Write to him as soon as I am gone. For Lois I am going, and I bless the Lord that has letten me join my husband again so soon. Such was the selfishness of conjugal love. She thought little of Lois's desolation in comparison with her rejoicing over her speedy reunion with her dead husband. Write to thine uncle, Ralph Hickson, Salem, New England. Put it down, child, on thy tablets, and say that I, Henrietta Berkeley, charge him, for the sake of all he holds dear in heaven or on earth, for his salvation's sake as well as for the sake of the old home at Leicester Bridge, for the sake of the father and mother that gave us birth, as well as for the sake of the 6 little children who lie dead between him and me, that he take thee into his home as if thou wert his own flesh and blood, as indeed thou art. He has a wife and children of his own, and no one need fear having thee, my Lois, my darling, my baby, among his household. O Lois, would that thou wert dying with me. The thought of thee makes death sore. Lois comforted her mother more than herself, poor child, by promises to obey her dying wishes to the letter, and by expressing hopes she dared not feel of her uncle's kindness. Promise me, the dying woman's breath came harder and harder, that thou wilt go at once. The money our goods will bring, the letter thy father wrote to Captain Holderness, his old schoolfellow, thou knowest all I would say. My Lois, God bless thee. Solemnly did Lois promise. Strictly she kept her word. It was all the more easy, for Hugh Lucy met her, and told her, in one great burst of love, of his passionate attachment, his vehement struggles with his father, his impotence at present, his hope and resolves for the future, and intermingled with all this came such outrageous threats and expressions of uncontrolled vehemence that Lois felt that in Barford she must not linger to be a cause of desperate quarrel between father and son, while her absence might soften down matters, so that either the rich old miller might relent, or, and her heart ached to think of the other possibility, Hugh's love might cool, and the dear playfellow of her childhood learn to forget. If not, if Hugh were to be trusted in 1/10 of what he said, God might permit him to fulfill his resolve of coming to seek her out before many years were over. It was all in God's hands, and that was best, thought Lois Berkeley. She was roused out of her trance of recollections by Captain Holderness, who, having done all that was necessary in the way of orders and directions to his mate, now came up to her, and praising her for her quiet patience, told her that he would now take her to the Widow Smith's, a decent kind of house, where he and many other sailors of the better order were in the habit of lodging during their stay on the New England shores. Widow Smith, he said, had a parlour for herself and her daughters, in which Lois might sit, while he went about the business that, as he had told her, would detain him in Boston for a day or two before he could accompany her to her uncle's at Salem. All this had been to a certain degree arranged on shipboard, but Captain Holderness, for want of anything else that he could think of to talk about, recapitulated it as he and Lois walked along. It was his way of showing sympathy with the emotion that made her grey eyes full of tears as she started up from the pier at the sound of his voice. In his heart, he said, poor wench, poor wench. It's a strange land to her, and they are all strange folks, and I reckon she will be feeling desolate. I'll try and cheer her up. So he talked on about hard facts, connected with the life that lay before her, until they reached Widow Smith's. And perhaps Lois was more brightened by this style of conversation and the new ideas it presented to her than she would have been by the tenderest woman's sympathy. They are a queer set, these New Englanders, said Captain Holderness. They are rare chaps for praying, down on their knees at every turn of their life. Folk are none so busy in a new country, else they would have to pray like me, with a yo-hoy on each side of my prayers, and a rope cutting like fire through my hand. Yon pilot was for calling us all to Thanksgiving for a good voyage and lucky escape from the pirates. But I said I always put up my thanks on dry land after I had got my ship into harbour. The French colonists, too, are vowing vengeance for the expedition against Canada, and the people here are raging like heathens, at least as like as godly folk can be, for the loss of their charter. All that is the news the pilot told me, for all he wanted us to be Thanksgiving instead of casting the lead, he was as down in the mouth as could be about the state of the country. But here we are at Widow Smith's. Now cheer up, and show the godly a pretty smiling Warwickshire lass. Anybody would have smiled at Widow Smith's greeting. She was a comely, motherly woman, dressed in the primmest fashion in vogue 20 years before in England, among the class to which she belonged. But somehow her pleasant face gave the lie to her dress. Were it as brown and sober-coloured as could be, folk remembered it bright and cheerful, because it was a part of Widow Smith herself. She kissed Lois on both cheeks, before she rightly understood who the stranger maiden was, only because she was a stranger and looked sad and forlorn. And then she kissed her again, because Captain Holderness commended her to the widow's good offices. And so she led Lois by the hand into her rough, substantial log house, over the door of which hung a great bough of a tree, by way of sign of entertainment for man and horse. Yet not all men were received by Widow Smith. To some she could be as cold and reserved as need be, deaf to all inquiries save one, where else they could find accommodation. To this question she would give a ready answer, and speed the unwelcome guest on his way. Widow Smith was guided in these matters by instinct. One glance at a man's face told her whether or not she chose to have him as an inmate of the same house as her daughters, and her promptness of decision in these matters gave her manner a kind of authority which no one liked to disobey, especially as she had stalwart neighbours within call to back her, if her assumed deafness in the first instance, and her voice and gesture in the second, were not enough to give the would-be guest his dismissal. Widow Smith chose her customers merely by their physical aspect, not one whit with regard to their apparent worldly circumstances. Those who had been staying at her house once always came again, for she had the knack of making everyone beneath her roof comfortable and at his ease. Her daughters, Prudence and Hester, had somewhat of their mother's gifts, but not in such perfection. They reasoned a little upon a stranger's appearance, instead of knowing at the first moment whether they liked him or no. They noticed the indications of his clothes, the quality and cut thereof, as telling somewhat of his station in society. They were more reserved. They hesitated more than their mother. They had not her prompt authority, her happy power. Their bread was not so light. Their cream went sometimes to sleep when it should have been turning into butter. Their hams were not always just like the hams of the old country, as their mothers were invariably pronounced to be. Yet they were good, orderly, kindly girls, and rose and greeted Lois with a friendly shake of the hand, as their mother, with her arm round the stranger's waist, led her into the private room which she called her parlour. The aspect of this room was strange in the English girl's eyes. The logs of which the house was built showed here and there through the mud plaster, although before both plaster and logs were hung the skins of many curious animals, skins presented to the widow by many a trader of her acquaintance, just as her sailor guests brought her another description of gift: shells, strings of wampum beads, seabirds' eggs, and presents from the old country. The room was more like a small museum of natural history of these days than a parlour, and it had a strange, peculiar but not unpleasant smell about it, neutralized in some degree by the smoke from the enormous trunk of pine wood which smouldered on the hearth. The instant their mother told them that Captain Holderness was in the outer room, the girls began putting away their spinning wheel and knitting needles and preparing for a meal of some kind. What meal Lois, sitting there and unconsciously watching, could hardly tell. First, dough was set to rise for cakes. Then came out of a corner cupboard, a present from England, an enormous square bottle of a cordial called Golden Wasser. Next, a mill for grinding chocolate, a rare unusual treat anywhere at that time. Then a great Cheshire cheese. 3 venison steaks were cut ready for broiling, fat cold pork sliced up and treacle poured over it, a great pie, something like a mince pie, but which the daughters spoke of with honour as the punkin pie, fresh and salt fish branded, oysters cooked in various ways. Lois wondered where would be the end of the provisions for hospitably receiving the strangers from the old country. At length, everything was placed on the table, the hot food smoking. But all was cool, not to say cold, before Elder Hawkins, an old neighbor of much repute and standing, who had been invited in by Widow Smith to hear the news, had finished his grace, into which was embodied thanksgivings for the past and prayers for the future lives of every individual present, adapted to their several cases as far as the elder could guess at them from appearances. This grace might not have ended so soon as it did, had it not been for the somewhat impatient drumming of his knife handle on the table with which Captain Holderness accompanied the latter half of the elder's words. When they first sat down to their meal, all were too hungry for much talking, but as their appetites diminished, their curiosity increased, and there was much to be told and heard on both sides. With all the English intelligence Lois was, of course, well acquainted, but she listened with natural attention to all that was said about the new country and the new people among whom she had come to live. Her father had been a Jacobite, as the adherents of the Stuarts were beginning at this time to be called. His father, again, had been a follower of Archbishop Laud, so Lois had hitherto heard little of the conversation and seen little of the ways of the Puritans. Elder Hawkins was one of the strictest of the strict, and evidently his presence kept the two daughters of the house considerably in awe. But the widow herself was a privileged person. Her known goodness of heart, the effects of which had been experienced by many, gave her the liberty of speech which was tacitly denied to many, under penalty of being esteemed ungodly if they infringed certain conventional limits. And Captain Holderness and his mate spoke out their minds, let who would be present. So that on this first landing in New England, Lois was, as it were, gently let down into the midst of the Puritan peculiarities, and yet they were sufficient to make her feel very lonely and strange. The first subject of conversation was the present state of the colony. Lois soon found out that, although at the beginning she was not a little perplexed by the frequent reference to names of places which she naturally associated with the old country. Widow Smith was speaking. In the county of Essex, the folk are ordered to keep 4 scouts, or companies of minute men, 6 persons in each company, to be on the lookout for the wild Indians who are forever stirring about in the woods, stealthy brutes as they are. I am sure I got such a fright the first harvest time after I came over to New England. I go on dreaming, now near 20 years after Lothrop's business, of painted Indians, with their shaven scalps and their war streaks lurking behind the trees and coming nearer and nearer with their noiseless steps. Yes, broke in one of her daughters. And Mother, don't you remember how Hannah Benson told us how her husband had cut down every tree near his house at Deerbrook in order that no one might come near him, under cover? And how one evening she was a-sitting in the twilight, when all her family were gone to bed, and her husband gone off to Plymouth on business, and she saw a log of wood, just like a trunk of a felled tree, lying in the shadow, and thought nothing of it till, on looking again, a while after she fancied it was come a bit nearer to the house, and how her heart turned sick with fright, and how she dared not stir at first, but shut her eyes while she counted 100, and looked again, and the shadow was deeper, but she could see that the log was nearer. So she ran in and bolted the door, and went up to where her eldest lad lay. It was Elijah, and he was but 16 then, but he rose up at his mother's words, and took his father's long duck gun down, and he tried the loading, and spoke for the first time to put up a prayer that God would give his aim good guidance, and went to a window that gave a view upon the side where the log lay, and fired, and no one dared to look what came of it. But all the household read the scriptures, and prayed the whole night long, till morning came and showed a long stream of blood lying on the grass close by the log, which the full sunlight showed to be no log at all, but just a red Indian covered with bark, and painted most skillfully, with his war-knife by his side. All were breathless with listening, though to most the story, or such like it, were familiar. Then another took up the tale of horror. And the pirates have been down at Marblehead since you were here, Captain Holderness. 'Twas only the last winter they landed, French papist pirates, and the people kept close within their houses, for they knew not what would come of it, and they dragged folk ashore. There was one woman among those folk, prisoners from some vessel, doubtless, and the pirates took them by force to the inland marsh, and the Marblehead folk kept still and quiet, every gun loaded, and every ear on the watch, for who knew but what the wild sea robbers might take a turn on land next? and in the dead of the night they heard a woman's loud and pitiful outcry from the marsh. "Lord Jesu, have mercy on me! Save me from the power of man, O Lord Jesu!" And the blood of all who heard the cry ran cold with terror, till old Nance Hickson, who had been stone-deaf and bedridden for years, stood up in the midst of the folk all gathered together in her grandson's house, and said that as they, the dwellers in Marblehead, had not had brave hearts or faith enough to go and succor the helpless, that cry of a dying woman should be in their ears and in their children's ears till the end of the world. And Nance dropped down dead as soon as she had made an end of speaking, and the pirates set sail from Marblehead at morning dawn. But the folk there hear the cry still, shrill and pitiful from the waste marshes. "Lord Jesu, have mercy on me! Save me from the power of man, O Lord Jesu!" "And by token," said Elder Hawkins's deep bass voice, speaking with the strong nasal twang of the Puritans, who, says Butler, blasphemed custard through the nose. "Godly Mister, Noyes ordained a fast at Marblehead, and preached a soul-stirring discourse on the words, 'Inasmuch as ye did it not unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye did it not unto me.' But it has been borne in upon me at times, whether the whole vision of the pirates and the cry of the woman was not a device of Satan's to sift the Marblehead folk, and see what fruit their doctrine bore, and so to condemn them in the sight of the Lord. If it were so, the enemy had a great triumph, for assuredly it was no part of Christian men to leave a helpless woman unaided in her sore distress." "But, Elder," said Widow Smith, "it was no vision. They were real living men who went ashore, men who broke down branches and left their footmarks on the ground. As for that matter, Satan hath many powers, and if it be the day when he is permitted to go about like a roaring lion, he will not stick at trifles, but make his work complete. I tell you, many men are spiritual enemies in visible forms, permitted to roam about the waste places of the earth. I myself believe that these red Indians are indeed the evil creatures of whom we read in Holy Scripture, and there is no doubt that they are in league with those abominable papists, the French people in Canada. I have heard tell that the French pay the Indians so much gold for every dozen scalps off Englishmen's heads." "Pretty cheerful talk this," said Captain Holderness to Lois, perceiving her blanched cheek and terror-stricken mien. "Thou art thinking that thou hadst better have stayed at Barford. I'll answer for it, wench. But the devil is not so black as he is painted." "Ho! There again!" said Elder Hawkins. "The devil is painted, it hath been said so from old times. And are not these Indians painted even like unto their father?" "But is it all true?" asked Lois, aside, of Captain Holderness, letting the elder hold forth unheeded by her, though listened to, however, with the utmost reverence by the two daughters of the house. "My wench," said the old sailor, "thou hast come to a country where there are many perils, both from land and from sea. The Indians hate the white men. Whether other white men, meaning the French away to the north, have hounded on the savages, or whether the English have taken their lands and hunting grounds without due recompense, and so raised the cruel vengeance of the wild creatures, who knows? But it is true that it is not safe to go far into the woods, for fear of the lurking painted savages, nor has it been safe to build a dwelling far from a settlement, and it takes a brave heart to make a journey from one town to another, and folk do say the Indian creatures rise up out of the very ground to waylay the English, and then offers affirm they are all in league with Satan to affright the Christians out of the heathen country over which he has reigned so long. Then again, the seashore is infested by pirates, the scum of all nations. They land, and plunder, and ravage, and burn, and destroy. Folk get affrighted of the real dangers, and in their fright imagine, perchance, dangers that are not. But who knows? Holy Scripture speaks of witches and wizards, and of the power of the evil one in desert places, and even in the old country we have heard tell of those who have sold their souls forever for the little power they get for a few years on earth. By this time the whole table was silent, listening to the captain. It was just one of those chance silences that sometimes occur without any apparent reason, and often without any apparent consequence. But all present had reason before many months had passed over, to remember the words which Lois spoke in answer, although her voice was low, and she only thought, in the interest of the moment, of being heard by her old friend the captain. They are fearful creatures, the witches, and yet I am sorry for the poor old women, whilst I dread them. We had one in Barford, when I was a little child. No one knew whence she came, but she settled herself down in a mud hut by the common side, and there she lived, she and her cat. At the mention of the cat, Elder Hawkins shook his head long and gloomily. No one knew how she lived, if it were not on nettles and scraps of oatmeal and such-like food given her more for fear than for pity. She went double, always talking and muttering to herself. Folk said she snared birds and rabbits in the thicket that came down to her hovel. How it came to pass I cannot say, but many a one fell sick in the village, and much cattle died one spring, when I was near 4 years old. I never heard much about it, for my father said it was ill talking about such things. I only know I got a sick fright one afternoon, when the maid had gone out for milk and had taken me with her, and we were passing a meadow where the Avon, circling, makes a deep round pool, and there was a crowd of folk, all still. And a still, breathless crowd makes the heart beat worse than a shouting, noisy one. They were all gazing towards the water, and the maid held me up in her arms to see the sight above the shoulders of the people. And I saw old Hannah in the water, her grey hair all streaming down her shoulders, and her face bloody and black with the stones and the mud they had been throwing at her, and her cat tied round her neck. I hid my face, I know, as soon as I saw the fearsome sight, for her eyes met mine as they were glaring with fury, poor, helpless, baited creature. And she caught the sight of me, and cried out, Parson's wench, yonder, in thy nurse's arms, thy dad hath never tried for to save me, and none shall save thee when thou art brought up for a witch. Oh, the words rang in my ears when I was dropping asleep for years after. I used to dream that I was in that pond, all men hating me with their eyes because I was a witch, and at times her black cat used to seem living again, and say over those dreadful words. Lois stopped. The two daughters looked at her excitement with a kind of shrinking surprise, for the tears were in her eyes. Elder Hawkins shook his head and muttered texts from Scripture, but cheerful Widow Smith, not liking the gloomy turn of the conversation, tried to give it a lighter cast by saying, And I don't doubt but what the parson's bonny lass has bewitched many a one since, with her dimples and her pleasant ways. Eh, Captain Holderness? It's you must tell us tales of this young lass's doings in England. Aye, said the captain. There's one under her charms in Warwickshire, who will never get the better of it, I'm thinking. Elder Hawkins rose to speak. He stood leaning on his hands, which were placed on the table. Brethren, said he, I must upbraid you if ye speak lightly. Charms and witchcraft are evil things. I trust this maiden hath had nothing to do with them, even in thought. But my mind misgives me at her story. The hellish witch might have power from Satan to infect her mind, she being yet a child with the deadly sin. Instead of vain talking, I call upon you all to join with me in prayer for this stranger in our land, that her heart may be purged from all iniquity. Let us pray. Come, there's no harm in that, said the captain. But Elder Hawkins, when you are at work, just pray for us all, for I'm afeard there be some of us need purging from iniquity a good deal more than Lois Barclay, and a prayer for a man never does mischief. Captain Holderness had business in Boston, which detained him there for a couple of days, and during that time Lois remained with the widow Smith, seeing what was to be seen of the new land that contained her future home. The letter of her dying mother was sent off to Salem meanwhile by a lad going thither, in order to prepare her Uncle Ralph Hickson for his niece's coming, as soon as Captain Holderness could find leisure to take her. For he considered her given into his own personal charge, until he could consign her to her uncle's care. When the time came for going to Salem, Lois felt very sad at leaving the kindly woman under whose roof she had been staying, and looked back as long as she could see anything of Widow Smith's dwelling. She was packed into a rough kind of country cart, which just held her and Captain Holderness beside the driver. There was a basket of provisions under their feet, and behind them hung a bag of provender for the horse. For it was a good day's journey to Salem, and the road was reputed so dangerous that it was ill tarrying a minute longer than necessary for refreshment. English roads were bad enough at that period and for long after, but in America the way was simply the cleared ground of the forest, the stumps of the felled trees still remaining in the direct line, forming obstacles, which it required the most careful driving to avoid. And in the hollows, where the ground was swampy, the pulpy nature of it was obviated by logs of wood laid across the boggy part. The deep green forest, tangled into heavy darkness, even thus early in the year, came within a few yards of the road all the way, though efforts were regularly made by the inhabitants of the neighboring settlements to keep a certain space clear on each side, for fear of the lurking Indians, who might otherwise come upon them unawares. The cries of strange birds, the unwanted color of some of them, all suggested to the imaginative or unaccustomed traveler the idea of war whoops and painted deadly enemies. But at last they drew near to Salem, which rivaled Boston in size in those days, and boasted the name of one or two streets, although to an English eye they looked rather more like irregularly built houses, clustered round the meeting house, or rather one of the meeting houses, for a second was in process of building. The whole place was surrounded with 2 circles of stockades. Between the 2 were the gardens and grazing ground for those who dreaded their cattle straying into the woods, and the consequent danger of reclaiming them. The lad who drove them flogged his spent horse into a trot as they went through Salem to Ralph Hickson's house. It was evening, the leisure time for the inhabitants, and their children were at play before the houses. Lois was struck by the beauty of one wee toddling child and turned to look after it. It caught its little foot in a stump of wood and fell with a cry that brought the mother out in a fright. As she ran out, her eye caught Lois's anxious gaze, although the noise of the heavy wheels drowned the sound of her words of inquiry as to the nature of the hurt the child had received. Nor had Lois time to think long upon the matter, for the instant after, the horse was pulled up at the door of a good, square, substantial wooden house, plastered over into a creamy white, perhaps as handsome a house as any in Salem. And there she was told by the driver that her uncle, Ralph Hickson, lived. In the flurry of the moment she did not notice, but Captain Holderness did, that no one came out at the unwonted sound of wheels to receive and welcome her. She was lifted down by the old sailor and led into a large room, almost like the hall of some English manor house as to size. A tall, gaunt young man of 23 or 24 sat on a bench by one of the windows, reading a great folio by the fading light of day. He did not rise when they came in, but looked at them with surprise, no gleam of intelligence coming into his stern, dark face. There was no woman in the house place. Captain Holderness paused a moment, and then said, "Is this house Ralph Hickson's?" "It is," said the young man, in a slow, deep voice, but he added no word further. "This is his niece, Lois Barclay," said the captain, taking the girl's arm and pushing her forwards. The young man looked at her steadily and gravely for a minute, then rose, and carefully marking the page in the folio which hitherto had lain open upon his knee, said, still in the same heavy, indifferent manner, "I will call my mother. She will know." He opened a door which looked into a warm, bright kitchen, ruddy with the light of the fire over which 3 women were apparently engaged in cooking something, while a 4th, an old Indian woman, of a greenish-brown color, shriveled up and bent with apparent age, moved backwards and forwards, evidently fetching the others the articles they required. "Mother," said the young man, and having arrested her attention, he pointed over his shoulder to the newly arrived strangers and returned to the study of his book, from time to time, however, furtively examining Lois from beneath his dark, shaggy eyebrows. A tall, largely made woman, past middle life, came in from the kitchen and stood reconnoitering the strangers. Captain Holderness spoke. "This is Lois Barclay, Master Ralph Hickson's niece." "I know nothing of her," said the mistress of the house, in a deep voice, almost as masculine as her son's. "Master Hickson received his sister's letter, did he not? I sent it off myself by a lad named Elias Welcome, who left Boston for this place yestermorning. Ralph Hickson has received no such letter. He lies bedridden in the chamber beyond. Any letters for him must come through my hands, wherefore I can affirm with certainty that no such letter has been delivered here." His sister Berkeley, she that was Henrietta Hickson, and whose husband took the oaths to Charles Stuart, and stuck by his living when all godly men left theirs. Lois, who had thought her heart was dead and cold a minute before at the ungracious reception she had met with, felt words come up into her mouth at the implied insult to her father, and spoke out, to her own and the captain's astonishment. They might be godly men who left their churches on that day of which you speak, madam, but they alone were not the godly men, and no one has a right to limit true godliness for mere opinion's sake. Well said, lass, spoke out the captain, looking round upon her with a kind of admiring wonder and patting her on the back. Lois and her aunt gazed into each other's eyes unflinchingly, for a minute or two of silence. But the girl felt her colour coming and going, while the elder woman's never varied, and the eyes of the young maiden were filling fast with tears, while those of great Hickson kept on their stare, dry and unwavering. "Mother," said the young man, rising up with a quicker motion than anyone had yet used in this house, "it is ill speaking of such matters when my cousin comes first among us. The Lord may give her grace hereafter, but she has travelled from Boston City today, and she and this seafaring man must need rest and food." He did not attend to see the effect of his words, but sat down again, and seemed to be absorbed in his book in an instant. Perhaps he knew that his word was law with his grim mother, for he had hardly ceased speaking before she had pointed to a wooden settle, and smoothing the lines on her countenance, she said, "What Manasseh says is true. Sit down here, while I bid Faith and Natty get food ready. And meanwhile I will go tell my husband that one who calls herself his sister's child is come over to pay him a visit." She went to the door leading into the kitchen and gave some directions to the elder girl, whom Lois now knew to be the daughter of the house. Faith stood impassive while her mother spoke, scarcely caring to look at the newly arrived strangers. She was like her brother Manasseh in complexion, but had handsomer features and large, mysterious-looking eyes, as Lois saw, when once she lifted them up and took in, as it were, the aspect of the sea captain and her cousin with one swift, searching look. About the stiff, tall, angular mother and the scarce less pliant figure of the daughter, a girl of 12 years old or thereabouts, played all manner of impish antics, unheeded by them, as if it were her accustomed habit to peep about, now under their arms, now at this side, now at that, making grimaces all the while at Lois and Captain Holderness, who sat facing the door, weary and somewhat disheartened by their reception. The captain pulled out tobacco and began to chew it by way of consolation. But in a moment or two his usual elasticity of spirit came to his rescue, and he said in a low voice to Lois, "That scoundrel Elias, I will give it him. If the letter had but been delivered, thou wouldst have had a different kind of welcome. But as soon as I have had some victuals, I will go out and find the lad, and bring back the letter, and that will make all right, my wench." "Nay, don't be downhearted, for I cannot stand women's tears. Thou'rt just worn out with the shaking and the want of food." Lois brushed away her tears, and looking round to try and divert her thoughts by fixing them on present object, she caught her cousin Manasseh's deep-set eyes furtively watching her. It was with no unfriendly gaze, yet it made Lois uncomfortable, particularly as he did not withdraw his looks after he must have seen that she observed him. She was glad when her aunt called her into an inner room to see her uncle, and she escaped from the steady observance of her gloomy, silent cousin. Ralph Hickson was much older than his wife, and his illness made him look older still. He had never had the force of character that Grace, his spouse, possessed, and age and sickness had now rendered him almost childish at times. But his nature was affectionate, and stretching out his trembling arms from where he lay bedridden, he gave Lois an unhesitating welcome, never waiting for the confirmation of the missing letter before he acknowledged her to be his niece. "Oh, 'tis kind in thee to come all across the sea to make acquaintance with thine uncle, kind in Sister Berkeley to spare thee." Lois had to tell him that there was no one living to miss her at home in England, that in fact she had no home in England, no father nor mother left upon earth, and that she had been bidden by her mother's last words to seek him out and ask him for a home. Her words came up, half choked from a heavy heart, and his dulled wits could not take their meaning in without several repetitions. And then he cried like a child, rather at his own loss of a sister, whom he had not seen for more than 20 years, than at that of the orphans standing before him, trying hard not to cry, but to start bravely in this new, strange home. What most of all helped Lois in her self-restraint was her aunt's unsympathetic look. Born and bred in New England, Grace Hickson had a kind of jealous dislike to her husband's English relations, which had increased since of late years his weakened mind yearned after them, and he forgot the good reason he had had for his self-exile, and moaned over the decision which had led to it, as the great mistake of his life. "Come," said she, "it strikes me that in all this sorrow for the loss of one who died full of years, ye are forgetting in whose hands life and death are." True words, but ill spoken at that time. Lois looked up at her with a scarcely disguised indignation, which increased as she heard the contemptuous tone in which her aunt went on talking to Ralph Hickson, even while she was arranging his bed with a regard to his greater comfort. "One would think thou wert a godless man, by the moan thou art always making over spilt milk. And truth is, thou art but childish in thine old age. When we were wed, thou left all things to the Lord. I would never have married thee else." "Nay, lass," said she, catching the expression on Lois's face, "thou art never going to browbeat me with thine angry looks. I do my duty as I read it, and there is never a man in Salem that dare speak a word to Grace Hickson about either her works or her faith. Godly Mr. Cotton Mather hath said that even he might learn of me, and I would advise thee rather to humble thyself, and see if the Lord may not convert thee from thy ways, since he has sent thee to dwell, as it were, in Zion, where the precious dew falls daily on Aaron's beard." Lois felt ashamed and sorry to find that her aunt had so truly interpreted the momentary expression of her features. She blamed herself a little for the feeling that had caused that expression, trying to think how much her aunt might have been troubled with something before the unexpected eruption of the strangers, and again hoping that the remembrance of this little misunderstanding would soon pass away. So she endeavored to reassure herself, and not to give way to her uncle's tender, trembling pressure of her hand, as, at her aunt's bidding, she wished him good night, and returned into the outer, or keeping room, where all the family were now assembled, ready for the meal of flour cakes and venison steaks, which Natty, the Indian servant, was bringing in from the kitchen. No one seemed to have been speaking to Captain Holderness while Lois had been away. Manasseh sat quiet and silent where he did, with the book open upon his knee, his eyes thoughtfully fixed on vacancy, as if he saw a vision or dreamed dreams. Faith stood by the table, lazily directing Natty in her preparations, and Prudence lolled against the door frame between kitchen and keeping room, playing tricks on the old Indian woman as she passed backwards and forwards, till Natty appeared to be in a strong state of expressed irritation, which he tried in vain to repress, as whenever she showed any sign of it, Prudence only seemed excited to greater mischief. When all was ready, Manasseh lifted his right hand and asked a blessing, as it was termed, but the grace became a long prayer for abstract spiritual blessings, for strength to combat Satan and to quench his fiery darts, and at length assumed, so Lois thought, a purely personal character, as if the young man had forgotten the occasion, and even the people present, but was searching into the nature of the diseases that beset his own sick soul and spreading them out before the Lord. He was brought back by a pluck at the coat from Prudence. He opened his shut eyes, cast an angry glance at the child, who made a face at him for sole reply, and then he sat down, and they all fell to. Grace Hickson would have thought her hospitality sadly at fault if she had allowed Captain Holderness to go out in search of a bed. Skins were spread for him on the floor of the keeping room, a Bible, and a square bottle of spirits were placed on the table to supply his wants during the night. And in spite of all the cares and troubles, temptations, or sins of the members of that household, they were all asleep before the town clock struck 10. In the morning, the captain's first care was to go out in search of the boy Elias and the missing letter. He met him bringing it with an easy conscience, for, thought Elias, a few hours sooner or later will make no difference. Tonight or the morrow morning will be all the same. But he was startled into a sense of wrongdoing by a sound box on the ear, from the very man who had charged him to deliver it speedily, and whom he believed to be at that very moment in Boston City. The letter delivered, all possible proof being given that Lois had a right to claim a home from her nearest relations, Captain Holderness thought it best to take leave. "Thou'lt take to them, lass, maybe, when there is no one here to make thee think on the old country. Nay, nay, parting is hard work at all times, and best get hard work done out of hand. Keep up thine heart, my wench, and I'll come back and see thee next spring, if we are all spared till then. And who knows what fine young miller mayn't come with me. Don't go and get wed to a praying Puritan meanwhile. There, I'm off. God bless thee." And Lois was left alone in New England. Chapter 2. It was hard uphill work for Lois to win herself a place in this family. Her aunt was a woman of narrow, strong affections. Her love for her husband, if ever she had any, was burnt out and dead long ago. What she did for him, she did from duty, but duty was not strong enough to restrain that little member, the tongue, and Lois's heart often bled at the continual flow of contemptuous reproof which Grace constantly addressed to her husband, even while she was sparing no pains or trouble to minister to his bodily ease and comfort. It was more as a relief to herself that she spoke in this way than with any desire that her speeches should affect him, and he was too deadened by illness to feel hurt by them. Or it may be, the constant repetition of her sarcasms had made him indifferent. At any rate, so that he had his food and his state of bodily warmth attended to, he very seldom seemed to care much for anything else. Even his first flow of affection towards Lois was soon exhausted. He cared for her, because she arranged his pillows well and skillfully, and because she could prepare new and dainty kinds of food for his sick appetite, but no longer for her as his dead sister's child. Still, he did care for her, and Lois was too glad of this little hoard of affection to examine how or why it was given. To him she could give pleasure, but apparently to no one else in that household. Her aunt looked askance at her for many reasons. The first coming of Lois to Salem was inopportune. The expression of disapprobation on her face on that evening still lingered and rankled in Grace's memory. Early prejudices and feelings and prepossessions of the English girl were all on the side of what would now be called church and state. What was then esteemed in that country a superstitious observance of the directions of a popish rubric, and a servile regard for the family of an oppressing and irreligious king. Nor is it to be supposed that Lois did not feel, and feel acutely, the want of sympathy that all those with whom she was now living manifested towards the old hereditary loyalty, religious as well as political loyalty, in which she had been brought up. With her aunt and Manasseh it was more than want of sympathy. It was positive, active antipathy to all the ideas Lois held most dear. The very allusion, however incidentally made, to the little old grey church at Barford, where her father had preached so long, the occasional reference to the troubles in which her own country had been distracted when she left, and the adherence, in which she had been brought up, to the notion that the king could do no wrong, seemed to irritate Manasseh past endurance. He would get up from his reading, his constant employment when at home, and walk angrily about the room after Lois had said anything of this kind, muttering to himself, and once he had even stopped before her, and in a passionate tone bade her not talk so like a fool. Now this was very different to his mother's sarcastic, contemptuous way of treating all poor Lois's little loyal speeches. Grace would lead her on, at least she did at first, till experience made Lois wiser, to express her thoughts on such subjects, till, just when the girl's heart was opening, her aunt would turn round upon her with some bitter sneer that roused all the evil feelings in Lois's disposition by its sting. Now Manasseh seemed, through all his anger, to be so really grieved by what he considered her error, that he went much nearer to convincing her that there might be two sides to a question. Only this was a view that it appeared like treachery to her dead father's memory to entertain. Somehow Lois felt instinctively that Manasseh was really friendly towards her. He was little in the house. There was farming, and some kind of mercantile business to be transacted by him, as real head of the house. And as the season drew on, he went shooting and hunting in the surrounding forests, with a daring which caused his mother to warn and reprove him in private, although to the neighbors she boasted largely of her son's courage and disregard of danger. Lois did not often walk out for the mere sake of walking. There was generally some household errand to be transacted when any of the women of the family went abroad. But once or twice she had caught glimpses of the dreary, dark wood, hemming in the cleared land on all sides, the great wood with its perpetual movement of branch and bough, and its solemn wail that came into the very streets of Salem when certain winds blew, bearing the sound of the pine trees clear upon the ears that had leisure to listen. And from all accounts this old forest, girdling round the settlement, was full of dreaded and mysterious beasts, and still more to be dreaded Indians, stealing in and out among the shadows, intent on bloody schemes against the Christian people. Panther-streaked, shaven Indians, in league by their own confession, as well as by the popular belief, with evil powers. Natty, the old Indian servant, would occasionally make Lois's blood run cold as she and Faith and Prudence listened to the wild stories she told them of the wizards of her race. It was often in the kitchen, in the darkening evening, while some cooking process was going on, that the old Indian crone, sitting on her haunches by the bright redwood embers which sent up no flame, but a lurid light reversing the shadows of all the faces around, told her weird stories while they were awaiting the rising of the dough, perchance, out of which the household bread had to be made. There ran through these stories always a ghastly, unexpressed suggestion of some human sacrifice being needed to complete the success of any incantation to the evil one. And the poor old creature, herself believing and shuddering as she narrated her tale in broken English, took a strange, unconscious pleasure in her power over her hearers, young girls of the oppressing race, which had brought her down into a state little differing from slavery, and reduced her people to outcasts on the car, hunting grounds which had belonged to her fathers. After such tales, it required no small effort on Lois's part to go out, at her aunt's command, into the common pasture round the town, and bring the cattle home at night. Who knew but what the double-headed snake might start up from each blackberry bush, that wicked, cunning, accursed creature in the service of the Indian wizards, that had such power over all those white maidens who met the eyes placed at either end of his long, sinuous, creeping body, so that loathe the Indian race as they would, off they must go into the forest to seek but some Indian man, and must beg to be taken into his wigwam, abjuring faith and race forever. Or there were spells, so Natty said, hidden about the ground by the wizards, which changed that person's nature who found them, so that, gentle and loving as they might have been before, thereafter they took no pleasure but in the cruel torments of others, and had a strange power given to them of causing such torments at their will. Once Natty, speaking low to Lois, who was alone with her in the kitchen, whispered out her terrified belief that such a spell had Prudence found. And when the Indian showed her arms to Lois, all pinched and black and blue by the impish child, the English girl began to be afraid of her cousin, as of one possessed. But it was not Natty alone, nor young, imaginative girls alone, that believed in these stories. We can afford to smile at them now. But our English ancestors entertained superstitions of much the same character at the same period, and with less excuse, as the circumstances surrounding them were better known, and consequently more explicable by common sense than the real mysteries of the deep, untrodden forests of New England. The gravest divines not only believed stories similar to that of the double-headed serpent and other tales of witchcraft, but they made such narrations the subjects of preaching and prayer, and as cowardice makes us all cruel, men who were blameless in many of the relations of life, and even praiseworthy in some, became, from superstition, cruel persecutors about this time, showing no mercy towards anyone whom they believed to be in league with the evil one. Faith was the person with whom the English girl was the most intimately associated in her uncle's house. The two were about the same age, and certain household employments were shared between them. They took it in turns to call in the cows, to make up the butter which had been churned by Hosea, a stiff old outdoor servant, in whom Grace Hickson placed great confidence, and each lassie had her great spinning wheel for wool, and her lesser for flax, before a month had elapsed after Lois's coming. Faith was a grave, silent person, never merry, sometimes very sad, though Lois was a long time in even guessing why. She would try, in her sweet, simple fashion, to cheer her cousin up, when the latter was depressed, by telling her old stories of English ways and life. Occasionally, Faith seemed to care to listen. Occasionally, she did not heed one word, but dreamed on. Whether of the past or of the future, who could tell? Stern old ministers came in to pay their pastoral visits. On such occasions, Grace Hickson would put on clean apron and clean cap, and make them more welcome than she was ever seen to do no one else, bringing out the best provisions of her store and setting of all before them. Also the great Bible was brought forth, and Hosea and Natty summoned from their work to listen while the minister read a chapter, and, as he read, expounded it at considerable length. After this, all knelt, while he, standing, lifted up his right hand, and prayed for all possible combinations of Christian men, for all possible cases of spiritual need. And lastly, taking the individuals before him, he would put up a very personal supplication for each according to his notion of their wants. At first, Lois wondered at the aptitude of one or two prayers of this description to the outward circumstances of each case. But when she perceived that her aunt had usually a pretty long, confidential conversation with the minister in the early part of his visit, she became aware that he received both his impressions and his knowledge through the medium of that godly woman, Grace Hickson, and I am afraid she paid less regard to the prayer for the maiden from another land, who hath brought the errors of that land as a seed with her, even across the great ocean, and who is letting even now the little seeds shoot up into an evil tree, in which all unclean creatures may find shelter. I like the prayers of our church better, said Lois, one day to Faith. No clergyman in England can pray his own words, and therefore it is that he cannot judge of others so as to fit his prayers to what he esteems to be their case, as Mr. Tapau did this morning. I hate Mr. Tapau, said Faith shortly, a passionate flash of light coming out of her dark, heavy eyes. Why so, cousin? It seems to me as if he were a good man, although I like not his prayers. Faith only repeated her words. I hate him. Lois was sorry for this strong, bad feeling. Instinctively sorry, for she was loving herself, delighted in being loved, and felt a jar run through her at every sign of want of love in others. But she did not know what to say, and was silent at the time. Faith, too, went on turning her wheel with vehemence, but spoke never a word until her thread snapped, and then she pushed the wheel away hastily and left the room. Then Prudence crept softly up to Lois's side. This strange child seemed to be tossed about by varying moods. Today she was caressing and communicative. Tomorrow she might be deceitful, mocking, and so indifferent to the pain or sorrows of others that you could call her almost inhuman. So thou dost not like Pastor Tapau's prayers, she whispered. Lois was sorry to have been overheard, but she neither would nor could take back her words. I like them not so well as the prayers I used to hear at home. Mother says thy home was with the ungodly. Nay, don't look at me so. It was not I that said it. I'm none so fond of praying myself, nor of Pastor Tapau for that matter. But Faith cannot abide him, and I know why. Shall I tell thee, cousin Lois? No, Faith did not tell me, and she was the right person to give her own reasons. Ask her where young Mr. Nolan is gone to, and thou wilt hear. I have seen Faith cry by the hour together about Mr. Nolan. Hush, child, hush, said Lois, for she heard Faith's approaching step, and feared lest she should overhear what they were saying. The truth was that, a year or two before, there had been a great struggle in Salem village, a great division in the religious body, and Pastor Tapau had been the leader of the more violent, and ultimately the successful party. In consequence of this, the less popular minister, Mr. Nolan, had had to leave the place. And him Faith Hickson loved with all the strength of her passionate heart, although he never was aware of the attachment he had excited, and her own family were too regardless of manifestations of mere feeling to ever observe the signs of any emotion on her part. But the old Indian servant Natty saw and observed them all. She knew, as well as if she had been told the reason, why Faith had lost all care about father or mother, brother and sister, about household work and daily occupation, nay, about the observances of religion as well. Natty read the meaning of the deep smouldering of Faith's dislike to Pastor Tapau aright. The Indian woman understood why the girl, whom alone of all the white people she loved, avoided the old minister, would hide in the woodstack sooner than be called in to listen to his exhortations and prayers. With savage, untutored people, it is not, "Love me, love my dog." They are often jealous of the creature beloved, but it is, "Whom thou hatest, I will hate." And Natty's feeling towards Pastor Tapau was even an exaggeration of the mute, unspoken hatred of Faith. For a long time, the cause of her cousin's dislike and avoidance of the minister was a mystery to Lois. But the name of Nolan remained in her memory whether she would or no, and it was more from girlish interest in a suspected love affair than from any indifferent and heartless curiosity that she could not help piecing together little speeches and actions with Faith's interest in the absent banished minister for an explanatory clue, till not a doubt remained in her mind. And this without any further communication with Prudence, for Lois declined hearing any more on the subject from her, and so gave deep offence. Faith grew sadder and duller as the autumn drew on. She lost her appetite, her brown complexion became sallow and colourless, her dark eyes looked hollow and wild. The 1st of November was near at hand. Lois, in her instinctive, well-intentioned efforts to bring some life and cheerfulness into the monotonous household, had been telling Faith of many English customs, silly enough no doubt, and which scarcely lighted up a flicker of interest in the American girl's mind. The cousins were lying awake in their bed in the great unplastered room, which was in part storeroom, in part bedroom. Lois was full of sympathy for Faith that night. For long she had listened to her cousin's heavy, irrepressible sighs, in silence. Faith sighed because her grief was of too old a date for violent emotion or crying. Lois listened without speaking in the dark, quiet night hours, for a long, long time. She kept quite still, because she thought such vent for sorrow might relieve her cousin's weary heart. But when at length, instead of lying motionless, Faith seemed to be growing restless, even to convulsive motions of her limbs, Lois began to speak, to talk about England, and the dear old ways at home, without exciting much attention on Faith's part, until at length she fell upon the subject of Halloween, and told about customs then and long afterwards practiced in England, and that have scarcely yet died out in Scotland. As she told of tricks she had often played, of the apple eaten facing a mirror, of the dripping sheet, of the basins of water, of the nuts burning side by side, and many other such innocent ways of divination, by which laughing, trembling English maidens sought to see the form of their future husbands, if husbands they were to have. Then Faith listened breathlessly, asking short, eager questions, as if some ray of hope had entered into her gloomy heart. Lois went on speaking, telling her of all the stories that would confirm the truth of the second sight, vouchsafed to all seekers in the accustomed methods, half believing, half incredulous herself, but desiring, above all things, to cheer up poor Faith. Suddenly, Prudence rose up from her truckle bed in the dim corner of the room. They had not thought that she was awake, but she had been listening long. "Cousin Lois may go out and meet Satan by the brookside if she will, but if thou goest, Faith, I will tell mother, and I will tell Pastor Tapau too. Hold thy stories, cousin Lois. I am afeard of my very life. I would rather never be wed at all, than feel the touch of the creature that would take the apple out of my hand, as I held it over my left shoulder." The excited girl gave a loud scream of terror at the image her fancy had conjured up. Faith and Lois sprang out towards her, flying across the moonlit room in their white nightgowns. At the same instant, summoned by the same cry, Grace Hickson came to her child. "Hush, hush," said Faith authoritatively. "What is it, my wench?" asked Grace. While Lois, feeling as if she had done all the mischief, kept silence. "Take her away, take her away," screamed Prudence. "Look over her shoulder, her left shoulder. The evil one is there now. I see him stretching over for the half-bitten apple." "What is this she says?" said Grace austerely. "She is dreaming," said Faith. "Prudence, hold thy tongue." And she pinched the child severely, while Lois more tenderly tried to soothe the alarm she felt that she had conjured up. "Be quiet, Prudence," said she, "and go to sleep. I will stay by thee till thou hast gone off into slumber." "No, go away," sobbed Prudence, who was really terrified at first, but was now assuming more alarm than she felt, if from the pleasure she received at perceiving herself the center of attention. "Faith shall stay by me, not you, wicked English witch." So Faith sat by her sister, and Grace, displeased and perplexed, withdrew to her own bed, purposing to inquire more into the matter in the morning. Lois only hoped it might all be forgotten by that time, and resolved never to talk again of such things. But an event happened in the remaining hours of the night to change the current of affairs. While Grace had been absent from her room, her husband had had another paralytic stroke. Whether he, too, had been alarmed by that eldritch scream no one could ever know. By the faint light of the rush candle burning at the bedside, his wife perceived that a great change had taken place in his aspect on her return. The irregular breathing came almost like snorts. The end was drawing near. The family were roused, and all help given that either the doctor or experience could suggest. But before the late November morning light, all was ended for Ralph Hickson. The whole of the ensuing day they sat or moved in darkened rooms and spoke few words, and those below their breath. Manasseh kept at home, regretting his father, no doubt, but showing little emotion. Faith was the child that bewailed her loss most grievously. She had a warm heart, hidden away somewhere under her moody exterior, and her father had shown her far more passive kindness than ever her mother had done, for Grace made distinct favorites of Manasseh, her only son, and Prudence, her youngest child. Lois was about as unhappy as any of them, for she had felt strongly drawn towards her uncle as her kindest friend, and the sense of his loss renewed the old sorrow she had experienced at her own parents' death. But she had no time and no place to cry in. On her devolved many of the cares, which it would have seemed indecorous in the nearer relatives to interest themselves in enough to take an active part. The change required in their dress, the household preparations for the sad feast of the funeral. Lois had to arrange all under her aunt's stern direction. But a day or two afterwards, the last day before the funeral, she went into the yard to fetch in some faggots for the oven. It was a solemn, beautiful, starlit evening, and some sudden sense of desolation in the midst of the vast universe thus revealed touched Lois's heart, and she sat down behind the woodstack and cried very plentiful tears. She was startled by Manasseh, who suddenly turned the corner of the stack and stood before her. Lois, crying. "Only a little," she said, rising up and gathering her bundle of faggots, for she dreaded being questioned by her grim, impassive cousin. To her surprise, he laid his hand on her arm and said, "Stop 1 minute. Why art thou crying, cousin?" "I don't know," she said, just like a child questioned in like manner, and she was again on the point of weeping. "My father was very kind to thee, Lois. I do not wonder that thou grievest after him. But the Lord who taketh away can restore tenfold. I will be as kind as my father, yea, kinder. This is not a time to talk of marriage and giving in marriage, but after we have buried our dead, I wish to speak to thee." Lois did not cry now, but she shrank with affright. What did her cousin mean? She would far rather that he had been angry with her for unreasonable grieving, for folly. She avoided him carefully as she could without seeming to dread him, for the next few days. Sometimes she thought it must have been a bad dream, for if there had been no English lover in the case, no other man in the whole world, she could never have thought of Manasseh as her husband. Indeed, till now, there had been nothing in his words or actions to suggest such an idea. Now it had been suggested, there was no telling how much she loathed him. He might be good and pious, he doubtless was, but his dark, fixed eyes, moving so slowly and heavily, his lank black hair, his gray, coarse skin, all made her dislike him now. All his personal ugliness and ungainliness struck on her senses with a jar, since those few words spoken behind the haystack. She knew that sooner or later the time must come for further discussion of this subject, but like a coward, she tried to put it off by clinging to her aunt's apron string, for she was sure that Grace Hickson had far different views for her only son. As indeed she had, for she was an ambitious as well as a religious woman, and by an early purchase of land in Salem Village, the Hicksons had become wealthy people, without any great exertions of their own, partly also by the silent process of accumulation, for they had never cared to change their manner of living from the time when it had been suitable to a far smaller income than that which they at present enjoyed. So much for worldly circumstances. As for their worldly character, it stood as high. No one could say a word against any of their habits or actions. The righteousness and godliness were patent to everyone's eyes. So Grace Hickson thought herself entitled to pick and choose among the maidens before she should meet with one fitted to be Manasseh's wife. None in Salem came up to her imaginary standard. She had it in her mind, even at this very time, so soon after her husband's death, to go to Boston and take counsel with the leading ministers there, with worthy Mr. Cotton Mather at their head, and see if they could tell her of a well-favored and godly young maiden in their congregations, worthy of being the wife of her son. But besides good looks and godliness, the wench must have good birth and good wealth, or Grace Hickson would have put her contemptuously on one side. When once this paragon was found, the ministers had approved. Grace anticipated no difficulty on her son's part. So Lois was right in feeling that her aunt would dislike any speech of marriage between Manasseh and herself. But the girl was brought to bay one day in this wise. Manasseh had ridden forth on some business, which everyone said would occupy him the whole day. But, meeting the man with whom he had to transact his affairs, he returned earlier than anyone expected. He missed Lois from the keeping room where his sisters were spinning, almost immediately. His mother sat by at her knitting. He could see Natty in the kitchen through the open door. He was too reserved to ask where Lois was, but he quietly sought till he found her, in the great loft, already piled with winter stores of fruit and vegetables. Her aunt had sent her there to examine the apples one by one and pick out such as were unsound for immediate use. She was stooping down and intent upon this work, and was hardly aware of his approach until she lifted up her head and saw him standing close before her. She dropped the apple she was holding, went a little paler than her wont, and faced him in silence. "Lois," he said, "thou rememberest the words that I spoke while we yet mourned over my father. I think that I am called to marriage now, as the head of this household. And I have seen no maiden so pleasant in my sight as thou art, Lois." He tried to take her hand, but she put it behind her with a childish shake of her head, and half crying said, "Please, cousin Manasseh, do not say this to me. I dare say you ought to be married, being the head of the household now, but I don't want to be married. I would rather not." "That is well spoken," replied he, frowning a little nevertheless. "I should not like to take to wife an over-forward maiden, ready to jump at wedlock. Besides, the congregation might talk, if we were to be married too soon after my father's death. We have, perchance, said enough, even now. But I wish thee to have thy mind set at ease as to thy future well-doing. Thou wilt have leisure to think of it, and to bring thy mind more fully round to it." Again he held out his hand. This time she took hold of it, with a free, frank gesture. "I owe you somewhat for your kindness to me ever since I came, cousin Manasseh. And I have no way of paying you but by telling you truly I can love you as a dear friend if you will let me, but never as a wife." He flung her hand away, but did not take his eyes off her face, though his glance was lowering and gloomy. He muttered something which she did not quite hear, and so she went on bravely, although she kept trembling a little and had much ado to keep from crying. "Please let me tell you all. There was a young man in Barford, named Manasseh. I cannot speak if you are so angry. It is hard work to tell you anyhow. He said that he wanted to marry me, but I was poor, and his father would have none of it, and I do not want to marry anyone. But if I did, it would be—" Her voice dropped, and her blushes told the rest. Manasseh stood looking at her with sullen, hollow eyes that had a glittering touch of wilderness in them, and then he said, "It is borne in upon me, verily I see it as in a vision, that thou must be my spouse, and no other man's. Thou canst not escape what is foredoomed. Months ago, when I set myself to read the old godly books in which my soul used to delight until thy coming, I saw no letters of printer's ink marked on the page, but I saw a gold and ruddy type of some unknown language, the meaning whereof was whispered into my soul. It was, "Mary Lois! Mary Lois!" And when my father died, I knew it was the beginning of the end. It is the Lord's will, Lois, and thou canst not escape from it. And again he would have taken her hand and drawn her towards him. But this time she eluded him with ready movement. "I do not acknowledge it be the Lord's will, Manasseh," said she. "It is not borne in upon me, as you Puritans call it, that I am to be your wife. I am none so set upon wedlock as to take you, even though there be no other chance for me. For I do not care for you, as I ought to care for my husband. But I could have cared for you very much as a cousin, as a kind cousin." She stopped speaking. She could not choose the right words with which to speak to him of her gratitude and friendliness, which yet could never be any feeling nearer and dearer. No more than two parallel lines can ever meet. But he was so convinced, by what he considered the spirit of prophecy, that Lois was to be his wife, that he felt rather more indignant at what he considered to be her resistance to the preordained decree than really anxious as to the result. Again he tried to convince her that neither he nor she had any choice in the matter, by saying, "The voice said unto me, Marry Lois, and I said, I will, Lord." "But," Lois replied, "the voice, as you call it, has never spoken such a word to me." "Lois," he answered solemnly, "it will speak. And then wilt thou obey, even as Samuel did?" "No, indeed, I cannot," she answered briskly. "I may take a dream to be truth, and hear my own fancies, if I think about them too long. But I cannot marry anyone from obedience. Lois, Lois, thou art as yet unregenerate, but I have seen thee in a vision as one of the elect, robed in white. As yet thy faith is too weak for thee to obey meekly, but it shall not always be so. I will pray that thou mayest see thy preordained course. Meanwhile, I will smooth away all worldly obstacles." "Cousin Manasseh! Cousin Manasseh!" cried Lois after him, as he was leaving the room. "Come back. I cannot put it in strong enough words. Manasseh, there is no power in heaven or earth that can make me love thee enough to marry thee, or to wed thee without such love. And this I say solemnly, because it is better that this should end at once." For a moment he was staggered. Then he lifted up his hands and said, "God forgive thee thy blasphemy. Remember Hazael, who said, Is thy servant a dog, that he should do this great thing? And went straight, and did it, because his evil courses were fixed and appointed for him from before the foundation of the world. And shall not thy paths be laid out among the godly as it hath been foretold to me?" He went away, and for a minute or two, Lois felt as if his words must come true, and that, struggle as she would, hate her doom as she would, she must become his wife. And under the circumstances, many a girl would have succumbed to her apparent fate. Isolated from all previous connections, hearing no word from England, living in the heavy, monotonous routine of a family with one man for head, and this man esteemed a hero by most of those around him, simply because he was the only man in the family, these facts alone would have formed strong presumptions that most girls would have yielded to the offers of such a one. But besides this, there was much to tell upon the imagination in those days, in that place and time. It was prevalently believed that there were manifestations of spiritual influence, of the direct influence both of good and bad spirits, constantly to be perceived in the course of men's lives. Lots were drawn, as guidance from the Lord, the Bible was opened, and the leaves allowed to fall apart, and the first text the eye fell upon was supposed to be appointed from above a direction. Sounds were heard that could not be accounted for. They were made by the evil spirits not yet banished from the desert places of which they had so long held possession. Sights, inexplicable and mysterious, were dimly seen, Satan, in some shape, seeking whom he might devour. And at the beginning of the long winter season, such whispered tales, such old temptations and hauntings and devilish terrors were supposed to be peculiarly rife. Salem was, as it were, snowed up and left to prey upon itself. The long, dark evenings, the dimly lighted rooms, the creaking passages, where heterogeneous articles were piled away out of reach of the keen, piercing frost, and where occasionally, in the dead of night, a sound was heard, as of some heavy falling body, when, next morning, everything appeared to be in its right place. So accustomed are we to measure noises by comparison with themselves, and not with the absolute stillness of the night season, the white mist, coming nearer and nearer to the windows every evening in strange shapes like phantoms. All these, and many other circumstances, such as the distant fall of mighty trees in the mysterious forests girdling them round, the faint whoop and cry of some Indian seeking his camp, and unwittingly nearer to the white men's settlement than either he or they would have liked could they have chosen, the hungry yells of the wild beasts approaching the cattle pens. These were the things which made that winter life in Salem, in the memorable time of 1691-2, seem strange and haunted and terrific to many, peculiarly weird and awful to the English girl in her first year's sojourn in America. And now imagine Lois worked upon perpetually by Manasseh's conviction that it was decreed that she should be his wife. And you will see that she was not without courage and spirit to resist as she did, steadily, firmly, and yet sweetly. Take one instance out of many, when her nerves were subjected to a shock, slight in relation it is true, but then remember that she had been all day, and for many days, shut up within doors, in a dull light, that at midday was almost dark with a long-continued snowstorm. Evening was coming on, and the wood fire was more cheerful than any of the human beings surrounding it. The monotonous whir of the smaller spinning wheels had been going on all day, and the store of flax downstairs was nearly exhausted, when Grace Hickson bade Lois fetch down some more from the storeroom, before the light so entirely waned away that it could not be found without a candle. And a candle it would be dangerous to carry into that apartment full of combustible materials, especially at this time of hard frost, when every drop of water was locked up and bound in icy hardness. So Lois went, half shrinking from the long passage that led to the stairs leading up into the storeroom. For it was in this passage that the strange night sounds were heard, which everyone had begun to notice and speak about in lowered tones. She sang, however, as she went, to keep her courage up. Sang, however, in a subdued voice, the evening hymn she had so often sung in Barford Church. Glory to thee, my God, this night. And so it was, I suppose, that she never heard the breathing or motion of any creature near her till, just as she was loading herself with flax to carry down, she heard someone, it was Manasseh, say close to her ear, "Has the voice spoken yet? Speak, Lois. Has the voice spoken yet to thee, that speaketh to me day and night, marry Lois?" She started and turned a little sick, but spoke almost directly in a brave, clear manner. "No, cousin Manasseh, and it never will." "Then I must wait yet longer," he replied hoarsely, as if to himself, "but all submission, all submission." At last a break came upon the monotony of the long, dark winter. The parishioners once more raised the discussion whether, the parish extending as it did, it was not absolutely necessary for Pastor Tapau to have help. This question had been mooted once before, and then Pastor Tapau had acquiesced in the necessity, and all had gone on smoothly for some months after the appointment of his assistant, until a feeling had sprung up on the part of the elder minister, which might have been called jealousy of the younger, if so godly a man as Pastor Tapau could have been supposed to entertain so evil a passion. However that might be, two parties were speedily formed, the younger and more ardent being in favor of Mr. Nolan, the elder and more persistent, and at the time, the more numerous, clinging to the old gray-headed, dogmatic Mr. Tapau, who had married them, baptized their children, and was to them literally as a pillar of the church. So Mr. Nolan left Salem, carrying away with him possibly more hearts than that of Faith Hickson's, but certainly she had never been the same creature since. But now, Christmas, 1691, one or two of the older members of the congregation being dead, and some who were younger men having come to settle in Salem, Mr. Tapau being also older, and some charitably supposed wiser, a fresh effort had been made, and Mr. Nolan was returning to labor in ground apparently smoothed over. Lois had taken a keen interest in all the proceedings for Faith's sake, far more than the latter did for herself, any spectator would have said. Faith's wheel never went faster or slower, her thread never broke, her color never came, Her eyes were never uplifted with sudden interest. All the time these discussions respecting Mr. Nolan's return were going on. But Lois, after the hint given by Prudence, had found a clue to many a sigh and look of despairing sorrow, even without the help of Natty's improvised songs, in which, under strange allegories, the helpless love of her favourite was told to ears heedless of all meaning, except those of the tender-hearted and sympathetic Lois. Occasionally, she heard a strange chant of the old Indian woman's, half in her own language, half in broken English, droned over some simmering pipkin, from which the smell was, to say the least, unearthly. Once, on perceiving this odour in the keeping-room, Grace Hickson suddenly exclaimed, "Natty is at her heathen ways again. We shall have some mischief unless she is stayed." But Faith, moving quicker than ordinary, said something about putting a stop to it, and so forestalled her mother's evident intention of going into the kitchen. Faith shut the door between the two rooms and entered upon some remonstrance with Natty, but no one could hear the words used. Faith and Natty seemed more bound together by love and common interest than any other two among the self-contained individuals comprising this household. Lois sometimes felt as if her presence as a third interrupted some confidential talk between her cousin and the old servant. And yet she was fond of Faith, and could almost think that Faith liked her more than she did either mother, brother, or sister. For the first two were indifferent as to any unspoken feelings, while Prudence delighted in discovering them only to make an amusement to herself out of them. One day Lois was sitting by herself at her sewing table, while Faith and Natty were holding one of the secret conclaves from which Lois felt herself to be tacitly excluded, when the outer door opened, and a tall, pale young man, in the strict professional habit of a minister, entered. Lois sprang up with a smile and a look of welcome for Faith's sake, for this must be the Mr. Nolan whose name had been on the tongue of everyone for days, and who was, as Lois knew, expected to arrive the day before. He seemed half surprised at the glad alacrity with which he was received by this stranger. Possibly he had not heard of the English girl, who was an inmate in the house where formerly he had seen only grave, solemn, rigid or heavy faces, and had been received with a stiff form of welcome, very different from the blushing, smiling, dimpled looks that innocently met him with the greeting almost of an old acquaintance. Lois, having placed a chair for him, hastened out to call Faith, never doubting but that the feeling which her cousin entertained for the young pastor was mutual, although it might be unrecognized in its full depth by either. "Faith," said she, bright and breathless. "Guess, no," checking herself to an assumed unconsciousness of any particular importance likely to be affixed to her words. "Mr. Nolan, the new pastor, is in the keeping-room. He has asked for my aunt and Manasseh. My aunt is gone to the prayer meeting at Pastor Tapau's, and Manasseh is away." Lois went on speaking to give Faith time, for the girl had become deadly white at the intelligence, while, at the same time, her eyes met the keen, cunning eyes of the old Indian with a peculiar look of half-wondering awe, while Natty's looks expressed triumphant satisfaction. "Go," said Lois, smoothing Faith's hair and kissing the white, cold cheek, "or he will wonder why no one comes to see him and perhaps think he is not welcome." Faith went without another word into the keeping-room and shut the door of communication. Natty and Lois were left together. Lois felt as happy as if some piece of good fortune had befallen herself. For the time, her growing dread of Manasseh's wild, ominous persistence in his suit, her aunt's coldness, her own loneliness, were all forgotten, and she could almost have danced with joy. Natty laughed aloud, and talked and chuckled to herself. "Old Indian woman, great mystery. Old Indian woman sent hither and thither. Go where she is told, where she hears with her ears. But old Indian woman," and here she drew herself up, and the expression of her face quite changed. "Know how to call, and then white man must come. And old Indian have spoken never a word, and white man have hear nothing with his ears." "So," the old crone muttered. All this time things were going on very differently in the keeping-room to what Lois imagined. Faith sat stiller even than usual, her eyes downcast, her words few. A quick observer might have noticed a certain tremulousness about her hands, and an occasional twitching throughout all her frame. But Pastor Nolan was not a keen observer upon this occasion. He was absorbed with his own little wonders and perplexities. His wonder was that of a carnal man, who that pretty stranger might be, who had seemed, on his first coming, so glad to see him, but had vanished instantly, apparently not to reappear. And indeed I am not sure if his perplexity was not that of a carnal man rather than that of a godly minister, for this was his dilemma. It was the custom of Salem, as we have already seen, for the minister, on entering a household for the visit which, among other people and in other times, would have been termed a morning call, to put up a prayer for the eternal welfare of the family, under whose roof-tree he was. Now this prayer was expected to be adapted to the individual character, joys, sorrows, wants, and failings of every member present. And here was he, a young pastor, alone with a young woman, and he thought, vain thoughts perhaps, but still very natural, that the implied guesses at her character, involved in the minute supplications above described, would be very awkward in a tête-à-tête prayer. So, whether it was his wonder or his perplexity, I do not know, but he did not contribute much to the conversation for some time. And at last, by a sudden burst of courage and impromptu hit, he cut the Gordian knot by making the usual proposal for prayer, and adding to it a request that the household might be summoned. In came Lois, quiet and decorous. In came Natty, all one impassive, stiff piece of wood. No look of intelligence or trace of giggling near her countenance. Solemnly recalling each wandering thought, Pastor Nolan knelt in the midst of these three to pray. He was a good and truly religious man, whose name here is the only thing disguised, and played his part bravely in the awful trial to which he was afterwards subjected. And if at the time, before he went through his fiery persecutions, the human fancies which beset all young hearts came across his, we at this day know that these fancies are no sin. But now he prays in earnest, prays so heartily for himself, with such a sense of his own spiritual need and spiritual failings, that each one of his hearers feels as if a prayer and a supplication had gone up for each of them. Even Natty muttered the few words she knew of the Lord's Prayer. Gibberish, though the disjointed nouns and verbs might be, the poor creature said them because she was stirred to unwonted reverence. As for Lois, she rose up comforted and strengthened, as no special prayers of Pastor Tapau had ever made her feel. But Faith was sobbing aloud, almost hysterically, and made no effort to rise, but lay on her outstretched arms spread out upon the settle. Lois and Pastor Nolan looked at each other for an instant. Then Lois said, "Sir, you must go. My cousin has not been strong for some time, and doubtless she needs more quiet than she has had today." Pastor Nolan bowed and left the house, but in a moment he returned. Half opening the door, but without entering, he said, "I come back to ask, if perchance I may call this evening to inquire how young Mistress Hickson finds herself." But Faith did not hear this. She was sobbing louder than ever. "Why did you send him away, Lois? I should have been better directly, and it is so long since I have seen him." She had her face hidden as she uttered these words, and Lois could not hear them distinctly. She bent her head down by her cousins on the settle, meaning to ask her to repeat what she had said. But in the irritation of the moment, and prompted possibly by some incipient jealousy, Faith pushed Lois away so violently that the latter was hurt against the hard, sharp corner of the wooden settle. Tears came into her eyes, not so much because her cheek was bruised, as because of the surprised pain she felt at this repulse from the cousin towards whom she was feeling so warmly and kindly. Just for the moment, Lois was as angry as any child could have been, but some of the words of Pastor Nolan's prayer yet rang in her ears, and she thought it would be a shame if she did not let them sink into her heart. She dared not, however, stoop again to caress Faith, but stood quietly by her, sorrowfully waiting until a step at the outer door caused Faith to rise quickly and rush into the kitchen, leaving Lois to bear the brunt of the newcomer. It was Manasseh, returned from hunting. He had been 2 days away, in company with other young men belonging to Salem. It was almost the only occupation which could draw him out of his secluded habits. He stopped suddenly at the door on seeing Lois, and alone, for she had avoided him of late in every possible way. "Where is my mother?" "At a prayer meeting at Pastor Tappau's. She has taken Prudence. Faith has left the room this minute. I will call her." And Lois was going towards the kitchen when he placed himself between her and the door. "Lois," said he, "the time is going by and I cannot wait much longer. The visions come thick upon me, and my sight grows clearer and clearer. Only this last night, camping out in the woods, I saw in my soul, between sleeping and waking, the spirit come and offer thee 2 lots, and the color of the one was white, like a bride's, and the other was black and red, which is, being interpreted, a violent death. And when thou didst choose the latter, the Spirit said unto me, Come, and I came, and did as I was bidden. I put it on thee with mine own hands, as it is preordained, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice and be my wife. And when the black and red dress fell to the ground, thou wert even as a corpse 3 days old. Now be advised, Lois, in time. Lois, my cousin, I have seen it in a vision, and my soul cleaveth unto thee. I would fain spare thee." He was really in earnest, in passionate earnest. Whatever his visions, as he called them, might be, he believed in them, and this belief gave something of unselfishness to his love for Lois. This she felt at this moment, if she had never done so before, and it seemed like a contrast to the repulse she had just met with from his sister. He had drawn near her, and now he took hold of her hand, repeating in his wild, pathetic, dreamy way, "And the voice said unto me, Marry Lois." And Lois was more inclined to soothe and reason with him than she had ever been before, since the first time of his speaking to her on the subject, when Grace Hickson and Prudence entered the room from the passage. They had returned from the prayer meeting by the back way, which had prevented the sound of their approach from being heard. But Manasseh did not stir or look round. He kept his eyes fixed on Lois, as if to note the effect of his words. Grace came hastily forwards, and lifting up her strong right arm, smote their joined hands in twain, in spite of the fervour of Manasseh's grasp. "What means this?" said she, addressing herself more to Lois than to her son, anger flashing out of her deep-set eyes. Lois waited for Manasseh to speak. He seemed, but a few minutes before, to be more gentle and less threatening than he had been of late on this subject, and she did not wish to irritate him. But he did not speak, and her aunt stood angrily waiting for an answer. At any rate, thought Lois, it will put an end to the thought in his mind when my aunt speaks out about it. "My cousin seeks me in marriage," said Lois. "Thee!" And Grace struck out in the direction of her niece with a gesture of supreme contempt. But now Manasseh spoke forth. "Yea, it is preordained. The voice has said it, and the Spirit has brought her to me as my bride." Spirit, an evil spirit then. A good spirit would have chosen out for thee a godly maiden of thine own people, and not a prelatist and a stranger like this girl. A pretty return, Mistress Lois, for all our kindness. Indeed, Aunt Hickson, I have done all I could, Cousin Manasseh knows it, to show him I can be none of his. I have told him, said she, blushing, but determined to say the whole out at once, that I am all but troth-plight to a young man of our own village at home, and even putting all that on one side, I wish not for marriage at present. Wish rather for conversion and regeneration. Marriage is an unseemly word in the mouth of a maiden. As for Manasseh, I will take reason with him in private, and meanwhile, if thou hast spoken truly, throw not thyself in his path, as I have noticed thou hast done but too often of late. Lois's heart burnt within her at this unjust accusation, for she knew how much she had dreaded and avoided her cousin, and she almost looked to him to give evidence that her aunt's last words were not true. But instead, he recurred to his one fixed idea and said, Mother, listen. If I wed not Lois, both she and I die within the year. I care not for life. Before this, as you know, I have sought for death. Grace shuddered, and was for a moment subdued by some recollection of past horror. But if Lois were my wife, I should live, and she would be spared from what is the other lot. That whole vision grows clearer to me day by day. Yet when I try to know whether I am one of the elect, all is dark. The mystery of free will and foreknowledge is a mystery of Satan's devising, not of God's. Alas, my son, Satan is abroad among the brethren even now, but let the old vexed topics rest. Sooner than fret thyself again, thou shalt have Lois to be thy wife, though my heart was set far differently for thee. No, Manasseh, said Lois. I love you well as a cousin, but wife of yours I can never be. Aunt Hickson, it is not well to delude him so. I say if ever I marry man, I am troth-plight to one in England. Tush, child, I am your guardian in my dead husband's place. Thou thinkest thyself so great a prize that I would clutch at thee, whether or no, I doubt not. I value thee not, save as a medicine for Manasseh, if his mind get disturbed again, as I have noted signs of late. This, then, was the secret explanation of much that had alarmed her in her cousin's manner. And if Lois had been a physician of modern times, she might have traced somewhat of the same temperament in his sisters as well, in Prudence's lack of natural feeling and impish delight in mischief, in Faith's vehemence of unrequited love. But as yet, Lois did not know, any more than Faith, that the attachment of the latter to Mr. Nolan was not merely unreturned, but even unperceived by the young minister. He came, it is true, came often to the house, sat long with the family, and watched them narrowly, but took no especial notice of Faith. Lois perceived this, and grieved over it. Natty perceived it, and was indignant at it, long before Faith slowly acknowledged it to herself, and went to Natty the Indian woman, rather than to Lois her cousin, for sympathy and counsel. He cares not for me, said Faith. He cares more for Lois's little finger than for my whole body, the girl moaned out in the bitter pain of jealousy. Hush thee, prairie bird. How can he build a nest when the old bird has got all the moss and the feathers? Wait till the Indian has found means to send the old bird flying far away. This was the mysterious comfort Natty gave. Grace Hickson took some kind of charge over Manasseh that relieved Lois of much of her distress at his strange behavior. Yet at times he escaped from his mother's watchfulness, and in such opportunities he would always seek Lois, entreating her, as of old, to marry him, sometimes pleading his love for her, oftener speaking wildly of his visions and the voices which he heard foretelling a terrible futurity. We have now to do with events which were taking place in Salem, beyond the narrow circle of the Hickson family, but as they only concern us in as far as they bore down in their consequences on the future of those who formed part of it, I shall go over the narrative very briefly. The town of Salem had lost by death, within a very short time preceding the commencement of my story, nearly all its venerable men and leading citizens, men of ripe wisdom and sound counsel. The people had hardly yet recovered from the shock of their loss, as one by one the patriarchs of the primitive little community had rapidly followed each other to the grave. They had been beloved as fathers and looked up to as judges in the land. The first bad effect of their loss was seen in the heated dissension which sprang up between Pastor Tappow and the candidate Nolan. It had been apparently healed over, but Mr. Howe, Nolan had not been many weeks in Salem after his second coming, before the strife broke out afresh, and alienated many for life who had till then been bound together by the ties of friendship or relationship. Even in the Hickson family, something of this feeling soon sprang up, Grace being a vehement partisan of the elder pastor's more gloomy doctrines, while Faith was a passionate, if a powerless, advocate of Mr. Nolan. Manasseh's growing absorption in his own fancies and imagined gift of prophecy, making him comparatively indifferent to all outward events, did not tend to either the fulfillment of his visions or the elucidation of the dark, mysterious doctrines over which he had pondered too long for the health either of his mind or body. While Prudence delighted in irritating everyone by her advocacy of the views of thinking to which they were most opposed, and retailing every gossiping story to the person most likely to disbelieve and be indignant at what she told, with an assumed unconsciousness of any such effect to be produced. There was much talk of the congregational difficulties and dissensions being carried up to the general court, and each party naturally hoped that, If such were the course of events, the opposing pastor and that portion of the congregation which adhered to him might be worsted in the struggle. Such was the state of things in the township when, one day towards the end of the month of February, Grace Hickson returned from the weekly prayer meeting, which it was her custom to attend at Pastor Tapau's house in a state of extreme excitement. On her entrance into her own house, she sat down, rocking her body backwards and forwards, and praying to herself. Both Faith and Lois stopped their spinning, in wonder at her agitation, before either of them ventured to address her. At length Faith rose and spoke. "Mother, what is it? Hath anything happened of an evil nature?" The brave, stern, old woman's face was blenched, and her eyes were almost set in horror as she prayed, the great drops running down her cheeks. It seemed almost as if she had to make a struggle to recover her sense of the present homely, accustomed life before she could find words to answer. Evil nature. Daughters, Satan is abroad, is close to us. I have this very hour seen him afflict 2 innocent children. As of old, he troubled those who were possessed by him in Judea. Hester and Abigail Tapau have been contorted and convulsed by him and his servants into such shapes as I am afeard to think on. And when their father, godly Mr. Tapau, began to exhort and to pray, their howlings were like the wild beasts of the field. Satan is of a truth let loose amongst us. The girls kept calling upon him, as if he were even then present among us. Abigail screeched out that he stood at my very back in the guise of a black man, and truly, as I turned round at her words, I saw a creature like a shadow vanishing, and turned all of a cold sweat. Who knows where he is now? Faith lay straws across on the door-sill. "But if he be already entered in," asked Prudence, "may not that make it difficult for him to depart?" Her mother, taking no notice of her question, went on rocking herself and praying, till again she broke out into narration. Reverend Mr. Tapau says that only last night he heard a sound as of a heavy body dragged all through the house by some strong power. Once it was thrown against his bedroom door, and would doubtless have broken it in, if he had not prayed fervently and aloud at that very time, and a shriek went up at his prayer that made his hair stand on end. And this morning all the crockery in the house was found broken and piled up in the middle of the kitchen floor, and Pastor Tapau says that as soon as he began to ask a blessing on the morning's meal, Abigail and Hester cried out, as if someone was pinching them, "Lord, have mercy upon us all. Satan is of a truth let loose." "They sound like the old stories I used to hear in Barford," said Lois, breathless with affright. Faith seemed less alarmed, but then her dislike to Pastor Tapau was so great that she could hardly sympathize with any misfortunes that befell him or his family. Towards evening, Mr. Nolan came in. In general, so high did party spirit run, Grace Hickson only tolerated his visits, finding herself often engaged at such hours, and being too much abstracted in thought to show him the ready hospitality which was one of her most prominent virtues. But today, both as bringing the latest intelligence of the new horrors sprung up in Salem, and as being one of the church militant, or what the Puritans considered as equivalent to the church militant against Satan, he was welcomed by her in an unusual manner.
He seemed oppressed with the occurrences of the day. At first it appeared to be almost a relief to him to sit still and cogitate upon them, and his hosts were becoming almost impatient for him to say something more than mere monosyllables, when he began, "Such a day as this, I pray that I may never see again. It is as if the devils whom our Lord banished into the herd of swine had been permitted to come again upon the earth.
And I would it were only the lost spirits who were tormenting us. But I much fear that certain of those whom we have esteemed as God's people have sold their souls to Satan for the sake of a little of his evil power, whereby they may afflict others for a time. Elder Sheringham hath lost this very day a good and valuable horse, wherewith he used to drive his family to meeting, his wife being bedridden." "Perchance," said Lois, "the horse died of some natural disease." "True," said Pastor Nolan, "but I was going on to say that as he entered into his house, full of dolour at the loss of his beast, A mouse ran in before him so sudden that it almost tripped him up, though an instant before there was no such thing to be seen, and he caught at it with his shoe and hit it, and it cried out like a human creature in pain, and straight ran up the chimney, caring nothing for the hot flame and smoke. Manasseh listened greedily to all this story, and when it was ended, he smote upon his breast, and prayed aloud for deliverance from the power of the evil one. And he continually went on praying at intervals through the evening, with every mark of abject terror on his face and in his manner. He, the bravest, most daring hunter in all the settlement. Indeed, all the family huddled together in silent fear, scarcely finding any interest in the usual household occupations. Faith and Lois sat with arms entwined, as in days before the former had become jealous of the latter. Prudence asked low, fearful questions of her mother and of the pastor as to the creatures that were abroad, and the ways in which they afflicted others. And when Grace besought the minister to pray for her and her household, he made a long and passionate supplication that none of that little flock might ever so far fall away into hopeless perdition as to be guilty of the sin without forgiveness, the sin of witchcraft. Chapter 3. The Sin of Witchcraft. We read about it, we look on it from the outside, but we can hardly realize the terror it induced. Every impulsive or unaccustomed action, every little nervous affection, every ache or pain was noticed, not merely by those around the sufferer, but by the person himself, whoever he might be, that was acting, or being acted upon, in any but the most simple and ordinary manner. He or she, for it was most frequently a woman or girl that was the supposed subject, felt a desire for some unusual kind of food, some unusual motion or rest. Her hand twitched, her foot was asleep, or her leg had the cramp, and the dreadful question immediately suggested itself: is anyone possessing an evil power over me, by the help of Satan? And perhaps they went on to think, it is bad enough to feel that my body can be made to suffer through the power of some unknown evil wisher to me, but what if Satan gives them still further power, and they can touch my soul, and inspire me with loathful thoughts leading me into crimes which at present I abhor? And so on, till the very dread of what might happen, and the constant dwelling of the thoughts, even with horror, upon certain possibilities, or what were esteemed such, really brought about the corruption of imagination at least, which at first they had shuddered at. Moreover, there was a sort of uncertainty as to who might be infected, not unlike the overpowering dread of the plague, which made some shrink from their best beloved with irrepressible fear. The brother or sister who was the dearest friend of their childhood and youth might now be bound in some mysterious deadly pact with evil spirits of the most horrible kind. Who could tell? And in such a case it became a duty, a sacred duty, to give up the earthly body which had been once so loved, but which was now the habitation of a soul corrupt and horrible in its evil inclinations. Possibly, terror of death might bring on confession and repentance and purification. Or if it did not, why away with the evil creature, the witch, out of the world, down to the kingdom of the Master, whose bidding was done on earth in all manner of corruption and torture of God's creatures? There were others who, to these more simple, if more ignorant, feelings of horror at witches and witchcraft, added the desire, conscious or unconscious, of revenge on those whose conduct had been in any way displeasing to them. Where evidence takes a supernatural character, there is no disproving it. This argument comes up. You have only the natural powers, I have supernatural. You admit the existence of the supernatural by the condemnation of this very crime of witchcraft. You hardly know the limits of the natural powers. How then can you define the supernatural? I say that in the dead of night, when my body seemed to all present to be lying in quiet sleep, I was, in the most complete and wakeful consciousness, present in my body at an assembly of witches and wizards with Satan at their head, that I was by them tortured in my body, because my soul would not acknowledge him as its king, and that I witnessed such and such deeds. What the nature of the appearance was that took the semblance of myself, sleeping quietly in my bed, I know not. But admitting, as you do, the possibility of witchcraft, you cannot disprove my evidence. This evidence might be given truly or falsely, as the person witnessing believed it or not. But everyone must see what immense and terrible power was abroad for revenge. Then again the accused themselves ministered to the horrible panic abroad. Some, in dread of death, confessed from cowardice to the imaginary crimes of which they were accused, and of which they were promised a pardon on confession. Some, weak and terrified, came honestly to believe in their own guilt, through the diseases of imagination, which were sure to be engendered at such a time as this. Lois sat spinning with Faith. Both were silent, pondering over the stories that were abroad. Lois spoke first. "Oh, Faith, this country is worse than ever England was, even in the days of Master Matthew Hopkins, the witch-finder. I grow frightened of everyone, I think. I even get afeard sometimes of Natty." Faith colored a little. Then she asked, "Why? What should make you distrust the Indian woman?" "Oh, I am ashamed of my fear as soon as it arises in my mind. But you know, her look and color were strange to me when first I came, and she is not a christened woman, and they tell stories of Indian wizards. And I know not what the mixtures are, which she is sometimes stirring over the fire, nor the meaning of the strange chants she sings to herself. And once I met her in the dusk, just close by Pastor Tapau's house, in company with Hota, his servant. It was just before we heard of the sore disturbance in his house, and I have wondered if she had aught to do with it." Faith sat very still, as if thinking. At last she said, "If Natty has powers beyond what you and I have, she will not use them for evil, at least not evil to those whom she loves." "That comforts me but little," said Lois. "If she has powers beyond what she ought to have, I dread her, though I have done her no evil, nay, though I could almost say she bore me a kindly feeling. But such powers are only given by the evil one, and the proof thereof is that, as you imply, Natty would use them on those who offend her." "And why should she not?" asked Faith, lifting her eyes and flashing heavy fire out of them at the question. "Because," said Lois, not seeing Faith's glance, "we are told to pray for them that despitefully use us, and to do good to them that persecute us. But poor Natty is not a christened woman. I would that Mr. Nolan would baptize her. It would, maybe, take her out of the power of Satan's temptations." "Are you never tempted?" asked Faith half scornfully. "And yet I doubt not you were well baptized." "True," said Lois sadly. "I often do very wrong, but perhaps I might have done worse, if the holy form had not been observed." They were again silent for a time. "Lois," said Faith, "I did not mean any offense. But do you never feel as if you would give up all that future life, of which the parsons talk, and which seems so vague and so distant, for a few years of real, vivid blessedness to begin tomorrow, this hour, this minute? Oh, I could think of happiness for which I would willingly give up all those misty chances of heaven." "Faith, Faith!" cried Lois in terror, holding her hand before her cousin's mouth and looking around in fright. "Hush! You know not who may be listening. You are putting yourself in his power." But Faith pushed her hand away and said, "Lois, I believe in him no more than I believe in heaven. Both may exist, but they are so far away that I defy them. Why all this ado about Mr. Tapau's house? Promise me never to tell living creature, and I will tell you a secret." "No," said Lois, terrified. "I dread all secrets. I will hear none." "I will do all that I can for you, Cousin Faith, in any way. But just at this time I strive to keep my life and thoughts within the strictest bounds of godly simplicity, and I dread pledging myself to aught that is hidden and secret. As you will, cowardly girl, full of terrors, which, if you had listened to me, might have been lessened, if not entirely done away with." And Faith would not utter another word, though Lois tried meekly to entice her into conversation on some other subject. The rumor of witchcraft was like the echo of thunder among the hills. It had broken out in Mr. Tapau's house, and his 2 little daughters were the first supposed to be bewitched. But round about, from every quarter of the town, came in accounts of sufferers by witchcraft. There was hardly a family without one of these supposed victims. Then arose a growl, and menaces of vengeance from many a household. Menaces deepened, not daunted by the terror and mystery of the suffering that gave rise to them. At length a day was appointed, when, after solemn fasting and prayer, Mr. Tapau invited the neighboring ministers and all godly people to assemble at his house and unite with him in devoting a day to solemn religious services and to supplication for the deliverance of his children and those similarly afflicted from the power of the evil one. All Salem poured out towards the house of the minister. There was a look of excitement on all their faces. Eagerness and horror were depicted on many, while stern resolution, amounting to determined cruelty, if the occasion arose, was seen on others. In the midst of the prayer, Hester Tapau, the younger girl, fell into convulsions. Fit after fit came on, and her screams mingled with the shrieks and cries of the assembled congregation. In the first pause, when the child was partially recovered, when the people stood around exhausted and breathless, her father, the Pastor Tapau, lifted his right hand and adjured her, in the name of the Trinity, to say who tormented her. There was a dead silence. Not a creature stirred of all those hundreds. Hester turned wearily and uneasily, and moaned out the name of Hota, her father's Indian servant. Hota was present, apparently as much interested as anyone. Indeed, she had been busying herself much in bringing remedies to the suffering child. But now she stood aghast, transfixed, while her name was caught up and shouted out in tones of reprobation and hatred by all the crowd around her. Another moment, and they would have fallen upon the trembling creature and torn her limb from limb. Pale, dusky, shivering Hota, half guilty-looking from her very bewilderment. But Pastor Tapau, that gaunt, grey man, lifting himself to his utmost height, signed to them to go back, to keep still while he addressed them. And then he told them that instant vengeance was not just deliberate punishment, that there would be need of conviction, perchance of confession. He hoped for some redress for his suffering children from her revelations, if she were brought to confession. They must leave the culprit in his hands, and in those of his brother ministers, that they might wrestle with Satan before delivering her up to the civil power. He spoke well, for he spoke from the heart of a father seeing his children exposed to dreadful and mysterious suffering and firmly believing that he now held the clue in his hand which should ultimately release them and their fellow sufferers. And the congregation moaned themselves into unsatisfied submission and listened to his long, passionate prayer, which he uplifted even while the hapless Hota stood there, guarded and bound by two men, who glared at her like bloodhounds ready to slip, even while the prayer ended in the words of the merciful Saviour. Lois sickened and shuddered at the whole scene. And this was no intellectual shuddering at the folly and superstition of the people, but tender moral shuddering at the sight of guilt which she believed in, and at the evidence of men's hatred and abhorrence, which, when shown even to the guilty, troubled and distressed her merciful heart. She followed her aunt and cousins out into the open air, with downcast eyes and pale face. Grace Hickson was going home with a feeling of triumphant relief at the detection of the guilty one. Faith alone seemed uneasy and disturbed beyond her wont, for Manasseh received the whole transaction as the fulfillment of a prophecy, and Prudence was excited by the novel scene into a state of discordant high spirits. "I am quite as old as Hester Tapau," said she. "Her birthday is in September, and mine in October." "What has that to do with it?" said Faith sharply. "Nothing, only she seemed such a little thing for all those grave ministers to be praying for, and so many folk come from a distance, some from Boston, they said, all for her sake, as it were. Why, didst thou see, it was godly Mr. Henwick that held her head when he wriggled so, and old Madam Holbrook had herself helped upon a chair to see the better. I wonder how long I might wriggle before great and godly folk would take so much notice of me. But I suppose that comes of being a pastor's daughter. She'll be so set up there'll be no speaking to her now." "Faith, thinkest thou that Hota really had bewitched her? She gave me corn cakes the last time I was at Pastor Tapau's, just like any other woman, only perchance a trifle more good-natured, and to think of her being a witch after all." But Faith seemed in a hurry to reach home, paid no attention to Prudence's talking. Lois hastened on with Faith, for Manasseh was walking alongside of his mother, and she kept steady to her plan of avoiding him, even though she pressed her company upon Faith, who had seemed of late desirous of avoiding her. That evening the news spread through Salem that Hota had confessed her sin, had acknowledged that she was a witch. Natty was the first to hear the intelligence.
She broke into the room where the girls were sitting with Grace Hickson, solemnly doing nothing, because of the great prayer meeting in the morning, and cried out, "Mercy, mercy, mistress, everybody. Take care of poor Indian Natty, who never do wrong, but for mistress and the family. Hota, one bad, wicked witch, she say so herself. Oh me, oh me." And stooping over Faith, she said something in a low, miserable tone of voice, of which Lois only heard the word torture.
But Faith heard all, and turning very pale, half accompanied, half led Natty back to her kitchen. Presently, Grace Hickson came in. She had been out to see a neighbor. It will not do to say that so godly a woman had been gossiping, and indeed the subject of the conversation she had held was of too serious and momentous a nature for me to employ a light word to designate it. There was all the listening to and repeating of small details and rumors, in which the speakers have no concern, that constitutes gossiping. But in this instance, all trivial facts and speeches might be considered to bear such dreadful significance, and might have so ghastly an ending, that such whispers were occasionally raised to a tragic importance. Every fragment of intelligence that related to Mr. Tapau's household was eagerly snatched at. How his dog howled all one long night through and could not be stilled. How his cow suddenly failed in her milk only 2 months after she had calved. How his memory had forsaken him one morning, for a minute or two, in repeating the Lord's Prayer, and he had even omitted a clause thereof in his sudden perturbation. And how all these forerunners of his children's strange illness might now be interpreted and understood. This had formed the staple of the conversation between Grace Hickson and her friends. There had arisen a dispute among them at last, as to how far these subjections to the power of the evil one were to be considered as a judgment upon Pastor Tapau for some sin on his part, and if so, what. It was not an unpleasant discussion, although there was considerable difference of opinion. For as none of the speakers had had their families so troubled, it was rather a proof that they had none of them committed any sin. In the midst of this talk, one, entering in from the street, brought the news that Hota had confessed all, had owned to signing a certain little red book which Satan had presented to her, had been present at impious sacraments, had ridden through the air to Newbury Falls, and in fact had assented to all the questions which the elders and magistrates, carefully reading over the confessions of the witches who had formerly been tried in England, in order that they might not omit a single inquiry, had asked of her. More she had owned to, but things of inferior importance, and partaking more of the nature of earthly tricks than of spiritual power. She had spoken of carefully adjusted strings, by which all the crockery in Pastor Tapau's house could be pulled down or disturbed, but of such intelligible malpractices the gossips of Salem took little heed. One of them said that such an action showed Satan's prompting, but they all preferred to listen to the grander guilt of the blasphemous sacraments and supernatural rides. The narrator ended with saying that Hota was to be hung the next morning, in spite of her confession, even although her life had been promised to her if she acknowledged her sin. For it was well to make an example of the first discovered witch, and it was also well that she was an Indian, a heathen, whose life would be no great loss to the community. Grace Hickson on this spoke out. It was well that witches should perish off the face of the earth, Indian or English, heathen or, worse, a baptized Christian who had betrayed the Lord, even as Judas did, and had gone over to Satan. For her part, she wished that the first discovered witch had been a member of a godly English household, that it might be seen of all men that religious folk were willing to cut off the right hand and pluck out the right eye if tainted with this devilish sin. She spoke sternly and well. The last comer said that her words might be brought to the proof, for it had been whispered that Hota had named others, and some from the most religious families of Salem, whom she had seen among the unholy communicants at the sacrament of the evil one. And Grace replied that she would answer for it. All godly folk would stand the proof, and quench all natural affection rather than that such a sin should grow and spread among them. She herself had a weak bodily dread of witnessing the violent death even of an animal, but she would not let that deter her from standing amidst those who cast the accursed creature out from among them on the morrow morning. Contrary to her wont, Grace Hickson told her family much of this conversation. It was a sign of her excitement on the subject that she thus spoke, and the excitement spread in different forms through her family. Faith was flushed and restless, wandering between the keeping room and the kitchen, and questioning her mother particularly as to the more extraordinary parts of Hota's confession, as if she wished to satisfy herself that the Indian witch had really done those horrible and mysterious deeds. Lois shivered and trembled with affright at the narration, and the idea that such things were possible. Occasionally she found herself wandering off into sympathetic thought for the woman who was to die, abhorred of all men, and unpardoned by God, to whom she had been so fearful a traitor, and who was now, at this very time, when Lois sat among her kindred by the warm and cheerful firelight, anticipating many peaceful, perchance happy morrows, solitary, shivering, panic-stricken, guilty, with none to stand by her and exhort her, shut up in darkness between the cold walls of the town prison. But Lois almost shrank from sympathizing with so loathsome an accomplice of Satan, and prayed for forgiveness for her charitable thought. And yet again she remembered the tender spirit of the Saviour, and allowed herself to fall into pity, till at last her sense of right and wrong became so bewildered that she could only leave all to God's disposal, and just ask that He would take all creatures and all events into His hands. Prudence was as bright as if she were listening to some merry story, curious as to more than her mother would tell her, seeming to have no particular terror of witches or witchcraft, and yet to be especially desirous to accompany her mother the next morning to the hanging. Lois shrank from the cruel, eager face of the young girl as she begged her mother to allow her to go. Even Grace was disturbed and perplexed by her daughter's pertinacity. "No," said she. "Ask me no more. Thou shalt not go." "Such sights are not for the young. I go and I sicken at the thoughts of it. But I go to show that I, a Christian woman, take God's part against the devil's. Thou shalt not go, I tell thee. I could whip thee for thinking of it." "Manasseh says Hota was well whipped by Pastor Tapau ere she was brought to confession," said Prudence, as if anxious to change the subject of discussion. Manasseh lifted up his head from the great folio Bible, brought by his father from England, which he was studying. He had not heard what Prudence said, but he looked up at the sound of his name. All present were startled at his wild eyes, his bloodless face. But he was evidently annoyed at the expression of their countenances. "Why look ye at me in that manner?" asked he. And his manner was anxious and agitated. His mother made haste to speak. "It was but that Prudence said something that thou hast told her, that Pastor Tapau defiled his hands by whipping the witch Hota. What evil thought has got hold of thee? Talk to us, and crack not thy skull against the learning of man. It is not the learning of man that I study, it is the word of God. I would fain know more of the nature of this sin of witchcraft, and whether it be indeed the unpardonable sin against the Holy Ghost. At times I feel a creeping influence coming over me, prompting all evil thoughts and unheard-of deeds, and I question within myself, is not this the power of witchcraft? And I sicken, and loathe all that I do or say. And yet some evil creature hath the mastery over me, and I must needs do and say what I loathe and dread. Why wonder you, mother, that I, of all men, strive to learn the exact nature of witchcraft, and for that end study the word of God? Have you not seen me when I was, as it were, possessed with a devil?" He spoke calmly, sadly, but as under deep conviction. His mother rose to comfort him. "My son," she said, "no one ever saw thee do deeds, or heard thee utter words, which anyone could say were prompted by devils. We have seen thee, poor lad, with thy wits gone astray for a time, but all thy thoughts sought rather God's will in forbidden places than lost the clue to them for one moment in hankering after the powers of darkness. Those days are long past, a future lies before thee. Think not of witches or of being subject to the power of witchcraft. I did evil to speak of it before thee. Let Lois come and sit by thee and talk to thee." Lois went to her cousin, grieved at heart for his depressed state of mind, anxious to soothe and comfort him, and yet recoiling more than ever from the idea of ultimately becoming his wife, an idea to which she saw her aunt reconciling herself unconsciously day by day as she perceived the English girl's power of soothing and comforting her cousin, even by the very tones of her sweet, cooing voice. He took Lois's hand. "Let me hold it. It does me good," said he. "Ah, Lois, when I am by you, I forget all my troubles. Will the day never come when you will listen to the voice that speaks to me continually?" "I never hear it, Cousin Manasseh," she said softly. "But do not think of the voices. Tell me of the land you hope to enclose from the forest. What manner of trees grow on it?" Thus, by simple questions on practical affairs, she led him back, in her unconscious wisdom, to the subjects on which he had always shown strong practical sense. He talked on these with all due discretion till the hour for family prayer came round, which was early in those days. It was Manasseh's place to conduct it, as head of the family, a post which his mother had always been anxious to assign to him since her husband's death. He prayed extempore, and tonight his supplications wandered off into wild, unconnected fragments of prayer, which all those kneeling around began, each according to her anxiety for the speaker, to think would never end. Minutes elapsed, and grew to quarters of an hour, and his words only became more emphatic and wilder, praying for himself alone, and laying bare the recesses of his heart. At length his mother rose and took Lois by the hand, for she had faith in Lois's power over her son, as being akin to that which the shepherd David, playing on his harp, had over King Saul, sitting on his throne. She drew her towards him, where he knelt facing into the circle, with his eyes upturned, and the tranced agony of his face depicting the struggle of the troubled soul within. "Here is Lois," said Grace almost tenderly. She would fain go to her chamber. Down the girl's face the tears were streaming. "Rise and finish thy prayer in thy closet." But at Lois's approach he sprang to his feet, sprang aside. "Take her away, mother. Lead me not into temptation. She brings me evil and sinful thoughts. She overshadows me, even in the presence of my God. She is no angel of light, or she would not do this. She troubles me with the sound of a voice, bidding me marry her, even when I am at my prayers. Avaunt, take her away." He would have struck at Lois if she had not shrunk back, dismayed and affrighted. His mother, although equally dismayed, was not affrighted. She had seen him thus before, and understood the management of his paroxysm. "Go, Lois. The sight of thee irritates him, as once that of Faith did. Leave him to me." And Lois rushed away to her room, and threw herself on her bed, like a panting, hunted creature. Faith came after her slowly and heavily. "Lois," said she, "wilt thou do me a favor? It is not much to ask. Wilt thou arise before daylight, and bear this letter from me to Pastor Nolan's lodgings? I would have done it myself, but Mother has bidden me to come to her, and I may be detained until the time when Hota is to be hung, and the letter tells of matters pertaining to life and death. Seek out Pastor Nolan wherever he may be, and have speech of him after he has read the letter." "Cannot Natty take it?" asked Lois. "No," Faith answered fiercely. "Why should she?" But Lois did not reply. A quick suspicion darted through Faith's mind, sudden as lightning. It had never entered there before. "Speak, Lois. I read thy thoughts. Thou wouldst fain not be the bearer of this letter." "I will take it," said Lois meekly. "It concerns life and death, you say?" "Yes," said Faith, in quite a different tone of voice. But after a pause of thought, she added, "Then as soon as the house is still, I will write what I have to say, and leave it here, on this chest, and thou wilt promise me to take it before the day is fully up, while there is yet time for action." "Yes, I promise," said Lois. And Faith knew enough of her to feel sure that the deed would be done, however reluctantly. The letter was written, laid on the chest, and, ere day dawned, Lois was astir, Faith watching her from between her half-closed eyelids that had never been fully closed in sleep the livelong night. The instant Lois, cloaked and hooded, left the room, Faith sprang up and prepared to go to her mother, whom she heard already stirring. Nearly everyone in Salem was awake and up on this awful morning, though few were out of doors, as Lois passed along the streets. Here was the hastily erected gallows, the black shadow of which fell across the street with ghastly significance. Now she had to pass the iron-barred jail, through the unglazed windows of which she heard the fearful cry of a woman and the sound of many footsteps. On she sped, sick almost to faintness, to the widow woman's where Mr. Nolan lodged. He was already up and abroad, gone, his hostess believed, to the jail. Thither Lois, repeating the words, "for life and for death," was forced to go. Retracing her steps, she was thankful to see him come out of those dismal portals, rendered more dismal for being in heavy shadow, just as she approached. What his errand had been she knew not, but he looked grave and sad as she put Faith's letter into his hands and stood before him quietly waiting until he should read it and deliver the expected answer. But, instead of opening it, he held it in his hand, apparently absorbed in thought. At last he spoke aloud, but more to himself than to her. "My God, and is she then to die in this fearful delirium? It must be, can be, only delirium that prompts such wild and horrible confessions. Mistress Barclay, I come from the presence of the Indian woman appointed to die. It seems she considered herself betrayed last evening by her sentence not being respited, even after she had made confession of sin enough to bring down fire from heaven. And it seems to me the passionate, impotent anger of this helpless creature has turned to madness, for she appalls me by the additional revelations she has made to the keepers during the night, to me this morning. I could almost fancy that she thinks, by deepening the guilt she confesses, to escape this last dread punishment of all, as if, were a tithe of what she say true, one could suffer such a sinner to live. Yet to send her to death in such a state of mad terror, what is to be done? Yet Scripture says that we are not to suffer witches in the land, said Lois, slowly. True, I would but ask for a respite till the prayers of God's people had gone up for his mercy. Some would pray for her, poor wretch as she is. You would, Mistress Barclay, I am sure. But he said it in a questioning tone. I have been praying for her in the night many a time, said Lois in a low voice. I pray for her in my heart at this moment, I suppose. They are bidden to put her out of the land, but I would not have her entirely God-forsaken. But, sir, you have not read my cousin's letter, and she bade me bring back an answer with much urgency. Still he delayed. He was thinking of the dreadful confession he came from hearing. If it were true, the beautiful earth was a polluted place, and he almost wished to die, to escape from such pollution, into the white innocence of those who stood in the presence of God. Suddenly his eyes fell on Lois's pure, grave face, upturned and watching his. Faith in earthly goodness came over his soul in that instant, and he blessed her unaware. He put his hand on her shoulder with an action half paternal, although the difference in their ages was not above a dozen years, and bending a little towards her, whispered half to himself, Mistress Barclay, you have done me good. I, said Lois, half affrighted. I done you good. How? By being what you are. But perhaps I should rather thank God, who sent you at the very moment when my soul was so disquieted. At this instant, they were aware of Faith standing in front of them, with a countenance of thunder. Her angry look made Lois feel guilty. She had not enough urged the pastor to read his letter, she thought, and it was indignation at this delay and what she had been commissioned to do with the urgency of life or death that made her cousin lower at her so from beneath her straight black brows. Lois explained how she had not found Mr. Nolan at his lodgings and had had to follow him to the door of the jail. But Faith replied, with obdurate contempt, Spare thy breath, cousin Lois. It is easy seeing on what pleasant matters thou and the pastor Nolan were talking. I marvel not at thy forgetfulness. My mind is changed. Give me back my letter, sir. It was about a poor matter, an old woman's life. And what is that compared to a young girl's love? Lois heard, but for an instant, did not understand that her cousin, in her jealous anger, could suspect the existence of such a feeling as love between her and Mr. Nolan. No imagination as to its possibility had ever entered her mind. She had respected him, almost revered him, nay, had liked him as the probable husband of Faith. At the thought that her cousin could believe her guilty of such treachery, her grave eyes dilated and fixed themselves on the flaming countenance of Faith. That serious, unprotesting manner of perfect innocence must have told on her accuser, had it not been that, at the same instant, the latter caught sight of the crimsoned and disturbed countenance of the pastor, who felt the veil rent off the unconscious secret of his heart. Faith snatched her letter out of his hands and said, "Let the witch hang. What care I? She has done harm enough with her charms and her sorcery on Pastor Tapau's girls. Let her die, and let all other witches look to themselves, for there be many kinds of witchcraft abroad. Cousin Lois, thou wilt like best to stop with Pastor Nolan, or I would pray thee to come back with me to breakfast." Lois was not to be daunted by jealous sarcasm. She held out her hand to Pastor Nolan, determined to take no heed of her cousin's mad words, but to bid him farewell in her accustomed manner. He hesitated before taking it, and when he did, it was with a convulsive squeeze that almost made her start. Faith waited, and watched all, with set lips and vengeful eyes. She bade no farewell. She spake no word. But grasping Lois tightly by the back of the arm, she almost drove her before her down the street till they reached their home. The arrangement for the morning was this. Grace Hickson and her son Manasseh were to be present at the hanging of the first witch executed in Salem, as pious and godly heads of a family. All the other members were strictly forbidden to stir out, until such time as the low-tolling bell announced that all was over in this world for Hota, the Indian witch. When the execution was ended, there was to be a solemn prayer meeting of all the inhabitants of Salem. Ministers had come from a distance to aid by the efficacy of their prayers in these efforts, to purge the land of the devil and his servants. There was reason to think that the great old meeting house would be crowded, and when Faith and Lois reached home, Grace Hickson was giving her directions to Prudence, urging her to be ready for an early start to that place. The stern old woman was troubled in her mind at the anticipation of the sight she was to see before many minutes were over, and spoke in a more hurried and incoherent manner than was her wont. She was dressed in her Sunday best, but her face was very gray and colorless, and she seemed afraid to cease speaking about household affairs, for fear she should have time to think. Manasseh stood by her, perfectly, rigidly still. He also was in his Sunday clothes. His face, too, was paler than its wont, but it wore a kind of absent, rapt expression, almost like that of a man who sees a vision. As Faith entered, still holding Lois in her fierce grasp, Manasseh started and smiled, but still dreamily. His manner was so peculiar that even his mother stayed her talking to observe him more closely. He was in that state of excitement which usually ended in what his mother and certain of her friends esteemed a prophetic revelation. He began to speak, at first very low, and then his voice increased in power. "How beautiful is the land of Beulah, far over the sea, beyond the mountains. Thither the angels carry her, lying back in their arms like one fainting. They shall kiss away the black circle of death and lay her down at the feet of the Lamb. I hear her pleading there for those on earth who consented to her death. O Lois, pray also for me, pray for me miserable." When he uttered his cousin's name, all their eyes turned towards her. It was to her that his vision related. She stood among them, amazed, awe-stricken, but not like one affrighted or dismayed. She was the first to speak. "Dear friends, do not think of me. His words may or may not be true. I am in God's hands all the same, whether he have the gift of prophecy or not. Besides, hear you not that I end where all would fain end? Think of him, and of his needs. Such times as these always leave him exhausted and weary when he comes out of them." And she busied herself in cares for his refreshment, aiding her aunt's trembling hands to set before him the requisite food, as he now sat tired and bewildered, gathering together with difficulty his scattered senses. Prudence did all she could to assist and speed their departure. But Faith stood apart, watching in silence with her passionate, angry eyes. As soon as they had set out on their solemn, fatal errand, Faith left the room. She had not tasted food or touched drink. Indeed, they all felt sick at heart. The moment her sister had gone upstairs, Prudence sprang to the settle on which Lois had thrown down her cloak and hood. "Lend me your muffles and mantle, cousin Lois. I never yet saw a woman hanged, and I see not why I should not go. I will stand on the edge of the crowd. No one will know me, and I will be home long before my mother." "No," said Lois, "that may not be. My aunt would be sore displeased. I wonder at you, Prudence, seeking to witness such a sight." And as she spoke, she held fast her cloak, which Prudence vehemently struggled for. Faith returned, brought back possibly by the sound of the struggle. She smiled, a deadly smile. "Give it up, Prudence. Strive no more with her. She has bought success in this world, and we are but her slaves." "Oh, Faith," said Lois, relinquishing her hold of the cloak and turning round with passionate reproach in her look and voice. "What have I done that you should speak so of me? You, that have loved as I think one love a sister." Prudence did not lose her opportunity, but hastily arrayed herself in the mantle which was too large for her, and which she had therefore considered as well adapted for concealment. But as she went towards the door, her feet became entangled in the unusual length, and she fell, bruising her arm pretty sharply. "Take care, another time, how you meddle with a witch's things," said Faith, as one scarcely believing her own words, but at enmity with all the world in her bitter jealousy of heart. Prudence rubbed her arm and looked stealthily at Lois. "Which Lois? Which Lois?" said she at last, softly, pulling a childish face of spite at her. "Oh, hush, Prudence. Do not bandy such terrible words. Let me look at thine arm. I am sorry for thy hurt, only glad that it has kept thee from disobeying thy mother." "Away, away," said Prudence, springing from her. "I am afeard of her in very truth, Faith. Keep between me and the witch, or I will throw a stool at her." Faith smiled. It was a bad and wicked smile, but she did not stir to calm the fears she had called up in her young sister. Just at this moment, the bell began to toll. Hota, the Indian witch, was dead. Lois covered her face with her hands. Even Faith went a deadlier pale than she had been, and said, sighing, "Poor Hota, but death is best." Prudence alone seemed unmoved by any thoughts connected with the solemn, monotonous sound. Her only consideration was that now she might go out into the street and see the sights, and hear the news, and escape from the terror which she felt at the presence of her cousin. She flew upstairs to find her own mantle, ran down again, and passed Lois before the English girl had finished her prayer, and was speedily mingled among the crowd going to the meeting-house. There also Faith and Lois came in due course of time, but separately, not together. Faith so evidently avoided Lois that she, humbled and grieved, could not force her company upon her cousin, but loitered a little behind, the quiet tears stealing down her face, shed for the many causes that had occurred this morning. The meeting-house was full to suffocation, and as it sometimes happens on such occasions, the greatest crowd was close about the doors, from the fact that few saw, on their first entrance, where there might be possible spaces into which they could wedge themselves. Yet they were impatient of any arrivals from the outside, and pushed and hustled Faith, and after her Lois, till the two were forced onto a conspicuous place in the very center of the building, where there was no chance of a seat, but still space to stand in. Several stood around, the pulpit being in the middle, and already occupied by two ministers in Geneva bands and gowns, while other ministers, similarly attired, stood holding on to it, almost as if they were giving support instead of receiving it. Grace Hickson and her son sat decorously in their own pew, thereby showing that they had arrived early from the execution. You might almost have traced out the number of those who had been at the hanging of the Indian witch by the expression of their countenances. They were awe-stricken into terrible repose, while the crowd still pouring in, of those who had not attended the execution, looked all restless and excited and fierce. A buzz went round the meeting that the stranger minister who stood along with Pastor Tapau in the pulpit was no other than Dr. Cotton Mather himself, come all the way from Boston to assist in purging Salem of witches. And now Pastor Tapau began his prayer, extempore, as was the custom. His words were wild and incoherent, as might be expected from a man who had just been consenting to the bloody death of one who was, but a few days ago, a member of his own family, violent and passionate, as was to be looked for in the father of children, whom he believed to suffer so fearfully from the crime he would denounce before the Lord. He sat down at length from pure exhaustion. Then Dr. Cotton Mather stood forward. He did not utter more than a few words of prayer, calm in comparison with what had gone before, and then he went on to address the great crowd before him in a quiet, argumentative way, but arranging what he had to say with something of the same kind of skill which Antony used in his speech to the Romans after Caesar's murder. Some of Dr. Mather's words have been preserved to us, as he afterwards wrote them down in one of his works. Speaking of those unbelieving Sadducees who doubted the existence of such a crime, he said, "Instead of their apish shouts and jeers at blessed Scripture, and histories which have such undoubted confirmation as that no man that has breeding enough to regard the common laws of human society will offer to doubt of them, it becomes us rather to adore the goodness of God, who from the mouths of babes and sucklings has ordained truth, and by the means of the sore afflicted children of your godly pastor has revealed the fact that the devils have with most horrid operations broken in upon your neighborhood. Let us beseech him that their power may be restrained, and that they go not so far in their evil machinations as they did but 4 years ago in the city of Boston, where I was the humble means, under God, of loosing from the power of Satan the 4 children of that religious and blessed man, Mr. Goodwin. These 4 babes of grace were bewitched by an Irish witch. There is no end to the narration of the torments they had to submit to. At one time they would bark like dogs, at another purr like cats. Yea, they would fly like geese and be carried with an incredible swiftness, having but just their toes now and then upon the ground, sometimes not once in 20 feet, and their arms waved like those of a bird. Yet at other times, by the hellish devices of the woman who had bewitched them, they could not stir without limping, for by means of an invisible chain she hampered their limbs, or sometimes by means of a noose almost choked them. One in especial was subjected by this woman of Satan to such heat as of an oven, that I myself have seen the sweat drop from off her, while all around were moderately cold and well at ease. But not to trouble you with more of my stories, I will go on to prove that it was Satan himself that held power over her. For a very remarkable thing it was, that she was not permitted by that evil spirit to read any godly or religious book, speaking the truth as it is in Jesus. She could read popish books well enough, while both sight and speech seemed to fail her when I gave her the Assembly's Catechism. Again, she was fond of that prelatical Book of Common Prayer, which is but the Roman Mass book in an English and ungodly shape. In the midst of her sufferings, if one put the prayer book into her hands, it relieved her. Yet mark you, she could never be brought to read the Lord's Prayer, whatever book she met with it in, proving thereby distinctly that she was in league with the devil. I took her into my own house, that I, even as Dr. Martin Luther did, might wrestle with the devil and have my fling at him. But when I called my household to prayer, the devils that possessed her caused her to whistle and sing and yell in a discordant and hellish fashion. At this very instant, a shrill, clear whistle pierced all ears. Dr. Mather stopped for a moment. "Satan is among you," he cried. "Look to yourselves." And he prayed with fervor, as if against a present and threatening enemy. But no one heeded him. Whence came that ominous, unearthly whistle? Every man watched his neighbor. Again the whistle, out of their very midst. And then a bustle in a corner of the building, 3 or 4 people stirring, without any cause immediately perceptible to those at a distance. The movement spread, and, directly after, a passage even in that dense mass of people was cleared for 2 men, who bore forwards Prudence Hickson, lying rigid as a log of wood, in the convulsive position of one who suffered from an epileptic fit. They laid her down among the ministers who were gathered round the pulpit. Her mother came to her, sending up a wailing cry at the sight of her distorted child. Dr. Mather came down from the pulpit and stood over her, exorcising the devil in possession, as one accustomed to such scenes. The crowd pressed forward in mute horror. At length, her rigidity of form and feature gave way, and she was terribly convulsed, torn by the devil, as they called it. By and by, the violence of the attack was over, and the spectators began to breathe once more, though still the former horror brooded over them, and they listened as if for the sudden ominous whistle again, and glanced fearfully around, as if Satan were at their backs picking out his next victim. Meanwhile, Dr. Mather, Pastor Tapau, and one or two others were exhorting Prudence to reveal, if she could, the name of the person, the witch, who, by influence over Satan, had subjected the child to such torture as that which they had just witnessed. They bade her speak in the name of the Lord. She whispered a name in the low voice of exhaustion. None of the congregation could hear what it was. But the pastor Tapau, when he heard it, drew back in dismay, while Dr. Mather, knowing not to whom the name belonged, cried out in a clear, cold voice, "Know ye one Lois Berkeley, for it is she who hath bewitched this poor child." The answer was given rather by action than by word, although a low murmur went up from many. But all fell back, as far as falling back in such a crowd was possible, from Lois Berkeley where she stood, and looked on her with surprise and horror. A space of some feet, where no possibility of space had seemed to be not a minute before, left Lois standing alone, with every eye fixed upon her in hatred and dread. She stood like one speechless, tongue-tied, as if in a dream. She a witch, accursed as witches were in the sight of God and man. Her smooth, healthy face became contracted into shrivel and pallor, but she uttered not a word, only looked at Dr. Mather with her dilated, terrified eyes. Someone said, "She is of the household of Grace Hickson, a God-fearing woman." Lois did not know if the words were in her favor or not. She did not think about them even. They told less on her than on any person present. She a witch, and the silver-glittering Avon, and the drowning woman she had seen in her childhood at Barford, at home in England, were before her, and her eyes fell before her doom. There was some commotion, some rustling of papers. The magistrates of the town were drawing near the pulpit and consulting with the ministers. Dr. Mather spoke again. The Indian woman, who was hung this morning, named certain people whom she deposed to having seen at the horrible meetings for the worship of Satan, but there is no name of Lois Berkeley down upon the paper, although we are stricken at the sight of the names of some. An interruption. A consultation. Again Dr. Mather spoke. "Bring the accused witch, Lois Berkeley, near to this poor suffering child of Christ." They rushed forward to force Lois to the place where Prudence lay, but Lois walked forward of herself. "Prudence," she said in such a sweet, touching voice, that long afterwards, those who heard it that day spoke of it to their children. "Have I ever said an unkind word to you, much less done you an ill turn? Speak, dear child. You did not know what you said just now, did you?" But Prudence writhed away from her approach and screamed out, as if stricken with fresh agony, "Take her away! Take her away! Which Lois, who threw me down only this morning and turned my arm black and blue?" And she bared her arm, as if in confirmation of her words. It was sorely bruised. "I was not near you, Prudence," said Lois sadly, "but that was only reckoned fresh evidence of her diabolical power." Lois's brain began to get bewildered. Which Lois? She a witch, abhorred of all men. Yet she would try to think and make one more effort. "Aunt Hickson," she said, and Grace came forwards. "Am I a witch, Aunt Hickson?" she asked, for her aunt, stern, harsh, unloving as she might be, was truth itself, and Lois thought, so near to delirium had she come. If her aunt condemned her, it was possible she might indeed be a witch. Grace Hickson faced her unwillingly. "It is a stain upon our family forever," was the thought in her mind. It is for God to judge whether thou art a witch or not. Not for me." "Alas, alas," moaned Lois, for she had looked at Faith and learnt that no good word was to be expected from her gloomy face and averted eyes. The meeting house was full of eager voices, repressed, out of reverence for the place, into tones of earnest murmuring that seemed to fill the air with gathering sounds of anger, and those who had at first fallen back from the place where Lois stood were now pressing forwards and round about her, ready to seize the young, friendless girl and bear her off to prison. Those who might have been, who ought to have been her friends, were either averse or indifferent to her, though only Prudence made any open outcry upon her. That evil child cried out perpetually that Lois had cast a devilish spell upon her, and bade them keep the witch away from her. And indeed Prudence was strangely convulsed, when once or twice Lois's perplexed and wistful eyes were turned in her direction. Here and there girls, women uttering strange cries, and apparently suffering from the same kind of convulsive fit as that which had attacked Prudence, were centers of a group of agitated friends who muttered much and savagely of witchcraft, and the list which had been taken down only the night before from Hota's own lips. They demanded to have it made public, and objected to the slow forms of the law. Others, not so much or so immediately interested in the sufferers, were kneeling around and praying aloud for themselves and their own safety, until the excitement should be so much quelled as to enable Dr. Cotton Mather to be again heard in prayer and exhortation. And where was Manasseh? What said he? You must remember that the stir of the outcry, the accusation, the appeals of the accused, all seemed to go on at once amid the buzz and din of the people who had come to worship God, but remained to judge and upbraid their fellow creature. Till now Lois had only caught a glimpse of Manasseh, who was apparently trying to push forwards, but whom his mother was holding back with word and action, as Lois knew she would hold him back. For it was not for the first time that she was made aware how carefully her aunt had always shrouded his decent reputation among his fellow citizens from the least suspicion of his seasons of excitement and incipient insanity. On such days, when he himself imagined that he heard prophetic voices and saw prophetic visions, his mother would do much to prevent any besides his own family from seeing him. And now Lois, by a process swifter than reasoning, felt certain, from her one look at his face when she saw it, colorless and deformed by intensity of expression, among a number of others all simply ruddy and angry, that he was in such a state that his mother would in vain do her utmost to prevent his making himself conspicuous. Whatever force or argument Grace used, it was of no avail. In another moment he was by Lois's side, stammering with excitement and giving vague testimony, which would have been of little value in a calm court of justice, and was only oil to the smoldering fire of that audience. Away with her to jail! Seek out the witches! The sin has spread into all households. Satan is in the very midst of us. Strike and spare not. In vain, Dr. Cotton Mather raised his voice in loud prayers, in which he assumed the guilt of the accused girl. No one listened. All were anxious to secure Lois, as if they feared she would vanish from before their very eyes. She, white, trembling, standing quite still in the tight grasp of strange, fierce men, her dilated eyes only wandering a little now and then in search of some pitiful face that among all those hundreds was not to be found. While some fetched cords to bind her, and others, by low questions, suggested new accusations to the distempered brain of Prudence, Manasseh obtained a hearing once more. Addressing Dr. Cotton Mather, he said, evidently anxious to make clear some new argument that had just suggested itself to him. Sir, in this matter, be she witch or not, the end has been foreshown to me by the spirit of prophecy. Now, Reverend Sir, if the event be known to the spirit, it must have been foredoomed in the counsels of God. If so, why punish her for doing that in which she had no free will? Young man, said Dr. Mather, bending down from the pulpit and looking very severely upon Manasseh, take care, you are trenching on blasphemy. I do not care, I say it again. Either Lois Barclay is a witch or she is not. If she is, it has been foredoomed for her, for I have seen a vision of her death as a condemned witch for many months past. And the voice has told me there was but one escape for her, Lois. The voice you know? In his excitement he began to wander a little, but it was touching to see how conscious he was that by giving way he would lose the thread of the logical argument by which he hoped to prove that Lois ought not to be punished, and with what an effort he wrenched his imagination away from the old ideas, and strove to concentrate all his mind upon the plea that if Lois was a witch, it had been shown him by prophecy, and if there was prophecy there must be foreknowledge. If foreknowledge, foredoom. If foredoom, no exercise of free will, and therefore that Lois was not justly amenable to punishment. On he went, plunging into heresy, caring not, growing more and more passionate every instant, but directing his passion into keen argument, desperate sarcasm, instead of allowing it to excite his imagination. Even Dr. Mather felt himself on the point of being worsted in the very presence of this congregation, who, but a short half-hour ago, looked upon him as all but infallible. Keep a good heart, Cotton Mather. Your opponent's eye begins to glare and flicker with a terrible yet uncertain light. His speech grows less coherent, and his arguments are mixed up with wild glimpses at wilder revelations made to himself alone. He has touched on the limits. He has entered the borders of blasphemy, and with an awful cry of horror and reprobation, the congregation rise up as one man against the blasphemer. Dr. Mather smiled a grim smile, and the people were ready to stone Manasseh, who went on, regardless, talking and raving. "Stay, stay," said Grace Hickson, all the decent family shame which prompted her to conceal the mysterious misfortune of her only son from public knowledge done away with by the sense of the immediate danger to his life. "Touch him not. He knows not what he is saying. The fit is upon him. I tell you the truth before God. My son, my only son, is mad." They stood aghast at the intelligence. The grave young citizen, who had silently taken his part in life, close by them in their daily lives, not mixing much with them, it was true, but looked up to, perhaps all the more, the student of abstruse books on theology, fit to converse with the most learned ministers that ever came about those parts. Was he the same with the man now pouring out wild words to Lois the witch, as if he and she were the only two present? A solution of it all occurred to them. He was another victim. Great was the power of Satan. Through the arts of the devil, that white statue of a girl had mastered the soul of Manasseh Hickson. So the word spread from mouth to mouth, and Grace heard it. It seemed a healing balsam for her shame. With willful, dishonest blindness, she would not see, not even in her secret heart would she acknowledge, that Manasseh had been strange and moody and violent long before the English girl had reached Salem. She even found some specious reason for his attempt at suicide long ago. He was recovering from a fever, and though tolerably well in health, the delirium had not finally left him. But since Lois came, how headstrong he had been at times, how unreasonable, how moody. What a strange delusion was that which he was under, of being bidden by some voice to marry her. How he followed her about and clung to her, as under some compulsion of affection. And over all reigned the idea that if he were indeed suffering from being bewitched, he was not mad, and might again assume the honorable position he had held in the congregation and in the town, when the spell by which he was held was destroyed. So Grace yielded to the notion herself and encouraged it in others, that Lois Barclay had bewitched both Manasseh and Prudence. And the consequence of this belief was that Lois was to be tried with little chance in her favor to see whether she was a witch or no, and if a witch, whether she would confess, implicate others, repent, and live a life of bitter shame, avoided by all men and cruelly treated by most, or die impenitent, hardened, denying her crime upon the gallows. And so they dragged Lois away from the congregation of Christians to the jail, to await her trial. I say dragged her, because although she was docile enough to have followed them whither they would, she was now so faint as to require extraneous force. Poor Lois, who should have been carried and tended lovingly in her state of exhaustion, but instead was so detested by the multitude, who looked upon her as an accomplice of Satan in all his evil doings, that they cared no more how they treated her than a careless boy minds how he handles the toad that he is going to throw over the wall. When Lois came to her full senses, she found herself lying on a short, hard bed in a dark, square room, which she at once knew must be a part of the city jail. It was about 8 feet square. It had stone walls on every side, and a grated opening high above her head, letting in all the light and air that could enter through about a square foot of aperture. It was so lonely, so dark to that poor girl, when she came slowly and painfully out of her long faint. She did so want human help in that struggle which always supervenes after a swoon, when the effort is to clutch at life, and the effort seems too much for the will. She did not at first understand where she was, did not understand how she came to be there, nor did she care to understand. Her physical instinct was to lie still and let the hurrying pulses have time to calm. So she shut her eyes once more. Slowly, slowly, the recollection of the scene in the meeting house shaped itself into a kind of picture before her. She saw within her eyelids, as it were, that sea of loathing faces all turned towards her, as towards something unclean and hateful. And you must remember, you who in the 19th century read this account, that witchcraft was a real terrible sin to her, Lois Barclay, 200 years ago. The look on their faces, stamped on heart and brain, excited in her a sort of strange sympathy. Could it, oh God, could it be true that Satan had obtained the terrific power over her and her will, of which she had heard and read? Could she indeed be possessed by a demon and be indeed a witch, and yet till now have been unconscious of it? And her excited imagination recalled, with singular vividness, all she had ever heard on the subject, the horrible midnight sacrament, the very presence and power of Satan. Then remembering every angry thought against her neighbor, against the impertinences of Prudence, against the overbearing authority of her aunt, against the persevering crazy suit of Manasseh, the indignation, only that morning, but such ages off in real time, at Faith's injustice. Oh, could such evil thoughts have had devilish power given to them by the father of evil, and all unconsciously to herself, have gone forth as active curses into the world? And so, on the ideas went careering wildly, through the poor girl's brain, the girl thrown inward upon herself. At length, the sting of her imagination forced her to start up impatiently. What was this? A weight of iron on her legs, a weight stated afterwards by the jailer of Salem prison to have been not more than 8 pounds. It was well for Lois, it was a tangible ill, bringing her back from the wild, illimitable desert in which her imagination was wandering. She took hold of the iron and saw her torn stocking, her bruised ankle, and began to cry pitifully out of strange compassion with herself. They feared, then, that even in that cell she would find a way to escape. Why, the utter, ridiculous impossibility of the thing convinced her of her own innocence and ignorance of all supernatural power. And the heavy iron brought her strangely round from the delusions that seemed to be gathering about her. No, she never could fly out of that deep dungeon. There was no escape, natural or supernatural, for her, unless by man's mercy. And what was man's mercy in such times of panic? Lois knew that it was nothing. Instinct more than reason taught her that panic calls out cowardice, and cowardice cruelty. Yet she cried freely, and for the first time when she found herself ironed and chained. It seemed so cruel, so much as if her fellow creatures had really learnt to hate and dread her who had had a few angry thoughts, which God forgive, but whose thoughts had never gone into words, far less into actions. Why, even now she could love all the household at home if they would but let her. Yes, even yet, though she felt that it was the open accusation of Prudence and the withheld justifications of her aunt and Faith that had brought her to her present strait. Would they ever come and see her? Would kinder thoughts of her, who had shared their daily bread for months and months, bring them to see her and ask her whether it were really she who had brought on the illness of Prudence, the derangement of Manasseh's mind? No one came. Bread and water were pushed in by someone, who hastily locked and unlocked the door, and cared not to see if he put them within his prisoner's reach, or perhaps thought that physical fact mattered little to a witch. It was long before Lois could reach them, and she had something of the natural hunger of youth left in her still, which prompted her, lying her length on the floor, to weary herself with efforts to obtain the bread. After she had eaten some of it, the day began to wane, and she thought she would lay her down and try to sleep. But before she did so, the jailer heard her singing the evening hymn, "Glory to thee, my God, this night, for all the blessings of the light." And a dull thought came into his dull mind, that she was thankful for few blessings, if she could tune up her voice to sing praises after this day, of what, if she were a witch, was shameful detection in abominable practices, and if not. Well, his mind stopped short at this point in his wondering contemplation. Lois knelt down and said the Lord's Prayer, pausing just a little before one clause, that she might be sure that in her heart of hearts she did forgive. Then she looked at her ankle, and the tears came into her eyes once again, but not so much because she was hurt, as because men must have hated her so bitterly before they could have treated her thus. Then she lay down and fell asleep. The next day she was led before Mr. Hathorne and Mr. Kerwin, justices of Salem, to be accused legally and publicly of witchcraft. Others were with her, under the same charge. And when the prisoners were brought in, they were cried out at by the abhorrent crowd. The two Taphouse, Prudence, and one or two other girls of the same age were there, in the character of victims of the spells of the accused. The prisoners were placed about 7 or 8 feet from the justices, and the accusers between the justices and them. The former were then ordered to stand right before the justices. All this Lois did at their bidding, with something of the wondering docility of a child, but not with any hope of softening the hard, stony look of detestation that was on all the countenances around her, save those that were distorted by more passionate anger. Then an officer was bidden to hold each of her hands, and Justice Hathorne bade her keep her eyes continually fixed on him, for this reason, which, however, was not told to her, lest, if she looked on Prudence, the girl might either fall into a fit, or cry out that she was suddenly and violently hurt. If any heart could have been touched of that cruel multitude, they would have felt some compassion for the sweet young face of the English girl, trying so meekly to do all that she was ordered, her face quite white, yet so full of sad gentleness, her grey eyes, a little dilated by the very solemnity of her position, fixed with the intent look of innocent maidenhood on the stern face of Justice Hathorne. And thus they stood in silence, one breathless minute. Then they were bidden to say the Lord's Prayer. Lois went through it as if alone in her cell, but, as she had done alone in her cell the night before, she made a little pause before the prayer to be forgiven as she forgave. And at this instant of hesitation, as if they had been on the watch for it, they all cried out upon her for a witch, and when the clamor ended, the justices bade Prudence Hickson come forwards. Then Lois turned a little to one side, wishing to see at least one familiar face. But when her eyes fell upon Prudence, the girl stood stock still and answered no questions, nor spoke a word, and the justices declared that she was struck dumb by witchcraft. Then, some behind took Prudence under the arms and would have forced her forwards to touch Lois, possibly esteeming that as a cure for her being bewitched. But Prudence had hardly been made to take 3 steps before she struggled out of their arms and fell down writhing as in a fit, calling out with shrieks and entreating Lois to help her and save her from her torment. Then all the girls began to tumble down like swine, to use the words of an eyewitness, and to cry out upon Lois and her fellow prisoners. These last were now ordered to stand with their hands stretched out, it being imagined that if the bodies of the witches were arranged in the form of a cross, they would lose their evil power. By and by, Lois felt her strength going, from the unwonted fatigue of such a position, which she had borne patiently until the pain and weariness had forced both tears and sweat down her face, and she asked in a low, plaintive voice if she might not rest her head for a few moments against the wooden partition. But Justice Hathorne told her she had strength enough to torment others, and should have strength enough to stand. She sighed a little, and bore on, the clamor against her, and the other accused increasing every moment. The only way she could keep herself from utterly losing consciousness was by distracting herself from present pain and danger, and saying to herself verses of the Psalms as she could remember them, expressive of trust in God. At length, she was ordered back to jail, and dimly understood that she and others were sentenced to be hanged for witchcraft. Many people now looked eagerly at Lois to see if she would weep at this doom. If she had had strength to cry, it was just possible that it might, have been considered a plea in her favor, for witches could not shed tears. But she was too exhausted and dead. All she wanted was to lie down once more on her prison bed, out of the reach of men's cries of abhorrence and out of shot of their cruel eyes. So they led her back to prison, speechless and tearless. But rest gave her back her power of thought and suffering. Was it indeed true that she was to die? She, Lois Barclay, only 18, so well, so young, so full of love and hope as she had been, till but these little days past. What would they think of it at home? Real, dear home at Barford, in England. There they had loved her. There she had gone about, singing and rejoicing all the day long in the pleasant meadows by the Avon side. Oh, why did father and mother die, and leave her their bidding to come here to this cruel New England shore, where no one had wanted her, no one had cared for her, and where now they were going to put her to a shameful death as a witch, and there would be no one to send kindly messages by to those she should never see more. Never more. Young Lucy was living and joyful, probably thinking of her and of his declared intention of coming to fetch her home to be his wife this very spring. Possibly he had forgotten her. No one knew. A week before, she would have been indignant at her own distrust in thinking for a minute that he could forget. Now she doubted all men's goodness for a time, for those around her were deadly and cruel and relentless. Then she turned round and beat herself with angry blows, to speak in images, for ever doubting her lover. Oh, if she were but with him! Oh, if she might but be with him! He would not let her die, but would hide her in his bosom from the wrath of this people, and carry her back to the old home at Barford. And he might even now be sailing on the wide blue sea, coming nearer, nearer every moment, and yet be too late after all. So the thoughts chased each other through her head all that feverish night, till she clung almost deliriously to life, and wildly prayed that she might not die, at least, not just yet, and she so young. Pastor Tapau and certain elders roused her up from a heavy sleep, late on the morning of the following day. All night long she had trembled and cried, till morning had come peering in through the square grating up above. It soothed her, and she fell asleep, to be awakened, as I have said, by Pastor Tapau. "Arise," said he, scrupling to touch her from his superstitious idea of her evil powers. "It is noonday." "Where am I?" said she, bewildered at this unusual wakening, and the array of severe faces all gazing upon her with reprobation. "You are in Salem jail, condemned for a witch." "Alas! I had forgotten for an instant," said she, dropping her head upon her breast. "She has been out on a devilish ride all night long, doubtless, and is weary and perplexed this morning," whispered one, in so low a voice that he did not think she could hear, but she lifted up her eyes and looked at him, with mute reproach. "We are come," said Pastor Tapau, "to exhort you to confess your great and manifold sin." "My great and manifold sin," repeated Lois to herself, shaking her head. "Yea, your sin of witchcraft. If you will confess, there may yet be balm in Gilead." And one of the elders, struck with pity at the young girl's wan, shrunken look, said that if she confessed and repented and did penance, possibly her life might yet be spared. A sudden flash of light came into her sunk, dulled eye. Might she yet live? Was it yet in her power? Why, no one knew how soon Ralph Lucy might be here, to take her away forever into the peace of a new home. Life. Oh then, all hope was not over. Perhaps she might still live and not die. Yet the truth came once more out of her lips, almost without any exercise of her will. "I am not a witch," she said. Then Pastor Tapau blindfolded her, all unresisting but with languid wonder in her heart as to what was to come next. She heard people enter the dungeon softly and heard whispering voices. Then her hands were lifted up and made to touch someone near, and in an instant she heard a noise of struggling, and the well-known voice of Prudence shrieking out in one of her hysterical fits and screaming to be taken away and out of that place. It seemed to Lois as if some of her judges must have doubted of her guilt and demanded yet another test. She sat down heavily on her bed, thinking she must be in a horrible dream, so compassed about with dangers and enemies did she seem. Those in the dungeon, and by the oppression of the air she perceived that they were many, kept on eager talking in low voices. She did not try to make out the sense of the fragments of sentences that reached her dulled brain, till, all at once, a word or two made her understand they were discussing the desirableness of applying the whip or the torture to make her confess, and reveal by what means the spell she had cast upon those whom she had bewitched could be dissolved. A thrill of affright ran through her, and she cried out, beseechingly, "I beg you, sirs, for God's mercy's sake, that you do not use such awful means. I may say anything. Nay, I may accuse anyone if I am subjected to such torment as I have heard tell about. For I am but a young girl, and not very brave or very good as some are." It touched the hearts of one or two to see her standing there, the tears streaming down from below the coarse handkerchief tightly bound over her eyes, the clanking chain fastening the heavy weight to the slight ankle, the two hands held together, as if to keep down a convulsive motion. "Look," said one of these, "she is weeping. They say no witch can weep tears." But another scoffed at this test and bade the first remember how those of her own family, the Hicksons even, bore witness against her. Once more she was bidden to confess. The charges, esteemed by all men, as they said to have been proven against her, were read over to her, with all the testimony borne against her in proof thereof. They told her that, considering the godly family to which she belonged, it had been decided by the magistrates and ministers of Salem that he should have her life spared, if she would own her guilt, make reparation, and submit to penance, but that if not, she and others convicted of witchcraft along with her were to be hung in Salem marketplace on the next Thursday morning, Thursday being market day. And when they had thus spoken, they waited silently for her answer. It was a minute or two before she spoke. She had sat down again upon the bed meanwhile, for indeed she was very weak. She asked, "May I have this handkerchief unbound from my eyes? For indeed, sirs, it hurts me." The occasion for which she was blindfolded being over, the bandage was taken off, and she was allowed to see. She looked pitifully at the stern faces around her, in grim suspense as to what her answer would be. Then she spoke. "Sirs, I must choose death with a quiet conscience, rather than life to be gained by a lie. I am not a witch. I know not hardly what you mean when you say I am. I have done many things very wrong in my life, but I think God will forgive me them for my Saviour's sake." "Take not his name on your wicked lips," said Pastor Tapau, enraged at her resolution of not confessing, and scarcely able to keep himself from striking her. She saw the desire he had, and shrank away in timid fear. Then Justice Hathorne solemnly read the legal condemnation of Lois Barclay to death by hanging as a convicted witch. She murmured something which nobody heard fully, but which sounded like a prayer for pity and compassion on her tender years and friendless estate. Then they left her to all the horrors of that solitary, loathsome dungeon, and the strange terror of approaching death. Outside the prison walls, the dread of the witches, and the excitement against witchcraft grew with fearful rapidity. Numbers of women, and men too, were accused, no matter what their station of life and their former character had been. On the other side, it is alleged that upwards of 50 persons were grievously vexed by the devil, and those to whom he had imparted of his power for vile and wicked considerations. How much of malice, distinct, unmistakable personal malice, was mixed up with these accusations, no one can now tell. The dire statistics of this time tell us that 55 escaped death by confessing themselves guilty, 150 were in prison, more than 200 accused, and upwards of 20 suffered death, among whom was the minister I have called Nolan, who was traditionally esteemed to have suffered through hatred of his co-pastor. One old man, scorning the accusation and refusing to plead at his trial, was, according to the law, pressed to death for his contumacy. Nay, even dogs were accused of witchcraft, suffered the legal penalties, and are recorded among the subjects of capital punishment. One young man found means to effect his mother's escape from confinement, fled with her on horseback, and secreted her in the blueberry swamp, not far from Taplay's brook, in the great pasture. He concealed her here in a wigwam which he built for her shelter, provided her with food and clothing, and comforted and sustained her until after the delusion had passed away. The poor creature must, however, have suffered dreadfully, for one of her arms was fractured in the all but desperate effort of getting her out of prison. But there was no one to try and save Lois. Grace Hickson would fain have ignored her altogether. Such a taint did witchcraft bring upon a whole family, that generations of blameless life were not at that day esteemed sufficient to wash it out. Besides, you must remember that Grace, along with most people of her time, believed most firmly in the reality of the crime of witchcraft. Poor, forsaken Lois believed in it herself, and it added to her terror, for the jailer, in an unusually communicative mood, told her that nearly every cell was now full of witches, and it was possible he might have to put one, if more came, in with her. Lois knew that she was no witch herself, but not the less did she believe that the crime was abroad, and largely shared in by evil-minded persons who had chosen to give up their souls to Satan, and she shuddered with terror at what the jailer said, and would have asked him to spare her this companionship, if it were possible. But somehow, her senses were leaving her, and she could not remember the right words in which to form her request until he had left the place. The only person who yearned after Lois, who would have befriended her if he could, was Manasseh. Poor, mad Manasseh. But he was so wild and outrageous in his talk that it was all his mother could do to keep his state concealed from public observation. She had for this purpose given him a sleeping potion, and while he lay heavy and inert under the influence of the poppy tea, his mother bound him with cords to the ponderous antique bed in which he slept. She looked broken-hearted while she did this office, and thus acknowledged the degradation of her firstborn, him of whom she had ever been so proud. Late that evening, Grace Hickson stood in Lois's cell, hooded and cloaked up to her eyes. Lois was sitting quite still, playing idly with a bit of string, which one of the magistrates had dropped out of his pocket that morning. Her aunt was standing by her for an instant or two in silence, before Lois seemed aware of her presence. Suddenly she looked up and uttered a little cry, shrinking away from the dark figure. Then, as if her cry had loosened Grace's tongue, she began, "Lois Barclay, did I ever do you any harm?" Grace did not know how often her want of loving kindness had pierced the tender heart of the stranger under her roof, nor did Lois remember it against her now. Instead, Lois's memory was filled with grateful thoughts of how much that might have been left undone by a less conscientious person her aunt had done for her, and she half stretched out her arms as to a friend in that desolate place, while she answered, "Oh, no, no, you were very good, very kind." But Grace stood immovable. "I did you no harm, although I never rightly knew why you came to us." "I was sent by my mother on her deathbed," moaned Lois, covering her face. It grew darker every instant. Her aunt stood, still and silent. "Did any of mine ever wrong you?" she asked after a time. "No, no, never." Till Prudence said, "Oh, Aunt, do you think I am a witch?" And now Lois was standing up, holding by Grace's cloak and trying to read her face. Grace drew herself, ever so little, away from the girl, whom she dreaded, and yet sought to propitiate. "Wiser than I, godlier than I, have said it. But oh, Lois, Lois, he was my firstborn. Loose him from the demon, for the sake of him whose name I dare not name in this terrible building, filled with them who have renounced the hopes of their baptism. Loose Manasseh from his awful state, if ever I or mine did you a kindness." "You ask me for Christ's sake," said Lois. "I can name that holy name, for, oh, Aunt, indeed and in holy truth I am no witch, and yet I am to die to be hanged. Aunt, Do not let them kill me. I am so young, and I never did anyone any harm that I know of. Hush, for very shame. This afternoon I have bound my firstborn with strong cords to keep him from doing himself or us a mischief. He is so frenzied. Lois Barclay, look here." And Grace knelt down at her niece's feet and joined her hands as if in prayer. "I am a proud woman, God forgive me, and I never thought to kneel to any save to him. And now I kneel at your feet to pray you to release my children, more especially my son Manasseh, from the spells you have put upon them. Lois, hearken to me, and I will pray to the Almighty for you, if yet there may be mercy. I cannot do it. I never did you or yours any wrong. How can I undo it? How can I?" And she wrung her hands in intensity of conviction of the inutility of aught she could do. Here Grace got up, slowly, stiffly, and sternly. She stood aloof from the chained girl, in the remote corner of the prison cell near the door, ready to make her escape as soon as she had cursed the witch, who would not, or could not, undo the evil she had wrought. Grace lifted up her right hand and held it up on high, as she doomed Lois to be accursed forever, for her deadly sin and her want of mercy even at this final hour. And lastly, she summoned her to meet her at the judgment seat, and answer for this deadly injury done to both souls and bodies of those who had taken her in, and received her when she came to them an orphan and a stranger. Until this last summons, Lois had stood as one who hears her sentence and can say nothing against it, for she knows all would be in vain. But she raised her head when she heard her aunt speak of the judgment seat, and at the end of Grace's speech, she too lifted up her right hand, as if solemnly pledging herself by that action, and replied, "Aunt, I will meet you there, and there you will know my innocence of this deadly thing." "God have mercy on you and yours!" Her calm voice maddened Grace, and making a gesture as if she plucked up a handful of dust of the floor and threw it at Lois, she cried, "Witch! Witch! Ask mercy for thyself. I need not your prayers. Witches' prayers are read backwards. I spit at thee, and defy thee." And so she went away. Lois sat moaning that whole night through. "God comfort me. God strengthen me," was all she could remember to say. She just felt that want, nothing more. All other fears and wants seemed dead within her. And when the jailer brought in her breakfast the next morning, he reported her as gone silly. For indeed she did not seem to know him, but kept rocking herself to and fro and whispering softly to herself, smiling a little from time to time. But God did comfort her, and strengthen her too late on that Wednesday afternoon. They thrust another witch into her cell, bidding the two, with opprobrious words, keep company together. The newcomer fell prostrate with the push given her from without, and Lois, not recognizing anything but an old ragged woman lying helpless on her face on the ground, lifted her up. And lo, it was Natty, dirty, filthy indeed, mud-pelted, stone-bruised, beaten, and all astray in her wits with the treatment she had received from the mob outside. Lois held her in her arms and softly wiped the old brown wrinkled face with her apron, crying over it, as she had hardly yet cried over her own sorrows. For hours she tended the old Indian woman, tended her bodily woes, and as the poor scattered senses of the savage creature came slowly back, Lois gathered her infinite dread of the morrow, when she too, as well as Lois, was to be led out to die, in face of all that infuriated crowd. Lois sought in her own mind for some source of comfort for the old woman, who shook like one in the shaking palsy at the dread of death, and such a death. When all was quiet through the prison, in the deep, dead midnight, the jailer outside the door heard Lois telling, as if to a young child, the marvelous and sorrowful story of one who died on the cross for us and for our sakes. As long as she spoke, the Indian woman's terror seemed lulled, but the instant she paused, for weariness, Natty cried out afresh, as if some wild beast were following her close through the dense forests in which she had dwelt in her youth. And then Lois went on, saying all the blessed words she could remember, and comforting the helpless Indian woman with the sense of the presence of a heavenly friend. And in comforting her, Lois was comforted. In strengthening her, Lois was strengthened. The morning came, and the summons to come forth and die came. They who entered the cell found Lois asleep, her face resting on the slumbering old woman, whose head she still held in her lap. She did not seem clearly to recognize where she was when she awakened. The silly look had returned to her wan face. All she appeared to know was that somehow or another, through some peril or another, she had to protect the poor Indian woman. She smiled faintly when she saw the bright light of the April day, and put her arm round Natty and tried to keep the Indian quiet with hushing, soothing words of broken meaning and holy fragments of the Psalms. Natty tightened her hold upon Lois as they drew near the gallows, and the outrageous crowd below began to hoot and yell. Lois redoubled her efforts to calm and encourage Natty, apparently unconscious that any of the opprobrium, the hootings, the stones, the mud, was directed towards her herself. But when they took Natty from her arms and led her out to suffer first, Lois seemed all at once to recover her sense of the present terror. She gazed wildly around, stretched out her arms as if to some person in the distance who was yet visible to her, and cried out once with a voice that thrilled through all who heard it, "Mother!" Directly afterwards, the body of Lois the witch swung in the air, and everyone stood with hushed breath, with a sudden wonder, like a fear of deadly crime, fallen upon them. The stillness and the silence were broken by one crazed and mad, who came rushing up the steps of the ladder, and caught Lois's body in his arms and kissed her lips with wild passion. And then, as if it were true what the people believed, that he was possessed by a demon, he sprang down and rushed through the crowd, out of the bounds of the city, and into the dark, dense forest, and Manasseh Hickson was no more seen of Christian man. The people of Salem had awakened from their frightful delusion before the autumn, when Captain Holderness and Ralph Lucy came to find out Lois and bring her home to peaceful Barford in the pleasant country of England. Instead, they led them to the grassy grave where she lay at rest, done to death by mistaken men. Ralph Lucy shook the dust off his feet in quitting Salem with a heavy, heavy heart, and lived a bachelor all his life long for her sake. Long years afterwards, Captain Holderness sought him out, to tell him some news that he thought might interest the grave miller of the Avonside. Captain Holderness told him that in the previous year, it was then 1713, the sentence of excommunication against the witches of Salem was ordered, in godly sacramental meeting of the church, to be erased and blotted out, and that those who met together for this purpose humbly requested the merciful God would pardon whatsoever sin, error, or mistake was in the application of justice through our merciful high priest, who knoweth how to have compassion on the ignorant and those that are out of the way. He also said that Prudence Hickson, now woman grown, had made a most touching and pungent declaration of sorrow and repentance before the whole church, for the false and mistaken testimony she had given in several instances, among which she particularly mentioned that of her cousin, Lois Berkeley. To all which Ralph Lucy only answered, "No repentance of theirs can bring her back to life." Then Captain Holderness took out a paper and read the following humble and solemn declaration of regret on the part of those who signed it, among whom Grace Hickson was one. "We whose names are undersigned, being, in the year 1692, called to serve as jurors in court of Salem, on trial of many who were by some suspected guilty of doing acts of witchcraft upon the bodies of sundry persons. We confess that we ourselves were not capable to understand, nor able to withstand, the mysterious delusions of the powers of darkness and prince of the air, but were, for want of knowledge in ourselves, and better information from others, prevailed with to take up with such evidence against the accused, as on further consideration, and better information, we justly fear was insufficient for the touching the lives of any, 6. Whereby we fear we have been instrumental, with others, though ignorantly and unwittingly, to bring upon ourselves and this people of the Lord the guilt of innocent blood. Which sin the Lord saith in Scripture he would not pardon. 2 Kings 1:4. That is, we suppose, in regard of his temporal judgments. We do, therefore, signify to all in general, and to the surviving sufferers in special, our deep sense of, and sorrow for, our errors in acting on such evidence to the condemning of any person, and do hereby declare that we justly fear that we were sadly deluded and mistaken, for which we are much disquieted and distressed in our minds, and do therefore humbly beg forgiveness, first of God for Christ's sake, for this our error, and pray that God would not impute the guilt of it to ourselves, nor others. And we also pray that we may be considered candidly and aright by the living sufferers, as being then under the power of a strong and general delusion, utterly unacquainted with, and not experienced in, matters of that nature. We do heartily ask forgiveness of you all, whom we have justly offended, and do declare, according to our present minds, we would none of us do such things again on such grounds for the whole world, praying you to accept of this in way of satisfaction for our offence, and that you would bless the inheritance of the Lord, that he may be entreated for the land. Foreman, Thomas Fiske, etc. To the reading of this paper, Ralph Lucy made no reply save this, even more gloomily than before. All their repentance will avail nothing to my Lois, nor will it bring back her life. Then Captain Holderness spoke once more, and said that on the day of the general fast, appointed to be held all through New England, when the meeting-houses were crowded, an old man with white hair had stood up in the place in which he was accustomed to worship, and had handed up into the pulpit a written confession, which he had once or twice essayed to read for himself, acknowledging his great and grievous error in the matter of the witches of Salem, and praying for the forgiveness of God and of his people, ending with an entreaty that all then present would join with him in prayer that his past conduct might not bring down the displeasure of the Most High upon his country, his family, or himself. That old man, who was no other than Justice Sewall, remained standing all the time that his confession was read, and at the end he said, "The good and gracious God be pleased to save New England and me and my family." And then it came out that, for years past, Judge Sewall had set apart a day for humiliation and prayer, to keep fresh in his mind a sense of repentance and sorrow for the part he had borne in these trials, and that this solemn anniversary he was pledged to keep as long as he lived, to show his feeling of deep humiliation. Ralph Lucy's voice trembled as he spoke. All this will not bring my Lois to life again, or give me back the hope of my youth. But, as Captain Holderness shook his head, for what word could he say, or how dispute what was so evidently true, Ralph added, "What is the day, know you, that this justice has set apart?" "The 29th of April. Then on that day will I, here at Barford in England, join my prayer as long as I live with the repentant judge, that his sin may be blotted out and no more had in remembrance." She would have willed it so. The Grey Woman. Portion 1. There is a mill by the Neckar side to which many people resort for coffee, according to the fashion which is almost national in Germany. There is nothing particularly attractive in the situation of this mill. It is on the Mannheim, the flat and unromantic side of Heidelberg. The river turns the mill wheel with a plenteous gushing sound. The outbuildings and the dwelling house of the miller form a well-kept dusty quadrangle. Again, further from the river, there is a garden full of willows and arbours and flower-beds not well kept, but very profuse in flowers and luxuriant creepers, knotting and looping the arbours together. In each of these arbours is a stationary table of white painted wood and light movable chairs of the same colour and material. I went to drink coffee there with some friends in 184. The stately old miller came out to greet us, as some of the party were known to him of old. He was of a grand build of a man, and his loud musical voice, with its tone friendly and familiar, his rolling laugh of welcome, went well with the keen, bright eye, the fine cloth of his coat, and the general look of substance about the place. Poultry of all kinds abounded in the mill yard, where there were ample means of livelihood for them strewed on the ground. But not content with this, the miller took out handfuls of corn from the sacks, and threw liberally to the cocks and hens that ran almost under his feet in their eagerness. And all the time he was doing this, as it were habitually, he was talking to us, and ever and anon calling to his daughter and the serving maids, to bid them hasten the coffee we had ordered. He followed us to an arbor and saw us served to his satisfaction with the best of everything we could ask for, and then left us to go round to the different arbors and see that each party was properly attended to. And, as he went, this great, prosperous, happy-looking man whistled softly one of the most plaintive airs I ever heard. His family have held this mill ever since the old Palatinate days, or rather, I should say, have possessed the ground ever since then, for 2 successive mills of theirs have been burnt down by the French. If you want to see Scherer in a passion, just talk to him of the possibility of a French invasion. But at this moment, still whistling that mournful air, we saw the miller going down the steps that led from the somewhat raised garden into the mill yard, and so I seemed to have lost my chance of putting him in a passion. We had nearly finished our coffee, and our kuchen, and our cinnamon cake, when heavy splashes fell on our thick, leafy covering. Quicker and quicker they came, coming through the tender leaves, as if they were tearing them asunder. All the people in the garden were hurrying under shelter, or seeking for their carriages standing outside. Up the steps the miller came hastening, with a crimson umbrella, fit to cover everyone left in the garden, and followed by his daughter and 1 or 2 maidens, each bearing an umbrella. "Come into the house. Come in, I say. It is a summer storm and will flood the place for an hour or 2 till the river carries it away. Here, here." And we followed him back into his own house. We went into the kitchen first. Such an array of bright copper and tin vessels I never saw, and all the wooden things were as thoroughly scoured. The red tile floor was spotless when we went in, but in 2 minutes it was all over slop and dirt with the tread of many feet, for the kitchen was filled, and still the worthy miller kept bringing in more people under his great crimson umbrella. He even called the dogs in and made them lie down under the tables. His daughter said something to him in German, and he shook his head merrily at her. Everybody laughed. "What did she say?" I asked. "She told him to bring the ducks in next, but indeed if more people come we shall be suffocated. What with the thundery weather and the stove and all these steaming clothes, I really think we must ask leave to pass on. Perhaps we might go in and see Frau Scherer." My friend asked the daughter of the house for permission to go into an inner chamber and see her mother. It was granted, and we went into a sort of saloon, overlooking the Neckar, very small, very bright, and very close. The floor was slippery with polish. Long, narrow pieces of looking-glass against the walls reflected the perpetual motion of the river opposite. A white porcelain stove with some old-fashioned ornaments of brass about it. A sofa, covered with Utrecht velvet. A table before it, and a piece of worsted-worked carpet under it. A vase of artificial flowers, and lastly, an alcove with a bed in it, on which lay the paralyzed wife of the good miller, knitting busily formed the furniture. I spoke as if this was all that was to be seen in the room, but, sitting quietly, while my friend kept up a brisk conversation in a language which I but half understood, my eye was caught by a picture in a dark corner of the room, and I got up to examine it more nearly. It was that of a young girl of extreme beauty, evidently of middle rank. There was a sensitive refinement in her face, as if she almost shrank from the gaze which, of necessity, the painter must have fixed upon her. It was not over well painted, but I felt that it must have been a good likeness, from this strong impress of peculiar character which I have tried to describe. From the dress, I should guess it to have been painted in the latter half of the last century, and I afterwards heard that I was right. There was a little pause in the conversation. "Will you ask Frau Scherer who this is?" My friend repeated my question, and received a long reply in German. Then she turned round and translated it to me. "It is the likeness of a great-aunt of her husband's." My friend was standing by me, and looking at the picture with sympathetic curiosity. "See? Here is the name on the open page of this Bible. Anna Scherer, 1778. Frau Scherer says there is a tradition in the family that this pretty girl, with her complexion of lilies and roses, lost her color so entirely through fright that she was known by the name of the Grey Woman. She speaks as if this Anna Scherer lived in some state of lifelong terror, but she does not know details. refers me to her husband for them. She thinks he has some papers which were written by the original of that picture for her daughter, who died in this very house not long after our friend there was married. We can ask Herr Scherer for the whole story if you like." "Oh yes, pray do," said I, and as our host came in at this moment to ask how we were faring, and to tell us that he had sent to Heidelberg for carriages to convey us home, seeing no chance of the heavy rain abating, my friend, after thanking him, passed on to my request. "Ah," said he, his face changing, "the Aunt Anna had a sad history. It was all owing to one of those hellish Frenchmen, and her daughter suffered for it. The cousin Ursula, as we all called her when I was a child. To be sure, the good cousin Ursula was his child as well. The sins of the fathers are visited on their children." "The lady would like to know all about it, would she? Well, there are papers, a kind of apology the Aunt Anna wrote for putting an end to her daughter's engagement, or rather facts which she revealed, that prevented cousin Ursula from marrying the man she loved. And so she would never have any other good fellow, else I have heard say my father would have been thankful to have made her his wife. All this time he was rummaging in the drawer of an old-fashioned bureau, and now he turned round with a bundle of yellow MSS in his hand, which he gave to my friend, saying, 'Take it home, and if you care to make out our crabbed German writing, you may keep it as long as you like, and read it at your leisure. Only I must have it back again when you have done with it, that's all.' And so we became possessed of the manuscript of the following letter, which it was our employment, during many a long evening that ensuing winter, to translate, and in some parts to abbreviate. The letter began with some reference to the pain which she had already inflicted upon her daughter by some unexplained opposition to a project of marriage. But I doubt if, without the clue with which the good miller had furnished us, we could have made out even this much from the passionate, broken sentences that made us fancy that some scene between the mother and daughter, and possibly a third person, had occurred just before the mother had begun to write. "Thou dost not love thy child, mother. Thou dost not care if her heart is broken." Ah, God! And these words of my heart-beloved Ursula ring in my ears as if the sound of them would fill them when I lie a-dying. And her poor tear-stained face comes between me and everything else. Child, hearts do not break. Life is very tough as well as very terrible. But I will not decide for thee. I will tell thee all, and thou shalt bear the burden of choice. I may be wrong. I have little wit left, and never had much, I think. But an instinct serves me in place of judgment, and that instinct tells me that thou and thy Henri must never be married. Yet I may be in error. I would fain make my child happy. Lay this paper before the good priest Schriesheim, if, after reading it, thou hast doubts which make thee uncertain. Only I will tell thee all now, on condition that no spoken word ever passes between us on the subject. It would kill me to be questioned. I should have to see all present again. My father held, as thou knowest, the mill on the Neckar, where thy new-found uncle Scherer now lives. Thou rememberest the surprise with which we were received there last vintage 12-month. How thy uncle disbelieved me when I said that I was his sister Anna, whom he had long believed to be dead, and how I had to lead thee underneath the picture, painted of me long ago, and point out, feature by feature, the likeness between it and thee. And how, as I spoke, I recalled first to my own mind, and then by speech to his, the details of the time when it was painted. The merry words that passed between us then, a happy boy and girl. The position of the articles of furniture in the room. Our father's habits. The cherry tree now cut down, that shaded the window of my bedroom, through which my brother was wont to squeeze himself, in order to spring onto the topmost bough that would bear his weight, and thence would pass me back his cap, laden with fruit, to where I sat on the window-sill, too sick with fright for him to care much for eating the cherries. And at length Fritz gave way, and believed me to be his sister Anna, even as though I were risen from the dead. And thou rememberest how he fetched in his wife, and told her that I was not dead, but was come back to the old home once more, changed as I was. And she would scarce believe him, and scanned me with a cold, distrustful eye, till at length, for I knew her of old as Babette Müller, I said that I was well-to-do and needed not to seek out friends for what they had to give. And then she asked, not me but her husband, why I had kept silent so long, leading all, father, brother, everyone that loved me in my own dear home, to esteem me dead. And then thine uncle, thou rememberest, said he cared not to know more than I cared to tell, that I was his Anna, found again, to be a blessing to him in his old age, as I had been in his boyhood. I thanked him in my heart for his trust, for were the need for telling all less than it seems to me now, I could not speak of my past life. But she, who was my sister-in-law still, held back her welcome, and for want of that, I did not go to live in Heidelberg as I had planned beforehand, in order to be near my brother Fritz, but contented myself with his promise to be a father to my Ursula when I should die and leave this weary world. That Babette Müller was, as I may say, the cause of all my life's suffering. She was a baker's daughter in Heidelberg, a great beauty, as people said, and indeed, as I could see for myself, I too, thou sawest my picture, was reckoned a beauty, and I believe I was so. Babette Müller looked upon me as a rival. She liked to be admired, and had no one much to love her. I had several people to love me, thy grandfather Fritz, the old servant Kätzchen, Karl, the head apprentice at the mill, and I feared admiration and notice, and the being stared at as the schöne Müllerin whenever I went to make my purchases in Heidelberg. Those were happy, peaceful days. I had Kätzchen to help me in the housework, and whatever we did pleased my brave old father, who was always gentle and indulgent towards us women, though he was stern enough with the apprentices in the mill. Karl, the oldest of these, was his favorite, and I can see now that my father wished him to marry me, and that Karl himself was desirous to do so. But Karl was rough-spoken and passionate, not with me, but with the others, and I shrank from him in a way which, I fear, gave him pain. And then came thy uncle Fritz's marriage, and Babette was brought to the mill to be its mistress. Not that I cared much for giving up my post, for in spite of my father's great kindness, I always feared that I did not manage well for so large a family. With the men and a girl under Kätzchen, we sat down 11 each night to supper. But when Babette began to find fault with Kätzchen, I was unhappy at the blame that fell on faithful servants. And by, I began to see that Babette was egging on Karl to make more open love to me, and, as she once said, to get done with it, and take me off to a home of my own. My father was growing old and did not perceive all my daily discomfort. The more Karl advanced, the more I disliked him. He was good in the main, but I had no notion of being married, and could not bear anyone who talked to me about it. Things were in this way when I had an invitation to go to Karlsruhe to visit a schoolfellow, of whom I had been very fond. Babette was all for my going. I don't think I wanted to leave home, and yet I had been very fond of Sophie Ruprecht, but I was always shy among strangers. Somehow the affair was settled for me, but not until both Fritz and my father had made inquiries as to the character and position of the Ruprechts. They learned that the father had held some kind of inferior position about the Grand Duke's court, and was now dead, leaving a widow, a noble lady, and 2 daughters, the elder of whom was Sophie, my friend. Madame Ruprecht was not rich, but more than respectable, genteel. When this was ascertained, my father made no opposition to my going. Babette forwarded it by all the means in her power, and even my dear Fritz had his word to say in its favor. Only Kätzchen was against it, Kätzchen and Karl. The opposition of Karl did more to send me to Karlsruhe than anything. For I could have objected to go, but when he took upon himself to ask what was the good of going a-gadding, visiting strangers of whom no one knew anything, I yielded to circumstances, to the pulling of Sophie and the pushing of Babette. I was silently vexed, I remember, at Babette's inspection of my clothes, at the way in which she settled that this gown was too old-fashioned, or that too common, to go with me on my visit to a noble lady, and at the way in which she took upon herself to spend the money my father had given me to buy what was requisite for the occasion. And yet I blamed myself, for everyone else thought her so kind for doing all this, and she herself meant kindly too. At last I quitted the mill by the Neckar side. It was a long day's journey, and Fritz went with me to Karlsruhe. The Ruprechts lived on the third floor of a house a little behind one of the principal streets, in a cramped-up court, to which we gained admittance through a doorway in the street. I remember how pinched their rooms looked after the large space we had at the mill, and yet they had an air of grandeur about them which was new to me, and which gave me pleasure, faded as some of it was. Madame Ruprecht was too formal a lady for me. I was never at my ease with her, but Sophie was all that I had recollected her at school, kind, affectionate, and only rather too ready with her expressions of admiration and regard. The little sister kept out of our way, and that was all we needed in the first enthusiastic renewal of our early friendship. The one great object of Madame Ruprecht's life was to retain her position in society, and as her means were much diminished since her husband's death, there was not much comfort, though there was a great deal of show in their way of living. Just the opposite of what it was at my father's house. I believe that my coming was not too much desired by Madame Ruprecht, as I brought with me another mouth to be fed. But Sophie had spent a year or more in entreating for permission to invite me, and her mother, having once consented, was too well-bred not to give me a stately welcome. The life in Karlsruhe was very different from what it was at home. The hours were later, the coffee was weaker in the morning, the pottage was weaker, the boiled beef less relieved by other diet, the dresses finer, the evening engagements constant. I did not find these visits pleasant. We might not knit, which would have relieved the tedium a little. But we sat in a circle, talking together, only interrupted occasionally by a gentleman, who, breaking out of the knot of men who stood near the door, talking eagerly together, stole across the room on tiptoe, his hat under his arm, and bringing his feet together in the position we called the first at the dancing school, made a low bow to the lady he was going to address. The first time I saw these manners I could not help smiling, but Madame Ruprecht saw me and spoke to me next morning rather severely, telling me that of course in my country breeding I could have seen nothing of court manners or French fashions, but that was no reason for my laughing at them. Of course I tried never to smile again in company. This visit to Karlsruhe took place in '89, just when everyone was full of the events taking place at Paris. And yet at Karlsruhe, French fashions were more talked of than French politics. Madame Ruprecht, especially, thought a great deal of all French people, and this again was quite different to us at home. Fritz could hardly bear the name of a Frenchman, and it had nearly been an obstacle to my visit to Sophie that her mother preferred being called Madame to her proper title of Frau. One night I was sitting next to Sophie, and longing for the time when we might have supper and go home, so as to be able to speak together, a thing forbidden by Madame Ruprecht's rules of etiquette, which strictly prohibited any but the most necessary conversation passing between members of the same family when in society. I was sitting, I say, scarcely keeping back my inclination to yawn, when two gentlemen came in, one of whom was evidently a stranger to the whole party, from the formal manner in which the host led him up and presented him to the hostess. I thought I had never seen anyone so handsome or so elegant. His hair was powdered, of course, but one could see from his complexion that it was fair in its natural state. His features were as delicate as a girl's, and set off by two little mouches, as we called patches in those days, one at the left corner of his mouth, the other prolonging, as it were, the right eye. His dress was blue and silver. I was so lost in admiration of this beautiful young man that I was as much surprised as if the angel Gabriel had spoken to me, when the lady of the house brought him forward to present him to me. She called him Monsieur de la Tourelle, and he began to speak to me in French, but though I understood him perfectly, I dared not trust myself to reply to him in that language. Then he tried German, speaking it with a kind of soft lisp that I thought charming. But before the end of the evening, I became a little tired of the affected softness and effeminacy of his manners, and the exaggerated compliments he paid me, which had the effect of making all the company turn round and look at me. Madame Ruprecht was, however, pleased with the precise thing that displeased me. She liked either Sophie or me to create a sensation. Of course, she would have preferred that it should have been her daughter, but her daughter's friend was next best. As we went away, I heard Madame Ruprecht and Monsieur de la Tourelle reciprocating civil speeches with might and main, from which I found out that the French gentleman was coming to call on us the next day. I do not know whether I was more glad or frightened, for I had been kept upon stilts of good manners all the evening. But still, I was flattered when Madame Ruprecht spoke as if she had invited him, because he had shown pleasure in my society, and even more gratified by Sophie's ungrudging delight at the evident interest I had excited in so fine and agreeable a gentleman. Yet with all this, they had hard work to keep me from running out of the salon the next day, when we heard his voice inquiring at the gate on the stairs for Madame Ruprecht. They had made me put on my Sunday gown, and they themselves were dressed as for a reception. When he was gone away, Madame Ruprecht congratulated me on the conquest I had made, for indeed he had scarcely spoken to anyone else, beyond what mere civility required, and had almost invited himself to come in the evening to bring some new song, which was all the fashion in Paris, he said. Madame Ruprecht had been out all morning, as she told me, to glean information about Monsieur de la Tourelle. He was a propriétaire, had a small chateau on the Vosges mountains. He owned land there, but had a large income from some sources quite independent of this property. Altogether, he was a good match, as she emphatically observed. She never seemed to think that I could refuse him after this account of his wealth, nor do I believe she would have allowed Sophie a choice, even had he been as old and ugly as he was young and handsome. I do not quite know. So many events have come to pass since then, and blurred the clearness of my recollections, if I loved him or not. He was very much devoted to me. He almost frightened me by the excess of his demonstrations of love. And he was very charming to everybody around me, who all spoke of him as the most fascinating of men, and of me as the most fortunate of girls. And yet I never felt quite at my ease with him. I was always relieved when his visits were over, although I missed his presence when he did not come. He prolonged his visit to the friend with whom he was staying at Karlsruhe, on purpose to woo me. He loaded me with presents, which I was unwilling to take. Only Madame Ruprecht seemed to consider me an affected prude if I refused them. Many of these presents consisted of articles of valuable old jewelry, evidently belonging to his family. By accepting these, I doubled the ties which were formed around me by circumstances even more than by my own consent. In those days, we did not write letters to absent friends as frequently as is done now, and I had been unwilling to name him in the few letters that I wrote home. At length, however, I learned from Madame Ruprecht that she had written to my father to announce the splendid conquest I had made, and to request his presence at my betrothal. I started with astonishment. I had not realized that affairs had gone so far as this. But when she asked me, in a stern, offended manner, what I had meant by my conduct if I did not intend to marry Monsieur de la Tourelle, I had received his visits, his presents, all his various advances without showing any unwillingness or repugnance. And it was all true. I had shown no repugnance, though I did not wish to be married to him, at least not so soon. What could I do but hang my head, and silently consent to the rapid enunciation of the only course which now remained for me if I would not be esteemed a heartless coquette all the rest of my days? There was some difficulty, which I afterwards learnt that my sister-in-law had obviated, about my betrothal taking place from home. My father, and Fritz especially, were for having me return to the mill and there be betrothed, and from thence be married. But the Ruprechts and Monsieur de la Tourelle were equally urgent on the other side, and Babette was unwilling to have the trouble of the commotion at the mill, and also, I think, a little disliked the idea of the contrast of my grander marriage with her own. So my father and Fritz came over to the betrothal. They were to stay at an inn in Karlsruhe for a fortnight, at the end of which time the marriage was to take place. Monsieur de la Tourelle told me he had business at home, which would oblige him to be absent during the interval between the two events, and I was very glad of it, for I did not think that he valued my father and my brother as I could have wished him to do. He was very polite to them, put on all the soft, grand manner, which he had rather dropped with me, and complimented us all round, beginning with my father and Madame Ruprecht, and ending with little Alwina. But he a little scoffed at the old-fashioned church ceremonies which my father insisted on. And I fancy Fritz must have taken some of his compliments as satire, for I saw certain signs of manner by which I knew that my future husband, for all his civil words, had irritated and annoyed my brother. But all the money arrangements were liberal in the extreme, and more than satisfied, almost surprised, my father. Even Fritz lifted up his eyebrows and whistled. I alone did not care about anything. I was bewitched, in a dream, a kind of despair. I had got into a net through my own timidity and weakness, and I did not see how to get out of it. I clung to my own home people that fortnight, as I had never done before. Their voices, their ways were all so pleasant and familiar to me, after the constraint in which I had been living. I might speak and do as I liked, without being corrected by Madame Ruprecht, or reproved in a delicate complimentary way by Monsieur de la Tourelle. One day I said to my father that I did not want to be married, that I would rather go back to the dear old mill. But he seemed to feel this speech of mine as a dereliction of duty, as great as if I had committed perjury. As if, after the ceremony of betrothal, no one had any right over me but my future husband. And yet he asked me some solemn questions, but my answers were not such as to do me any good. Dost thou know any fault or crime in this man that should prevent God's blessing from resting on thy marriage with him? Dost thou feel aversion or repugnance to him in any way? And to all this, what could I say? I could only stammer out that I did not think I loved him enough. And my poor old father saw in this reluctance only the fancy of a silly girl who did not know her own mind, but who had now gone too far to recede. So we were married in the court chapel, a privilege which Madame Ruprecht had used no end of efforts to obtain for us, and which she must have thought was to secure us all possible happiness, both at the time and in recollection afterwards. We were married, and after 2 days spent in festivity at Karlsruhe, among all our new fashionable friends there, I bade goodbye forever to my dear old father. I had begged my husband to take me by way of Heidelberg to his old castle in the Vosges, but I found an amount of determination under that effeminate appearance and manner for which I was not prepared, and he refused my first request so decidedly that I dared not urge it. "Henceforth, Anna," said he, "you will move in a different sphere of life, and though it is possible that you may have the power of showing favor to your relations from time to time, yet much or familiar intercourse will be undesirable, and is what I cannot allow." I felt almost afraid, after this formal speech, of asking my father and Fritz to come and see me. But when the agony of bidding them farewell overcame all my prudence, I did beg them to pay me a visit ere long. But they shook their heads, and spoke of business at home, of different kinds of life, of my being a Frenchwoman now. Only my father broke out at last with a blessing, and said, "If my child is unhappy, which God forbid, let her remember that her father's house is ever open to her." I was on the point of crying out, "Oh, take me back then now, my father, oh, my father," when I felt rather than saw my husband present near me. He looked on with a slightly contemptuous air, and taking my hand in his, he led me weeping away, saying that short farewells were always the best when they were inevitable. It took us 2 days to reach his chateau in the Vosges, for the roads were bad and the way difficult to ascertain. Nothing could be more devoted than he was all the time of the journey. It seemed as if he were trying in every way to make up for the separation which every hour made me feel the more complete between my present and my former life. I seemed as if I were only now wakening up to a full sense of what marriage was, and I dare say I was not a cheerful companion on the tedious journey. At length, jealousy of my regret for my father and brother got the better of M. de la Tourelle, and he became so much displeased with me that I thought my heart would break with the sense of desolation. So it was in no cheerful frame of mind that we approached Les Rochers, and I thought that perhaps it was because I was so unhappy that the place looked so dreary. On one side, the chateau looked like a raw new building, hastily run up for some immediate purpose, without any growth of trees or underwood near it, only the remains of the stone used for building, not yet cleared away from the immediate neighborhood, although weeds and lichens had been suffered to grow near and over the heaps of rubbish. On the other were the great rocks from which the place took its name, and rising close against them, as if almost a natural formation, was the old castle, whose building dated many centuries back. It was not large nor grand, but it was strong and picturesque, and I used to wish that we lived in it rather than in the smart, half-furnished apartment in the new edifice, which had been hastily got ready for my reception. Incongruous as the two parts were, they were joined into a whole by means of intricate passages and unexpected doors, the exact positions of which I never fully understood. M. de la Tourelle led me to a suite of rooms set apart for me, and formally installed me in them, as in a domain of which I was sovereign. He apologized for the hasty preparation which was all he had been able to make for me, but promised, before I asked, or even thought of complaining, that they should be made as luxurious as heart could wish before many weeks had elapsed. But when, in the gloom of an autumnal evening, I caught my own face and figure reflected in all the mirrors, which showed only a mysterious background in the dim light of the many candles which failed to illuminate the great proportions of the half-furnished salon, I clung to M. de la Tourelle and begged to be taken to the rooms he had occupied before his marriage. He seemed angry with me, although he affected to laugh, and so decidedly put aside the notion of my having any other rooms but these, that I trembled in silence at the fantastic figures and shapes which my imagination called up as peopling the background of those gloomy mirrors. There was my boudoir, a little less dreary, my bedroom, with its grand and tarnished furniture, which I commonly made into my sitting room, locking up the various doors which led into the boudoir, the salon, the passages, all but one, through which Monsieur de la Tourelle always entered from his own apartments in the older part of the castle. But this preference of mine for occupying my bedroom annoyed Monsieur de la Tourelle, I am sure, though he did not care to express his displeasure. He would always allure me back into the salon, which I disliked more and more from its complete separation from the rest of the building by the long passage into which all the doors of my apartment opened. This passage was closed by heavy doors and portières, through which I could not hear a sound from the other parts of the house, and, of course, the servants could not hear any movement or cry of mine unless expressly summoned. To a girl brought up as I had been in a household where every individual lived all day in the sight of every other member of the family, never wanted either cheerful words or the sense of silent companionship, this grand isolation of mine was very formidable, and the more so because Monsieur de la Tourelle, as landed proprietor, sportsman, and what not, was generally out of doors the greater part of every day, and sometimes for 2 or 3 days at a time. I had no pride to keep me from associating with the domestics. It would have been natural to me in many ways to have sought them out for a word of sympathy in those dreary days when I was left so entirely to myself, had they been like our kindly German servants. But I disliked them, one and all. I could not tell why, and some were civil, but there was a familiarity in their civility which repelled me. Others were rude, and treated me more as if I were an intruder than their master's chosen wife. And yet of the two sets, I liked these last the best. The principal male servant belonged to this latter class. I was very much afraid of him. He had such an air of suspicious surliness about him in all he did for me, and yet Monsieur de la Tourelle spoke of him as most valuable and faithful. Indeed, it sometimes struck me that Lefebvre ruled his master in some things, and this I could not make out. For while Monsieur de la Tourelle behaved towards me as if I were some precious toy or idol, to be cherished and fostered and petted and indulged, I soon found out how little I, or apparently anyone else, could bend the terrible will of the man who had on first acquaintance appeared to me too effeminate and languid to exert his will in the slightest particular. I had learnt to know his face better now, and to see that some vehement depth of feeling, the cause of which I could not fathom, made his grey eye glitter with pale light, and his lips contract, and his delicate cheek whiten on certain occasions. But all had been so open and above board at home that I had no experience to help me to unravel any mysteries among those who lived under the same roof. I understood that I had made what Madame Ruprecht and her set would have called a great marriage, because I lived in chateau with many servants, bound ostensibly to obey me as a mistress. I understood that Monsieur de la Tourelle was fond enough of me in his way, proud of my beauty, I dare say, for he often enough spoke about it to me. But he was also jealous and suspicious, and uninfluenced by my wishes, unless they tallied with his own. I felt at this time as if I could have been fond of him too, if he would have let me, but I was timid from my childhood, and before long my dread of his displeasure, coming down like thunder into the midst of his love, for such slight causes as a hesitation in reply, a wrong word, or a sigh for my father, conquered my humorous inclination to love one who was so handsome, so accomplished, so indulgent and devoted. But if I could not please him when indeed I loved him, you may imagine how often I did wrong when I was so much afraid of him, as to quietly avoid his company for fear of his outbursts of passion. One thing I remember noticing, that the more de la Tourelle was displeased with me, the more Lefebvre seemed to chuckle, and when I was restored to favor, sometimes on as sudden an impulse as that which occasioned my disgrace, Lefebvre would look askance at me with his cold, malicious eyes, and once or twice at such times he spoke most disrespectfully to Monsieur de la Tourelle. I have almost forgotten to say that in the early days of my life at Les Rochers, Monsieur de la Tourelle, in contemptuous, indulgent pity at my weakness in disliking the dreary grandeur of the salon, wrote up to the milliner in Paris from whom my corbeille de mariage had come, to desire her to look out for me a maid of middle age, experienced in the toilette, and with so much refinement that she might on occasion serve as companion to me. Portion 2. A Norman woman, Amante by name, was sent to Les Rochers by the Paris milliner to become my maid. She was tall and handsome, though upwards of 40, and somewhat gaunt. But on first seeing her, I liked her. She was neither rude nor familiar in her manners, and had a pleasant look of straightforwardness about her that I had missed in all the inhabitants of the chateau, and had foolishly set down in my own mind as a national want. Amante was directed by Monsieur de la Tourelle to sit in my boudoir, and to be always within call. He also gave her many instructions as to her duties in matters which, perhaps, strictly belonged to my department of management. But I was young and inexperienced, and thankful to be spared any responsibility. I dare say it was true what Monsieur de la Tourelle said, before many weeks had elapsed, that for a great lady, a lady of a castle, I became sadly too familiar with my Norman waiting-maid. But you know that by birth we were not very far apart in rank. Amante was the daughter of a Norman farmer, I of a German miller. And besides that, my life was so lonely. It almost seemed as if I could not please my husband. He had written for someone capable of being my companion at times, and now he was jealous of my free regard for her, angry because I could sometimes laugh at her original tunes and amusing proverbs, while when with him I was too much frightened to smile. From time to time, families from a distance of some leagues drove through the bad roads in their heavy carriages to pay us a visit, and there was an occasional talk of our going to Paris when public affairs should be a little more settled. These little events and plans were the only variations in my life for the first 12 months, if I except the alternations in Monsieur de la Tourelle's temper, his unreasonable anger, and his passionate fondness. Perhaps one of the reasons that made me take pleasure and comfort in Amante's society was that whereas I was afraid of everybody, I do not think I was half as much afraid of things as of persons. Amante feared no one. She would quietly beard Lefebvre, and he respected her all the more for it. She had a knack of putting questions to Meme de la Tourelle, which respectfully informed him that she had detected the weak point, but forbore to press him too closely upon it out of deference to his position as her master. And with all her shrewdness to others, she had quite tender ways with me. All the more so at this time because she knew what I had not yet ventured to tell M. de la Tourelle, that by and by I might become a mother, that wonderful object of mysterious interest to single women who no longer hope to enjoy such blessedness themselves. It was once more autumn, late in October, but I was reconciled to my habitation. The walls of the new part of the building no longer looked bare and desolate. The debris had been so far cleared away by M. de la Tourelle's desire as to make me a little flower garden, in which I tried to cultivate those plants that I remembered as growing at home. Amante and I had moved the furniture in the rooms and adjusted it to our liking. My husband had ordered many an article from time to time that he thought would give me pleasure, and I was becoming tame to my apparent imprisonment in a certain part of the great building, the whole of which I had never yet explored. It was October, as I say, once more. The days were lovely, though short in duration, and Monsieur de la Tourelle had occasion, so he said, to go to that distant estate the superintendence of which so frequently took him away from home. He took Lefebvre with him, and possibly some more of the lackeys. He often did, and my spirits rose a little at the thought of his absence. And then the new sensation that he was the father of my unborn babe came over me, and I tried to invest him with this fresh character. I tried to believe that it was his passionate love for me that made him so jealous and tyrannical, imposing, as he did, restrictions on my very intercourse with my dear father, from whom I was so entirely separated, as far as personal intercourse was concerned. I had, it is true, let myself go into a sorrowful review of all the troubles which lay hidden beneath the seeming luxury of my life. I knew that no one cared for me except my husband and Amante, for it was clear enough to see that I, as his wife, and also as a parvenu, was not popular among the few neighbors who surrounded us, and as for the servants, the women were all hard and impudent-looking, treating me with a semblance of respect that had more of mockery than reality in it, while the men had a lurking kind of fierceness about them, sometimes displayed even to M. de la Tourelle, who on his part, it must be confessed, was often severe even to cruelty in his management of them. My husband loved me, I said to myself, but I said it almost in the form of a question. His love was shown fitfully, and more in ways calculated to please himself than to please me. I felt that for no wish of mine would he deviate one tittle from any predetermined course of action. I had learnt the inflexibility of those thin, delicate lips. I knew how anger would turn his fair complexion to deadly white and bring the cruel light into his pale blue eyes. The love I bore to anyone seemed to be a reason for his hating them, and so I went on pitying myself one long dreary afternoon during that absence of his of which I have spoken, only sometimes remembering to check myself in my murmurings by thinking of the new unseen link between us, and then crying afresh to think how wicked I was. Oh, how well I remember that long October evening. Amante came in from time to time, talking away to cheer me, talking about dress and Paris, and I hardly know what, but from time to time looking at me keenly with her friendly dark eyes, and with serious interest too, though all her words were about frivolity. At length she heaped the fire with wood, drew the heavy silken curtains close, for I had been anxious hitherto to keep them open, so that I might see the pale moon mounting the skies, as I used to see her, the same moon, rise from behind the Kaiserstuhl at Heidelberg, but the sight made me cry, so Amante shut it out. She dictated to me as a nurse does to a child. Now Madame must have the little kitten to keep her company, she said, while I go and ask Marthon for a cup of coffee. I remember that speech, and the way it roused me, for I did not like Amante to think I wanted amusing by a kitten. It might be my petulance, but this speech, such as she might have made to a child, annoyed me, and I said that I had reason for my lowness of spirits, meaning that they were not of so imaginary a nature that I could be diverted from them by the gambols of a kitten. So, though I did not choose to tell her all, I told her a part, and as I spoke I began to suspect that the good creature knew much of what I withheld, and that the little speech about the kitten was more thoughtfully kind than it had seemed at first. I said that it was so long since I had heard from my father, that he was an old man, and so many things might happen. I might never see him again, and I so seldom heard from him or my brother. It was a more complete and total separation than I had ever anticipated when I married, and something of my home and of my life previous to my marriage I told the good Amante, for I had not been brought up as a great lady, and the sympathy of any human being was precious to me. Amante listened with interest, and in return told me some of the events and sorrows of her own life. Then, remembering her purpose, she set out in search of the coffee, which ought to have been brought to me an hour before. But, in my husband's absence, my wishes were but seldom attended to, and I never dared to give orders. Presently she returned, bringing the coffee and a great large cake. "See," said she, setting it down. "Look at my plunder. Madame must eat. Those who eat always laugh. And besides, I have a little news that will please Madame." Then she told me that, lying on a table in the great kitchen, was a bundle of letters, come by the courier from Strasbourg that very afternoon. Then, fresh from her conversation with me, she had hastily untied the string that bound them, but had only just traced out one that she thought was from Germany, when a servant man came in, and, with the start he gave her, she dropped the letters, which he picked up, swearing at her for having untied and disarranged them. She told him that she believed there was a letter there for her mistress, but he only swore the more, saying that if there was, it was no business of hers, or of his either, for that he had the strictest orders always to take all letters that arrived during his master's absence into the private sitting-room of the latter, a room into which I had never entered, although it opened out of my husband's dressing-room. I asked Amante if she had not conquered and brought me this letter. No, indeed, she replied. It was almost as much as her life was worth to live among such a set of servants. It was only a month ago that Jacques had stabbed Valentin for some jesting talk. Had I never missed Valentin, that handsome young lad who carried up the wood into my salon? Poor fellow. He lies dead and cold now, and they said in the village he had put an end to himself. But those of the household knew better. Oh, I need not be afraid. Jacques was gone, no one knew where. But with such people it was not safe to upbraid or insist. Monsieur would be at home the next day, and it would not be long to wait. But I felt as if I could not exist till the next day without the letter. It might be to say that my father was ill, dying. He might cry for his daughter from his deathbed. In short, there was no end to the thoughts and fancies that haunted me. It was of no use for Amante to say that. After all, she might be mistaken, that she did not read writing well, that she had but a glimpse of the address. I let my coffee cool, my food all became distasteful, and I wrung my hands with impatience to get at the letter and have some news of my dear ones at home. All the time, Amante kept her imperturbable good temper, first reasoning, then scolding. At last she said, as if wearied out, that if I would consent to make a good supper, she would see what could be done as to our going to Monsieur's room in search of the letter, after the servants were all gone to bed. We agreed to go together when all was still and look over the letters. There could be no harm in that. And yet somehow we were such cowards we dared not do it openly and in the face of the household. Presently, my supper came up. Partridges, bread, fruits, and cream. How well I remember that supper. We put the untouched cake away in a sort of buffet and poured the cold coffee out of the window, in order that the servants might not take offense at the apparent fancifulness of sending down for food I could not eat. I was so anxious for all to be in bed that I told the footman who served that he need not wait to take away the plates and dishes but might go to bed. Long after I thought the house was quiet, Amante, in her caution, made me wait. It was past 11 before we set out, with cat-like steps and veiled light, along the passages, to go to my husband's room and steal my own letter, if it was indeed there, a fact about which Amante had become very uncertain in the progress of our discussion. To make you understand my story, I must now try to explain to you the plan of the chateau. It had been at one time a fortified place of some strength, perched on the summit of a rock, which projected from the side of the mountain. But additions had been made to the old building, which must have borne a strong resemblance to the castles overhanging the Rhine. And these new buildings were placed so as to command a magnificent view, being on the steepest side of the rock, from which the mountain fell away, as it were, leaving the great plain of France in full survey. The ground plan was something of the shape of 3 sides of an oblong. My apartments in the modern edifice occupied the narrow end, and had this grand prospect. The front of the castle was old, and ran parallel to the road far below. In this were contained the offices and public rooms of various descriptions, into which I never penetrated. The back wing, considering the new building, in which my apartments were as the center, consisted of many rooms of a dark and gloomy character, as the mountainside shut out much of the sun, and heavy pine woods came down within a few yards of the windows. Yet on this side, on a projecting plateau of the rock, my husband had formed the flower garden of which I have spoken, for he was a great cultivator of flowers in his leisure moments. Now my bedroom was the corner room of the new buildings on the part next to the mountains. Hence, I could have let myself down into the flower garden by my hands on the windowsill on one side, without danger of hurting myself, while the windows at right angles with these looked sheer down a descent of 100 feet at least. Going still farther along this wing, you came to the old building. In fact, these two fragments of the ancient castle had formerly been attached by some such connecting apartments as my husband had rebuilt. These rooms belonged to Monsieur de la Tourelle. His bedroom opened into mine, his dressing room lay beyond. And that was pretty nearly all I knew, for the servants, as well as he himself, had a knack of turning me back, under some pretense, if ever they found me walking about alone, as I was inclined to do, when first I came, from a sort of curiosity to see the whole of the place of which I found myself mistress. M. De la Tourelle never encouraged me to go out alone, either in a carriage or for a walk, saying always that the roads were unsafe in those disturbed times. Indeed, I have sometimes fancied since that the flower garden, to which the only access from the castle was through his rooms, was designed in order to give me exercise and employment under his own eye. But to return to that night, I knew, as I have said, that Monsieur de la Tourelle's private room opened out of his dressing room, and this out of his bedroom, which again opened into mine, the corner room. But there were other doors into all these rooms, and these doors led into a long gallery, lighted by windows, looking into the inner court. I do not remember our consulting much about it. We went through my room into my husband's apartment through the dressing room, but the door of communication into his study was locked, so there was nothing for it but to turn back and go by the gallery to the other door. I recollect noticing one or two things in these rooms, then seen by me for the first time. I remember the sweet perfume that hung in the air, the scent bottles of silver that decked his toilet table, and the whole apparatus for bathing and dressing, more luxurious even than those which he had provided for me. But the room itself was less splendid in its proportions than mine. In truth, the new buildings ended at the entrance to my husband's dressing room. There were deep window recesses in walls 8 or 9 feet thick, and even the partitions between the chambers were 3 feet deep. But over all these doors or windows there fell thick, heavy draperies, so that I should think no one could have heard in one room what passed in another. We went back into my room and out into the gallery. We had to shade our candle, from a fear that possessed us. I don't know why, lest some of the servants in the opposite wing might trace our progress towards the part of the castle unused by anyone except my husband. Somehow, I had always the feeling that all the domestics, except Amante, were spies upon me, and that I was trammelled in a web of observation and unspoken limitation extending over all my actions. There was a light in the upper room. We paused, and Amante would have again retreated, but I was chafing under the delays. What was the harm of my seeking my father's unopened letter to me in my husband's study? I, generally the coward, now blamed Amante for her unusual timidity. But the truth was, she had far more reason for suspicion as to the proceedings of that terrible household than I had ever known of. I urged her on. I pressed on myself. We came to the door, locked, but with the key in it. We turned it. We entered. The letters lay on the table, their white oblongs catching the light in an instant and revealing themselves to my eager eyes, hungering after the words of love from my peaceful, distant home. But just as I pressed forward to examine the letters, the candle which Amante held, caught in some draught, went out, and we were in darkness. Amante proposed that we should carry the letters back to my salon, collecting them as well as we could in the dark, and returning all but the expected one for me. But I begged her to return to my room, where I kept tinder and flint, and to strike a fresh light. And I remained alone in the room, of which I could only just distinguish the size and the principal articles of furniture. A large table, with a deep overhanging cloth. In the middle, escritoires and other heavy articles against the walls. All this I could see as I stood there, my hand on the table close by the letters, my face towards the window, which, both from the darkness of the wood growing high up the mountainside and the faint light of the declining moon, seemed only like an oblong of paler purpler black than the shadowy room. How much I remembered from my one instantaneous glance before the candle went out, how much I saw as my eyes became accustomed to the darkness, I do not know, but even now, in my dreams, comes up that room of horror, distinct in its profound shadow. Amante could hardly have been gone a minute before I felt an additional gloom before the window and heard soft movements outside. Soft, but resolute, and continued until the end was accomplished and the window raised. In mortal terror of people forcing an entrance at such an hour, and in such a manner as to leave no doubt of their purpose, I would have turned to fly when first I heard the noise, only that I feared by any quick motion to catch their attention, as I also ran the danger of doing by opening the door, which was all but closed, and to whose handlings I was unaccustomed. Again, quick as lightning, I bethought me of the hiding place between the locked door to my husband's dressing room and the portiere which covered it. But I gave that up. I felt as if I could not reach it without screaming or fainting. So I sank down softly and crept under the table, hidden, as I hoped, by the great deep table cover with its heavy fringe. I had not recovered my swooning senses fully, and was trying to reassure myself as to my being in a place of comparative safety. For, above all things, I dreaded the betrayal of fainting, and struggled hard for such courage as I might attain by deadening myself to the danger I was in by inflicting intense pain on myself. You have often asked me the reason of that mark on my hand. It was there in my agony. I bit out a piece of flesh with my relentless teeth, thankful for the pain, which helped to numb my terror. I say, I was but just concealed within. I heard the window lifted, and one after another stepped over the sill, and stood by me so close that I could have touched their feet. Then they laughed and whispered. My brain swam so that I could not tell the meaning of their words, but I heard my husband's laughter among the rest, low, hissing, scornful, as he kicked something heavy that they had dragged in over the floor, and which laid near me. So near that my husband's kick, in touching it, touched me too. I don't know why, I can't tell how, but some feeling, and not curiosity, prompted me to put out my hand, ever so softly, ever so little, and feel in the darkness for what lay spurned beside me. I stole my groping palm upon the clenched and chilly hand of a corpse. Strange to say, this roused me to instant vividness of thought. Till this moment I had almost forgotten Amante. Now I planned with feverish rapidity how I could give her a warning not to return. Or rather, I should say, I tried to plan, for all my projects were utterly futile, as I might have seen from the first. I could only hope she would hear the voices of those who were now busy in trying to kindle a light, swearing awful oaths at the mislaid articles which would have enabled them to strike fire. I heard her step outside coming nearer and nearer. I saw from my hiding place the line of light beneath the door more and more distinctly. Close to it her footstep paused. The men inside, at the time I thought they had been only two, but I found out afterwards there were three, paused in their endeavors and were quite still, as breathless as myself, I suppose. Then she slowly pushed the door open with gentle motion to save her flickering candle from being again extinguished. For a moment all was still. Then I heard my husband say as he advanced towards her. He wore riding boots, the shape of which I knew well, as I could see them in the light. Amante, may I ask what brings you here into my private room? He stood between her and the dead body of a man, from which ghastly heap I shrank away as it almost touched me. So close were we all together. I could not tell whether she saw it or not. I could give her no warning, nor make any dumb utterance of signs to bid her what to say, if, indeed, I knew myself what would be best for her to say. Her voice was quite changed when she spoke, quite hoarse and very low. Yet it was steady enough as she said, what was the truth? That she had come to look for a letter which she believed had arrived for me from Germany. Good, brave Amante, not a word about me. Miss him. De la Tourelle answered with a grim blasphemy and a fearful threat. He would have no one prying into his premises. Madame should have her letters, if there were any, when he chose to give them to her, if, indeed, he thought it well to give them to her at all. As for Amante, this was her first warning, but it was also her last. And taking the candle out of her hand, he turned her out of the room, his companions discreetly making a screen so as to throw the corpse into deep shadow. I heard the key turn in the door after her. If I had ever had any thought of escape, it was gone now. I only hoped that whatever was to befall me might soon be over, for the tension of nerve was growing more than I could bear. The instant she could be supposed to be out of hearing, two voices began speaking in the most angry terms to my husband, upbraiding him for not having detained her, gagged her. Nay, one was for killing her, saying he had seen her eye fall on the face of the dead man, whom he now kicked in his passion. Though the form of their speech was as if they were speaking to equals, yet in their tone there was something of fear. I am sure my husband was their superior, or captain, or somewhat. He replied to them, almost as if he was scoffing at them, saying it was such an expenditure of labor having to do with fools, that 10 to 1 the woman was only telling the simple truth, and that she was frightened enough by discovering her master in his room to be thankful to escape and return to her mistress, to whom he could easily explain on the morrow how he happened to return in the dead of night. But his companions fell to cursing me and saying that since Mim. de la Tourelle had been married, he was fit for nothing but to dress himself fine and scent himself with perfume. That, as for me, they could have got him 20 girls prettier, and with far more spirit in them. He quietly answered that I suited him, and that was enough. All this time they were doing something, I could not see what, to the corpse. Sometimes they were too busy rifling the dead body, I believe, to talk. Again they let it fall with a heavy, resistless thud, and took to quarreling. They taunted my husband with angry vehemence, enraged at his scoffing and scornful replies, his mocking laughter. Yes, holding up his poor dead victim, the better to strip him of whatever he wore that was valuable, I heard my husband laugh just as he had done when exchanging repartees in the little salon of the Ruprechts at Karlsruhe. I hated and dreaded him from that moment. At length, as if to make an end of the subject, he said with cool determination in his voice, "Now, my good friends, what is the use of all this talking, when you know in your hearts that if I suspected my wife of knowing more than I chose of my affairs, she would not outlive the day? Remember Victorine, because she merely joked about my affairs in an imprudent manner and rejected my advice to keep a prudent tongue, to see what she liked but ask nothing and say nothing, she has gone a long journey, longer than to Paris. But this one is different to her. We knew all that Madame Victorine knew. She was such a chatterbox. But this one may find out a vast deal, and never breathe a word about it. She is so sly. Some fine day we may have the country raised, and the gendarmes down upon us from Strasbourg, and all owing to your pretty doll, with her cunning ways of coming over you." I think this roused Monsieur de la Tourelle a little from his contemptuous indifference, for he ground an oath through his teeth and said, "Feel, this dagger is sharp, Henri. If my wife breathes a word, and I am such a fool as not to have stopped her mouth effectually before she can bring down gendarmes upon us, just let that good steel find its way to my heart. Let her guess but one tittle. Let her have but one slight suspicion that I am not a grand proprietaire, much less imagine that I am a chief of chauffeurs, and she follows Victorine on the long journey beyond Paris that very day. She'll outwit you yet, or I never judged women well. Those still silent ones are the devil. She'll be off during some of your absences, having picked out some secret that will break us all on the wheel." "Bah," said his voice, and then in a minute he added, "Let her go, if she will. But where she goes, I will follow. So don't cry before you're hurt." By this time, they had nearly stripped the body, and the conversation turned on what they should do with it. I learnt that the dead man was the Sieur de Poissy, a neighboring gentleman whom I had often heard of as hunting with my husband. I had never seen him, but they spoke as if he had come upon them while they were robbing some cologne merchant, torturing him after the cruel practice of the chauffeurs, by roasting the feet of their victims in order to compel them to reveal any hidden circumstances connected with their wealth, of which the chauffeurs afterwards made use. And this Sieur de Poissy coming down upon them, and recognizing Monsieur de la Tourelle, they had killed him, and brought him thither after nightfall. I heard him, whom I called my husband, laugh his little light laugh, as he spoke of the way in which the dead body had been strapped before one of the riders, in such a way that it appeared to any passer-by as if, in truth, the murderer were tenderly supporting some sick person. He repeated some mocking reply of double meaning, which he himself had given to someone who made inquiry. He enjoyed the play upon words, softly applauding his own wit. And all the time the poor, helpless, outstretched arms of the dead lay close to his dainty boot. Then another stooped. My heart stopped beating, and picked up a letter lying on the ground, a letter that had dropped out of Monsieur de Poissy's pocket, a letter from his wife, full of tender words of endearment and pretty babblings of love. This was read aloud, with coarse, ribald comments on every sentence, each trying to outdo the previous speaker. When they came to some pretty words about a sweet Maurice, their little child away with its mother on some visit, they laughed at Monsieur de la Tourelle, and told him that he would be hearing such woman's drivelling some day. Up to that moment, I think, I had only feared him, but his unnatural, half-ferocious reply made me hate even more than I dreaded him. But now they grew weary of their savage merriment. The jewels and watch had been apprised, the money and papers examined, and apparently there was some necessity for the body being interred quietly and before daybreak. They had not dared to leave him where he was slain, for fear lest people should come and recognize him and raise the hue and cry upon them. For they all along spoke as if it was their constant endeavor to keep the immediate neighborhood of Les Rochers in the most orderly and tranquil condition, so as never to give cause for visits from the gendarmes. They disputed a little as to whether they should make their way into the castle larder through the gallery, and satisfy their hunger before the hasty interment or afterwards. I listened with eager, feverish interest as soon as this meaning of their speeches reached my hot and troubled brain, for at the time the words they uttered seemed only to stamp themselves with terrible force on my memory, so that I could hardly keep from repeating them aloud like a dull, miserable, unconscious echo. But my brain was numb to the sense of what they said, unless I myself were named, and then, I suppose, some instinct of self-preservation stirred within me and quickened my sense, and how I strained my ears and nerved my hands and limbs, beginning to twitch with convulsive movements, which I feared might betray me. I gathered every word they spoke, not knowing which proposal to wish for, but feeling that whatever was finally decided upon, my only chance of escape was drawing near. I once feared lest my husband should go to his bedroom before I had had that one chance, in which case he would most likely have perceived my absence. He said that his hands were soiled. I shuddered, for it might be with lifeblood, and he would go and cleanse them. But some bitter jest turned his purpose, and he left the room with the other two, left it by the gallery door, left me alone in the dark with the stiffening corpse. Now was my time, if ever, and yet I could not move. It was not my cramped and stiffened joints that crippled me. It was the sensation of that dead man's close presence. I almost fancy still, I heard the arm nearest to me move, lift itself up, as if once more imploring, and fall in dead despair. At that fancy, if fancy it were, I screamed aloud in mad terror, and the sound of my own strange voice broke the spell. I drew myself to the side of the table farthest from the corpse with as much slow caution as if I really could have feared the clutch of that poor dead arm, powerless for evermore. I softly raised myself up, and stood sick and trembling, holding by the table, too dizzy to know what to do next. I nearly fainted when a low voice spoke, when Amante from the outside of the door whispered, "Madame!" The faithful creature had been on the watch, had heard my scream, and having seen the three ruffians troop along the gallery, down the stairs, and across the court to the offices in the other wing of the castle, she had stolen to the door of the room in which I was. The sound of her voice gave me strength. I walked straight towards it, as one benighted on a dreary moor, suddenly perceiving the small, steady light which tells of human dwellings, takes heart, and steers straight onward. Where I was, where that voice was, I knew not, but go to it I must, or die. The door once opened, I know not by which of us, I fell upon her neck, grasping her tight, till my hands ached with the tension of their hold. Yet she never uttered a word, only she took me up in her vigorous arms, and bore me to my room, and laid me on my bed. I do not know more. As soon as I was placed there, I lost sense. I came to myself with a horrible dread lest my husband was by me. with a belief that he was in the room, in hiding, waiting to hear my first words, watching for the least sign of the terrible knowledge I possessed to murder me. I dared not breathe quicker. I measured and timed each heavy inspiration. I did not speak, nor move, nor even open my eyes, for long after I was in my miserable senses. I heard someone treading softly about the room, as if with a purpose, not as if for curiosity, or merely to beguile the time. Someone passed in and out of the salon, and I still lay quiet, feeling as if death were inevitable, but wishing that the agony of death were past. Again faintness stole over me. But just as I was sinking into the horrible feeling of nothingness, I heard Amante's voice close to me saying, "Drink this, madame, and let us be gone. All is ready." I let her put her arm under my head and raise me, and pour something down my throat. All the time she kept talking in a quiet, measured voice, unlike her own, so dry and authoritative. She told me that a suit of her clothes lay ready for me, that she herself was as much disguised as the circumstances permitted her to be, that what provisions I had left from my supper were stowed away in her pockets. And so she went on, dwelling on little details of the most commonplace description, but never alluding for an instant to the fearful cause why flight was necessary. I made no inquiry as to how she knew, or what she knew. I never asked her either then or afterwards. I could not bear it. We kept our dreadful secret close. But I suppose she must have been in the dressing room adjoining and heard all. In fact, I dared not speak even to her, as if there were anything beyond the most common event in life in our preparing thus to leave the house of blood by stealth in the dead of night. She gave me directions, short, condensed directions without reasons, just as you do to a child, and like a child I obeyed her. She went often to the door and listened, and often too she went to the window and looked anxiously out. For me, I saw nothing but her, and I dared not let my eyes wander from her for a minute, and I heard nothing in the deep midnight silence but her soft movements and the heavy beating of my own heart. At last she took my hand and led me in the dark, through the salon, once more into the terrible gallery, where across the black darkness the windows admitted pale, sheeted ghosts of light upon the floor. Clinging to her I went, unquestioning, for she was human sympathy to me after the isolation of my unspeakable terror. On we went, turning to the left instead of to the right, past my suite of sitting rooms where the gilding was red with blood, into that unknown wing of the castle that fronted the main road lying parallel far below. She guided me along the basement passages to which we had now descended, until we came to a little open door, through which the air blew chill and cold, bringing for the first time a sensation of life to me. The door led into a kind of cellar, through which we groped our way to an opening-like window, but which, instead of being glazed, was only fenced with iron bars, two of which were loose, as Amante evidently knew, for she took them out with the ease of one who had performed the action often before, and then helped me to follow her out into the free, open air. We stole round the end of the building, and on turning the corner, she first, I felt her hold on me tighten for an instant, and the next step I too heard distant voices, and the blows of a spade upon the heavy soil, for the night was very warm and still. We had not spoken a word. We did not speak now. Touch was safer and as expressive. She turned down towards the high road. I followed. I did not know the path. We stumbled again and again, and I was much bruised, so doubtless was she. But bodily pain did me good. At last, we were on the plainer path of the high road. I had such faith in her that I did not venture to speak, even when she paused, as wondering to which hand she should turn. But now, for the first time, she spoke. "Which way did you come when he brought you here first?" I pointed. I could not speak. We turned in the opposite direction, still going along the high road. In about an hour, we struck up to the mountainside, scrambling far up before we even dared to rest, far up and away again before day had fully dawned. Then we looked about for some place of rest and concealment, and now we dared to speak in whispers. Amante told me that she had locked the door of communication between his bedroom and mine, and, as in a dream, I was aware that she had also locked and brought away the key of the door between the latter and the salon. He will have been too busy this night to think much about you. He will suppose you are asleep. I shall be the first to be missed, but they will only just now be discovering our loss." I remember those last words of hers made me pray to go on. I felt as if we were losing precious time in thinking either of rest or concealment. But she hardly replied to me, so busy was she in seeking out some hiding place. At length, giving it up in despair, we proceeded onwards a little way. The mountainside sloped downwards rapidly, and in the full morning light we saw ourselves in a narrow valley, made by a stream which forced its way along it. About a mile lower down there rose the pale blue smoke of a village. A mill wheel was lashing up the water close at hand, though out of sight. Keeping under the cover of every sheltering tree or bush, we worked our way down past the mill, down to a one-arched bridge, which doubtless formed part of the road between the village and the mill. "This will do," said she, and we crept under the space, and climbing a little way up the rough stonework, we seated ourselves on a projecting ledge and crouched in the deep, damp shadow. Amante sat a little above me and made me lay my head on her lap. Then she fed me and took some food herself, and opening out her great dark cloak, she covered up every light-colored speck about us. And thus we sat, shivering and shuddering, yet feeling a kind of rest through it all, simply from the fact that motion was no longer imperative, and that during the daylight our only chance of safety was to be still. But the damp shadow in which we were sitting was blighting, from the circumstance of the sunlight never penetrating there, and I dreaded lest, before night, and the time for exertion again came on, I should feel illness creeping all over me. To add to our discomfort, it had rained the whole day long, and the stream, fed by 1,000 little mountain brooklets, began to swell into a torrent, rushing over the stones with a perpetual and dizzying noise. Every now and then I was wakened from the painful doze into which I continually fell, by a sound of horses' feet over our head, sometimes lumbering heavily as if dragging a burden, sometimes rattling and galloping, and with the sharper cry of men's voices coming cutting through the roar of the waters. At length, day fell. We had to drop into the stream, which came above our knees as we waded to the bank. There we stood, stiff and shivering. Even Amante's courage seemed to fail. "We must pass this night in shelter somehow," said she. For indeed the rain was coming down pitilessly. I said nothing. I thought that surely the end must be death in some shape, and I only hoped that to death might not be added the terror of the cruelty of men. In a minute or so she had resolved on her course of action. We went up the stream to the mill. The familiar sounds, the scent of the wheat, the flour whitening the walls, all reminded me of home, and it seemed to me as if I must struggle out of this nightmare and waken and find myself once more a happy girl by the Neckar side. They were long in unbarring the door at which Amante had knocked. At length, an old feeble voice inquired, who was there and what was sought. Amante answered shelter from the storm for 2 women, but the old woman replied with suspicious hesitation that she was sure it was a man who was asking for shelter, and that she could not let us in. But at length she satisfied herself, and unbarred the heavy door, and admitted us. She was not an unkindly woman, but her thoughts all travelled in one circle, and that was, that her master, the miller, had told her on no account to let any man into the place during his absence, and that she did not know if he would not think 2 women as bad. And yet that, as we were not men, no one could say she had disobeyed him, for it was a shame to let a dog be out such a night as this. Amante, with ready wit, told her to let no one know that we had taken shelter there that night, and that then her master could not blame her. And while she was thus enjoining secrecy as the wisest course, with a view to far other people than the miller, she was hastily helping me to take off my wet clothes and spreading them, as well as the brown mantle that had covered us both, before the great stove which warmed the room with the effectual heat that the old woman's failing vitality required. All this time the poor creature was discussing with herself as to whether she had disobeyed orders, in a kind of garrulous way that made me fear much for her capability of retaining anything secret if she was questioned. By and by she wandered away to an unnecessary revelation of her master's whereabouts, gone to help in the search for his landlord, the Sieur de Poissy, who lived at the chateau just above, and who had not returned from his chase the day before. So the intendant imagined he might have met with some accident, and had summoned the neighbors to beat the forest and the hillside. She told us much besides, giving us to understand that she would fain meet with a place as housekeeper where there were more servants and less to do, as her life here was very lonely and dull, especially since her master's son had gone away, gone to the wars. She then took her supper, which was evidently apportioned out to her with a sparing hand, as even if the idea had come into her head, she had not enough to offer us any. Fortunately, warmth was all that we required, and that, thanks to Amante's cares, was returning to our chilled bodies. After supper, the old woman grew drowsy, but she seemed uncomfortable at the idea of going to sleep and leaving us still in the house. Indeed, she gave us pretty broad hints as to the propriety of our going once more out into the bleak and stormy night. But we begged to be allowed to stay under shelter of some kind, and at last a bright idea came over her, and she bade us mount by a ladder to a kind of loft, which went half over the lofty mill kitchen in which we were sitting. We obeyed her. What else could we do? And found ourselves in a spacious floor, without any safeguard or wall, boarding or railing, to keep us from falling over into the kitchen in case we went too near the edge. It was, in fact, the storeroom or garret for the household. There was bedding piled up, boxes and chests, mill sacks, the winter store of apples and nuts, bundles of old clothes, broken furniture, and many other things. No sooner were we up there than the old woman dragged the ladder, by which we had ascended, away with a chuckle, as if she was now secure that we could do no mischief, and sat herself down again once more, to doze and await her master's return. We pulled out some bedding and gladly laid ourselves down in our dried clothes and in some warmth, hoping to have the sleep we so much needed to refresh us and prepare us for the next day. But I could not sleep, and I was aware, from her breathing, that Amante was equally wakeful. We could both see through the crevices between the boards that formed the flooring into the kitchen below, very partially lighted by the common lamp that hung against the wall near the stove on the opposite side to that on which we were. Portion 3. Far on in the night, there were voices outside reached us in our hiding place, an angry knocking at the door, and we saw through the chinks the old woman rouse herself up to go and open it for her master, who came in, evidently half drunk. To my sick horror, he was followed by Lefebvre, apparently as sober and wily as ever. They were talking together as they came in, disputing about something, but the miller stopped the conversation to swear at the old woman for having fallen asleep, and, with tipsy anger, and even with blows, drove the poor old creature out of the kitchen to bed. Then he and Lefebvre went on talking about the Sieur de Poissy's disappearance. It seemed that Lefebvre had been out all day, along with other of my husband's men, ostensibly assisting in the search, in all probability trying to blind the Sieur de Poissy's followers by putting them on a wrong scent, and also, I fancied, from one or two of Lefebvre's sly questions, combining the hidden purpose of discovering us. Although the miller was tenant and vassal to the Sieur de Poissy, he seemed to me to be much more in league with the people of Monsieur de la Tourelle. He was evidently aware, in part, of the life which Lefebvre and the others led, although, again, I do not suppose he knew or imagined one half of their crimes. And also, I think, he was seriously interested in discovering the fate of his master, little suspecting Lefebvre of murder or violence. He kept talking himself and letting out all sorts of thoughts and opinions, watched by the keen eyes of Lefebvre gleaming out below his shaggy eyebrows. It was evidently not the cue of the latter to let out that his master's wife had escaped from that vile and terrible den. But though he never breathed a word relating to us, not the less was I certain he was thirsting for our blood, and lying in wait for us at every turn of events. Presently he got up and took his leave, and the miller bolted him out and stumbled off to bed. Then we fell asleep, and slept sound and long. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw Amante, half-raised, resting on one hand, and eagerly gazing, with straining eyes, into the kitchen below. I looked too, and both heard and saw the miller and two of his men eagerly and loudly talking about the old woman, who had not appeared as usual to make the fire in the stove and prepare her master's breakfast, and who now, late on in the morning, had been found dead in her bed. Whether from the effect of her master's blows the night before, or from natural causes, who can tell? The miller's conscience upbraided him a little, I should say, for he was eagerly declaring his value for his housekeeper, and repeating how often she had spoken of the happy life she led with him. The men might have their doubts, but they did not wish to offend the miller, and all agreed that the necessary steps should be taken for a speedy funeral. And so they went out, leaving us in our loft, but so much alone that, for the first time almost, we ventured to speak freely, though still in hushed voice, pausing to listen continually. Amante took a more cheerful view of the whole occurrence than I did. She said that, had the old woman lived, we should have had to depart that morning, and that this quiet departure would have been the best thing we could have had to hope for, as, in all probability, the housekeeper would have told her master of us and of our resting place, and this fact would, sooner or later, have been brought to the knowledge of those from whom we most desired to keep it concealed, but that now we had time to rest and a shelter to rest in during the first hot pursuit, which we knew to a fatal certainty was being carried on. The remnants of our food and the stored-up fruit would supply us with provision. The only thing to be feared was that something might be required from the loft, and the miller or someone else mount up in search of it. But even then, with a little arrangement of boxes and chests, one part might be so kept in shadow that we might yet escape observation. All this comforted me a little. But, I asked, how were we ever to escape? The ladder was taken away, which was our only means of descent. But Amante replied that she could make a sufficient ladder of the rope lying coiled among other things to drop us down the 10 feet or so, with the advantage of its being portable, so that we might carry it away, and thus avoid all betrayal of the fact that anyone had ever been hidden in the loft. During the 2 days that intervened before we did escape, Amante made good use of her time. She looked into every box and chest during the man's absence at his mill, and finding in one box an old suit of man's clothes, which had probably belonged to the miller's absent son, she put them on to see if they would fit her, and when she found that they did, she cut her own hair to the shortness of a man's, made me clip her black eyebrows as close as though they had been shaved, and by cutting up old corks into pieces such as would go into her cheeks, she altered both the shape of her face and her voice to a degree which I should not have believed possible. All this time I lay like one stunned, my body resting and renewing its strength, but I myself in an almost idiotic state, else surely I could not have taken the stupid interest which I remember I did in all Amante's energetic preparations for disguise. I absolutely recollect once the feeling of a smile coming over my stiff face as some new exercise of her cleverness proved a success. But towards the second day she required me too to exert myself, and then all my heavy despair returned. I let her dye my fair hair and complexion with the decaying shells of the stored-up walnuts. I let her blacken my teeth, and even voluntarily broke a front tooth the better to effect my disguise. But through it all I had no hope of evading my terrible husband. The third night the funeral was over, the drinking ended, the guests gone. The miller put to bed by his men, being too drunk to help himself. They stopped a little while in the kitchen, talking and laughing about the new housekeeper likely to come. And they too went off, shutting but not locking the door. Everything favored us. Amante had tried her ladder on one of the 2 previous nights, and could, by a dexterous throw from beneath, unfasten it from the hook to which it was fixed, when it had served its office. She made up a bundle of worthless old clothes in order that we might the better preserve our characters of a traveling peddler and his wife. She stuffed a hump on her back. She thickened my figure. She left her own clothes deep down beneath a heap of others in the chest from which she had taken the man's dress which she wore, and with a few francs in her pocket, the sole money we had either of us had about us when we escaped, we let ourselves down the ladder, unhooked it, and passed into the cold darkness of night again. We had discussed the route which it would be well for us to take while we lay perdus in our loft. Amante had told me then that her reason for inquiring when we first left Les Rochers, by which way I had first been brought to it, was to avoid the pursuit which she was sure would first be made in the direction of Germany. But that now she thought we might return to that district of country where my German fashion of speaking French would excite least observation. I thought that Amante herself had something peculiar in her accent, which I had heard M. de la Tourelle sneer at as Norman patois. But I said not a word beyond agreeing to her proposal that we should bend our steps towards Germany. Once there, we should, I thought, be safe. Alas, I forgot the unruly time that was overspreading all Europe, overturning all law, and all the protection which law gives. How we wandered, not daring to ask our way, how we lived, how we struggled through many a danger and still more terrors of danger, I shall not tell you now. I will only relate 2 of our adventures before we reached Frankfurt. The first, although fatal to an innocent lady, was yet, I believe, the cause of my safety. The second I shall tell you, that you may understand why I did not return to my former home, as I had hoped to do when we lay in the miller's loft, and I first became capable of groping after an idea of what my future life might be. I cannot tell you how much in these doubtings and wanderings I became attached to Amante. I have sometimes feared since lest I cared for her only because she was so necessary to my own safety. But no, it was not so, or not so only or principally. She said once that she was flying for her own life as well as for mine, but we dared not speak much on our danger, or on the horrors that had gone before. We planned a little what was to be our future course, but even for that we did not look forward long. How could we, when every day we scarcely knew if we should see the sun go down? For Amante knew or conjectured far more than I did of the atrocity of the gang to which Monsieur de la Tourelle belonged. And every now and then, just as we seemed to be sinking into the calm of security, we fell upon traces of a pursuit after us in all directions. Once I remember, we must have been nearly 3 weeks wearily walking through unfrequented ways, day after day, not daring to make inquiry as to our whereabouts, nor yet to seem purposeless in our wanderings. We came to a kind of lonely roadside farriers and blacksmiths. I was so tired that Amante declared that, come what might, we would stay there all night, and accordingly she entered the house and boldly announced herself as a traveling tailor, ready to do any odd jobs of work that might be required, for a night's lodging and food for herself and wife. She had adopted this plan once or twice before, and with good success, for her father had been a tailor in Rouen, and as a girl she had often helped him with his work, and knew the tailor's slang and habits, down to the particular whistle and cry which in France tells so much to those of a trade. At this blacksmith's, as at most other solitary houses far away from a town, there was not only a store of men's clothes laid by as wanting mending when the housewife could afford time, but there was a natural craving after news from a distance, such news as a wandering tailor is bound to furnish. The early November afternoon was closing into evening as we sat down, she cross-legged on the great table in the blacksmith's kitchen, drawn close to the window, I close behind her, sewing at another part of the same garment, and from time to time, well scolded by my seeming husband. All at once, she turned round to speak to me. It was only one word, courage. I had seen nothing. I sat out of the light, but I turned sick for an instant, and then I braced myself up into a strange strength of endurance to go through I knew not what. The blacksmith's forge was in a shed beside the house and fronting the road. I heard the hammers stop plying their continual rhythmical beat. She had seen why they ceased. A rider had come up to the forge and dismounted, leading his horse in to be reshod. The broad red light of the forge fire had revealed the face of the rider to Amante, and she apprehended the consequence that really ensued. The rider, after some words with the blacksmith, was ushered in by him into the house-place where we sat. "Here, good wife, a cup of wine and some galette for this gentleman. Anything, madame, that I can eat and drink in my hand while my horse is being shod. I am in haste and must get on to Forbach tonight. and the blacksmith's wife lighted her lamp. Amante had asked her for it 5 minutes before. How thankful we were that she had not more speedily complied with our request. As it was, we sat in dusk shadow, pretending to stitch away, but scarcely able to see. The lamp was placed on the stove, near which my husband, for it was he, stood and warmed himself. By and by he turned round and looked all over the room, taking us in with about the same degree of interest as the inanimate furniture. Amante, cross-legged, fronting him, stooped over her work, whistling softly all the while. He turned again to the stove, impatiently rubbing his hands. He had finished his wine and galette, and wanted to be off. "I am in haste, my good woman. Ask thy husband to get on more quickly. I will pay him double if he makes haste." The woman went out to do his bidding, and he once more turned round to face us. Amante went on to the second part of the tune. He took it up, whistled a second for an instant or so, and then the blacksmith's wife re-entering, he moved towards her, as if to receive her answer the more speedily. "1 moment, monsieur, only 1 moment. There was a nail out of the off-fore shoe which my husband is replacing. It would delay monsieur again if that shoe also came off." "Madame is right," said he, "but my haste is urgent. If Madame knew my reasons, she would pardon my impatience. Once a happy husband, now a deserted and betrayed man, I pursue a wife on whom I lavished all my love, but who has abused my confidence and fled from my house, doubtless to some paramour, carrying off with her all the jewels and money on which she could lay her hands. It is possible Madame may have heard or seen something of her. She was accompanied in her flight by a base, profligate woman from Paris, whom I, unhappy man, had myself engaged for my wife's waiting maid, little dreaming what corruption I was bringing into my house." "Is it possible?" said the good woman, throwing up her hands. Amante went on, whistling a little lower, out of respect to the conversation. "However, I am tracing the wicked fugitives. I am on their track." And the handsome, effeminate face looked as ferocious as any demon's. "They will not escape me, but every minute is a minute of misery to me, till I meet my wife. Madame has sympathy, has she not?" He drew his face into a hard, unnatural smile, and then both went out to the forge, as if once more to hasten the blacksmith over his work. Amante stopped her whistling for 1 instant. "Go on as you are, without change of an eyelid even. In a few minutes he will be gone, and it will be over." It was a necessary caution, for I was on the point of giving way and throwing myself weakly upon her neck. We went on, she whistling and stitching, I making semblance to sew. And it was well we did so, for almost directly he came back for his whip, which he had laid down and forgotten, and again I felt one of those sharp, quick-scanning glances sent all round the room and taking in all. Then we heard him ride away, and then, it had been long too dark to see well. I dropped my work, and gave way to my trembling and shuddering. The blacksmith's wife returned. She was a good creature. Amante told her I was cold and weary, and she insisted on my stopping my work and going to sit near the stove, hastening at the same time her preparations for supper, which, in honor of us, and of monsieur's liberal payment, was to be a little less frugal than ordinary. It was well for me that she made me taste a little of the cider soup she was preparing, or I could not have held up, in spite of Amante's warning look, and the remembrance of her frequent exhortations to act resolutely up to the characters we had assumed, whatever befell. To cover my agitation, Amante stopped her whistling, and began to talk, and by the time the blacksmith came in, she and the good woman of the house were in full flow. He began at once upon the handsome gentleman who had paid him so well. All his sympathy was with him, and both he and his wife only wished he might overtake his wicked wife and punish her as she deserved. And then the conversation took a turn, not uncommon to those whose lives are quiet and monotonous. Everyone seemed to vie with each other in telling about some horror, and the savage and mysterious band of robbers called the chauffeurs, who infested all the roads leading to the Rhine, with Schinderhannes at their head, furnished many a tale which made the very marrow of my bones run cold, and quenched even Amante's power of talking. Her eyes grew large and wild, her cheeks blanched, and for once she sought by her looks help from me. The new call upon me roused me. I rose and said, with their permission, my husband and I would seek our bed, for that we had traveled far and were early risers. I added that we would get up betimes and finish our piece of work. The blacksmith said we should be early birds if we rose before him, and the good wife seconded my proposal with kindly bustle. One other such story as those they had been relating, and I do believe Amante would have fainted. As it was, a night's rest set her up. We arose and finished our work betimes, and shared the plentiful breakfast of the family. Then we had to set forth again, only knowing that to Forbach we must not go, yet believing, as was indeed the case, that Forbach lay between us, and that Germany to which we were directing our course. 2 days more we wandered on, making a round, I suspect, and returning upon the road to Forbach, a league or two nearer to that town than the blacksmith's house. But as we never made inquiries, I hardly knew where we were, when we came one night to a small town, with a good large rambling inn in the very center of the principal street. We had begun to feel as if there were more safety in towns than in the loneliness of the country, as we had parted with a ring of mine not many days before to a traveling jeweler, who was too glad to purchase it far below its real value to make many inquiries as to how it came into the possession of a poor working tailor, such as Amante seemed to be. We resolved to stay at this inn all night, and gather such particulars and information as we could, by which to direct our onward course. We took our supper in the darkest corner of the salle à manger, having previously bargained for a small bedroom across the court and over the stables. We needed food sorely, but we hurried on our meal from dread of anyone entering that public room who might recognize us. Just in the middle of our meal, the public diligence drove lumbering up under the porte cochere and disgorged its passengers. Most of them turned into the room where we sat, cowering and fearful, for the door was opposite to the porter's lodge, and both opened onto the wide covered entrance from the street. Among the passengers came in a young, fair-haired lady, attended by an elderly French maid. The poor young creature tossed her head and shrank away from the common room, full of evil smells and promiscuous company, and demanded, in German French, to be taken to some private apartment. We heard that she and her maid had come in the coupé, and probably from pride, poor young lady. She had avoided all association with her fellow passengers, thereby exciting their dislike and ridicule. All these little pieces of hearsay had a significance to us afterwards, though at the time, the only remark made that bore upon the future was Amante's whisper to me that the young lady's hair was exactly the color of mine, which she had cut off and burnt in the stove in the miller's kitchen in one of her descents from our hiding place in the loft. As soon as we could, we struck round in the shadow, leaving the boisterous and merry fellow passengers to their supper. We crossed the court, borrowed a lantern from the ostler, and scrambled up the rude step to our chamber above the stable. There was no door into it. The entrance was the hole into which the ladder fitted. The window looked into the court. We were tired and soon fell asleep. I was wakened by a noise in the stable below. One instant of listening, and I wakened Amante, placing my hand on her mouth to prevent any exclamation in her half-roused state. We heard my husband speaking about his horse to the ostler. It was his voice, I am sure of it. Amante said so too. We durst not move to rise and satisfy ourselves. For 5 minutes or so he went on giving directions. Then he left the stable, and softly stealing to our window, we saw him cross the court and re-enter the inn. We consulted as to what we should do. We feared to excite remark or suspicion by descending and leaving our chamber, or else immediate escape was our strongest idea. Then the ostler left the stable, locking the door on the outside. We must try and drop through the window, if indeed it is well to go at all, said Amante. With reflection came wisdom. We should excite suspicion by leaving without paying our bill. We were on foot, and might easily be pursued. So we sat on our bed's edge, talking and shivering, while from across the court the laughter rang merrily, and the company slowly dispersed one by one, their lights flitting past the windows as they went upstairs and settled each one to his rest. We crept into our bed, holding each other tight and listening to every sound, as if we thought we were tracked, and might meet our death at any moment. In the dead of night, just at the profound stillness preceding the turn into another day, we heard a soft, cautious step crossing the yard. The key into the stable was turned. Someone came into the stable. We felt rather than heard him there. A horse started a little and made a restless movement with his feet, then whinnied recognition. He who had entered made 2 or 3 low sounds to the animal, and then led him into the court. Amante sprang to the window with the noiseless activity of a cat. She looked out, but dared not speak a word. We heard the great door into the street open, a pause for mounting, and the horse's footsteps were lost in distance. Then Amante came back to me. "It was he. He is gone," said she, and once more we lay down, trembling and shaking. This time we fell sound asleep. We slept long and late. We were wakened by many hurrying feet and many confused voices. All the world seemed awake and astir. We rose and dressed ourselves, and coming down we looked around among the crowd collected in the courtyard in order to assure ourselves he was not there before we left the shelter of the stable. The instant we were seen, 2 or 3 people rushed to us. "Have you heard? Do you know? That poor young lady. Oh, come and see." And so we were hurried, almost in spite of ourselves, across the court and up the great open stairs of the main building of the inn, into a bedchamber, where lay the beautiful young German lady, so full of graceful pride the night before, now white and still in death. By her stood the French maid, crying and gesticulating. "Oh, madame, if you had but suffered me to stay with you. Oh, the Baron, what will he say?" And so she went on. Her state had but just been discovered. It had been supposed that she was fatigued and was sleeping late until a few minutes before. The surgeon of the town had been sent for, and the landlord of the inn was trying vainly to enforce order until he came, and from time to time drinking little cups of brandy and offering them to the guests who were all assembled there, pretty much as the servants were doing in the courtyard. At last the surgeon came. All fell back and hung on the words that were to fall from his lips. "See," said the landlord, "this lady came last night by the diligence with her maid. Doubtless a great lady, for she must have a private sitting room." "She was Madame the Baroness de Roeder," said the French maid, "and was difficult to please in the matter of supper and a sleeping room. She went to bed well, though fatigued. Her maid left her. I begged to be allowed to sleep in her room, as we were in a strange inn, of the character of which we knew nothing. But she would not let me. My mistress was such a great lady." "And slept with my servants," continued the landlord. "This morning we thought Madame was still slumbering. But when 8, 9, 10, and near 11 o'clock came, I bade her maid use my passkey and enter her room. The door was not locked, only closed, and here she was found. Dead is she not, monsieur, with her face down on her pillow, and her beautiful hair all scattered wild. She never would let me tie it up, saying it made her head ache." "Such hair," said the waiting maid, lifting up a long golden tress and letting it fall again. I remembered Amante's words the night before, and crept close up to her. Meanwhile, the doctor was examining the body underneath the bedclothes, which the landlord, until now, had not allowed to be disarranged. The surgeon drew out his hand, all bathed and stained with blood, and holding up a short, sharp knife, with a piece of paper fastened round it. "Here has been foul play," he said. "The deceased lady has been murdered. This dagger was aimed straight at her heart." Then putting on his spectacles, he read the writing on the bloody paper, dimmed and horribly obscured as it was. Numéro 1. Ainsi les chauffeurs se vengent. "Let us go," said I to Amante. "Oh, let us leave this horrible place." "Wait a little," said she. "Only a few minutes more. It will be better." Immediately the voices of all proclaimed their suspicions of the cavalier who had arrived last the night before. He had, they said, made so many inquiries about the young lady, whose supercilious conduct all in the salle à manger had been discussing on his entrance. They were talking about her as we left the room. He must have come in directly afterwards, and not until he had learnt all about her had he spoken of the business which necessitated his departure at dawn of day, and made his arrangements with both landlord and ostler for the possession of the keys of the stable and porte cochere. In short, there was no doubt as to the murderer, even before the arrival of the legal functionary who had been sent for by the surgeon. But the word on the paper chilled everyone with terror. Les chauffeurs. Who were they? No one knew. Some of the gang might even then be in the room overhearing and noting down fresh objects for vengeance. In Germany, I had heard little of this terrible gang, and I had paid no greater heed to the stories related once or twice about them in Karlsruhe than one does to tales about ogres. But here, in their very haunts, I learnt the full amount of the terror they inspired. No one would be legally responsible for any evidence criminating the murderer. The public prosecutor shrank from the duties of his office. What do I say? Neither Amante nor I, knowing far more of the actual guilt of the man who had killed that poor sleeping young lady, durst breathe a word. We appeared to be wholly ignorant of everything, we who might have told so much. But how could we? We were broken down with terrific anxiety and fatigue, with the knowledge that we, above all, were doomed victims, and that the blood, heavily dripping from the bedclothes onto the floor, was dripping thus out of the poor dead body, because, when living, she had been mistaken for me. At length, Amante went up to the landlord and asked permission to leave his inn, doing all openly and humbly, so as to excite neither ill will nor suspicion. Indeed, suspicion was otherwise directed, and he willingly gave us leave to depart. A few days afterwards, we were across the Rhine, in Germany, making our way towards Frankfurt, but still keeping our disguises, and Amante still working at her trade. On the way, we met a young man, a wandering journeyman from Heidelberg. I knew him, although I did not choose that he should know me. I asked him, as carelessly as I could, how the old miller was now. He told me he was dead. This realization of the worst apprehensions caused by his long silence shocked me inexpressibly. It seemed as though every prop gave way from under me. I had been talking to Amante only that very day of the safety and comfort of the home that awaited her in my father's house, of the gratitude which the old man would feel towards her, and how there in that peaceful dwelling, far away from the terrible land of France, she should find ease and security for all the rest of her life. All this I thought I had to promise, and even yet more had I looked for myself. I looked to the unburdening of my heart and conscience by telling all I knew to my best and wisest friend. I looked to his love as a sure guidance as well as a comforting stay, and behold, he was gone away from me forever. I had left the room hastily on hearing of this sad news from the Heidelberger. Presently, Amante followed. "Poor madame," said she, consoling me to the best of her ability. And then she told me by degrees what more she had learned respecting my home, about which she knew almost as much as I did, from my frequent talks on the subject, both at Les Rochers and on the dreary, doleful road we had come along. She had continued the conversation after I left, by asking about my brother and his wife. Of course they lived on at the mill, but the man said, with what truth I know not, but I believed it firmly at the time, that Babette had completely got the upper hand of my brother, who only saw through her eyes and heard with her ears. That there had been much Heidelberg gossip of late days about her sudden intimacy with a grand French gentleman who had appeared at the mill, a relation by marriage, married, in fact, to the miller's sister, who by all accounts had behaved abominably and ungratefully. But that was no reason for Babette's extreme and sudden intimacy with him, going about everywhere with the French gentleman, and since he left, as the Heidelberger said he knew for a fact, corresponding with him constantly. Yet her husband saw no harm in it all, seemingly, though, to be sure, he was so out of spirits, what with his father's death and the news of his sister's infamy, that he hardly knew how to hold up his head. "Now," said Amante, "all this proves that Messieurs de la Tourelle has suspected that you would go back to the nest in which you were reared, and that he has been there, and found that you have not yet returned. But probably he still imagines that you will do so, and has accordingly engaged your sister-in-law as a kind of informant. Madame has said that her sister-in-law bore her no extreme goodwill, and the defamatory story he has got the start of us in spreading will not tend to increase the favor in which your sister-in-law holds you. No doubt the assassin was retracing his steps when we met him near Forbach, and having heard of the poor German lady, with her French maid, and her pretty blonde complexion, he followed her. If Madame will still be guided by me, and my child, I beg of you still to trust me, said Amante, breaking out of her respectful formality into the way of talking more natural to those who had shared and escaped from common dangers. More natural, too, where the speaker was conscious of a power of protection which the other did not possess. We will go on to Frankfurt, and lose ourselves for a time at least, in the numbers of people who throng a great town. And you have told me that Frankfurt is a great town. We will still be husband and wife. We will take a small lodging, and you shall housekeep and live indoors. I, as the rougher and the more alert, will continue my father's trade and seek work at the tailors' shops. I could think of no better plan, so we followed this out. In a back street at Frankfurt, we found 2 furnished rooms to let on a 6th story. The one we entered had no light from day. A dingy lamp swung perpetually from the ceiling, and from that, or from the open door leading into the bedroom beyond, came our only light. The bedroom was more cheerful, but very small. Such as it was, it almost exceeded our possible means. The money from the sale of my ring was almost exhausted, and Amante was a stranger in the place, speaking only French moreover, and the good Germans were hating the French people right heartily. However, we succeeded better than our hopes, and even laid by a little against the time of my confinement. I never stirred abroad, and saw no one, and Amante's want of knowledge of German kept her in a state of comparative isolation. At length my child was born, my poor worse than fatherless child. It was a girl, as I had prayed for. I had feared lest a boy might have something of the tiger nature of its father, but a girl seemed all my own. And yet not all my own, for the faithful Amante's delight and glory in the babe almost exceeded mine. In outward show it certainly did. We had not been able to afford any attendance beyond what a neighboring sage femme could give, and she came frequently, bringing in with her a little store of gossip and wonderful tales culled out of her own experience every time. One day she began to tell me about a great lady in whose service her daughter had lived as scullion, or some such thing. Such a beautiful lady, with such a handsome husband. But grief comes to the palace as well as to the garret, and why or wherefore no one knew. But somehow the Baron de Roeder must have incurred the vengeance of the terrible chauffeurs. For not many months ago, as Madame was going to see her relations in Alsace, she was stabbed dead as she lay in bed at some hotel on the road. Had I not seen it in the Gazette? Had I not heard? Why, she had been told that as far off as Lyons there were placards offering a heavy reward on the part of the Baron de Roeder for information respecting the murderer of his wife. But no one could help him, for all who could bear evidence were in such terror of the chauffeurs. There were hundreds of them, she had been told, rich and poor, great gentlemen and peasants, all leagued together by most frightful oaths to hunt to the death anyone who bore witness against them. So that even they who survived the tortures to which the chauffeurs subjected many of the people whom they plundered dared not to recognize them again, would not dare, even did they see them at the bar of a court of justice. For, if one were condemned, were there not hundreds sworn to avenge his death? I told all this to Amante, and we began to fear that if Monsieur de la Tourelle or Lefebvre, or any of the gang at Les Rochers, had seen these placards, they would know that the poor lady stabbed by the former was the Baroness de Roeder, and that they would set forth again in search of me. This fresh apprehension told on my health and impeded my recovery. We had so little money we could not call in a physician, at least not one in established practice. But Amante found out a young doctor for whom, indeed, she had sometimes worked, and offering to pay him in kind, she brought him to see me, her sick wife. He was very gentle and thoughtful, though, like ourselves, very poor. but he gave much time and consideration to the case, saying once to Amante that he saw my constitution had experienced some severe shock, from which it was probable that my nerves would never entirely recover. By and by I shall name this doctor, and then you will know, better than I can describe, his character. I grew strong in time, stronger at least. I was able to work a little at home and to sun myself and my baby at the garret window in the roof. It was all the air I dared to take. I constantly wore the disguise I had first set out with. As constantly had I renewed the disfiguring dye which changed my hair and complexion. But the perpetual state of terror in which I had been during the whole month succeeding my escape from Les Rochers made me loathe the idea of ever again walking in the open daylight, exposed to the sight and recognition of every passer-by. In vain Amante reasoned. In vain the doctor urged. Docile in every other thing, in this I was obstinate. I would not stir out. One day, Amante returned from her work, full of news, some of it good, some such as to cause us apprehension. The good news was this. The master for whom she worked as journeyman was going to send her with some others to a great house at the other side of Frankfurt, where there were to be private theatricals, and where many new dresses and much alteration of old ones would be required. The tailors employed were all to stay at this house until the day of representation was over, as it was at some distance from the town, and no one could tell when their work would be ended. But the pay was to be proportionately good. The other thing she had to say was this. She had that day met the traveling jeweler, to whom she and I had sold my ring. It was rather a peculiar one, given to me by my husband. We had felt at the time that it might be the means of tracing us, but we were penniless and starving. And what else could we do? She had seen that this Frenchman had recognized her at the same instant that she did him, and she thought at the same time that there was a gleam of more than common intelligence on his face as he did so. This idea had been confirmed by his following her for some way on the other side of the street, but she had evaded him with her better knowledge of the town and the increasing darkness of the night. Still, it was well that she was going to such a distance from our dwelling on the next day, and she had brought me in a stock of provisions, begging me to keep within doors, with a strange kind of fearful oblivion of the fact that I had never set foot beyond the threshold of the house since I had first entered it, scarce ever ventured down the stairs. But although my poor, my dear, very faithful Amante was like one possessed that last night, she spoke continually of the dead, which is a bad sign for the living. She kissed you. Yes, it was you, my daughter, my darling, whom I bore beneath my bosom away from the fearful castle of your father. I call him so for the first time. I must call him so once again before I have done. Amante kissed you, sweet baby, blessed little comforter, as if she never could leave off. And then she went away, alive. 2 days, 3 days passed away. That third evening I was sitting within my bolted doors, you asleep on your pillow by my side, when a step came up the stair, and I knew it must be for me, for ours were the topmost rooms. Someone knocked. I held my very breath, but someone spoke, and I knew it was the good Dr. Voss. Then I crept to the door and answered. "Are you alone?" asked I. "Yes," said he, in a still lower voice. "Let me in." I let him in, and he was as alert as I in bolting and barring the door. Then he came and whispered to me his doleful tale. He had come from the hospital in the opposite quarter of the town, the hospital which he visited. He should have been with me sooner, but he had feared lest he should be watched. He had come from Amante's deathbed. Her fears of the jeweler were too well founded. She had left the house where she was employed that morning to transact some errand connected with her work in the town. She must have been followed and dogged on her way back through solitary wood paths, for some of the wood rangers belonging to the great house had found her lying there, stabbed to death, but not dead, with the poniard again plunged through the fatal writing once more, but this time with the word underlined, so as to show that the assassin was aware of his precious mistake. Numéro 1. Ainsi les chauffeurs se vengent. They had carried her to the house and given her restoratives till she had recovered the feeble use of her speech. But, oh faithful, dear friend and sister, Even then she remembered me and refused to tell what no one else among her fellow workmen knew, where she lived or with whom. Life was ebbing away fast, and they had no resource but to carry her to the nearest hospital, where, of course, the fact of her sex was made known. Fortunately, both for her and for me, the doctor in attendance was the very Dr. Voss whom we already knew. To him, while awaiting her confessor, she told enough to enable him to understand the position in which I was left. Before the priest had heard half her tale, Amante was dead. Dr. Voss told me he had made all sorts of detours and waited thus, late at night, for fear of being watched and followed. But I do not think he was. At any rate, as I afterwards learnt from him, the Baron Röder, on hearing of the similitude of this murder with that of his wife in every particular, made such a search after the assassins that, although they were not discovered, they were compelled to take to flight for the time. I can hardly tell you now by what arguments Dr. Voss, at first merely my benefactor, sparing me a portion of his small modicum, at length persuaded me to become his wife. His wife, he called it. I called it. For we went through the religious ceremony too much slighted at the time, and as we were both Lutherans, and Monsieur de la Tourelle had pretended to be of the Reformed religion, a divorce from the latter would have been easily procurable by German law, both ecclesiastical and legal, could we have summoned so fearful a man into any court. The good doctor took me and my child by stealth to his modest dwelling, and there I lived in the same deep refinement, never seeing the full light of day, although when the dye had once passed away from my face, my husband did not wish me to renew it. There was no need. My yellow hair was grey, my complexion was ashen-coloured. No creature could have recognized the fresh-coloured, bright-haired young woman of 18 months before. The few people whom I saw knew me only as Madame Voss, a widow much older than himself, whom Dr. Voss had secretly married. They called me the Grey Woman. He made me give you his surname. Till now you have known no other father. While he lived, you needed no father's love. Once only once more did the old terror come upon me. For some reason which I forget, I broke through my usual custom, and went to the window of my room for some purpose, either to shut or to open it. Looking out into the street for an instant, I was fascinated by the sight of Monsieur de la Tourelle, gay, young, elegant as ever, walking along on the opposite side of the street. The noise I had made with the window caused him to look up. He saw me, an old grey woman, and he did not recognize me. Yet it was not 3 years since we had parted, and his eyes were keen and dreadful like those of the lynx. I told him, Voss, on his return home, and he tried to cheer me, but the shock of seeing Monsieur de la Tourelle had been too terrible for me. I was ill for long months afterwards. Once again I saw him, dead. He and Lefebvre were at last caught, hunted down by the Baron de Röder in some of their crimes. Dr. Voss had heard of their arrest, their condemnation, their death, but he never said a word to me, until one day he bade me show him that I loved him by my obedience and my trust. He took me a long carriage journey, where to I know not, for we never spoke of that day again. I was led through a prison, into a closed courtyard, where, decently draped in the last robes of death, concealing the marks of decapitation, lay Monsieur de la Tourelle, and 2 or 3 others, whom I had known at Les Rochers. After that conviction, Dr. Voss tried to persuade me to return to a more natural mode of life, and to go out more. But although I sometimes complied with his wish, yet the old terror was ever strong upon me, and he, seeing what an effort it was, gave up urging me at last. You know all the rest. How we both mourned bitterly the loss of that dear husband and father, for such I will call him ever, and as such you must consider him, my child, after this one revelation is over. Why has it been made, you ask? For this reason, my child. The lover, whom you have only known as M. Lebrun, a French artist, told me but yesterday his real name, dropped because the bloodthirsty Republicans might consider it as too aristocratic. It is Maurice de Poissy. Curious, if true. Extract from a letter from Richard Whittingham, Esquire. You were formerly so much amused at my pride in my descent from that sister of Calvin's, who married a Whittingham Dean of Durham, that I doubt if you will be able to enter into the regard for my distinguished relation that has led me to France, in order to examine registers and archives, which, I thought, might enable me to discover collateral descendants of the great reformer, with whom I might call cousins. I shall not tell you of my troubles and adventures in this research. You are not worthy to hear of them. But something so curious befell me one evening last August, that if I had not been perfectly certain I was wide awake, I might have taken it for a dream. For the purpose I have named, it was necessary that I should make Tours my headquarters for a time. I had traced descendants of the Calvin family out of Normandy into the center of France, but I found it was necessary to have a kind of permission from the bishop of the diocese before I could see certain family papers, which had fallen into the possession of the church, and, as I had several English friends at Tours, I awaited the answer to my request to Monseigneur at that town. I was ready to accept any invitation, but I received very few, and was sometimes a little at a loss what to do with my evenings. The table d'hôte was at 5 o'clock. I did not wish to go to the expense of a private sitting room, disliked the dinnery atmosphere of the salle à manger, could not play either at pool or billiards, and the aspect of my fellow guests was unprepossessing enough to make me unwilling to enter into any tête-à-tête gamblings with them. So I usually rose from table early, and tried to make the most of the remaining light of the August evenings, in walking briskly off to explore the surrounding country. The middle of the day was too hot for this purpose, and better employed in lounging on a bench in the boulevards, lazily listening to the distant band, and noticing with equal laziness the faces and figures of the women who passed by. One Thursday evening, the 18th of August it was, I think I had gone further than usual in my walk, and I found that it was later than I had imagined when I paused to turn back. I fancied I could make a round. I had enough notion of the direction in which I was, to see that by turning up a narrow, straight lane to my left, I should shorten my way back to Tours. And so I believe I should have done, could I have found an outlet at the right place, but field paths are almost unknown in that part of France, and my lane, stiff and straight as any street, and marked into terribly vanishing perspective by the regular row of poplars on each side, seemed interminable. Of course night came on, and I was in darkness. In England, I might have had a chance of seeing a light in some cottage only a field or two off, and asking my way from the inhabitants. But here I could see no such welcome sight. Indeed, I believe French peasants go to bed with the summer daylight, so if there were any habitations in the neighborhood I never saw them. At last, I believe I must have walked 2 hours in the darkness. I saw the dusky outline of a wood on one side of the weariful lane, and, impatiently careless of all forest laws and penalties for trespassers, I made my way to it, thinking that if the worst came to the worst, I could find some covert, some shelter where I could lie down and rest until the morning light gave me a chance of finding my way back to Tours. But the plantation, on the outskirts of what appeared to me a dense wood, was of young trees, too closely planted to be more than slender stems growing up to a good height, with scanty foliage on their summits. On I went towards the thicker forest, and once there I slackened my pace and began to look about me for a good lair. I was as dainty as Lochiel's grandchild, who made his grandsire indignant at the luxury of his pillow of snow. This brake was too full of brambles that felt damp with dew. There was no hurry, since I had given up all hope of passing the night between four walls, and I went leisurely groping about, and trusting that there were no wolves to be poked up out of their summer drowsiness by my stick, when all at once I saw a chateau before me, not a quarter of a mile off, at the end of what seemed to be an ancient avenue, now overgrown and irregular, which I happened to be crossing when I looked to my right and saw the welcome sight. Large, stately, and dark was its outline against the dusky night sky. There were pepper boxes and tourelles and what-not fantastically going up into the dim starlight. And more to the purpose still, though I could not see the details of the building that I was now facing, it was plain enough that there were lights in many windows, as if some great entertainment was going on. They are hospitable people at any rate, thought I. Perhaps they will give me a bed. I don't suppose French proprietaires have traps and horses quite as plentiful as English gentlemen, but they are evidently having a large party, and some of their guests may be from Tours, and will give me a cast back to the Lion d'Or. I am not proud, and I'm dog-tired. I'm not above hanging on behind if need be. So, putting a little briskness and spirit into my walk, I went up to the door, which was standing open, most hospitably, and showing a large lighted hall, all hung round with spoils of the chase, armour, etc., the details of which I had not time to notice. For the instant I stood on the threshold, a huge porter appeared, in a strange, old-fashioned dress, a kind of livery which well befitted the general appearance of the house. He asked me in French, so curiously pronounced that I thought I had hit upon a new kind of patois, my name, and whence I came. I thought he would not be much the wiser. Still, it was but civil to give it before I made my request for assistance. So, in reply, I said, "My name is Whittingham, Richard Whittingham, an English gentleman, staying at—" To my infinite surprise, a light of pleased intelligence came over the giant's face. He made me a low bow and said, still in the same curious dialect, that I was welcome, that I was long expected. Long expected. What could the fellow mean? Had I stumbled on a nest of relations by John Calvin's side, who had heard of my genealogical inquiries and were gratified and interested by them? But I was too much pleased to be under shelter for the night to think it necessary to account for my agreeable reception before I enjoyed it. Just as he was opening the great heavy battents of the door that led from the hall to the interior, he turned round and said, "Apparently Monsieur le Géant is not come with you." "No, I am all alone. I have lost my way." And I was going on with my explanation, when he, as if quite indifferent to it, led the way up a great stone staircase, as wide as many rooms, and having on each landing place massive iron wickets in a heavy framework. These the porter unlocked with the solemn slowness of age. Indeed, a strange, mysterious awe of the centuries that had passed away since this chateau was built came over me as I waited for the turning of the ponderous keys in the ancient locks. I could almost have fancied that I heard a mighty rushing murmur, like the ceaseless sound of a distant sea, ebbing and flowing forever and forever, coming forth from the great vacant galleries that opened out on each side of the broad staircase, and were to be dimly perceived in the darkness above us. It was as if the voices of generations of men yet echoed and eddied in the silent air. It was strange, too, that my friend the porter going before me, ponderously infirm, with his feeble old hands striving in vain to keep the tall flambeau he held steadily before him. Strange, I say, that he was the only domestic I saw in the vast halls and passages, or met with on the grand staircase. At length we stood before the gilded doors that led into the saloon where the family, or it might be the company, so great was the buzz of voices, was assembled. I would have remonstrated when I found he was going to introduce me, dusty and travel-smeared, in a morning costume that was not even my best, into this grand salon, with nobody knew how many ladies and gentlemen assembled. But the obstinate old man was evidently bent upon taking me straight to his master, and paid no heed to my words. The doors flew open, and I was ushered into a saloon curiously full of pale light, which did not culminate on any spot, nor proceed from any centre, nor flicker with any motion of the air, but filled every nook and corner, making all things deliciously distinct, different from our light of gas or candle, as is the difference between a clear southern atmosphere and that of our misty England. At the first moment my arrival excited no attention. The apartment was so full of people, all intent on their own conversation. But my friend the porter went up to a handsome lady of middle age, richly attired in that antique manner which fashion has brought round again of late years, and, waiting first in an attitude of deep respect till her attention fell upon him, told her my name and something about me, as far as I could guess from the gestures of the one and the sudden glance of the eye of the other. She immediately came towards me with the most friendly actions of greeting, even before she had advanced near enough to speak. Then, and was it not strange, her words and accent were that of the commonest peasant of the country. Yet she herself looked high-bred, and would have been dignified had she been a shade less restless, had her countenance worn a little less lively and inquisitive expression. I had been poking a good deal about the old parts of Tours, and had had to understand the dialect of the people who dwelt in the Marché au Vendredi and similar places, or I really should not have understood my handsome hostess, as she offered to present me to her husband, a henpecked, gentlemanly man who was more quaintly attired than she, in the very extreme of that style of dress. I thought to myself that in France, as in England, it is the provincials who carry fashion to such an excess as to become ridiculous. However, he spoke, still in the patois, of his pleasure in making my acquaintance, and led me to a strange, uneasy easy-chair, much of a piece with the rest of the furniture, which might have taken its place without any anachronism by the side of that in the Hôtel Cluny. Then again began the clatter of French voices, which my arrival had for an instant interrupted, and I had leisure to look about me. Opposite to me sat a very sweet-looking lady, who must have been a great beauty in her youth, I should think, and would be charming in old age, from the sweetness of her countenance. She was, however, extremely fat, and on seeing her feet laid up before her on a cushion, I at once perceived that they were so swollen as to render her incapable of walking, which probably brought on her excessive embonpoint. Her hands were plump and small, but rather coarse-grained in texture, not quite so clean as they might have been, and altogether not so aristocratic-looking as the charming face. Her dress was of superb black velvet, ermine-trimmed, with diamonds thrown all abroad over it. Not far from her stood the least little man I had ever seen. Of such admirable proportions no one could call him a dwarf, because with that word we usually associate something of deformity. But yet, with an elfin look of shrewd, hard, worldly wisdom in his face that marred the impression which his delicate, regular little features would otherwise have conveyed. Indeed, I do not think he was quite of equal rank with the rest of the company, for his dress was inappropriate to the occasion, and he apparently was an invited while I was an involuntary guest, and one or two of his gestures and actions were more like the tricks of an uneducated rustic than anything else. To explain what I mean, his boots had evidently seen much service, and had been retopped, reheeled, resoled to the extent of cobbler's powers. Why should he have come in them if they were not his best, his only pair? And what can be more ungenteel than poverty? Then again he had an uneasy trick of putting his hand up to his throat, as if he expected to find something the matter with it. And he had the awkward habit, which I do not think he could have copied from Dr. A. Johnson, because most probably he had never heard of him, of trying always to retrace his steps on the exact boards on which he had trodden to arrive at any particular part of the room. Besides, to settle the question, I once heard him addressed as Monsieur Pousset, without any aristocratic de for a prefix, and nearly everyone else in the room was a marquise at any rate. I say, nearly everyone, for some strange people had the entree, unless indeed they were, like me, benighted. One of the guests I should have taken for a servant, but for the extraordinary influence he seemed to have over the man I took for his master, and who never did anything without, apparently, being urged thereto by this follower. The master, magnificently dressed, but ill at ease in his clothes as if they had been made for someone else, was a weak-looking, handsome man, continually sauntering about, and I almost guessed an object of suspicion to some of the gentlemen present, which perhaps drove him on the companionship of his follower, who was dressed something in the style of an ambassador's chasseur. Yet it was not a chasseur's dress after all. It was something more thoroughly old-world, boots halfway up his ridiculously small legs, which clattered as he walked along, as if they were too large for his little feet, and a great quantity of grey fur, as trimming to coat, court-mantle, boots, cap, everything. You know the way in which certain countenances remind you perpetually of some animal, be it bird or beast. Well, this chasseur, as I will call him for want of a better name, was exceedingly like the great tomcat that you have seen so often in my chambers, and laughed at almost as often for his uncanny gravity of demeanour. Grey whiskers has my Tom, grey whiskers had the chasseur. Grey hair overshadows the upper lip of my Tom. Grey mustachios hid that of the chasseur. The pupils of Tom's eyes dilate and contract as I had thought cats' pupils only could do, until I saw those of the chasseur. To be sure, canny as Tom is, the chasseur had the advantage in the more intelligent expression. He seemed to have obtained most complete sway over his master or patron, whose looks he watched and whose steps he followed, with a kind of distrustful interest that puzzled me greatly. There were several other groups in the more distant part of the saloon, all of the stately old school, all grand and noble, I conjectured from their bearing. They seemed perfectly well acquainted with each other, as if they were in the habit of meeting. But I was interrupted in my observations by the tiny little gentleman on the opposite side of the room coming across to take a place beside me. It is no difficult matter to a Frenchman to slide into conversation, and so gracefully did my pygmy friend keep up the character of the nation, that we were almost confidential before 10 minutes had elapsed. Now I was quite aware that the welcome which all had extended to me, from the porter up to the vivacious lady and meek lord of the castle, was intended for some other person. But it required either a degree of moral courage, of which I cannot boast, or the self-reliance and conversational powers of a bolder and cleverer man than I, to undeceive people who had fallen into so fortunate a mistake for me. Yet the little man by my side insinuated himself so much into my confidence that I had half a mind to tell him of my exact situation, and to turn him into a friend and an ally. "Madame is perceptibly growing older," said he in the midst of my perplexity, glancing at our hostess. "Madame is still a very fine woman," replied I. "Now, is it not strange," continued he, lowering his voice, "how women almost invariably praise the absent or departed, as if they were angels of light, while as for the present or the living—" Here he shrugged up his little shoulders and made an expressive pause. "Would you believe it? Madame is always praising her late husband to Monsieur's face, till, in fact, we guests are quite perplexed how to look. For, you know, the late Monsieur de Retz's character was quite notorious. Everybody has heard of him." All the world of Touraine, thought I, but I made an assenting noise. At this instant, Monsieur our host came up to me, and with a civil look of tender interest, such as some people put on when they inquire after your mother, about whom they do not care one straw, asked if I had heard lately how my cat was. How my cat was? What could the man mean? My cat? Could he mean the tailless Tom, born in the Isle of Man, and now supposed to be keeping guard against the incursions of rats and mice into my chambers in London? Tom is, as you know, on pretty good terms with some of my friends, using their legs for rubbing posts without scruple, and highly esteemed by them for his gravity of demeanor and wise manner of winking his eyes. But could his fame have reached across the Channel? However, an answer must be returned to the inquiry, as Monsieur's face was bent down to mine with a look of polite anxiety. So I, in my turn, assumed an expression of gratitude, and assured him that, to the best of my belief, my cat was in remarkably good health. "And the climate agrees with her?" "Perfectly," said I, in a maze of wonder at this deep solicitude in a tailless cat who had lost one foot and half an ear in some cruel trap. My host smiled a sweet smile, and addressing a few words to my little neighbor, passed on. "How wearisome those aristocrats are," quoth my neighbor, with a slight sneer. "Monsieur's conversation rarely extends to more than 2 sentences to anyone. By that time his faculties are exhausted, and he needs the refreshment of silence. You and I, monsieur, are at any rate indebted to our own wits for our rise in the world." Here again I was bewildered. As you know, I am rather proud of my descent from families which, if not noble themselves, are allied to nobility, and as to my rise in the world, if I had risen, it would have been rather for balloon-like qualities than for mother wit, to being unencumbered with heavy ballast either in my head or my pockets. However, it was my cue to agree, so I smiled again. "For my part," said he, "if a man does not stick at trifles, if he knows how to judiciously add to or withhold facts, and is not sentimental in his parade of humanity, he is sure to do well, sure to affix a D or Von to his name, and end his days in comfort. There is an example of what I am saying," and he glanced furtively at the weak-looking master of the sharp, intelligent servant, whom I have called the chasseur. "Monsieur le Marquis would never have been anything but a miller's son, if it had not been for the talents of his servant. Of course you know his antecedents." I was going to make some remarks on the changes in the order of the peerage since the days of Louis XVI, going, in fact, to be very sensible and historical, when there was a slight commotion among the people at the other end of the room. "Lackeys in quaint liveries must have come in from behind the tapestry, I suppose," for I never saw them enter, though I sat right opposite to the doors, and were handing about the slight beverages and slighter viands, which are considered sufficient refreshments, but which looked rather meagre to my hungry appetite. These footmen were standing solemnly opposite to a lady, beautiful, splendid as the dawn, but sound asleep in a magnificent settee. A gentleman who showed so much irritation at her ill-timed slumbers that I think he must have been her husband, was trying to awaken her with actions not far removed from shakings. All in vain. She was quite unconscious of his annoyance, or the smiles of the company, or the automatic solemnity of the waiting footman, or the perplexed anxiety of Monsieur and Madame. My little friend sat down with a sneer, as if his curiosity was quenched in contempt. "Moralists would make an infinity of wise remarks on that scene," said he. "In the first place, note the ridiculous position into which their superstitious reverence for rank and title puts all these people. Because Monsieur is a reigning prince over some minute principality, the exact situation of which no one has as yet discovered, no one must venture to take their glass of eau sucrée till Madame la Princesse awakens. And, judging from past experience, those poor lackeys may have to stand for a century before that happens. Next, always speaking as a moralist, you will observe, note how difficult it is to break off bad habits acquired in youth." Just then, the prince succeeded, by what means I did not see, in awaking the beautiful sleeper. But at first she did not remember where she was, and looking up at her husband with loving eyes, she smiled and said, "Is it you, my prince?" But he was too conscious of the suppressed amusement of the spectators and his own consequent annoyance to be reciprocally tender, and turned away with some little French expression, best rendered into English by "Pooh, my dear." After I had had a glass of delicious wine of some unknown quality, my courage was in rather better plight than before, and I told my cynical little neighbor, whom I must say I was beginning to dislike, that I had lost my way in the wood, and had arrived at the chateau quite by mistake. He seemed mightily amused at my story, said that the same thing had happened to himself more than once, and told me that I had better luck than he had on one of these occasions when, from his account, he must have been in considerable danger of his life. He ended his story by making me admire his boots, which he said he still wore, patched though they were, and all their excellent quality lost by patching, because they were of such a first-rate make for long pedestrian excursions. Though, indeed, he wound up by saying, the new fashion of railroads would seem to supersede the necessity for this description of boots. When I consulted him as to whether I ought to make myself known to my host and hostess as a benighted traveller, instead of the guest whom they had taken me for, he exclaimed, "By no means, I hate such squeamish morality." And he seemed much offended by my innocent question, as if it seemed by implication to condemn something in himself. He was offended and silent, and just at this moment I caught the sweet, attractive eyes of the lady opposite. That lady whom I named at first as being no longer in the bloom of youth, but as being somewhat infirm about the feet, which were supported on a raised cushion before her. Her looks seemed to say, "Come here, and let us have some conversation together." And with a bow of silent excuse to my little companion, I went across to the lame old lady. She acknowledged my coming with the prettiest gesture of thanks possible, and, half apologetically, said, "It is a little dull to be unable to move about on such evenings as this, but it is a just punishment to me for my early vanities. My poor feet, that were by nature so small, are now taking their revenge for my cruelty in forcing them into such little slippers. Besides, monsieur," with a pleasant smile, "I thought it was possible you might be weary of the malicious sayings of your little neighbor. He has not borne the best character in his youth, and such men are sure to be cynical in their old age." "Who is he?" asked I, with English abruptness. "His name is Pousset, and his father was, I believe, a woodcutter or charcoal burner, or something of the sort. They do tell sad stories of connivance at murder, ingratitude, and obtaining money on false pretenses, but you will think me as bad as he if I go on with my slanders. Rather, let us admire the lovely lady coming up towards us with the roses in her hand. I never see her without roses. They are so closely connected with her past history, as you are doubtless aware." "Ah, beauty," said my companion to the lady drawing near to us. "It is like you to come to me, now that I can no longer go to you." Then turning to me, and gracefully drawing me into the conversation, she said, "You must know that, although we never met until we were both married, we have been almost like sisters ever since. There have been so many points of resemblance in our circumstances, and I think I may say in our characters. We had each 2 elder sisters, mine were but half-sisters though, who were not so kind to us as they might have been. But have been sorry for it since," put in the other lady. "Since we have married princes," continued the same lady, with an arch smile that had nothing of unkindness in it, "for we both have married far above our original stations in life. We are both unpunctual in our habits, and in consequence of this failing of ours, we have both had to suffer mortification and pain. And both are charming," said a whisper close behind me. "My lord the Marquis, say it, say, and both are charming." "And both are charming," was spoken aloud by another voice. I turned and saw the wily cat-like chasseur prompting his master to make civil speeches. The ladies bowed with that kind of haughty acknowledgement which shows that compliments from such a source are distasteful. But our trio of conversation was broken up, and I was sorry for it. The Marquis looked as if he had been stirred up to make that one speech, and hoped that he would not be expected to say more, while behind him stood the chasseur, half impertinent and half servile in his ways and attitudes. The ladies, who were real ladies, seemed to be sorry for the awkwardness of the Marquis, and addressed some trifling questions to him, adapting themselves to the subjects on which he could have no trouble in answering. The chasseur, meanwhile, was talking to himself in a growling tone of voice. I had fallen a little into the background at this interruption in a conversation which promised to be so pleasant, and I could not help hearing his words. Really, de Carabas grows more stupid every day. I have a great mind to throw off his boots and leave him to his fate. I was intended for a court, and to a court I will go, and make my own fortune as I have made his. The emperor will appreciate my talents, and such are the habits of the French, or such his forgetfulness of good manners in his anger, that he spat right and left on the parquetted floor. Just then, a very ugly, very pleasant-looking man came towards the 2 ladies to whom I had lately been speaking, leading up to them a delicate, fair woman, dressed all in the softest white, as if she were vouée au blanc. I do not think there was a bit of colour about her. I thought I heard her making, as she came along, a little noise of pleasure, not exactly like the singing of a tea kettle, nor yet like the cooing of a dove, but reminding me of each sound. "Madame de Miu Miu was anxious to see you," said he, addressing the lady with the roses. "So I have brought her across to give you a pleasure." What an honest, good face, but oh, how ugly. And yet I liked his ugliness better than most persons' beauty. There was a look of pathetic acknowledgment of his ugliness, and a deprecation of your too hasty judgment, in his countenance that was positively winning. The soft white lady kept glancing at my neighbour, the chasseur, as if they had had some former acquaintance, which puzzled me very much as they were of such different rank. However, their nerves were evidently strung to the same tune, for at a sound behind the tapestry, which was more like the scuttering of rats and mice than anything else, both Madame de Miu Miu and the chasseur started with the most eager look of anxiety on their countenances, and by their restless movements, Madame's panting, and the fiery dilation of his eyes, one might see that commonplace sounds affected them both in a manner very different to the rest of the company. The ugly husband of the lovely lady with the roses now addressed himself to me. "We are much disappointed," he said, "in finding that Monsieur is not accompanied by his countryman, Le Grand Jean d'Angleterre. I cannot pronounce his name rightly." And he looked at me to help him out. Le Grand Jean d'Angleterre. Now who was Le Grand Jean d'Angleterre? John Bull, John Russell, John Bright. Jean, continued the gentleman, seeing my embarrassment. Ah, these terrible English names. Jean de Géanquilleur. I was as wise as ever, and yet the name struck me as familiar, but slightly disguised. I repeated it to myself. It was mighty like John the Giant Killer, only his friends always call that worthy Jack. I said the name aloud. "Ah, that is it," said he. "But why has he not accompanied you to our little reunion tonight?" I had been rather puzzled once or twice before, but this serious question added considerably to my perplexity. Jack the Giant Killer had once, it is true, been rather an intimate friend of mine as far as printers, ink and paper can keep up a friendship, but I had not heard his name mentioned for years, and for aught I knew he lay enchanted with King Arthur's knights, who lie entranced until the blast of the trumpets of 4 mighty kings shall call them to help at England's need. But the question had been asked in serious earnest by that gentleman, whom I more wished to think well of me than I did any other person in the room. So I answered respectfully that it was long since I had heard anything of my countryman, but that I was sure it would have given him as much pleasure as it was doing myself to have been present at such an agreeable gathering of friends. He bowed, and then the lame lady took up the word. "Tonight is the night when, of all the year, this great old forest surrounding the castle is said to be haunted by the phantom of a little peasant girl who once lived hereabouts. The tradition is that she was devoured by a wolf. In former days, I have seen her on this night, out of yonder window at the end of the gallery. Will you, ma belle, take monsieur to see the view outside by the moonlight? You may possibly see the phantom child, and leave me to a little tête-à-tête with your husband." With a gentle movement, the lady with the roses complied with the other's request, and we went to a great window, looking down on the forest, in which I had lost my way. The tops of the far-spreading and leafy trees lay motionless beneath us in the pale, wan light, which shows objects almost as distinct in form, though not in color, as by day. We looked down on the countless avenues, which seemed to converge from all quarters to the great old castle, and suddenly across one, quite near to us, there passed the figure of a little girl, with the capuchon on, that takes the place of a peasant girl's bonnet in France. She had a basket on one arm, and by her, on the side to which her head was turned, there went a wolf. I could almost have said it was licking her hand, as if in penitent love, if either penitence or love had ever been a quality of wolves. But though not of living, perhaps it may be of phantom wolves. "There, we have seen her," exclaimed my beautiful companion. Though so long dead, her simple story of household goodness and trustful simplicity still lingers in the hearts of all who have ever heard of her, and the country people about here say that seeing that phantom child on this anniversary brings good luck for the year. Let us hope that we shall share in the traditionary good fortune. Ah, here is Madame de Retz. She retains the name of her first husband, you know, as he was of higher rank than the present. We were joined by our hostess. "If monsieur is fond of the beauties of nature and art," said she, perceiving that I had been looking at the view from the great window, "he will perhaps take pleasure in seeing the picture." Here she sighed, with a little affectation of grief. "You know the picture I allude to," addressing my companion, who bowed assent and smiled a little maliciously as I followed the lead of Madame. I went after her to the other end of the saloon, noting, by the way, with what keen curiosity she caught up what was passing either in word or action on each side of her. When we stood opposite to the end wall, I perceived a full-length picture of a handsome, peculiar-looking man, with, in spite of his good looks, a very fierce and scowling expression. My hostess clasped her hands together as her arms hung down in front, and sighed once more. Then, half in soliloquy, she said, "He was the love of my youth. His stern yet manly character first touched this heart of mine. When shall I cease to deplore his loss?" Not being acquainted with her enough to answer this question, if indeed it were not sufficiently answered by the fact of her second marriage, I felt awkward, and by way of saying something, I remarked, "The countenance strikes me as resembling something I have seen before, in an engraving from an historical picture, I think. Only, it is there the principal figure in a group. He is holding a lady by her hair and threatening her with his scimitar, while 2 cavaliers are rushing up the stairs, apparently only just in time to save her life." "Alas, alas," said she, "you too accurately describe a miserable passage in my life, which has often been represented in a false light. The best of husbands." Here she sobbed, and became slightly inarticulate with her grief, "will sometimes be displeased. I was young and curious. He was justly angry with my disobedience. My brothers were too hasty. The consequence is, I became a widow. After due respect for her tears, I ventured to suggest some commonplace consolation. She turned round sharply. No, monsieur. My only comfort is that I have never forgiven the brothers who interfered so cruelly, in such an uncalled-for manner, between my dear husband and myself. To quote my friend Monsieur Sganarelle, ce sont petites choses qui sont de temps en temps nécessaires dans l'amitié, et 5 ou 6 coups d'épée entre gens qui s'aiment ne font que ragaillardir l'affection. You observe the coloring is not quite what it should be? In this light, the beard is of rather a peculiar tint, said I. Yes, the painter did not do it justice. It was most lovely, and gave him such a distinguished air, quite different from the common herd. Stay, I will show you the exact color, if you will come near this flambeau. And going near the light, she took off a bracelet of hair, with a magnificent clasp of pearls. It was peculiar, certainly. I did not know what to say. His precious, lovely beard, said she. And the pearls go so well with the delicate blue. Her husband, who had come up to us, and waited till her eye fell upon him before venturing to speak, now said, It is strange Monsieur Ogre is not yet arrived. Not at all strange, said she tartly. He was always very stupid, and constantly falls into mistakes, in which he comes worse off. And it is very well he does, for he is credulous and cowardly fellow. Not at all strange. If you will, turning to her husband, so that I hardly heard her words, until I caught, then everybody would have their rights, and we should have no more trouble. Is it not, monsieur? Addressing me. If I were in England, I should imagine Madame was speaking of the Reform Bill, or the Millennium, but I am in ignorance. And just as I spoke, the great folding doors were thrown open wide, and everyone started to their feet to greet a little old lady, leaning on a thin black wand, and Madame la Fée Marraine was announced by a chorus of sweet, shrill voices. And in a moment I was lying in the grass close by a hollow oak tree, with the slanting glory of the dawning day shining full in my face, and thousands of little birds and delicate insects piping and warbling out their welcome to the ruddy splendor.